Clearly I was an invincible commander who had killed countless enemies on the front lines. Yet due to an intelligence error in a crucial battle, I was denounced as a traitor to the country. Not only did my girlfriend not believe me, but she also ran off with a rich second-generation heir. Even my former allies betrayed me, leading to my downfall on the battlefield. Just before my death, I unexpectedly traveled back in time to the eve of the Multiple Realms initiation 10 years ago. Furthermore, I acquired the strongest talents and types of troops. Now that I have been reborn, there is only one thing I want to do: to become the master of all realms. At this moment I am sitting solemnly in the academy waiting for the opening of the multiple realms. Suddenly a sweet voice came. "You are still so popular." The person was my childhood friend Neolin. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth slightly lifted as I asked, "Why haven't you gone in?" Neolin blinked and tugged at my sleeve. "Waiting for you. Let's go, the mobilization is about to start." Seeing this, I did not resist and followed her. We made our way through the crowd to the auditorium to sit down and wait for the mobilization meeting to begin. A moment later, a well-dressed, spirited old man appeared on stage. He nodded slightly and began to make a long story short. "Confirm your tasks now and proceed to the transmission center for login." At this time, a series of notification sounds rang out, obviously signaling that task information had been sent to everyone's crystal watches. Neolin looked relieved and said, "Fortunately, my task is to challenge a normal-level lord. How about you, Jiang Yen?" Upon hearing this, I looked at her and replied, "An assessment for a lord of higher than difficult level." Seeing this, a hint of nervousness flashed in Neolin's eyes. "A difficult level assessment? Are you confident?" I scratched my head and smiled. "No problem, don't worry. Don't you know my strength?" With these words, Neolin felt somewhat reassured. She then stood up, clenched her fists and said, "Then you'd better prepare well. If you mess up, I'll tease you for a lifetime." Hearing this, I smiled and nodded, saying softly, "You go and prepare well too." Watching Neolin leave, I fell into deep thought. With memories from my previous life in mind, I was torn whether to attempt a higher level of challenge. Considering that a failure could cost me the opportunity to become a strong figure, after a long contemplation I sighed deeply and decided to take on an even tougher challenge. Then I entered the multiple realms and without hesitation chose the desperate level lord assessment. Suddenly a system voice announced, "Task name, Battle of Chongping Godslayer. You have acquired a random temporary SS grade talent constellation which becomes permanent upon completion." Upon hearing this, I froze, a bitter smile appearing on my face. The content of the Battle of Chongping Godslayer task: lead your clan to join the Zhao faction, break through 13 layers of demonized Qin soldiers, and kill the demonized by Qi. Just as I was about to enter the instance, the system detected anomalies in the space-time continuum, unable to synchronize. Hearing this, I was shocked. Could this be an effect of my rebirth? Suddenly, the whole space turned pitch black and numerous talent skills appeared in front of me. After searching for a while, a fragment flickering with red light appeared, granting an ultimate awakening. Upgrade one type of creature or skill by one level, usable only once per type with a cooldown of 1 hour. Seeing this, I felt a great sense of relief, chose it and then turned towards the instance module. Now, due to system issues, I could only see what instance I could choose. The next moment I found myself on a continent tasked with the Fallen Light Dragon King Dominator level. The completion requirement: utilize all resources on the island to strengthen yourself within 10 days. After 10 days, the barrier that imprisons the Light Dragon King will disappear and you must prepare to face the hungry and furious Light Dragon King until the barrier is restored. Looking at the temporary clans for the assessment, thousands of different lights and shadows appeared in the void, clearly offering far more options than the previous desperate level assessment. Then I saw a figure and without hesitation said, "I choose the goblin." The guide, shocked, asked again incredulously, "I must tell you, among all the clans, goblins rank second to last in combat strength, with very low potential. Since the Light Dragon King is a legendary creature ranking high in the same tier, choosing a fire giant dragon or a goblin makes no difference. Both would be instantly killed. To win, one must find a different approach." Then I firmly stated, "I am sure." Those who participated in the Wrath of the Bronze Dragon King recounted tales of a temporal recruitment point appearing in the instance. Coincidentally, the goblin possessed 2 wealth-related skills. This was the only chance. Jiang Yen was never one to curse his fate. Having the ability to trigger a bug and reselect was lucky enough. The only regret was that had he known he would draw a Dominion-level instance, he would have chosen a unique level skill. Now he had no choice but to go all in. With that mindset, challenger, good luck to you. On the other side, the guide no longer spoke further. Waving his staff, he directed the teleportation beam. A familiar mechanical voice rang beside Jiang Yan's ears. initiating trial teleportation, synchronizing all transit spacetime lines, please wait. Timeline synchronized Challenger talent final awakening detected mismatch with instance difficulty searching for compatible unique level talent ultimate sublimation replacement successful, proceeding with unified teleportation. Trial begins. This was an exiled island approximately 100 kilometers in diameter. At the center of the island stretched a mountain range spanning 10 kilometers within which a giant dragon with a grayish-white body slumbered. The island was surrounded by pure nothingness, even space itself ceased to exist. The entire plain of the lonely island seemed frozen in eternal stillness until a moment arrived. A rainbow beam appeared from the void, crashing down onto a specific part of the island. The vegetation on the island began to sway with the wind and the creatures regained their vitality. About 20 kilometers from the central mountain range, in a ruined village, Jianyan slowly opened his eyes. A group of creatures with deep green skin, about half a human's height and ugly in appearance, excitedly danced around him, incessantly chattering away. Jianyan instantly understood their language. The great deity has descended. The deity will lead us to seize more wealth, treasures and women. Good days are coming. Meanwhile, the prompt from all realms also transmitted in his mind. Dominion-level novice trial instance Fallen Light Holy Dragon King has begun. Background implantation. The seal of the exiled island is about to break and this goblin tribe senses an impending disaster. Using their last treasures, they summoned a deity from another world. Due to their faith in the deity, they will obey your commands. Use this wisely to complete your task. It seems this was his temporary kin, just as greedy, lecherous and cowardly as he imagined, ranking among the lowest of kin. Jiang Yen sighed, looked at the still excitedly chattering goblins and made a quieting gesture. Surprisingly, the noisy goblins immediately shut their mouths and looked up, listening attentively. It seemed their intelligence was normal and they could follow commands. Jiang Yen felt somewhat relieved and spoke. Who is the leader among you? An elderly goblin holding a tattered book and with graying hair stepped forward, prostrating on the ground. Great deity, I am Gobud, the chieftain of this tribe. Jiang Yan's mind flickered and related data appeared before his eyes. Race, goblin, lower kin, profession, goblin sorcerer, level 5, faith level, respected, skills, fireball greed. Plunder, overall combat power, 6, evaluation, extremely low combat potential, typically the weakest amongst peers and prone to being defeated by enemies of a higher level. It is advised not to waste resources on training. Jiang Yan shook his head at this assessment, it really left much to be desired. However, he had no expectations for their combat abilities. What was important were those two innate skills. Greed. The goblins have an unparalleled desire for treasure, increasing the likelihood of discovering hidden treasures. Plunder. When attacking enemies, there is a very low chance to seize an item from the opponent. Jiang Yan glanced over the group, which included the goblin chief shaman, the stone-throwing goblin, the brave goblin and the goblin assassin, among others, with an average combat power around 5. Fortunately, they all possessed the skills of greed and plunder. Considering the combat power of the Holy Light Dragon King was at least 30,000, defeating it was out of the question. They could only hope that the island was rich in resources. When the temporary recruitment point in the 7th day transdimensional space appeared, there might be enough wealth to exchange for treasures. Thinking this, Jiang Yan asked Gob, do you know the situation on this island? Oh, Divine One, the corrupted magic dragon is about to break its seal and we have been intimidated by the leaked dragon might, daring not to leave our stronghold and hence we know nothing about the island, the chieftain replied, his face filled with panic as he quickly knelt down. Jiang Yan nodded, not blaming them. The disparity in both strength and rank was vast and fear was a natural instinct. Now that I have descended, I will protect you. Command you to quickly explore and map out the distribution of resources and monsters on the island. Modern scholars have concluded that the kin in the realms might very well be creatures from a previously destroyed era. Appropriately leveraging this implanted background could significantly enhance loyalty and initiative. As you command, Great Divine One. Indeed, after receiving the verbal blessing of the divine, the goblins became excited and loudly responded. You will explore these routes, marking minerals, monsters, water sources, and food as you go and try to avoid aggressive creatures. Jiang Yan instructed, selecting a few goblins with a combat power above 6 as team leaders and making arrangements. Initially, there were only 120 goblins. Given the unknown conditions on the island, Jiang Yan had to rely on them to gather enough information without recklessly sacrificing any. Soon 100 goblins divided into 5 teams set off to explore. The virtual map provided by the realms also cleared the fog of war as they progressed. The remaining 20 goblins went to the forest outside the stronghold to cut down trees. They needed to build a decent house for the divine before nightfall. Watching the stronghold suddenly become quiet and deserted, Jiang Yan finally had time to carefully inspect it. As it was a trial for beginners, the initial base was very simple, consisting of some dilapidated wooden houses, a conversion altar, and a recruitment altar. The former could transform any energy-containing material into soul crystals. These were the hard currency in the realms, essential for base upgrades and troop recruitment. The latter could spend resources to recruit already possessed kin. With a thought, Jiang Yan saw information appear before his eyes. Recruitment altar. Basic, a universal structure currently able to recruit goblin units, 10% chance of mutation, randomly obtaining special professions such as goblin sorcerer or rock throwing goblin. Recruitment price 0.1 soul crystal, daily limit 1000. The price was reasonable, but looking at the glaring 0 on the soul crystal count in the resource panel, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seemed there was nothing to do until the scouting troops returned. After some thought, Jiang Yan opened the All Realms Interfaces cross-server channel. The leaderboard, power ranking, and regional communication channel options appeared. The first two were still grayed out, only those who survived the trial qualified for inclusion. As for the regional communication channel, all beings participating in this trial could enter, with each person allowed to send 1 to 8 messages per day based on the trial's difficulty, with mandatory real name registration, according to all realms. Those who hide their identity do not deserve extraordinary care. The channel was bustling with activity at the moment. Xing Daorong, difficult level brothers, I got the Battle of Chongping. The commander ordered me to go down and duel with Bai Qi. What should I do now? Lu Rinjia, normal level isn't that simple. Just chop off the commander's head, then kneel down and lament that you've lived a drifting life, only regretting not meeting a wise ruler. You don't need me to teach you the rest, right? Pao Hui, normal level, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't even have to fight the minions, just kill the boss and you're through. Big advantage, I suggest going straight for it. Zhang San, heroic level, the people above, inducing someone with low intelligence to fail their assessment is illegal. The internet is not a lawless place. Do you know you're breaking the law? While they were arguing, a message appeared at the bottom. Jiang Yan, Dominion level, has joined the channel. A big shot is here. It's the first time I've seen a Dominion level big shot in the assessment. There was a pause, and then the entire communication interface started scrolling madly. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised but soon understood. Although theoretically each power could send a large number of people to participate in high-level assessments to gather enough intelligence, all realms naturally wouldn't let you exploit this loophole. The login quota for each power in all realms was issued based on the degree of abyssal rift erosion. The more quotas a power has, the more abyssal invasions it needs to fend off. It was like the algorithm of some professional exploitation software, precise. You must assign all quotas to suitable people and choose the appropriate difficulty to just manage to produce lords or professionals capable of resisting invasions. Only when an exceptional genius appears could some quotas be used for high difficulty attempts. Therefore, information about the novice trial instances was extremely precious. Normally, powers would not allow participants to change the difficulty unilaterally. Jiang Yan slapped his forehead, somewhat annoyed. After being reborn, he was so busy recalling critical information that he forgot about this. Changing the difficulty on one's own could lead to a military tribunal. After a moment of thought, he sent a message in the chat box. Private message me for information about the wrath of the Dragon King, open to exchanges. Although the chances of gathering useful information were slim, it was always good to have possibilities. After briefly scanning the chat channel again, Jiang Yan shifted his focus to the virtual map. Thanks to the relatively agile goblins, the war fog around the initial base within 10 kilometers had dissipated and various markers appeared on the map: corrupted jackal battlegrounds, barren exposed iron mines, a small jungle with man-eating plants. As the feedback from various reports came in, Jiang Yan's heart sank. Although the island had not been fully explored yet, it was clear that it had only sporadic wandering monsters and extremely scarce resources. There were no means to obtain enough soul crystals. This was indeed a Dominator-level difficulty instance, truly ruthless. He remembered from his past life during the hard-level assessment there were 3 large veins near the base, and many wild monsters' resources were never an issue. It was unheard of to start a battle without even a mine. This was one of the simplest series of instances. No wonder no one in the myriad realms had ever heard of anyone clearing a Dominator level. Jiang Yan smiled wryly, looking at his personal panel. Occupation: Apprentice Lord level 1, not qualified for upgrades or class changes. Temporary clan, Goblin. Temporary talent, Sublimation. Unique level, overall combat power 3. He couldn't even defeat a single goblin. Now he could only hope that his unique level talent would bring some possibilities. As Jiang Yan thought this, the relevant information emerged in his mind. Sublimation: unique level can permanently advance a designated skill. Class: guaranteed to randomly trigger the effects of sublimation. No cooldown. Current daily usage limit 50 times, can only be used once on the same skill. Jiang Yan pondered. The overall effect of the talent was about what he expected. He chose goblins thinking that after upgrading their skills they could more efficiently acquire wealth, but given the current intelligence, even a 1000 times boost would be futile. As for the two special effects, they would need to be tested. At that moment, the 20 goblins responsible for cutting trees returned to the base, each pair carrying thick logs, ready to start processing and building a house to worship the deity. Jiang Yan quickly stopped them, directing them to put the logs directly into the conversion altar. Every little bit counts, and now that he knew the situation on the island, he couldn't afford to waste resources on non-essentials. As the altar lit up, 10 thick logs disappeared. Soul crystal plus 0.001, soul crystal plus 0.001. It seemed that 100 large trees were enough to recruit one goblin. Even if he cut down the entire island, it wouldn't be enough to form a squad. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly and called the goblins who were about to continue chopping trees to come before him. He selected greed, and the talent ability activated. A white light falling upon one of the goblins. Ding! Promotion successful, triggering the ultimate effect. Greed skill upgraded to its theoretical limit. Greed Pro Max, significantly increased probability of discovering hidden treasures, a direct upgrade to the limit. Jiang Yan was startled. Previously, an SS level talent could only advance one level and had a cooldown restriction. This gap was too huge. Unfortunately, under the Dominion level difficulty, it's likely that there won't be any treasures on the entire island, rendering it useless. Trying out other effects, Jiang Yan locked his talent ability to plunder. Ding! Upgrade successful, triggering a sublimation effect. The plunder skill evolved into a similar category of law skill. Fair trade, fair trade. After hitting an enemy, you can choose any item from your possession to exchange for a random item owned by the opponent, excluding demi God level and above. An exchange of goods, truly fair. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. If he understood correctly, he quickly upgraded the skills of 20 goblins, and 8 of them triggered the plunder sublimation effect. Additionally, he also tried out the sublimation effect of greed, evolving it into the law skill, killing for loot. The effect allows a chance to acquire the location of all treasures owned by a slain enemy. The stronger the enemy, the lower the probability. Another powerful skill, but unfortunately its bearers were goblins, and there were few in the myriad worlds who could lose to goblins. Apart from slimes, what treasures could such creatures hold? A blob of slime. However, he was already satisfied with having a useful skill appear. Now it was time to verify his hypothesis. Jiang Yan located the nearest werewolves on the virtual map and said to the goblins who were excitedly prostrating after being blessed, "My followers, there is an evil werewolf to the west that has affronted my majesty. Now pick up your weapons and eliminate it." Ho ho ho! The 20 goblins got excited and immediately moved towards the marked target. While Jiang Yan was protected in the center, the werewolves were not far from the base, only about 3 kilometers away. Soon the group arrived about 200 meters from the opponent. They saw a dark red upright creature about a meter tall comfortably lying by the swamp with a wooden crossbow in its left hand fitted with a green oily arrow obviously coated with deadly poison. Stop! Jiang Yan halted the goblins who lacked formation and were about to rush forward and took a look. Fallen werewolf, level 8, comprehensive combat power 24. Note: non-affiliated creature unable to obtain detailed intelligence. With a comprehensive combat power of 24, Jiang Yan was relieved. Not too strong. He slightly adjusted the positions of the goblins before issuing the attack command. These were precious talents with advanced skills. They couldn't die in vain, mainly because the combat power of the goblins was indeed too weak. If he had chosen the Flame Dragon or the Thunder Titan as the initial kin, any one of them could easily annihilate the werewolves. Fortunately, these trial monsters with the prefix fallen typically had low intelligence. Bang bang bang! The weak aura of the goblins did not trigger the werewolf's instinctive defenses. By the time it reacted, Ferox had already hit its body. These were goblins with sublimated skills. A line of small text appeared on the Myriad Worlds War interface. Fair trade skill triggered, acquired item werewolves treasured. Magic gem *1 inch lost item stone *1, fair trade skill triggered, acquired item werewolf's buried pork leg bone *1 lost item stone *1. As the fair trade skill was triggered, an item was acquired. The Jackalman's hunting hand crossbow with the loss of a goblin's dropped nail cap *1. The Jackalman, his face a mess of blood and flesh, instantly flew into a rage, raising his left hand crossbow ready to fire. He seemed to already envision these weak green-skinned monkeys writhing in agony under the poison. He. With a ferocious smile, the Jackalman was about to pull the trigger. Something felt off. Suddenly he realized that the texture in his hand was amiss. Looking down, he noticed that his hand crossbow had somehow turned into a muddy nail cap. The Jackalman was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Where's my hand crossbow? On the other side, the goblins weren't idling. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a second round of attacks. First stone struck the Jackalman, followed by an exchange of items. A goblin braving to wielding a wooden club stealthily approached from the side and swung a heavy blow. Under the relentless assault, the Jackalman, deprived of his hand crossbow, had no means to fight back and was soon beaten to the brink of death. A stone-throwing goblin trotted over triumphantly, offering the plundered hand crossbow to Jiang Yan. The poison hunter's hand crossbow, quality exquisite, rating 17, special effect, automatically reloads a poisoned arrow every 30 seconds. After pondering, Jiang Yan handed the hand crossbow to a goblin who had enhanced the skill of killing for profit. Having drained the enemy of value, a vividly green poisoned arrow struck the enemy's throat precisely. Immediately a notification appeared. On the war interface of Myriad Realms, you have killed a corrupted Jackalman, gaining a soul crystal *1, killing for profit skill activated. You have discovered the Jackalman's treasure trove. A special route appeared on the virtual map with the endpoint near a swamp. Jiang Yan promptly directed 2 goblins to excavate the site. Soon a somewhat decayed wooden treasure chest was brought over. Upon opening, it contained only some familiar stones. It seems the speculation was correct. Jiang Yan mused thoughtfully. Any items belonging to the enemy, whether carried or not, fall within the range of fair trade plunder. Clearly, in the recent battle, the Jackalman's buried treasure had already been traded away. Considering this, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. The background introduction mentioned that the corrupted Light Dragon King, overly fond of treasures, was tempted by demons. Setting aside factional issues, undoubtedly it was wealthy. Although the Diamond Tier Light Dragon King's combat power rivaled that of a demigod human, it was not a deity and was not exempt from the rules of fair trade. If he could plunder the dragon's treasure, the odds of victory would greatly increase. With this in mind, Jiang Yan opened the virtual map. At this moment, the entire island had been essentially fully explored, with only a pitch-black area within 10 kilometers of the central mountain range left. As expected, the island's resources were extremely scarce. Even the monsters available for killing were few and far between. All combined, they were worth less than 100 soul crystals. Additionally, an exploratory team from the southeast brought Jiang Yan an important message. The icon of a hypertemporal temporary merchant blinked incessantly on the map. So early already, Jiang Yan was slightly taken aback. In his memory, the anger of the Bronze Dragon King of the difficult level would only appear on the 7th day. But in the end, it was a good thing. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan used the Myriad Worlds war system to order the goblin squads that had completed their scouting missions to return and explore the central mountains. He himself planned to first check out the merchant's goods. The mission was clear. The island was depleted of resources and training even a bronze-level warrior would be difficult. The only possible breakthrough lay with the hyperspace merchant and the Holy Dragon King himself. Hopefully, the merchant would have some good items. Otherwise, they might as well wait for doom, Jiang Yan muttered to himself. After trekking for over 3 hours, the group reached their destination. Along the way, they also took care of a demonic muscle rabbit. Although it was poor, the meat was delicious, so it wasn't a complete waste of effort. About 300 meters from the main troop, in a dilapidated gazebo, sat a red-nosed old man about a meter tall, holding a large sack in his left hand and a jug of wine in his right, drinking merrily. Rogue merchant, saint of thieves, Guara. Avatar, race, goblin, level, demigod, comprehensive combat power, unknown, stop. Jiang Yan signaled the accompanying goblin squad to stand by and put on a smile as he Approached, sensing Jiang Yan's approach, the red-nosed old man perked up and turned around, sniffing vigorously. Oh, the scent of a low-grade beast, empty pockets. The old man's face showed a hint of contempt as he summed up, a pauper. Jiang Yan paused, his smile freezing. Do the merchants in myriad worlds also size up their customers? It is known that fortunes can change. With his thoughts racing, Jiang Yan weighed the combat strengths of both sides and decided to honor the Federation's traditional virtues, respect the elderly and love the young, letting the other party off the hook. His face broke into a smile again. The gentleman is right, I am new here. May I have the honor of being enlightened? Oh, the red-nosed old man looked at Jiang Yan, somewhat surprised. Although he's a pauper, he's quite polite. Well, according to the trading laws of myriad worlds, let me enlighten you. The old man casually snapped his fingers and a list appeared before Jiang Yan. Item number 1. Sealed Heart of an Angel, price, 800,000 soul crystals, description, can expend resources to unseal an angel of unknown level, special note, this item may only appear in beginner trials. Item number 2. Fallen Bow, quality, legendary, price, 500,000 soul crystals, item number 3. Mercenary Contract, Great Sword Warrior, price, 350,000 soul crystals, description, can permanently recruit 12 elite gold-level warriors to serve you, item number 99, Junior Promotion Scroll, price, 3,000 soul crystals, description, extremely low probability of causing a benign mutation in a lower-tier kin, good lord. No wonder the information from his past life described those who participated in the instance as describing it as extremely expensive. The cheapest item costs 3,000 soul crystals, Jiang Yan frowned, not to mention that resources in the Dominion level instance had been severely weakened even under the conditions of his past life. In a difficult level instance, mining at full capacity for 10 days without spending a penny could barely scrape together enough for the cheapest item. What a rip-off! But then again, there really were a lot of good items. In his past life as a god-level powerhouse, the weapon he used was merely of perfect grade, but in the end this was still a good thing. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan used the Myriad Realms war system to command the goblin squad that had completed their reconnaissance mission to return and explore the Central Mountains. He planned to first check the merchants' goods. The mission was clear, resources on the island were scarce and training even a bronze-level warrior was a formidable challenge. The only possible breakthroughs were the hyperspace merchants and the Holy Dragon King himself. Hopefully, the merchant would have some good items, otherwise they might just be sitting ducks. Jiang Yan muttered to himself. After more than 3 hours of trekking, the group arrived at their destination. Along the way they dealt with a demonized muscle rabbit. Although barren, the meat was delicious, so it wasn't a complete waste of effort. Sitting in a dilapidated gazebo about 300 meters from the main force was an old man with a red nose about 1 meter tall, holding a large bag in his left hand and a jug of wine in his right, drinking merrily. Rogue merchant thief Saint Guevara. Incarnation, race, goblin, level, demigod, overall combat power, unknown. Stop. Jiang Yan signaled the accompanying goblin squad to stand by and approached with a smile. Sensing Jiang Yan's approach, the red-nosed old man perked up, turned around and sniffed vigorously. Oh, the scent of a low-level beast, empty pockets. The old man's face showed a trace of contempt as he concluded, a pauper. Jiang Yan paused, his smile freezing. Do merchants in the myriad realms also size up their customers? As everyone knows, fate can change. In a swift shift of thoughts, Jiang Yan weighed the combat power of both sides and decided to honor the Federation's traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young, letting the other party go. His smile reappeared. You are right, sir, I am new here. May I have the honor of being enlightened by you? Oh, the red-nosed old man looked at Jiang Yan, somewhat surprised. Though he was a pauper, he was quite polite. Well, according to the Myriad Realms trading laws, let me enlighten you. The old man casually snapped his fingers and a list appeared in front of Jiang Yan. Item number 1, Sealed Angel's Heart, price, 800,000 soul crystals, description, can consume resources to unseal an angel of unknown level, special note, this item only appears in beginner trials. Item number 2, Bow of Corruption, quality, legendary, price, 500,000 soul crystals. Item number 3, Mercenary Contract, Great Sword Warrior, price, 350000. Soul crystals. Description, permanently recruit 12 elite gold-level warriors to serve you. Item number 99, Junior Promotion Scroll, price, 3,000 soul crystals. Description: very low probability of causing benign mutations in low-ranking kin. My goodness, no wonder the information from his previous life described those who participated in the instance as extremely costly. The cheapest item costs 3,000 soul crystals. Jiang Yan frowned, not to mention that resources in the Lord level instance were greatly reduced. And in a difficult level instance from his previous life, even if he mined non-stop for 10 days without spending a penny, he could hardly save enough for the cheapest item. What extortion! But then again, there were indeed many good items. In his previous life as a god-level powerhouse, the weapon he used was only of perfect quality. As soon as these words were spoken, the goblins in the audience immediately became excited and cheered loudly, "Long live the deity," in the central mountains. Yabarik, the once glorious light dragon king, lay on a large clearing basking in the rare afternoon sun. This was one of his few moments of freedom. Usually, this realm was frozen in time, only awakening when the chosen ones from other worlds came for their trials. Thus he was quite busy now. A letter written in dragon script broke through the space and flew before him. The letter read, "Dear Yabarik, my father wants me to marry an elder of the Earth Dragon tribe, but you know it is you whom I truly love. If you are willing to marry me, please reply soon, and I will have endless courage to resist and wait for you, otherwise." Immediately Yabarik opened Dragon Chat, a communication tool created by a mighty dragon for their kind. "Of course, my dear, since meeting you I've lost the ability to fall in love with anyone else. I am very willing to marry you." After reviewing his heartfelt confession several times, Yabarik satisfiedly hit send. A large red exclamation mark appeared. "Ding, message failed, you have been blocked." Oh no, Yabarik realized that the message was already over a year old. Due to the extremely low frequency of supreme-level trials, other trial realms would have been unsealed 5 or 6 times before this one was unsealed even once. The frozen time was too long, causing him to miss the reply from his beloved. Raising a claw to wipe away 2 dragon tears, there was no time for sorrow as another letter crashed down from the sky. It was a message from that beautiful female of the purple dragon tribe. The 2 dragons had met through the Shake feature on Dragon Chat and had been hotly corresponding ever since. Recently Yabarik had suggested they meet in person. She had asked to see his holographic image first, swearing she only wanted to see what her beloved looked like and that she wasn't shallow. Loving him regardless of his appearance. Could it be that the female had agreed to meet? Yabarik's heart surged, completely casting aside the slight sorrow from before, and he opened the letter. "I'm sorry, you're too ugly, do not contact me anymore." No, a roar echoed through the mountains, and the powerful magic of dragon language blasted the surrounding rocks to smithereens. After a while, Yabarik calmed down, looking over himself. His gray-white body, especially his claws, had been corroded to a deep black, far from the handsome sparkling dragon he once was. It was all those treasures that caused him to fall into this ugly state. But Yabarik looked at his treasure trove filled with dazzling, enchanting items. How could any mother dragon compare to them? Greedily sniffing the scent of wealth, it took him a long while to come back to his senses, carefully placing the treasure trove, protected by 108 dragon magic spells, back into his internal space. He felt his mood improving instantly, his mind once again filled with many sweet nothings eager to be expressed. Who should he favor next? Yabarik once again opened Dragon Chat, checking the remarks of his online friends. Spare tire number 3, Feathered Dragon Clan, 3,781 years old, youthful voice, beautiful scales. Spare tire number 5, White Dragon Clan, 2,672 years old, easily deceived. Goddess number 11, Inch Black Dragon Clan, 16,581 years old, wealthy. Jaberlick's eyes lit up. That's right, ordinary mother dragons only affect the speed at which he collects treasures, but a wealthy dragon won't. She will bring me more treasures. He immediately opened his communicator to start composing. My dear, today is the day I awakened. In the 15 frozen months, 456.25 days and 39,420,000 seconds, I have been constantly thinking of you. Just as Jaberlick was writing fervently, it suddenly felt as if a mosquito had bitten his head, then another bite, many more followed. Damn, what is this? Jaberlick raised his head angrily, only to see a few weak ant-like goblins nearby enthusiastically throwing stones at him from outside a barrier. He was momentarily stunned. Time rewound a half an hour earlier. Under Jiangyan's mobilization, more than 700 goblins swarmed out. The formation centered around 69 goblins skilled in fair trade, while the rest were loaded with stones as mobile ammunition depots, possibly deterred by the reputation of the Holy Dragon King. There were no demons within the central mountains, making it exceptionally safe. Soon the group approached the sealed area. Just then a loud dragon cry echoed through the heavens and a massive elemental fluctuation emerged, instantly leveling a mountain peak thousands of meters high. Jiang Yan was startled. No wonder the background introduction stated that this dragon was often in a highly irritable state. It indeed seems seriously ill. Fortunately, he could only show off within the barrier, and no matter how fierce, he couldn't hurt himself. But these goblins. Jiang Yan looked back, yet to his surprise they were not scared at all, but instead jumped excitedly and yelled towards the direction of the mountain's destruction. Roar, what a powerful evil dragon, it must have many treasures. Yes, yes, we are now blessed by the gods, it cannot harm us, the treasures belong to the goblins. Watching the babbling goblins, Jiang Yan felt relieved. The power of faith was indeed strong, able to offset the innate fear lower beings had towards superior creatures. And the barrier blocking the aftermath of the dragon magic made these goblins believe it was a miracle, making them even more devout. This was good. Jiang Yan nodded to himself. He had been worried that these fellows might be too scared to confront the Holy Dragon King. Maintain formation, continue the mission. At his command, the troops moved forward quickly, arriving at the location of the Holy Dragon King. Separated by a semi-transparent barrier, they were less than 500 meters apart. Jiang Yan curiously looked over. The fallen Holy Dragon King, rank, legendary, level, Diamond X, overall combat power, 48762+, note. Non-affiliated creature unable to obtain detailed information, nearly 50,000 combat power. Jiang Yan took a sharp breath. This was not inferior to his strength at the peak of his demigod status in his previous life, truly a legendary creature. However, what surprised him was that at such a close distance, the other party had no reaction, instead continuously muttering to the void with its dragon head raised. Has he gone mad? Of course, Jiang Yan wouldn't miss this once in a lifetime opportunity. He immediately ordered the 69 goblins to spread out and attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of stones of various sizes tore through the air. The barrier did not stop attacks from the outside world. However, most of these stones either fell midway or missed their target. Indeed, they couldn't even hit a target hundreds of meters long. Only one stone hit the dragon's head precisely. Jiang Yan couldn't bother to criticize the goblin's combat effectiveness as he kept his eyes glued to the realm's war interface. The delightful characters arrived as expected. Hit the fallen light Holy Dragon King. Fair trade skill triggered. Item gained. Dragon slaying greatsword *1 item lost. Stone *1, a nearly 2 meter long fine steel greatsword awkwardly appeared in a basket on the back of a stone throwing goblin. The sharp blade instantly pierced through the basket, and along with the scattered stones it overwhelmed the goblin, causing it to shriek in panic. Seeing this, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally settling down. He walked over and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pulling hard. The greatsword didn't budge. It was then he remembered that his current combat power was even less than a goblin's. Jiang Yan's face darkened as he silently commanded the sword into his temporary storage space, a charged service provided by realms, costing 1 soul crystal per hour. It was a rip-off, but necessary, as he didn't want rumors spreading about a god who couldn't lift a sword, as it would shake the faith of his followers. Locking his consciousness on the long sword in the space, its details flooded into his mind. Dragon-slaying greatsword, grade, excellent, enchantments, sharpness, armor-piercing, overall rating, 387, history. This was the sword of a young man poisoned by the hero's biography who fancied taming the mighty light Holy Dragon King Yavarik. He was killed by a spit from the dragon and the sword became one of the dragon's collectibles. Excellent grade. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. In realms, items were classified into 8 levels: common, fine, superior, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, and artifact, and it was rumored there was an even higher dominator level, though no one had seen it. In his previous life, he only obtained a set of perfect grade equipment with federal financial support after ascending to godhood. An excellent grade item was already quite rare, and if put in the realm's trade center it could sell for at least 2,000 soul crystals. Unfortunately, during the novice trial period, these functions were not available and he had to settle for turning it cheaply at the conversion altar. It must be said, this dragon was indeed wealthy. Continue the attack, don't stop. Jiang Yan looked at the Dragon King like looking at a huge mountain of gold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the rain of stones attacked once again. Fair trade skill triggered. Item gained. Gold coin *1 item lost. Stone *1, fair trade skill triggered. Item gained. Song of Courage item lost. Stone *1, the war interface information scrolled madly, mostly gold coins with only occasionally a high value treasure obtained. However, Jiang Yan was not in a hurry, collecting the rare treasures and directly awarding the gold coins to his subordinates. This motivated the goblins even more. Finally, the mighty light holy dragon king Yabarik realized something was wrong and snapped out of his indulgence in writing greasy love letters. "Damn it, you lowly ants, how dare you offend the great holy dragon king Yabarik!" With a roar, the dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, exuding a powerful dragon's might. The goblins instinctively took a step back, but soon realized that the dragon's might had no effect on them and they became excited, grabbing stones and hoarsely shouting, "Listen, you disgusting vermin!" Whoosh! Yabarik hadn't finished speaking when a hail of stones came flying towards him. They didn't cause any harm, but that wasn't the point. If other dragons knew that the mighty light holy dragon king was hit by goblins, the weakest of creatures, it would be a disgrace he could never live down. Enough, Yabarik roared in anger, lifting a claw to retrieve a pitch-black scroll from his treasury suspended in front of him. Even through the barrier, one could feel the soul shuddering power emanating from it. "See this? This is the legendary scroll from the undead realm Hell's Bone Sea, capable of dragging your souls into the undead realm to suffer for 10,000 years. You wretched scum dare to challenge my authority again, and once the barrier is gone I will drag you all into the..." Whoosh! In a moment of nervousness, a goblin threw the stone in its hand. It hit the fallen light holy dragon king, triggering the fair trade skill item gained. Hell's Bone Sea Scroll *1 item lost. Stone *1. The black scroll appeared in the goblin's hand while the original scroll turned into an irregular stone. Yabarik looked at the stone in front of him, then at the scroll in the goblin's hand, blinking hard. "Blinked again, my Hell's Bone Sea, give it back!" A piercing scream echoed through the mountains. "Wait!" The wailing dragon paused, suddenly noticing that the goblins around seemed to be holding some familiar items. "That's the Staff of Winds, Dawn Armor, and my treasured full set of Dragon Island Love photo collection. How could this be?" A flash of panic crossed Yabarik's enormous dragon eyes. He even forgot to flap his wings, frantically checking his own treasury. "No, you damned thieves! This can't be. My 108 protective spells were all intact." Ah! Driven to extreme anger, the Dragon King lost his sanity, spiraling high into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura, chanting an acceleration spell and fiercely plunging towards the goblin army. It was foreseeable that this strike would be earth-shattering, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Bang! A loud noise. The powerful Dragon King slammed headfirst into the barrier, unable to help crying out in pain. This hit was too painful even for a dragon's body, seeing stars and weakly falling to the ground, sprawling on the surface. What an opportunity! Seeing this, Jiang Yan was overjoyed and quickly ordered a full attack. At this moment, the closest goblin was only 200 meters away, and nearly every stone hit the huge dragon body accurately. Fair trade skill triggered. Fair trade skill triggered. The war interface's prompts were rolling almost at a rate of 1 per second, with a small mountain of various treasures and coins almost piling up. What a good person! Jiang Yan silently gave a nod of approval in his heart. The other party not only amassed a vast treasure for him but also feared that he might rush in unprepared. Such selfless behavior solely for the benefit of others can only be described in 6 words. Great, no need for more words. The feast lasted for over 3 hours, and only when not a single gold coin could be looted from the opponent did Jiang Yan reluctantly lead his goblin army away. In his spare time he glanced at the clan panel and discovered that the faith level of a few goblins had evolved from respect to fanaticism, significantly increasing the power of faith they provided. Tisk, indeed, wealth moves hearts, for wealth is the greatest faith. However, it was somewhat regrettable. The goblins' potential for combat was too low, destined to be replaced after the trial ended, and just as Jiang Yan and the goblin silhouettes completely vanished, Yabarik slowly opened his eyes and soared into the sky. His gaze was long and serene, showing not a hint of annoyance. This examiner seemed to possess a special skill, having paid such a great price. Perhaps his indiscernible murmur dissipated in the breeze. On the other side, in the dilapidated base, the goblins, returning full-handed, couldn't help but jump into a peculiar dance on the spot, while Jiang Yan repeatedly perused the battlefield records, silently reflecting on the gains and losses. It was a habit he developed at the academy to debrief after every virtual combat. Everything seemed too smooth, the central mountains covering a 10-kilometer radius, and yet the dragon appeared just at the edge closest to the barrier. It could have flown deeper to avoid the goblin's attack. Jiang Yan frowned. The dragon was too accommodating, rendering some of his preparations useless. Could it be that creatures corrupted by demonic energy lose all intelligence? But fortunately, the outcome was entirely in his favor, no matter they schemes, as long as one's strength was sufficient, breaking through was easy. Just like in his previous life, before his downfall, he and several colleagues counterattacked in desperate situations, designing traps to kill numerous Abyss infected, almost reversing the dire situation until the high-level Abyss demon appeared sweeping through the battlefield. A slap shattered the divine nation, a stomp crushed the military array, utterly crushing all hope. Every time he thought about it, it brought despair. Jiang Yan sighed deep in his heart and walked to the conversion altar. A heap of rare treasures poured out from the temporary storage space. Initiate conversion. With a low shout, the runes on the entire altar flickered, rapidly operating. The conversion of the dragon-slaying greatsword was successful, obtaining 1872 soul crystals. The conversion of the exquisite enchanted leather armor was successful, obtaining 367 soul crystals. The conversion of the dagger, pursuer of the wind's sorrow, was successful, obtaining 1271 soul crystals. As the soul crystal count on the resource screen continued to rise, but Jiang Yan's heart felt as if it were bleeding. Too dark, it was simply too dark. Jiang Yan couldn't help but mutter repeatedly. Even the least valuable of these treasures were of excellent grade, conservatively estimated to fetch 3 million soul crystals on the inter-realm trading platform, but the altar's conversion process had skimmed off 2/3, leaving a total of only 1.02 million soul crystals. Calm down, Jiang Yan took a deep breath. 1 million soul crystals was still a significant fortune. He had never heard of anyone acquiring such an amount in a novice instance. No, not even 100,000 have ever reached that. Now he finally had enough money to exchange for treasures from the hyperdimensional merchant. However, as the sky was getting dark and although the island's monsters were mostly cleared, it was still wise to be cautious. He immediately called out, "Gobard, what does the Great Spirit command?" The goblin chieftain who was attending nearby immediately came forward and knelt down. "Select 50 brave warriors and come with me to the southeast corner, as per your will." The goblin chieftain crawled backwards for a distance, then got up and went to make arrangements. Soon a relatively strong group of goblin warriors was assembled. Under their escort, they smoothly made their way to the hyperdimensional merchant. This time, the red-nosed old man noticed them as soon as they arrived, sniffing vigorously. A smile spread across his face, smoothing out his wrinkles. "Well, I was wondering why the drink tasted especially good today. Turns out we have distinguished guests." Jiang Yan was startled as he approached. When had the old man become so enthusiastic? He remembered the disdain on the old man's face the last time he visited. Oh, that's right, he had money now. Realizing this, Jiang Yan straightened his back, his tone casual. "Here to buy some things, give me the list." At this, the old man's smile grew even warmer, and with a wave of his hand, a holographic virtual image appeared in front of him. "My young friend, how could someone as noble as you make do with a mere list?" One by one, the item phantoms floated in the air, identical to the real things, capable of 360-degree rotation, and some equipment could even be projected onto the body for a trial fitting. Comparing the treatment he received now to before, the old man was being starkly realistic. Jiang Yan reflected internally. Scholars in his previous life had theorized that although all realms seemed like a large-scale game, the characters and the world within it seemed to be truly existent. Some speculated that the world's laws had remanifested civilizations and creatures that had once been destroyed. Now, it seemed not impossible. However, all these had nothing to do with him at the moment. The most important thing was to choose a suitable treasure. 1 million soul crystals seemed a lot, but they couldn't buy many items. Jiang Yan's gaze shifted between the sealed angel's heart and the mercenary contract. Great Sword Warrior. He had seen the Great Sword Warrior in his previous life, a very powerful mid to high tier human troop equipped with skills like shield wall, heavy strike, and recovery. Utilizing the utmost refinement to advance, he was almost certain that 12 golden level Great Sword Warriors together could hold off even the bright Holy Dragon King until the barrier was restored. As for the other item, though random judging from the price, even the weakest angel should be stronger than the Great Sword Warrior. "I want to purchase the sealed angel's heart." Jiang Yan pondered for a long while, finally making up his mind. This item was unheard of, not even discussed in the forums of all realms. This in itself represented a kind of value, especially its price, 800,000 soul crystals, which would not have been achievable in the novice trials if not for the benevolent dragon king. "Young man, you have an eye for treasures." This is indeed a gem. I managed to rescue it when a higher plane was breached by the abyss. If it were sold outside, its price would at least increase 1,000-fold. As the substantial amount of soul crystals was credited, the red-nosed old man's spirits soared. He downed 2 shots of strong liquor and let slip a few secrets. Oh, could the gentleman elaborate? Jiang Yen smoothly handed over a large handful of soul crystals to the old man, without a change in expression. Although he was a deity in his previous life, to put it plainly, he was like the chief of a remote village in a small country, somewhat knowledgeable but not extensively so. Acquiring some secrets would be immensely beneficial both for himself and for the Federation. Weighing the soul crystals in his hand, the red-nosed old man smiled contentedly and said, "Well then, since you seem quite decent, I'll tell you a bit. This also counts as a product description, so don't accuse me of breaking the rules." The latter part of his statement was clearly directed at some other presence. 1 moment passed, then 2, 3. There was no response from the void. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "This heart of an angel comes from a powerful native plane. It was initially lifeless, but the deities there pulled the plane's power to revive it. However, at the last moment, they were invaded by the abyss and none, including the deities, escaped." The old man suddenly seemed to take pleasure in their misfortune, chuckling. "They tried to pry into the supreme power sealed since the ancient times, yet they couldn't withstand the corresponding calamity. Who told them to refuse? They..." Boom! At that moment a thunderclap suddenly erupted in the void. The red-nosed old man immediately fell silent, his expression turning frantic. "What does corresponding calamity mean?" Jiang Yen pressed on. It wasn't that he was being insensitive, but it seemed that this heart of an angel still harbored hidden dangers that needed to be clarified. "That's a secret. Anyway, it doesn't affect you chosen ones," the old man said cautiously, soon growing impatient. "All right, lad, curiosity time is over. Cash on delivery." Jiang Yen nodded, no longer speaking. After paying 800,000 soul crystals, the old man pulled out a fist-sized crystal emitting a milky white glow from the huge bag behind him. "Need anything else?" "Not for now." Jiang Yen declined as he took the crystal. He looked at it in his hand. The sealed heart of an angel. Category: forgotten divine object. Description: perhaps consuming 20,000 units of faith power might summon an angel of random rank. 20,000 units of faith power. That was much higher than he expected, and what did this perhaps mean? As Jiang Yen beckoned the goblin guard to return, he glanced at the resources interface. Current faith power reserve: 587. Faithful followers with a level of zeal could provide a certain amount of faith power daily, but the quantity was variable. This was understandable, as human hearts are the least controllable. Even a devout follower might slide in their thoughts if their prayers remained unanswered over a long period, affecting the output of faith power. Only the highest rank of followers could provide stable faith power. Currently, these 700 or so goblins could supply about 200 points daily, with the majority provided by a few at the level of zeal. Jiang Yan's face showed resignation. The old man had really shortchanged him by withholding such crucial information. Luckily, he had been cautious and hadn't exchanged for other treasures. Otherwise, even if he had gathered the full 800,000 soul crystals, summoning an angel would still be out of reach. If I'm not mistaken, the conversion ratio at the altar is 10 soul crystals for 1 unit of faith power, which is incredibly high. Additionally, the words of the transdimensional merchant left him somewhat concerned. The powerful beings in these trials, although restricted by the realm's rules, seemed to still possess considerable freedom. It was unclear whether this was specific to the Dominion-level replicas or if there were other reasons. The secrets he inadvertently revealed, including the native planes, the ancient times, and the cycles of calamity, were all things unheard of in his past life. After all, the Origin Star Federation joined the realms not too long ago, and much of the intelligence had been blocked by advanced civilizations. Looking back, the actions of the previous Star Empire were very strange. On one hand, they were constantly looking for subordinate civilizations to help resist the invasion of the Abyss, while on the other hand, they blocked information about the realms to prevent others from becoming stronger. They even deliberately delayed support, leading to the Federation's demise. What benefit did this bring them? Ha ha ha. His train of thought was interrupted by a burst of noise. Looking up, he realized he had unknowingly walked back to the base. The goblins, still in the midst of their revelry, were throwing around the gold coins they had plundered, dancing around the fire. If it weren't for the fact that all the monsters on the island had been cleared, such behavior would have been unnoticed by the abyss creatures in a real battlefield scenario. Jiang Yen sighed and did not stop them. This was the nature of the goblin race, hard to train into a disciplined army. Many people would rather choose the weakest slimes than opt for goblins as their race. He himself planned to replace them after the replica ended, which was a pity for the powerful skill of fair trade. Passing through the celebrating goblins, Jiang Yan walked back to the conversion altar. Convert to faith power. Nearly 200,000 soul crystals vanished in an instant and the altar began to operate again. Soon, the faith power reserves on the resource interface turned into a neat 20,000. Jiang Yan took out the heart of an angel and took a deep breath. Summon. A milky white crystal flew into the void and dazzling light shot out from inside out. The surface of the crystal showed fine cracks until it completely shattered. A resplendent and radiant gateway phantom slowly emerged and a figure could be seen walking out from it. As the light faded, a stunningly beautiful girl about 1.7 meters tall appeared in front of Jiang Yan. She had a slender figure holding a pale gold sword. Her hair flowing down to her waist, her eyes pure and holy, and 3 pairs of white wings gently flapping behind her. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, the girl subdued her aura, knelt on one knee, and said with a devout expression, "Holy Master, thank you for granting me rebirth." At the same time, related data emerged in Jiang Yan's mind. Analia tier, unique, profession, 6-winged divine art angel, level, golden tier 10, faith level, blind, right or wrong, everything you do is correct. Skills, flame judgment, grand prophecy, heaven's gate, holy light, divine arts, overall rating, 99999, special note. This is an extremely powerful being among the angels, limited by your weakness. Her power remains at the peak of golden. Please mind your dignity and strive to become stronger. Jiang Yan was stunned. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such an abnormal attribute. A combat power rating of 100,000 at just the golden tier 10 level was nearly comparable to his power when he was a deity. This was something that shouldn't appear in a novice trial, no, not even in the first 10 levels of the abyss, unless connecting all the smooth progress up until now. Jiang Yan suddenly thought of a possibility, the luck of the worlds. This was a piece of gossip he had once heard in his previous life. It was said that everyone has a hidden attribute upon entering their luck value. Some individuals with heaven-defying luck values receive various preferential treatments in the realms. For example, the Federation martial god Du Changkong. He drew the brave earth level of the Battle of Chongping, and although he ultimately failed, he won the appreciation of the replica boss, Bai Qi. Bai Qi not only gifted him a special profession selection card but also passed on a unique skill. As a result, Du Changkong stepped into the realm of deities within just a few years, his strength far surpassing his peers. It was also said that some powerful civilizations, on the eve of their elite descendants entering the realms, would calculate fortunes and cast spells to change them. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, he had become one of them. No, it wasn't just luck, he was also cheating. Jiang Yan suddenly thought of the anomaly that occurred during login manual mode. The realms actually had a bug. Jiang Yan chuckled, no longer dwelling on it, as many things were beyond his current strength to delve into. He turned his gaze towards the 6-winged angel before him. "Rise, why do you call me Holy Master?" Before the fall of heaven, the Holy Master had said, "When the realm of the present emerges, the youth who comes riding the dragon's might is the new Holy Master." Analia spoke softly. "It seems that this is the background bestowed by the realms." Jiang Yan thought pensively. "Can you tell me about heaven?" he asked. "Of course, Holy Master," Analia replied devoutly. Heaven was once one of the strongest forces in the myriad worlds under the Holy Master, divided into 4 archangels, 12 fiery angels, and 36 angel legions, each legion composed of 3 million angels of various professions. The archangels possess the strength of the highest gods. The fiery angels have the strength of main gods, and the angel legions range from lower to upper gods. Jiang Yan paused for a moment. The background implanted by the realms generally does not err, which suggests that, most likely in the already destroyed ancient epic, the so-called heaven truly was that powerful. With such strength, why had I never heard of you before? Jiang Yan curiously asked. Logically, with the strength of the angels, they should not have been unheard of in the realms, unless no one had ever obtained them? Holy Master, heaven governs faith and destiny. Everything is arranged as it should be. Before you appeared, no one was favored by destiny, Analia said with a slight smile. Just like that world which obtained the sealed heart of the angel, spending nearly 300 billion units of faith power, and was about to awaken me, yet failed at the last moment. They attempted to glimpse a power beyond their grasp, and destiny mocked them. So everything is arranged by destiny. Jiang Yan suddenly pointed to a drooling goblin below. What if destiny intended for it to become the Holy Master? Impossible, Analea declared without hesitation. The previous Holy Lord was obsessed with appearances. What a sufficient reason. Jiang Yan fell silent. My lord, you need not worry. Analea's voice softened. The prophecy of the previous Holy Lord only holds until this moment, because now you are the sole faith. From now on fate will follow your arrangements. We too will stand behind you ready to fight for you. Jiang Yan looked at the powerful and devout six-winged angel before him, and he was reminded of the scenes from his past life where the divine kingdom was shattered and the Federation fell. He was momentarily confused, unsure whether this was a backstory implantation of the realms or if there really was such a powerful existence capable of transcending timelines to make all this happen. After all, their understanding of the realms was too limited, their few conclusions merely baseless speculations. Jiang Yan decided not to dwell on it, probing further. Since you say I am the Holy Lord, how then shall I summon other angels? Analea nodded slightly. I was just about to report this to you. You need to forge a pact with us to accept our allegiance. Forge a pact? Jiang Yan wondered, about to inquire further. The other party knelt on one knee again, their expressions solemn, hands raised, holding a slightly smaller angel heart above, radiating light continuously. A prompt from the realms echoed in his mind. Announcer of a powerful civilization from forgotten myths, the awakened seraph Analea requests to forge a subservient pact with you to become part of your kin. Do you agree? A special note: after the pact is forged, your initial kin upon completing the replica will permanently be of the angelic kind, unique level, and cannot be changed. Agree? Jiang Yan's pupils constricted, confirming without hesitation. He had never imagined that a randomly purchased item from an interdimensional merchant would not only summon a powerful six-winged angel but also come with a unique level kin, considering that even after clearing a Dominion-level replica one could only choose to keep or randomly draw from legendary mythical level kin. There was absolutely no reason to refuse. The pact was successfully forged and would take effect after you pass through the replica of the corrupted Light Dragon King, Dominion level. With the loyalty of the angelic kind, you have learned the true properties of the sealed angel heart. Jiang Yan took the angel heart, glancing at it subconsciously. Fate's decree of the Light Lord. Rank: unique. Category: gem inlay. Effect: display after inlay. Detachable effects vary with different equipment. Special note: the awakener of this item is the new Light Lord. Jiang Yan was momentarily dazed, staring at the record panel of the realms, blinking hard. There was no change. Unique level kin, a unique level inlay gem, and a powerful six-winged angel. As long as he cleared the replica and became the official lord, he would obtain all this. This was a perfect start, far surpassing his previous life. The only obstacle now was the attack of the Light Dragon King in a few days. Despite the dragon's previous pitiful performance, there was no doubt it was immensely powerful. Analea, that place has a diamond-tier legendary dragon sealed. Can you defeat it? Jiang Yan looked towards the kneeling girl and gently raised his hand, signaling her to stand up. Although his power far surpassed hers, fighting her wasn't as simple as it seemed. For instance, a legendary mage with a combat power of 100,000 could still have a 0.001% chance of defeat under the sneak attack of an assassin with 10,000 combat power. It was not entirely stable. Analea followed Jiang Yan's gaze. Her calm eyes shimmered as if piercing through the night and over the hills. Of course, Holy Master, where your will points our swords aim, she said. As the 10th day came to a close, Jiang Yan stood at the entrance of the fortress, gazing at the dying embers in the sky. He did nothing superfluous. Whether it was the giant dragon or the six-winged angel, their power exceeded this phase by far too much. Any strategy was meaningless in the face of absolute power. At this point he felt that the Lord-level instances tested luck rather than strength, unlike the hard-level challenges of his previous life which tested power more. Perhaps the will of the myriad realms thought that becoming a normal strong person only required effort, but becoming the strongest needed a bit of luck. Holy Master, you need not worry. A dragon that has forsaken its faith and fallen should be judged, and I will not let it disturb you. Analea, folding her wings, stood behind Jiang Yan and confidently stated, I trust you completely, Jiang Yan said with a helpless expression, not worried about failing the trial. He looked at the myriad realms record interface. Activate skill to the fullest. Triggering of the ultimate effect failed. Opponent's skill is already at the highest level. The sublimation effect failed. Angelic skills are unique and irreplaceable. After using the skill, Jiang Yan realized how powerful the angelic girl was. All her skills were uniquely maxed out. A stupid dragon that could knock itself out was no match for her. However, after spending a few days together, he realized she took things too seriously. She believed all beings should devoutly worship the great holy master of light. Those who didn't were heretics. Over 700 goblins had been driven out of the base. In her words, those who behaved improperly in front of the holy master and lacked devout faith should be sent to the third-star prison to undergo 27 torturous reforms. Then she materialized the phantom of the prison's tortures. The goblins, terrified, fled without even picking up the gold coins they dropped. Even a range of mountains in front of the base had been leveled. Nothing should obstruct the holy master's view. Jiang Yan had to spend a whole day tempering her impulsive nature. Times had changed. Now, they were just a human youth with less combat power than a goblin and a six-winged angel far from her peak. They couldn't be so high profile. As the last traces of the sunset faded, a loud dragon's roar resounded from the distant mountains, growing louder and capturing the soul. The prompt from myriad realms timely sounded. The ceiling barrier has disappeared. The fallen holy dragon king has locked onto your position. Strive to survive until the barrier is restored. It sounded urgent and angry. Jiang Yan chuckled. Analia, with a cold, murderous look in her eyes, stepped forward and bowed. "My lord, allow me to eliminate the heretics," Analia requested, her voice echoing with divine resolve. "Go then and show me the might of the angels." Jiang Yan nodded in approval. "Following your will," Analia responded, as she spread her 6 wings. Specks of white light scattered, illuminating the surrounding darkness and dispersing the oppressive aura of the dragon. She then soared into the sky. At the same time, a massive figure hundreds of meters long emerged from the horizon. It was Abrelic, the light dragon king, his gray-white body surrounded by faint swirling dark mists. He immediately spotted Jiang Yan under the glow of the holy light and bared his teeth in anger. "Damn thief now!" Boom! His words were cut off by a beam of light tearing through the night, sending him crashing down from the sky to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Disrespect towards the Holy Lord is heresy and must be punished," Analia declared coldly, drawing the long sword at her side. Coughing, "Damn, you lack martial honor," resorting to a sneak attack. The huge dragon head grumbled as it emerged from the dust, immediately spotting the 6-winged angel shimmering with golden light in the night and promptly shutting its mouth. Such overwhelming presence, a sense of solemnity flashed in Abrelic's dragon eyes. He could sense his body trembling unconsciously, an instinctive reaction indicating that the being before him was of a much higher order. "World's force, empower me." The dragon quickly chanted a spell, his 100-meter-long body shrinking to just 3 meters, his strongest state for combat, enhancing his defense and agility. Whoosh! He launched an attack first, his body shooting towards the angel in the sky. Like an arrow released from a bow, his sharp dragon claws gleamed coldly as he swiped downwards fiercely. Clang! The long sword met the dragon's claw mid-air, barely blocking the ferocious strike. Both were sent flying backwards. "Spirit of holy light, you are my cherished ally, please aid me in this battle." Analia stabilized herself and quickly chanted a spell. Golden light surged from the magical formation at her feet into the sky, where a massive Valkyrie apparition appeared. She spread her arms and stepped forward, merging into the angel's body, instantly boosting her aura. High-level holy light magic, spirit possession. Abrelic too did not pause. Using the rebound force, he executed a perfect spiral in the night sky and quickly launched another attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing violently rang out continuously, and in an instant dozens of exchanges took place. But by now Analia's strength had surpassed that of the dragon. Each of her sword strikes not only blocked his assaults but also left deep gashes on his body. Abrelic continuously shifted his attack angles, but to no avail. Soon his body was covered with fine wounds. Fortunately, the dragon's naturally strong physique still allowed him to barely hold on. What kind of creature is this? He wondered in distress, watching the unscathed angel. Even with dragon magic enhancing his strength threefold and the momentum of his charge, she effortlessly blocked every attack. This is absurd. How can I compete when I'm outmatched in every aspect? On the other side, Analia slightly furrowed her brows. She was after all a delicate magic-wielding angel, not accustomed to brute strength. With only the strength of a gold tier currently, she was momentarily held back by the opponent. How could this be? The great holy master was watching from below. If the future 4 highnesses and the other 11 colleagues knew that she couldn't take down a fallen dragon for such a long time, how could she still have the face to serve as the seraph of heaven? Thinking of this, Analia exerted her full strength with a sword strike that sent the attacking dragon flying, her divine power boiling up. A golden 6-pointed star appeared behind her, illuminating the entire night sky. She opened her mouth slightly, speaking in an especially ethereal and deliberate tone. Heretic, you must repent for the sins you have committed. Heavenly divine skill, great prophecy technique. The dragon Yabarik, who was just about to attack again, paused in mid-air, tears flowing from his eyes. I am guilty, I shouldn't have. What is this skill? The repenting Dragon King struggled to break free, covering his mouth with his claw, both shocked and angry. That was close, I almost blurted out those shameful things. Analia obviously wouldn't answer its question. Although limited in power, the effect of the great prophecy technique lasted only 3 seconds, but it was completely enough. All evil spirits shall be burnt in the flames. As she chanted the spell, her long sword ignited with fierce holy flames pointing towards the dragon in the sky. A 6-pointed magical array simultaneously appeared above its head. A cold voice sounded, "Flames, judgment." Yabarik's expression changed drastically, only managing to curl up before being engulfed by boundless holy flames. Countless golden light beams poured out like a torrential rain from the 6-pointed array above. Boom! Amid the scattered scales and blood rain, the dragon once again crashed heavily to the ground. Analia quickly followed, raising her holy flame sword. Cough. Wait, stop. The dragon's strained call came from the dust. Analia turned a deaf ear, her hand not pausing for a moment, the flaming sword cutting straight down. Analia, wait! Jianyan called out to stop her. The sword stopped a centimeter from the dragon's head. Under the glow of the firelight, the holy light Dragon King looked particularly miserable at this moment. Covered in wounds large and small, blood flowed freely and its huge dragon head drooped to the ground, barely alive. Wait, I have something to say. Looking at its condition, Jianyan suddenly recalled some inconsistencies from before and blurted out, "You wouldn't be thinking of surrendering, would you?" "How did you know?" Yabarik struggled to open his eyes wide, filled with surprise. Jianyan smiled without speaking. It's a good deduction. Being robbed of treasures in the barrier could be explained by a moment of desperation leading to some foolish actions, but in the recent battle it was quite obvious that the opponent was going easy. 2 possibilities. 1. The opponent is genuinely foolish, then without a doubt Jian Yan, who led the troops to rob the treasury, should be the biggest target of hatred. The other possibility is that the opponent is pretending to be foolish. In a situation of defeat, he should have attacked Jian Yan, who has no combat capability, to distract Analia, giving himself a chance. Yet here I am, a level 1 rookie, standing in such a conspicuous place, and this giant dragon didn't even glance at me once, just dead set on fighting a powerful angel. Deliberately losing to the trial taker indicates nothing else but a desire to surrender. However, Jiang Yan couldn't quite understand the reason behind this. Naturally, he could just ask directly, "Anna, give it a healing spell." Watching the slightly more spirited dragon, Jiang Yan spoke with interest. "Now you may speak." Abrelik lifted his massive dragon head, blinked twice vigorously, and squeezed out 2 teardrops. "Life is tough for us laborers. Outsiders think we are cruel and merciless overlords, leaving nobody alive whenever we appear, but in reality I have no dragon rights at all. When needed I am summoned like a 007 agent, and when not needed I am frozen solid, unable to feel the passage of time. My eyes haven't even closed, and guess what? It's time to work again. No salary, no freedom. I've been working for over a decade. My fiancé ran away, my online love affair fell through, and the rich lady found a new love." Stop, get to the point. Jiang Yin frowned and interrupted, "This guy is really putting on a show." "Alright," Abrelik muttered under his breath and continued, "In short, I'm constantly thinking about resigning, but the prerequisite is that a challenger must defeat us to free us through a contract releasing us from our bondage. Under the rules of all realms, our actions as guardians must adhere strictly to the rules. We absolutely cannot go easy, we must give it our all. Challengers before were too weak. Even when I secretly tried to help, it was useless, that is, until I saw you, young man." Analia swiftly sliced off a piece of dragon flesh with her sword, speaking coldly, "Do not disrespect the Holy Lord." Coughing, Abrelik continued, "Until I met you, I could tell at first glance that you are a prodigious talent. Not to boast, but even gods couldn't bypass my 108 prohibitions to borrow from my treasury. That at least proves you possess a powerful innate talent, so I decided to take a gamble. As you know, very few participate in the Dominion level assessments, and it's even rarer for me to make an appearance. I must believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Please accept me as your partner." Saying this, Abrelik raised his dragon claw and inscribed a contract formation. All realms notification resounded in Jiang Yan's ear. "The fallen light dragon king Abrelik requests to form a partnership with you. Do you agree?" Note, This contract is an equal contract and can be unilaterally dissolved. Jiang Yin squinted his eyes, ignoring it, and instead turned to the angelic girl beside him. Anna, you said earlier that you are just one of 12 seraphs, meaning there are 11 others like you. Yes, Holy Lord. But my role is that of a magic angel, which is more of a clerical position, and my combat strength is relatively weak, ranking 10th. Moreover, there are 4 archangels above us, any of whom could easily defeat us, Analia answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the dragon's expression drastically changed, and he secretly began to recite dragon magic to discern truth. Oh, could you introduce me to the 4 archangels? Jiang Yin showed interest. Analia hesitated slightly and then said, Holy Lord, the 4 Your Excellencies would prefer to speak to you personally. Of course, if you wish to know more, I can introduce them, but I hope when they descend later you could speak kindly of me. Then let's forget about it, Jiang Yin said with a chuckle, shaking his head. He then turned to the dragon hanging nearby and asked, What were you just saying? Yabarik's dragon head sank even lower. Without any noticeable movement, it withdrew the contract it had just mentioned and began to etch a new magic circle. Great Holy Master, I hope you will accept my allegiance. The system prompt from all realms rang out again. The fallen Holy Light Dragon King Yabarik requests to sign a subordinate contract with you. Do you agree? Please note that once signed, the other party will become your subordinate and must follow your orders as long as they do not violate the contract. This is one of the most commonly used contracts in all realms, requiring compliance as long as there is no intentional abuse, attack, or sending to certain death. Agreed. Jiang Yin thought for a moment before signing the contract. This was a boss from a dominator level instance. Had it not been for the lucky summoning of an angel, all the trial participants this round combined would not have been enough to defeat it. At the same time, the dragon's details were displayed on the All Realms panel: Yabarik, tier, legendary, occupation, fallen dragon, level, diamond tier 10, faith level, fear, skills, dragon breath, dragon language, magic, dragon king's body, overall rating, 43622. Special note: Yabarik was originally proficient in holy light magic but lost the favor of the light power after his fall, unable to use related powers anymore. Why has the rating dropped? Jiang Yin paused, quickly realizing the reason. Right, the entire treasury has been emptied, lacking some items and equipment boosts, naturally reducing combat power. Anna healed him, Jiang Yin instructed. Now that he was one of their own, it wouldn't do to have him just lying there incapacitated. Analia nodded, sheathed her long sword and began chanting a spell. Holy light, revive all things, heal. A thick beam of golden light descended from the sky, landing on Yabarik. Soon the external wounds began to heal. At the same time, all realms also sent a prompt. Please note, as the Guardian has been defeated, the instance of the fallen Holy Light Dragon King will end in 1 hour. After the instance ends, the top 10,000 trial participants in this region will be granted access to the Tower of Heritage. Please be prepared. Now we just wait for it to end. Jiang Yin sighed in relief. My master, there is something I must report. We must hurry, or we'll miss a great opportunity. At this moment, the healed Yabarik seemed to have remembered something and spoke up. Are you sure there's such a rule? Jiang Yin was stunned. Yes, I have a dragon friend, also a merchant wandering through the realms, and it told me that one of the trade laws includes credit. Of course, the prerequisite is having sufficient credibility and status, Yabarik assured earnestly. Even if what you say is true, it seems none of us qualify. Jiang Yin shook his head. This time, Yabarik looked surprised and raised his dragon claw, pointing at himself, and exclaimed loudly, How could that be? I, the legendary Holy Light Dragon King Yabarik, just my name alone is worth 100 million soul crystals, not to mention this lady here who is even more powerful than me. Yabarik's voice suddenly lowered as he looked towards the six-winged angel and hesitantly said, I apologize, Your Honor, I am not sure if this kind of credit transaction goes against your beliefs. The Holy Light created the world and the Holy Lord upholds the will of the Holy Light. All creatures should offer their devout faith, including their possessions. It is their honor, Analia said with composure. Indeed, it is their honor, Abrelik immediately echoed. Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned. He looked at the two, one a Pushin lady who had just awakened from an endless slumber and the other a perennially sealed ox dragon. Where did their confidence come from to run up a tab in front of a demigod? After all, that was a being who fell into money. But, thinking of that legendary bow and the contract that could summon a gold-class combat servant, well, at worst, it's just losing some face. Jiang Yin suddenly stood up. Let's go, no time to delay. Abrelik, fly us over. In the dilapidated gazebo on the northeast corner of the island, The old man with a red nose materialized soul crystals one by one, humming a tune while happily counting them. 1999. 2000, 2001. He hadn't expected that the stuff he'd casually pick would sell for so much money. But items that survived the destruction of the world must hold some secrets, so he wasn't really cheating the buyer. It was all within the rules of trade. The world was about to close, it was about time to leave. The previously excited transdimensional merchant's smile froze as he looked to the sky and sniffed the air sharply, his expression suddenly changing. Trouble is coming. He quickly packed up the soul crystals, sealed the wine jug, and lifted the huge sack, ready to take off. But it was already too late. A 100-meter-long dragon and a stunningly beautiful girl with 6 wings blocked his way, one in front and one behind. No, there was another person hiding behind a rock. The old man with the red nose sniffed the air, his expression turning grim. What a cunning bunch, hiding one for a sneak attack. A Brelic. What are you trying to do? And you behind the rock, come out. Old sir, all is well, I hope. Jiang Yan emerged from behind the rock with an embarrassed look. Holy master/master, please allow me to teach him a lesson. Analia and Yabarit both requested permission from Jiang Yan. Don't go too far, at least leave him breathing. Jiang Yan nodded in response. What are you going to do? I am a demigod. The red-nosed old man couldn't help but step back 2 paces, desperately trying to muster his aura. A mere goblin demigod daring to insult the mighty holy light dragon king, truly courting death. Yabarik sneered as he lashed out with his tail. Ah! The old man screamed as he was whipped into the sky. Analia silently muttered a spell, and a fist the size of a small mountain appeared in the sky, striking down fiercely. Oh, stop. Half an hour later. That's enough. Jiang Yan observed the bruised and swollen interdimensional merchant thoughtfully. It seems this guy, like a goblin, is also the type easily beaten by those above his rank. Yes, holy master. Analia dispelled the magic and returned to Jiang Yan's side. Jiang Yan also couldn't care less about losing face now, quickly spoke up. Run up a tab. The old man with the red nose paused for a moment, scanning the two of them. One a level 1 apprentice lord, the other indeed a high-ranking being, but with no fame in all realms. You don't qualify for credit. Well then, me the holy light dragon king Yabarik, surely I am qualified enough, the dragon said, shrinking his body to push forward, speaking proudly. I have heard a bit about you. The red-nosed old man sneered. A miserly hoarder wanted by 37 young female dragons, a betrayer, a disgrace to the holy light dragon race. Oh sorry, that was your former title, now you're just a beast of burden without freedom. He pointed at Jiang Yan. Even less than that guy whose combat power is lower than a goblin's. The expressions on all 3 faces darkened immediately. What do you mean by no renown / a beast of burden / weaker than a goblin? Holy master/master, please allow me to teach him a lesson. Analia and Yabarit both requested permission from Jiang Yan. Don't go too far, at least leave him breathing. Jiang Yan nodded in response. What are you going to do? I am a demigod. The red-nosed old man couldn't help but step back 2 paces, desperately trying to muster his aura. A mere goblin demigod daring to insult the mighty holy light dragon king, truly courting death. Yabarik sneered as he lashed out with his tail. Ah! The old man screamed as he was whipped into the sky. Analia silently muttered a spell, and a fist the size of a small mountain appeared in the sky, striking down fiercely. Oh, stop. Half an hour later. That's enough. Jiang Yan observed the bruised and swollen interdimensional merchant thoughtfully. It seems this guy, like a goblin, is also the type easily beaten by those above his rank. Yes, holy master. Analia dispelled the magic and returned to Jiang Yan's side. Yabarik also reverted to his true form, ready to carry both of them away. Let's go. Jiang Yan felt regretful in his heart. Under these circumstances it seemed like extending credit was out of the question. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, the red-nosed old man struggled to get up and block them. You may choose one item, old sir, although we went a bit too far. It was your verbal attack first, you can't swindle. Ahem, what did you say? Jiang Yan was startled. The old man said reluctantly, you beat me, and according to the All Realms Novice Area Special Trade Rules, force is also a form of fair trade. He tossed the list to Jiang Yan, urging, alright, hurry up and choose and get lost. I really have bad luck meeting a freak like you, a mere apprentice lord who can gain the allegiance of a guardian and have such a powerful family. Looks like next time I need to enhance my clone's realm. Well, thank you, old sir. Hearing this, Jiang Yan bowed respectfully, saying earnestly, I will remember this kindness and repay it later. After speaking, he looked at the list in his hand. As for what to choose, he had already considered it on the way here. Facing the challenge of the Tower of Heritage soon, nothing was more important than immediate combat power. I choose the mercenary contract. Great Sword Earth. congratulations to challenger Jiang Yan for passing the instance of the Wrath of the Fallen Dragon King, officially activating the Lordship qualification. The talent Ultimate Sublimation has been permanently acquired. Detecting that the challenger has bound the heart of Angel, the temporary family member Goblin has been released, gaining the unique level family member Angel race, which will take effect after officially entering the Abyss. The regional leaderboard, overall leaderboard, All Realms Trade Center, All Realms Forum, etc., have been unlocked. Upon clearing the master level instance, Jiang Yan accrued 16 survival points. A flurry of notifications bombarded him, dragging the information box. He focused on the two most crucial messages. Congratulations, you have become the top candidate in this region's trial assessment and have earned the right to challenge the Tower of Inheritance. Do you wish to teleport immediately? No? Please prepare promptly, as you will be forcibly teleported in 30 minutes. Jiang Yan glanced at the other message. Congratulations on clearing the master level instance, granting you a chance to draw a profession. Since you have also obtained the eligibility to challenge the Tower of Inheritance, you may choose to reserve this draw for a chance to obtain a higher weighted profession after completing the challenge. This is one of the reasons why lords are stronger than mere professionals. Not only do they command a large number of followers, but they can also change professions. I choose to reserve, Jiang Yan stated without hesitation. In his previous life, he had changed professions right after the assessment just to add to his combat power, aiming to climb higher in the Tower of Inheritance, but now it was clearly unnecessary. In front of a powerful six-winged angel and the Dragon King, his combat power was insignificant. He could pursue a higher limit. After making his choice, he took out a deep blue contract. Engraved on it were 12 men clad in heavy armor looking formidable. This was the Great Sword Earth, a mercenary contract worth 350,000 soul crystals. A flash of light passed and 12 fully armored warriors appeared before him. Lord, Jiang Yan looked up. Great Sword Earth race, human, level, gold 10, faith level, respected, skills, heavy strike, armor break, shield wall, overall combat strength, 1288. This was a mid to high tier human follower race, incomparable to angels and dragons of course, but still quite powerful, with potential to advance to Diamond 10. Even under an ordinary godly lord, they would be considered elite forces. Moreover, Jiang Yan smiled slightly and spoke. I will grant you even greater power. His talent skill activated, maximum effect triggered. Sublimation effect triggered. Rows of notifications scrolled by Jiang Yan, skipping over the advancements of heavy strike and armor break. After all, even with evolutions, these attack skills wouldn't compare to a casual strike from Analia. However, two of the warriors had elevated their shield wall skill to a low level skill, shield as long as man stands, which pleasantly surprised Jiang Yan. He looked at the skill description, shield as long as man stands. When using shield-type weapons, one can designate a protected target. Unless the user dies, no attack can bypass the shield to harm this person. Currently devoid of combat ability himself, this skill alleviated many of his concerns. Very good. Jiang Yan satisfiedly surveyed the Great Sword Earth warriors. Thanks to the skill advancements, their overall ratings had risen to around 2,000, a not insignificant force. Prepare yourselves for the upcoming challenge in the Tower of Inheritance. We pledge to serve our Lord, the group responded in unison, and while Jiang Yan was brimming with confidence, preparing for battle, the outside world was already in turmoil. At the Federal Military Academy, several elders intently watched the ranking interface, awaiting the assessment results. I wonder how many from this batch will break through the difficult level. Yimo Jiang Yan Luha Bai Yi from the command class are quite promising. They might have a chance, the others not so much. The pressure on the frontline battlefield was immense, pushing several deities to their limits. If the lower dimensions fall, the consequences will be unthinkable. It's all our fault, us old bones, for putting all this pressure on these youngsters, sighed the group of elders. They had chosen to face the challenges of the Federation, opting for hero level and even desperate level assessments, only to fail by a sliver of luck. Falling into silence, the elders sighed once more. Just then the virtual screen flickered. The results are out. The elders perked up and gathered around the screen. Results of the assessments were 1 pass at Dominator level, 1 at difficult level, and 12 at normal and elite levels. Only 1 pass at the difficult level. That's tough, an elder murmured, his heart sinking at first glance. Wait, what's this? He glanced again, feeling his blood pump faster, and blinked hard. Thump. Another elder slapped his thigh. Could it be a malfunction? One cautiously suggested. That shouldn't be. It's directly controlled by the highest intelligence. Are you fools? If it's Dominator level, it definitely tops the ranking. Just check the All Realms leaderboard. Another chimed in. Realization dawned on them and they quickly accessed the current regional leaderboard. First place Yuanqing Federation Zhangyan, Dominator level. Second place Xinhuan Empire Luo Qianyu, Desperate level. Third place Xinhuan Empire Luo Chen, Hero level. Fourth place. It really is Dominator level. Jiang Yan from the command class, incredible, how did he do it, remarked one elder recalling the boy's exceptional performance in virtual combat classes. Not good, we need to report this immediately, another elder realized, suddenly dialing a communication device. Yes, quickly, the others nodded in understanding. There's no anonymity in all realms, this can't be hidden. No one has ever passed the Dominator level assessment and without a doubt Jiang Yan will soon attract immense attention. Even the lofty Xinhuan Empire, while they might not stoop to compete for a talent at the difficult or hero level, would not let go of a never-before-seen Dominator level. We must find a way to keep him. Meanwhile, at the Xinhuan Empire's embassy in the Federation, a long-range teleportation portal lit up and a human-like man in a special teleportation suit stepped out. Your Highness, embassy officials had been waiting outside. The man nodded slightly and tossed a token. By the Emperor's decree, attract Jiang Yan at all costs, as commanded. The officials saluted, not showing any sign of surprise. Being citizens of the Xinhuan Empire, they knew much more than lower civilizations might assume. Ordinary civilizations thought passing the Dominator level assessment simply meant a higher starting point and greater potential. Little did they know it represented a qualification unimaginably significant. An ambassador stood up and said, Your Highness, I've had our people collect information on Jiang Yan at the earliest opportunity. Here's our proposed plan for your review. Oh? Not bad, the man said, skimming through the documents with a smile on his face. In the dim void, a towering high tower stood eternally reaching into the skies. The stars flickered and vanished, the vastness akin to an abyss. The tower stood with 20 levels, each a world of its own. At this moment, several doors of space outside the tower opened one after another as assessors from various temporary dimensions descended. He's back. Jiang Yan stepped out of the space portal, somewhat nostalgic as he looked towards the tower. Behind him, Analia folded her wings and stood quietly. Such a pairing immediately caught the attention of those around them. What kind of creature is that, so beautiful, and that pretty boy is lucky indeed. He must be of a high tier. My lava lizard is too scared to even approach. Should keep it down. Don't you folks check the leaderboard? That must be the six-winged angel and he is Jiang Yan. What? That's Jiang Yan, the one with a combat power 10 times higher than the second rank? Conversations halted at that revelation. Some people stopped in their tracks, clearly communicating through the realm's interface. Regional Total Combat Power Leaderboard. First place Jiang Yan, combat score 174668. Second place Luo Qianyu, combat score 16913. Third place Regional Clan Leaderboard. First place Six-Winged Angel, score 99999. Lord Jiang Yan. Second place Holy Light Dragon King, score 51233. Lord Jiang Yan. Third place Two-Headed Demon Bear, score 3722. Lord Sir Carlos. Fourth place. Soon, this information spread among the crowd. Most people instinctively kept their distance from Jiang Yan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Those who could stand out from millions of assessors were naturally not without intelligence, although in terms of civilization they mostly came from higher civilizations, while Jiang Yan was just a native from a second-tier civilization. But such identities were insignificant to those extraordinary beings who had passed the realm's assessment, of course. Those with high self-esteem were never in short supply. A giant man from the giant race with a python wrapped around his shoulder strode up to Jiang Yan, blocking his path. Hey, I'm Ronnie Task, the young chieftain of the Stardust Valley Task Tribe. If I'm not mistaken, your Source Star Federation is under the direct jurisdiction of our tribe. What do you want? Jiang Yan looked emotionlessly at this fellow who was 3 to 4 times his size. He had no fondness for Stardust Valley. In his previous life, it was their promised reinforcements that never arrived, leading to the collapse of the Federation's defense line. Listen, kid, I don't believe a frail guy like you could clear a master-level instance. Did you find some shortcut? Speak up, let's hear it. We're all under the Star Empire, and it's not wise to hog such secrets. The giant grinned, his muscles bulging as the python on his shoulder slithered around his waist, hissing repeatedly, clearly threatening. And some of the onlookers who were initially planning to stay away paused, their interest peaked. Indeed, those who passed high-difficulty assessments possessed immeasurable futures, but since the assessment had just ended, usually these individuals from lower civilizations couldn't adapt quickly to the change in status, facing oppression from heirs of higher civilizations. They might just compromise. Who wouldn't crave the secrets to clearing a master-level assessment? Humph, Jiang Yan sneered inwardly. This giant, though seemingly reckless, had first clarified his identity to intimidate by status, then positioned himself aligned with the interests of most people present. If it had been his previous life, he might have been fooled, but now he was no longer someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, a mechanical alert tone sounded. Challenger Jiang Yan has initiated a regional deathmatch request. Please choose whether to accept within 1 minute. The faces of the strong man and the surrounding crowd changed drastically. Is this man insane? He starts a deathmatch at the drop of a hat and it's open to everyone. He's clearly not taking us seriously. Does he think he's invincible? A man in a floral shirt said viciously as he casually selected no. Exactly, with so many of us here, even standing still he'd die of exhaustion. A spherical object quickly pressed no, moving up and down in dissatisfaction. Let's show him, someone from the crowd incited. Of course, despite the talk, the deathmatch did not commence until the countdown ended. It's all talk. This is the novice area with a combat power rating of over 170,000, enough for an ordinary deity. Frankly speaking, all the others combined would be instantly defeated. If you're scared, then scram. Jiang Yan spoke calmly, walking straight towards the strong man blocking his way. Just as they were about to collide, Anelia's wings fluttered gently, blowing him aside like trash. You. The strong man couldn't save face and couldn't help but threaten. Don't think just because you've passed the dominator level that you are invincible, you mere second-tier civilization. Jiang Yan stopped, looking earnestly. You should be thankful that we can't attack each other here, but if you say one more word, I won't mind tracking you down to the abyssal world you hail from and sending you to meet Satan. The strong man's face turned red, his mouth opened and closed, but he ultimately didn't dare to continue his bluster. Times had changed. In the past, for such a directly subordinate civilization, sending a fleet could easily annihilate them. But since the emergence of the Abyss and the descent of all realms, whether it was technological weapons or cultivation laws, seemed to have become ineffective, unable to harm lifeforms in the Abyss or all realms. In other words, now to kill a transcender, one had to use the powers acquired in all realms. Although the task tribe had many powerful deities, they were tied up in the abyssal battlefields, and moreover the laws of the Xinghuan Empire did not allow intercivilizational wars among its subjects. They could only swallow their anger. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, forget it, it's not important. The strong man thought of the other's potential, his face looking even uglier. He just walked away like that. The man in the floral shirt watched as Jiang Yan entered the Tower of Inheritance, squeezing his way out of the crowd. If it weren't for my 2 skywolves having stomach trouble last night, I'd have taught him a lesson. If it weren't for the Xinghuan Empire's laws against unjust wars between civilizations, I'd make him pay. The strong man also quickly stepped forward to defend himself. Right. Some who caught on chimed in. Although it might seem childish to talk tough after the fact, it was too embarrassing just now, and they were all people of status. They had to salvage some face. As long as they edit and manipulate the footage afterward, hire some internet trolls who could say they were cowards. A bunch of useless fools. A cold snort came from the back. Who, looking for death, have the guts to stand out. People turned their heads in fury. It was one thing for Jiang Yan to be stepped on by someone who had passed the sovereign level assessment. It wasn't a disgrace, but for others to dare. I said it. Does anyone have objections? A young girl in a goose yellow long dress, surrounded by several people, stepped forward. Her features were as if painted, her demeanor noble, and in the center of her forehead was a faintly visible star-shaped mark, a symbol of the members of the Star Circumference Empire's royal family. Faces changed instantly, smiles were forced. Your Highness the Princess, we greet Your Highness the Princess. Although the suppression of lower civilizations by higher civilizations in the real world wasn't as severe as before, that did not include the Star Circumference Empire. This was the civilization that first made contact with the realms. The girl snorted disdainfully and walked past everyone, heading straight forward. That guy seemed somewhat interesting. A flicker of curiosity passed through her eyes as she stepped without hesitation into the Tower of Ancestral Heritage. Challengers, welcome to the Lord's Ancestral Heritage Tower. This tower has 20 levels, with increasing difficulty as you ascend. On each level you will face a varying number of powerful monsters. Defeat them to progress to the next level. The total limit for troop usage is 50. Passing levels 1 to 9 grants a small amount of survival points and rare job rewards. Levels 10 to 19 offer survival points and legendary job rewards. Level 20 provides a large amount of survival points and mythical or higher job rewards. The first level challenge Spider World will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Release. The military token formed by the condensation of rules appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, radiating light. A dragon and 12 golden grade great swordsmen appeared before him. This was the basic skill of war summoning mastered after a lord's job transfer used for the temporary storage of troops. Yaberlik, you take the lead for the first 10 levels. Anna, you coordinate in the middle. As for you. He pointed to positions for the others. Form a formation as I've marked. Don't let any monsters get close. By your command. Yaberlik manifested his true form, 100 meters long, spiraling in the air. Analia sheathed her sword and a golden holy book appeared in her hands. The 12 great swordsmen formed an almost circular battle formation protecting Jiang Yan in the center. 2 of the most robust swordsmen pulled up their shields and 2 soul links fell on Jiang Yan. This was the rule. Technique evolved from the shield wall. The shield exists, the man survives. Now we are perfectly safe. Soon, about a kilometer away, hundreds of spiders the size of water barrels appeared. They moved swiftly, their fierce mandibles and numerous eyes chilling to behold. These were brood mother spiders, not only capable of spraying venom but also splitting into several smaller spiders upon being killed. Before widespread information about them was available, they had trapped and killed countless lords. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had relied on his swift talent and the mobility of his centaur archers to painstakingly clear this level. But this time, it seemed a bit too easy. Yaberlik brought his wings together and swooped low, the fierce storm flipping them over. Crawled beneath the feet of the great holy Dragon King. Excited, Yaberlik exhaled streams of dragon breath. The brood mother spiders turned to ash en masse, the smaller spiders not even having a chance to split. Compared to the mighty dragons, these spiders were indeed too weak. Soon there were hardly any left. Leave one alive, don't hurt it, Jiang Yan thought to himself and commanded. Yes, Master, Yaberlik replied as he landed next to the last breeding spider, retracted his sharp claws and carefully grabbed a leg to fly back. Anna, can you make it stay still? Of course, Holy Master. Analia nodded, flipping through the holy book to chant a spell. When the holy light rages, even the wind stands still. A beam of light fell, and it seemed as though invisible chains bound the spider, which immediately stopped struggling. Jiang Yan pulled out a dagger he had pilfered from a goblin assassin and approached, stabbing down. Ding! It didn't penetrate. The breeding spider rotated its eyeballs as if silently mocking him. Yaberlik looked amused, his dragon claws tightly covering his mouth. Forgot I hadn't clash changed, Jiang Yan muttered, annoyed. You have been blessed with holy light magic, greatly enhancing all attributes. A notification from all realms chimed in his ears. Holy Master, try again. Analia stepped forward and whispered gently, angels are indeed considerate. Jiang Yan picked up the dagger again and stabbed once more. And again, puff. Puff. Back skin strength is average with a tolerance of about 100 megapascals. Abdominal protection is fragile. Suspected vital area on the left side of the chest reacts violently when hit. Leg carapace is hard, difficult to cut with ordinary weapons. Shield 1 inch. Go break off a spider leg and test its toxicity, Jiang Yan ordered after putting away the dagger. Moments later, a man wielding a large sword approached, snapping off a foreleg and piercing its sharp tip into the skin. Feeling carefully, mildly toxic, acts quickly, negligible for those above the bronze tier, paralyzing for those below. Effects can be cumulative. Jiang Yan nodded, recording the data obtained, since only those ranked in the top 10,000 could enter the Tower of Inheritance. Almost all related intelligence was monopolized by powerful forces. As a second-tier civilization like the Federation, they only had access to rudimentary information from the first to fifth floors, and even that was bought at a high price. As for detailed intelligence, those powers would never sell it. In his past life, he lacked the strength, but now that he had the capability, he planned to compile a detailed guide. This would not only enable future challengers from the Federation to ascend higher but also allow him to selectively sell the information to other civilizations for a profit. Now for the most important step, Jiang Yan said, Anna, lend me your angelic sword. Of course, Holy Master. Analia took off her sword and handed it over. Jiang Yan drew a few lines on the spider's body with the dagger, then began cutting with the angelic sword. Soon organs like the innards and venom sacs were removed and neatly arranged aside. "Master, why are you so proficient at this?" Yaberlik asked, unable to help himself as he looked at the sorry state of the breeding spider. "Oh, I took an elective course in abnormal biology dissection. I'm quite interested in the structures of unknown and powerful creatures," Jiang Yan responded without turning his head. Yaberlik couldn't help but shiver. He was just a weak giant dragon that had been brutally beaten by 6 winged angels. He surely wasn't part of the unknown and powerful category. This sword isn't bad." After a while, Jiang Yan looked at his creation with satisfaction. "That's about right, let's move on to the next level." Saying this, he finished off the barely alive broodmother spider with a single sword strike. At the same time, a large door slowly appeared in the center of the trial ground and a familiar prompt sounded. "First level of the Tower of Heritage passed, survival points *1 job reward wait +1 to be issued after settlement. Let's go." Jiang Yan took a deep breath and led the way in. A scene vastly different from the first level appeared before them. It was a world like a prison. Iron pillars descended from the sky, enclosing everyone within a 5-kilometer radius. The world of death duels. Seeing all this, Jiang Yan sighed softly. In his past life, this was where he had been stopped. This level was too much of a restraint for his talent of Godspeed and his Centaur Archer clan, leaving no room for maneuver. The second level challenge, the world of death duels, will begin in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. The prompt sounded, and not far away 3 shadowy figures, each 5 meters tall, slowly solidified into giant bears. Boom boom boom. The mountain-like giant bears approached, each step seeming to shake the whole world. The immense pressure, combined with the limited space, was enough to drive most challengers to despair. However, for Jiang Yan at this moment it was naturally nothing significant. "Grab one and bring it over," Jiang Yan commanded. "All right." Yaberlik once again enlarged his body and charged forward. The 100-meter-long dragon spiraled in the sky, and in front of him, the originally towering demonic bears seemed as tiny as ants. The suppression of their ranks caused them to instinctively tremble. They had to stop their charge, leaning forward, slightly baring their sharp teeth and roaring fiercely in an attempt to muster courage. Roar, roar, roar. They were psyching themselves up, afraid of losing the courage to attack. Rude fellows. Yaberlik was immediately enraged. As a noble dragon, these lower beasts dared to roar and yell at him. He puffed up his cheeks and lowered his huge, fierce dragon head, letting out a loud dragon chant right in their faces. The 3 giant bears felt a brutal, tyrannical presence from the top of the food chain overwhelming them. Thump. They could no longer suppress their instinctual fear and collapsed to the ground, legs giving out. Yaberlik smirked disdainfully, raised his claw and smashed 2 of them into a pulp, then picked up the remaining one to report back. Jiang Yan watched with a complex expression. The demonic bears that had stumped him in his previous life were so easily annihilated. In fact, their combat strength wasn't weak, with a comprehensive rating of around 1000. The 3 together could perhaps match a golden 10th order great swordsman, but facing a dragon was clearly too much for them. Thump. The remaining bear was thrown to the ground, barely managing to resist before being controlled on the spot by Annalia's binding spell. Jiang Yan once again pulled out his dagger, beginning to study the monster. Its fur was extremely defensive, impervious to ordinary weapons. Its eyes and nose were weak points, marked as vulnerabilities. Static vision is low, magic defense is normal. The tests are carried out methodically, and occasionally Anna is asked to cast a couple of healing spells to repeat the tests. Suddenly, Jiang Yan swings the angelic sword and chops off a bear's paw, saying, "Does anyone know how to roast bear paws? I'm a bit hungry." Previously, there weren't many decent magical creatures on the island, and he hadn't eaten well. Now, looking at this fresh game, he was hungry. Anelia and Yaberlik looked at each other. This was really beyond their capabilities. "My lord, I once served in the cooking squad," said a man wielding a large sword somewhat excitedly. "Oh good, it's up to you then." Jiang Yan patted his shoulder, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected these Earth soldiers to be so talented. The large sword wielder then set aside his armor to not hinder his movements. He took out a fine steel longsword to clean the fur and nails, then rinsed it with a water bottle he carried. "Lady Anelia, would you mind starting a fire?" A beam of holy light fell, and a bluish-white flame ignited from the void. The flame of holy light is fantastic, it even removes the gamey smell. The large sword wielder exclaimed as he took out several small bottles from his bosom, spread the spices evenly, and carefully seared the skin of the bear paw until the fat oozed out. He then sprinkled a layer of powder and continued roasting. A unique fragrance drifted around. Even Anelia couldn't help but take a few more glances. Half an hour later, the cooking was complete. The large sword wielder cut off a palm-sized piece of bear paw and handed it to Jiang Yan. Not bad at all. Satisfied, he took a big bite, feeling his strength seemingly grow. The rest of you share it, I'll finish dissecting and then head to the next level. Jiang Yan, with a long sword in one hand and gnawing on the bear paw in the other, walked up to the magic bear with one arm missing and started working. Ah, what a pity there's not enough time. Actually, this piece of meat is also very tender, just right for hot pot when I get back to the Federation. The giant bear's pupils contracted violently. It watched this weak creature eat its flesh while dissecting its body and even commenting on which parts tasted better. Fear, humiliation, and pain mingled together, rushing to its forehead. Suddenly, it groaned softly and breathed its last. It was dead. The dragon Yaberlik's faith level in you increased. Now at all monsters on the second level are dead. Survival point *1 career reward weight +1. Please challenger promptly enter the third level. Two prompts sounded at once and Jiang Yan was stunned, even losing control of the angelic sword stabbing through the bear's body. What's going on? It died already? I didn't kill it. Yaberlik, who had been watching closely, felt a jolt in his heart, burying his dragon head even lower. It was too cruel, not even sparing the opponent in death and still thrusting his sword in anger. Well, since the main data collection is done, let's move on, said Jiang Yan, somewhat listlessly returning the long sword to Analia and signaling everyone to get up and enter the gate. If he remembered correctly, the third level's monsters were 100 steel-armored magic scorpions, and only a few people from the Federation had ever reached this level. He had not seen it in his past life either. As usual, leave 2 alive for me, eliminate the rest, to serve you as my honor, great master. Yaberlik charged forward with exceptional vigor. On the fourth level, the world of magic eyes, they faced 200 large eyes capable of firing dissolving rays. Oh master, I accidentally exerted too much force and crushed it. No worries. By the way, Anna, do you know resurrection magic? I apologize, Holy Lord. Resurrection magic is the forte of healing angels. I only know some basic restoration spells. While Jiang Yan sighed with a wry smile. It seems we'll need to dissect a few more. After all, nothing is as accurate as information from a living specimen. Level 5, level 6. In this way they crushed through each level without any pressure, arriving effortlessly at the 10th level. The entire world seemed like a vast garden filled with green lawns and fresh flowers, with a pool of spring water in the center where birds occasionally flitted about playfully. This was the highest level ever reached within the dominion of the Xinghuan Empire, and prior to this, no one had passed this level. Information was scant. Undoubtedly, if a detailed guide could be produced, major powers would be willing to pay a hefty price for it. After all, passing this level would conservatively grant access to legendary jobs or related items. The 10th level world life sacrifice will commence in 5 minutes. This level is a boss battle and the Guardian is a special life form from a forgotten world. Please proceed with caution. Yaberlik, you take the lead. Anna, be ready with holy light magic support at all times. Yes, Holy Lord/Master. Everyone's expression turned serious. Yaberlik transformed into his strongest combat state, flying at the forefront. Children, welcome to the Garden of Life. A kindly old lady emerged from around a corner of the trees, stooped over holding a watering can. She looked utterly ordinary. Master, Yaberlik turned his head to look at Jiang Yan. If the opponent had been some fearsome monster, he would have attacked directly, but in this situation he hesitated. Jiang Yan slightly shook his head. Since the opponent seemed communicable, it was a good opportunity to glean some information. After all, with their overwhelming combat strength, he wasn't worried about any turbulence too great. Swordsmen quietly readied their shields, subtly linking their skills to Jiang Yan. Child, there's no need to be nervous. It has been many years since anyone has reached this level. The old lady waved her hand and said, a dragon, a group of powerful guards, and a high-ranking being I'd never seen before. This is a lineup I'd rather not engage. Jiang Yan was momentarily puzzled by her intentions and probed, what does the elder mean then? Hearing his question, the old lady smiled. How about this, you keep an old woman company with some conversation and I'll let you move on to the next level. How does that sound? What would the elder like to discuss? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, almost certain the old woman was up to no good, as the rules of the realms did not allow these guardians to go easy. The old lady's gaze shifted to Analia. Young lady, your rank seems even higher than that of the dragon. Could you tell this old woman about your origins? Analia glanced at her indifferently, silent, her hand already resting on the hilt of the angelic holy sword. As a pinnacle existence of the holy light line, although the old woman hid it well, Analia could still vaguely sense a dark, decaying aura emanating from her. If it weren't for the Holy Lord's desire to gather intelligence, she would have split this world with one sword already. A flicker of annoyance passed through the old lady's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as she helplessly said, "This old woman just hasn't encountered living people in a long time and wanted to chat. You really don't need to be so tense." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the great swordsman in front of her, her expression nostalgic. "Such fine warriors, if I'm not mistaken, you must be from the Silver Brilliance Empire, once a tremendously powerful force." The expressions of several great swordsmen changed, clearly struck by her accuracy. Jiang Yan pondered. It seemed this was the background implanted for this group of mercenaries, or perhaps they were indeed summoned from a destroyed era by the miraculous methods of the realms. This was important news. If he remembered correctly, a few years after the 20th session of the Abyssal Trials, the realms would release some sealed world fragments for the strong to challenge. These fragments, mostly remnants from previous eras, were filled with powerful abyssal monsters, and the rewards varied greatly. Some belonged to powerful forces, and after clearing them, the treasures, blueprints, and so on obtained were exceptionally abundant. Conversely, it was a wasted effort. The Silver Brilliance Empire was powerful, and it might be worth paying attention to related world fragments in the future. During Jiang Yan's contemplation, the old lady continued to speak on her own. "Which division's warriors are you from? Speaking of which, I once knew the captain of the Silver Edge." "I'm sorry, we only remember coming from the Empire, we can't recall anything else," one of the great swordsmen couldn't help responding. "Shield 7, shut up," another great swordsman, Shield 3 glared at him and chastised softly. As a subordinate, how could he speak without the Lord's permission? The old lady's smile grew even broader. "Since you are from an old friend's force, it's even harder for this old woman to act against you. Why don't you rest in the garden for a while, drink a bowl of the spring of life, and recover your strength before heading to the next level?" As she spoke, she took out a stack of small bowls, pointing to the spring water. "This is a rare treasure that can restore spirit and vitality." "No thank you," Jiang Yan declined politely. "If possible, could you please open the gate to the next level for us? We've already been delayed long enough." "And you?" She seemed slightly disappointed, looking toward the great swordsman in front of her, but after what had just transpired, obviously no one dared to speak rashly anymore, just shaking their heads. Sigh. The old lady's face gradually darkened and her laughter became sharp. "Pity only 3, still too few, hehehe." It seemed she was about to reveal her true nature. Jiang Yan sneered coldly, ready to signal Yaberlik to attack, when suddenly he felt a strong palpitation. 3 streams of gray airflow suddenly appeared, 2 thicker ones targeting Shield 3 and Shield 7 directly. They remained alert, shouting loudly and swinging their swords to strike, but it was futile. The gray airflow easily shattered their adamantine greatswords, striking their bodies, and the 2 fully armored great swordsmen were instantly blasted into pieces, their blood seeping into the ground and disappearing. And then a stream of air shot directly towards Jiang Yan. The angelic girl behind him immediately spread her wings to shield him. However, the gray stream seemed to dissipate like air, passing through the wings and striking towards Jiang Yan's chest. "Not good. It's a causality-based skill." Annalia's pupils shrank sharply as a golden hexagram appeared behind her, ready to cast a major prophecy spell, but it was clearly too late. On the other hand, Jiang Yan, seeing the gray stream approaching, had no time to react. Even the golden tier great swordsman couldn't dodge it, let alone him, now just a mere mortal. Just as it was about to make contact, the gray stream seemed to be pulled by something, suddenly turning and splitting into 2, attacking the shield-bearing Shield 1 and Shield 2. Boom, boom, 2 violent impacts sent the 2 great swordsmen flying several meters. The shield principle. When wielding a shield, one can designate a person to protect. Unless the wielder dies, no attack can bypass the shield and harm the protected individual. All evil spirits shall dissipate, all causality shall be nullified, sever. Simultaneously, a stuttering ethereal voice resounded, and Annalia's great prophecy spell was finally complete. Invisible ripples spread from the hexagram across the entire plane. As if torn apart piece by piece, the once vibrant world gradually collapsed. The green grass turned into red chunks of flesh. The tall trees were just withered bodies. The central spring water became thick, dark red blood with piles of rot accumulating on top, surrounded by eerie symbols. This was the true face of the world. "Impossible, how could you break my barrier?" The guardian's cold laughter abruptly stopped her face, a picture of astonishment as she looked towards the 6-winged angel in the sky. "Annalia Yaberlik, kill it." Jiang Yan, having narrowly escaped death, issued the command without hesitation. Yaberlik charged without a moment's delay. Like flesh, the ground quickly sprouted numerous tentacles trying to entangle him, but it was futile. Before entering the Tower of Heritage, Jiang Yan had used the ultimate sublimation on him. Although it didn't trigger a new rule technique, his Dragon King body skill had now reached the highest level and his combat power rating had also increased to over 50,000, nearly doubling his strength in terms of sheer power. With just a flick of his body he shattered all the entangling tentacles. Damn, damn, damn. The old lady watched as the mighty dragon rampaged, her wrinkled skin suddenly splitting open, a monster made of flesh emerging from within her body. In just a few seconds it grew to over 10 meters tall, its lower half connected to the entire land, 8 thick arms extended from its back trying to stop the dragon's assault. Yaberlik showed no sign of dodging, his mouth spraying dragon breath while his sharp claws swung hundreds of times in an instant, shredding the 8 arms into pieces. But soon the blood and flesh on the ground flowed back together, forming new arms, once again blocking his path. Clearly, this monster could control the entire world's power. The two sides were immediately locked in a stalemate, with Yaberlik powerful yet unable to break through the endless tentacles. Move aside. At that moment a cold voice came from behind. Analea floated in the void, her intent to kill chillingly clear. The holy sword of angels was raised high in her hands, and endless flames ignited from the blade, flames of judgment. With a single slash, a golden sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Yaberlik instinctively dodged to the side. In the next second, the sword light, burning with holy flames, instantly incinerated the fleshly arm, and the ground itself began to evaporate continuously. No, I will not accept this. The monster showed a look of terror, desperately summoning tentacles in an attempt to block her. It could briefly gain the strength of lives that had died in this world. Its original plan was to take advantage of the Lord's death, quickly kill the 12 great swordsmen, then use their power to slay the dragon, and finally concentrate the power of the entire world to eliminate that high-ranking unknown creature. But it hadn't expected that the opponent would survive despite being hit by a causal skill, throwing all its plans into disarray. From that moment the outcome was sealed. The golden sword light burned away all flesh and with unstoppable momentum cleaved the creature into 2 inch, turning it into ashes. Analea didn't spare it another glance, flying down from the air, landing in front of Jiang Yan and kneeling on one knee. My lord, I have failed in my duty, please punish me as you see fit. Her face was filled with self-blame. Had it not been for the timely effectiveness of the protective shield, the lord would have been assassinated right before her eyes, an unforgivable error. In the past, the lightest punishment would have been the direct removal of her angelic status. The guardian of the 10th level, the blood demon sacrifice, was slain, earning a survival point *10 and a job reward weight +10 to be distributed at the end of the challenge. Ignoring the prompt that came to his ears, Jiang Yan looked at the angelic girl, whose face was pale from excessive use of her powers, stepped forward to lift her up and sighed lightly. Rise, this is not your fault, it is mine. Jiang Yan walked over to where the 2 deceased great swordsmen lay, bowing apologetically. I am sorry, it was my miscalculation that led to the death of 2 valiant warriors. Lord, you are too harsh on yourself. Our duty is to protect you, and moreover, it was the monster that killed them. The remaining great swordsmen quickly responded, their expressions somewhat sad. Jiang Yan shook his head silently. This life had been too smooth, passing through the highest level instance with little effort and gaining the loyalty of powerful angels and dragons, which made him somewhat arrogant, losing the necessary vigilance and awe. In other words, he had become overconfident. Thinking back, the monster had been trying to make them lower their guard from the moment it appeared, guiding them to speak, and those attacked had been precisely him and Shield 3 and Shield 7, the 3 who had spoken. It could be speculated that its causal power could directly attack any creature within its domain that made a sound. The power of the attack likely correlated with the victim's own strength. Fortunately, his own strength was almost 0-inch, hence he was protected by the 2 great swordsmen who had used their skills. This was somewhat unexpected, but not enough to absolve him of responsibility. He could have commanded Analea or Yaberlik to incapacitate the opponent from the start, but instead, confident in his own strength, he had indulged in toying with it, nearly leading to disaster. This mistake must not be made again. Jiang Yan silently swore in his heart, the special abilities in the myriad worlds are too numerous, some even capable of killing instantly regardless of level. The best strategy is to not give the enemy a chance to strike. Let's go to the next level, Jiang Yan ordered spiritedly. Yaberlik, you will take the lead again. Anna, you should not act for now, take your time to recover. Analea nodded silently. She was only a golden 10th order now, and indeed, after furiously using major prophecy and fiery judgment spells previously, she was significantly taxed. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me, Yaberlik boisterously shouted. He wasn't much depleted. Mainly relying on close combat and with the monsters before not being very strong, his dragon race's natural strong recovery ability was more than enough to support him in continuous battle. Move out. The group entered the light gate. The challenge of the 11th layer Thunder Purgatory will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare, announced the voice. 32 giant creatures flickering with electricity appeared in the distance. They were the golden rank Thunder Titans. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. Although these creatures were powerful, they didn't possess any bizarre abilities, making them much easier to deal with than the creature from the layer before. Give it your all, Jiang Yan ordered. Yaberlik nodded, let out a long howl and charged forward. Half an hour later, the lightning dissipated, the 11th layer cleared, the 12th layer, the 13th layer. Despite the monsters getting increasingly stronger with each layer, they were still crushed under the mighty power of the Dragon King. Finally, after battling for 2 whole hours, the guardian of the 19th layer, a 9-headed giant serpent, had all its heads torn apart, its huge body falling powerlessly. Yaberlik too collapsed gracelessly on the ground, gasping for breath. It wasn't until Analia cast 2 recovery spells that he recovered somewhat. Well done, Jiang Yan encouraged as he looked at the Myriad Worlds panel. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 19th layer of the Tower of Inheritance. You have earned 10 survival points and a plus 10 to your job weight reward. Given the challenger's excellent performance, the following hint is provided. The 20th layer contains a true abyssal monster. You must completely annihilate it to receive the final reward of the Tower of Inheritance. Note, this abyssal monster has the strength of a demigod of the first order and is extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Once inside the 20th layer, you cannot leave unless you defeat the opponent, a demigod of the first order of the abyss. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. This was not a demonized creature tainted by the abyssal aura, but a true being from the abyss. It is the deadly enemy of all heavens, the destroyer of myriad worlds. What's wrong, Holy Master? Analia quickly noticed the change in Jiang Yan's expression and asked softly, Hey Master, who's troubling you? Let me handle it. Yaberlik also came over. Can you defeat a being of the First Order demigod? Jiang Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. A First Order demigod? You're joking, right? My race, the Bright Holy Dragons, is the most powerful. I can kill 2 with a single swipe of my claw. Yaberlik stretched his body and bragged. You might not know, but once for a lady of the fairy dragon race, I fought alone against 3 minotaurs of demigod level and made them flee with their tails between their legs. Suddenly he noticed Analia, who seemed indifferent, and quickly managed a sheepish smile, saying, Of course, beings like Lady Analia are exceptions. Then, what about a demigod from the abyss? Jiang Yan asked. Huh, a demigod of the abyss? Yaberlik's voice stopped abruptly, and after a long pause he somewhat reluctantly said, It's not that it can't be fought, but it has to be of the same realm. However, I am currently just a diamond-tier little dragon. I see. Jiang Yan nodded, his expectations more or less met. Most of the war machinery of the abyss is mass-produced, and these demigod-level monsters are roughly on par with legendary-tier familiars, while divine-level monsters can almost match mythic-tier familiars in power. In his previous life at his peak, he could only handle 3 abyssal demigods at the same time. Fortunately, these monsters are not numerous, and their power is fixed and cannot be enhanced, otherwise many worlds would have already fallen. Let's retreat then. After weighing the combat strengths of both sides in his mind, Jiang Yan quickly made a decision. Getting this far was beyond his expectations, and as a lord his dependence on his profession was not that great. Managing a legendary or mythic tier job change would be sufficient. My lord, suddenly Analia called out to Jiang Yan, hesitatingly saying, I might have a way to deal with it. Oh, I hope it's not some kind of life-burning forbidden technique. That would definitely not be acceptable, Jiang Yan said with a laugh. It's nothing of that sort. As one of the 12 blazing angels, I can perform the gates of heaven to summon angelic spirits. If we can gather 36 angelic spirits to form the angelic battle array, we can summon a wisp of the Archangel's crown's phantom, Analia explained. Jiang Yan remembered her attribute panel indeed contained the gates of heaven skill, so he nodded. A wisp of the Archangel's phantom can handle a demigod of the abyss, of course, my lord. Such a mass-produced monster is trivial. Any crown angel, even at the gold level, could easily annihilate it, Analia said reverently and without hesitation. What's the problem then? With my current power I can only summon 1 angelic spirit per minute, and I need to maintain the gates of heaven throughout, providing only some distant magical support, Analia said, looking somewhat worried. That means Yaberlik needs to hold off the enemy face-to-face for at least 36 minutes, understood? Jiang Yan looked at Yaberlik. What do you think? if it's not possible we should retreat, no pressure. No problem, Yaberlik gritted his teeth, luckily my master has upgraded my Dragon King body to the highest level. With Lady Annalia's support half an hour should be manageable. How certain are you? 70%. Good, Jiang Yin nodded. From past trials he knew Yaberlik didn't jest about serious matters. If he said 70% then there was at least a 90% chance in his heart that they could hold off the enemy. 90% it was worth the gamble. Annalia. After making the decision, Jiang Yin materialized all the remaining soul crystals and handed them to the angelic girl. This should help restore your magic power, understood? A holy tome appeared in Annalia's hands filled with divine aura. Holy light, protect your followers. Spirit of the holy light, please allow me to share your power. As the spells were chanted, beams of light descended upon everyone. Meanwhile, the panel started scrolling rapidly. You have been blessed with the high-level light magic Sanctuary of Light, increasing your defense by 30%. You have received the high-level light magic power of the Holy Spirit, increasing your strength by 30%. You have gained. Your combat score has increased by 27 points, lasting for 1 hour. A total of 17 buff spells landed on them. Jiang Yin felt an endless surge of power emanating from within him, his score skyrocketing from 3 to 30 points, a tenfold increase. He turned to look at the 10 great sword warriors also blessed. Yaberlik will lead the frontal assault, but there might be some residual effects that reach us. I entrust my life to you all, rest assured my lord. Everyone feeling the surge in power was full of confidence. Let's go. This time, led by Yaberlik, the group stepped through the central teleportation gate into the 20th layer. The familiar prompt sounded. The trial of truth on the 20th layer will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare. A monster tens of meters tall was frozen in the distance. Its outline resembled that of a behemoth, but its back was covered with sharp spikes, and its 2 arms were equipped with sharp blades. Its muscles twitching like living things, emitting a terrifying aura. However, Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. This creature was all too familiar to him, one of the main enemies he had to face in his previous life. The oddity kind abyssal terror beast. Though powerful, it was a pure force of war, lacking special abilities and not very intelligent. Yaberlik, this is the abyssal terror beast. Any piece of its flesh can adapt to the needs of war, transforming into arms, mouths, or weapons like swords. Be careful, Jiang Yin cautioned. Don't worry, master, let me give it a taste of its own medicine first. Yaberlik shifted into battle mode, his mouth uttering strange syllables, casting dragon language magic. Annalia slowly flew into the air, drawing out her pale golden angelic holy sword and stabbing it into the void. Countless beams of light burst from the holy sword, crisscrossing to form a massive magic array. In the name of the seraphim, gates of heaven descend, Annalia called out. Softly, the center of the array slowly revealed a dazzling radiant gate phantom rising upwards. It seemed as if countless angels surrounded the gate, singing praises and chanting. The filled holy atmosphere instantly dispersed the nearby raging abyssal aura. A figure of a 4-winged angel gradually materialized, giving a distant bow to Jiang Yin before flying to one edge of the array, beginning to pray devoutly. As the temporal freeze gradually dissipated, a dark corrosive power began to awaken. I am the bright holy dragon king. Who dares to challenge me? Yaberlik confronted it head-on, shouting loudly, food. Accompanied by a deep raspy voice, 2 bright red eyes suddenly opened, shooting forth 2 beams of blood-red light. Rude creature, Yaberlik cursed under his breath, dodging to the side. He had intended to stall with some banter. Thankfully preparations had been made in advance. Shadow of the Void Array, activate. He rapidly chanted incantations and 4 eerie formations rose from around the abyssal terror beast, their lights merging into one and enveloping the creature. This ability, gained after his fall, merged dragon language magic with demonic secret arts to create an area illusion. Instantly, the abyssal terror beast, which had been about to pounce on him, halted its steps, revealing a fierce grin. Kill, kill. Its arms flesh flowed and extended into sharp blades, swiftly slashing around. Rocks and vegetation were cleaved into fragments, yet it seemed unsatisfied. 5 or 6 more arms grew from its abdomen, rampantly destroying everything in sight. Yaberlik's expression grew increasingly grave. Normally, the shadowy illusion created by the Void Dark Array was a boundless dark world that continuously released a mind-corroding poison mist, immobilizing opponents over time. If one couldn't break the formation, they would be trapped until the caster's magic was exhausted, but this abyssal monster was too fierce. The poison mist was ineffective. it disregarded everything, nearly obliterating the entire land. If the foundation sustaining the formation was lost, everything would have to be sustained by his own magic power, which couldn't last long. Damn it! Yaberlik roared, dismissing the formation and charging forward, his dragon tail whipping violently. The abyssal terror beast, just freed from the illusion, couldn't react in time and was sent flying by the tail strike. Yaberlik didn't give it a moment to recover, rapidly following up. His sharp dragon claws and teeth combined to leave hundreds of wounds on the massive body in an instant. Then he turned around, preparing to whip his tail again, but this time, as he struck the abyssal terror beast, the flesh caved in and formed countless sharp teeth that clamped down hard on his tail. At the same time, several thick arms also reached up and grabbed him. This is bad, Yaberlik thought in alarm, knowing that even with his fully upgraded Dragon King body he'd be torn apart if caught. He gritted his teeth, preparing to sever that part of his flesh. Hold, a transcendently clear voice rang out. The abyssal terror beast paused almost imperceptibly, and Yaberlik seized the moment to withdraw his tail, retreating rapidly. Analia had intervened. However, the power of the great prophecy depended on the phrasing and the magical power output and given. The strength of the abyssal monster, it only held for a very brief moment. The gap in power was too great. Yaberlik gasped heavily in midair, many scales on his tail shattered, blood continuously seeping out. Meanwhile, the opponent, its wounds freshly healed, charged again in preparation to attack. This type of pure physical combatant, having forsaken intelligence and adaptability, retained only the most primal instincts of warfare, thus its regenerative and attack capabilities were much stronger than even a dragon of the same tier. Shadow assault. Ghastly flames. Yaberlik rapidly chanted, casting spells in an attempt to hinder the beast's advance. Normally he never used these dark arts. Even after being excommunicated by the Holy Dragon race following his corruption, he still identified as a Holy Dragon King, but now he was driven to a corner. Kill! Kill! The abyssal terror beast's arms swept back and forth like lightning, instantly dispersing the dark element-formed ghostly fires. Shadows attempted to invade its body to slow it down but were instead devoured by its flesh. Damn it, if we were on the same level I would crush you. Yaberlik felt extremely frustrated. The gap between a demigod and a diamond tier was too vast. If he could advance to demigod status, he could control the laws to some extent and his magical power would increase at least tenfold. He wouldn't be so easily defeated. The enemy could break magic with brute force because it had integrated the law of strength into its body, making it incredibly tough to deal with. Seeing the abyssal terror beast approaching again, Yaberlik had to strike first. He dodged an overhead slash from the beast and fiercely grabbed onto it, leaving a half-meter-long gash on its body. But in the next second, two more arms stretched out from the beast's abdomen, attacking together with the original two, completely blocking any space for evasion. Bang! Yaberlik barely managed to block two arms with his dragon claws but was hit by the others and sent flying. The scales at the center of his body were almost completely shattered and blood poured out, but at that moment several beams of holy light flew towards him. One landed on him, stopping the bleeding. The rest bombarded the abyssal creature, slightly slowing its steps. Yaberlik looked back and saw that near the gates of heaven 30 angels were now devoutly praying in golden columns of light linked together. The grand praises and chanting sounded ever clearer. Meanwhile, Analia, amidst her busy schedule, managed to cast magic to assist. Only 6 minutes left. Yaberlik's spirits lifted, and he took the opportunity to charge again while the beast was still unstable from the magical bombardment. He had learned his lesson and only used his claws for attacking, allowing him to tear through flesh and escape if the beast tried to bind him. Reptiles, die! Perhaps the nearly completed angelic battle formation triggered the beast's instinctive reactions, making the abyssal terror beast increasingly frenzied. It almost completely gave up dodging and created numerous arms to attack Yaberlik. Deep, bone-visible wounds appeared on the dragon's body and blood poured out like a waterfall. If not for Analia's timely great prophecy spells, he would have been torn to pieces already. He was now at his limit and his speed had slowed due to excessive blood loss. The abyssal terror beast, sensing the opportunity, suddenly extended two arms to tightly grasp the dragon's body, while another arm transformed into a sharp long blade, fiercely slicing downward. At this moment, the 35th angel had just been created not long ago, and the magic array was about to reach its limit. Analia had to focus all her efforts on managing it. Am I going to die? At this moment, Yaberlik regained a moment of clarity, fully aware of the power of the impending strike, enough to split him in two. Damn it, I haven't even confessed to the fairy dragon yet, and there's also that purple dragon clan lady I just started seeing. Shield 1-inch skill lock Yaberlik. Jiang Yan's clear voice rang out. An invisible law descended. The blade that was about to cleave the dragon in two suddenly stopped, and along with it, the abyssal terror beast's entire body was thrown toward the distant Shield 1. Simultaneously, Shield 2 was already positioned in another direction, ready to activate its skill as soon as the attack was about to hit Shield 1. Under the guidance of the laws, the abyssal terror beast was once again dragged over, its angry roars proving futile. As back and forth it went, time quietly passed by. The 36th angelic spirit emerged from the gate. Finally, the last missing piece was complete, and countless beams of golden light shot into the sky. The angelic battle array was formed. The dim world lit up as bright as day. At the convergence of myriad flowing lights, the phantom of a woman holding a scepter slowly walked out. Clad in pure white, her expression was gentle, her eyes seemingly filled with compassion and pity for all things in the world. Most importantly, 12 wings gently fluttered behind her. It was the crowned queen Athena. Including Analea, all the angels bowed at once. No need for such formalities, the woman said. With a soft smile gently tapping her scepter, an invisible ripple spread out. The abyssal terror beast, caught in the shield, was suddenly frozen in mid-air. Yaberlik, covered in wounds, was instantly restored to his original state. Holy Lord! After doing all this, she stepped forward to Jiangyan, bowing slightly. Who are you? Jiangyan looked somewhat perplexed. Although from the background of the realms she should be considered his subordinate, she was far too powerful. Even though she had restrained all her majesty, Jiangyan could still clearly feel that just this phantom alone was far more powerful than the abyssal demon that had killed him in a previous life. Holy Lord, I am Athena, granted life and redemption by the holy light, your most faithful believer, the woman said gently and devoutly. Sensing Jiangyan's confusion, she softly continued, do not doubt, for you are the second holy lord of light, prophesied to be the savior of the realms. More importantly, the holy light has chosen you, and thus you are our only faith. Although he couldn't fully understand her explanation, Jiangyan took it as a supplement to the background of the realms and did not probe further. In that case, Athena, how can I awaken you all? Holy Lord, you need not do anything deliberately. When the faith of the holy light shines across the realms, we will all come to stand behind you to fight for you. Jiangyan nodded, understanding that it meant he needed sufficient power of faith. Just as Jiangyan was about to ask something else, the figure of the 12-winged angel became illusory, and the 36 angels preying on the formation, including Analea, grew increasingly pale. Athena's expression changed slightly, and she quickly said, Holy Lord, the current will of the world does not allow me to stay too long. You must remember the following words. This is the last epoch of the realms and the only chance to conquer the abyss. Since the ancient epochs, all sealed powerful beings will awaken and appear, but the current epochs will reject the gods of past ages. Only by gaining sufficient faith can it accept us. For this, those gods will stop at nothing. You must be careful. At that moment, a power as deep and abyssal as hell suddenly condensed above the dome, and an indifferent, merciless eye slowly opened, its gaze spanning endless space. Jiangyan felt a cold, suffocating pressure filling his body, even halting his thoughts. Life only blossoms at the time of withering. The spell rang out, and with a slight pause of the staff in the hands of the 12-winged angel, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. My lord, I must go now, or the suppression of the epoch might harm you. Jiangyan, still shaken, nodded with a bitter smile. That creature had been truly terrifying. Analea, before we descend, the safety of the Holy Lord will be entrusted to you. This is the purpose of my existence, your majesty, Analea responded. Athena smiled faintly, turned and flew back towards the gate of angels. As she entered, it seemed as if she remembered something, looking back at a certain spot before disappearing into the gate. The 36 angelic spirits also rose and bowed. Holy Lord, Lady Analea, we are leaving now. Go. Jiangyan waved his hand. Wait. Yaberlik, now fully healed, rushed over anxiously, shouting, that monster hasn't been defeated yet. Take another look, Jiangyan said with a slight smile. Huh? What happened? I didn't see them make a move. Yaberlik's eyes widened. The once invincible abyssal terror beast was now utterly silent, its flesh losing color, and then it was furiously hacked into a pile of mush by the relieved Shield 2. Recalling Athena's last look before she vanished, Jiangyan said uncertainly, maybe it was just one look? What? Yaberlik's face was full of shock. Just one look and it's dead? That was a demigod of the abyss, just dead like that. Lady Athena is an archangel, one of the strongest existences in our race. You unexperienced dragon, Analea interjected discontentedly. Well, Good that it's dead, I'd rather not fight that kind of war machine again, Yaberlik said sullenly, not daring to retort. Analia, do you know what Afina mentioned just now? Jiang Yan asked. Another lord who holds the divine office of fate once prophesied that in the last epoch of the realms all past deities would manifest and the one who gathers the most faith will suppress the abyss and become the lord of the realms. Analia tried to recall. I'm not sure about the rest, only a few lords know. While Jiang Yan sighed, he didn't believe those powerful deities would sit down and negotiate peacefully over shares of faith. There was no doubt that once these beings appeared they would fight fiercely. The threat of the abyss was already immense, and now with a bunch of gods from past epochs added to the mix, just thinking about it was overwhelming. Especially now that he, as a holy lord revered by the angel clan, was clearly on the brink of unavoidable war. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Yan decided not to dwell on it any longer. The most important thing right now was to enjoy the fruits of victory. The 20th layer of the Legacy Tower, this must be a level that no one has ever reached since the realms began. Without summoning Afina, today's six-winged angels and dragons together would certainly not be a match for the Abyssal Terror Beast. Passing the 20th layer, one could at least obtain a mythic tier profession, Jiang Yan thought expectantly, looking forward to the power he could wield himself. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 20th layer of the Legacy Tower, now beginning the reward settlement. Total survival points 209, inch profession weight 209, mythic tier link treasure box *1, highest level profession legacy opportunity *1. The alert sounded and the entire world brightened. In the center, a mirror-like object several meters high slowly emerged, its edges engraved with dense and complex patterns of laws. Challengers are to touch their hands on the origin mirror, which will match them with the most suitable inheritance based on the traits they have displayed in this tower of inheritance. A special note: your inheritance will match within the mythically unique class of professions. Jiang Yan, somewhat excited, stepped forward and gently touched the mirror as instructed. Scanning, please wait. The mirror plunged into darkness. Yaberlik couldn't help but interject. Master, what kind of profession do you think you will get? The Holy Lord will naturally receive a top-tier profession from the Holy Light series, I guess something like Master of Radiance or Holy Light successor, although somewhat inadequate, but it will have to do for now. When heaven returns to its peak, the combined strength of the four crowned ones will restore the Holy Lord to the power of the Holy Lord of Light. Analia said proudly. Exactly, and besides our Lord is humble, just brave and wise. These qualities are all favored by the Holy Light, a few of the great swordsmen added laughingly. Jiang Yan, recalling what Afina had said about being chosen by the Holy Light, couldn't help but smile subtly. It should be so. Scanning complete, now beginning to collect factors for matching. At that moment, various images began to materialize on the mirror. In the first scene, Jiang Yan was seen skillfully disemboweling a helpless, immobile spider with a dagger. I am quite interested in the anatomy of those unknown and powerful creatures. In the second scene, Jiang Yan was gnawing on a greasy bear paw with one hand while holding the holy sword of angels in the other, standing over a giant bear. As the bear looked on in fear, he sliced off a tender piece of meat. This piece isn't bad either, looks tender. I'll take it with me, maybe have a hot pot back at the Federation. In the third scene, a kindly-looking old lady appeared, terrified, while across from her Jiang Yan's expression was grim. A cold voice came out. Kill her, no. Jiang Yan was starting to lose his composure. This tower's mirror spirit also does malicious editing, pure slander, but the mirror spirit did not heed his protests. The images continued, finally stopping on the body of an abyssal terror beast hacked into a pulp. Evaluation complete. You are ruthless, merciless, indifferent to life, even willing to strike against the weak and infirm. Extracted traits are cruel, sinister, twisted, calm. Matching suitable profession. Matching complete. Congratulations, challenger, you have obtained the unique class profession Emperor of the Undead. Without any time to react, a pitch-black pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang Yan. The aura of death's laws gradually filled the space. The 10 swordsmen were too shocked to speak. Yaberlik, however, had an Inuit expression, his fear deepening a bit more. Analia stood by, her brow furrowed tightly, silent, seemingly deep in thought. 1 hour, 10 hours. After a full 2 days, the black beam of light gradually faded and Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. The clans surrounding the Guardian all approached. Master. Yaberlik was about to speak when he met Jiang Yan's eyes, suddenly feeling an endless chill and authority coming at him, as if he were standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What's wrong? Jiang Yan gradually regained his senses and seeing this touched his face, asking somewhat curiously, "Nothing, congratulations master on obtaining a powerful inheritance." Yaberlich blinked hard, finding that the vision had already disappeared. Holy Lord, Jiang Yin turned his head and found Analia staring intently at him, making him feel somewhat guilty. These angels all called him the Holy Lord of Light, yet he had transitioned into the role of an undead emperor. He had never heard of such a situation in either of his lives. It was completely inexplicable, especially since issues involving faith were extremely serious and complex. Cough, listen to me, Anna. Jiang Yin began steeling himself. Holy Lord, I understand everything. My heart still leans towards. What, you understand? Jiang Yan froze. What do you understand? But then he saw Analia's eyes suddenly fill with profound reverence. I heard in ancient myths about a powerful being who made the vow, I will not attain enlightenment until the hells are emptied. I always thought it was just a mythological tale, but today, Holy Lord, your actions are no less commendable than his. The undead emperor is the most evil and sinister profession, spreading death and not even sparing the bones of living beings. Such power, if possessed by anyone else, would be a disaster for the whole world. It must be hard for you, who harbors a heart of light, to accept such evil power. Watching the utterly sincere expression on Analia's face, Jiang Yan was silent for a second before nodding in agreement. Yes, as the Holy Lord of Light, such evil power will never corrupt my heart. I will master it, conquer it, and purify it with the holy light. But this path is destined to be difficult and arduous. Will you help me, Anna? I am willing, Analia said excitedly, resolutely stating, where your will points, there my sword aims. We will always follow in your footsteps, Holy Lord. Jiang Yin turned away and took a deep breath. He suddenly recalled the faith tab on Analia's panel, faith level, blind. Whatever you say is right, so these two words carried such weight. After soothing this understanding angel, Jiang Yin could finally free up his hands to try out his newly acquired powers. His panel had completely changed. In addition to the original Lord interface, a separate profession interface now appeared. Undead Emperor level, unique, exclusive skill 1, necromancy control, high priority manipulation of all deceased entities within a certain range, creating or transforming them into undead creatures, exclusive skill 2, Emperor's presence. Any existence summoned by necromancy spells is somewhat subject to the control of the undead emperor. Exclusive skill 3, Necropolis, can consume a certain amount of death essence to permanently summon a heroic spirit from the necropolis of the undead realm, first time free. Exclusive skill 4, Death Harvest, each kill grants a certain amount of death essence, innate talent, unlimited. As the emperor of the undead, the number of summons you can command has no upper limit. Incredible. Jiang Yan was utterly astonished. From what he knew, necromancer classes usually started with just one skill, something like summoning a skeleton. To acquire higher level skills, one needed to advance. He had seen god-level necromancers at full power summoning only about 10,000 skeleton warriors. It wasn't a matter of insufficient mana, but rather the constraints of the laws. However, as the emperor of the undead, not only did he start with 4 skills, but he also possessed the talent of unlimited summoning. The only weakness of a lord is being limited by resources, unable to recruit troops indefinitely, and once elite forces are lost, extensive training goes to waste. But it's different for the undead. As long as there are enough corpses, they can be summoned endlessly, growing stronger as they fight. If lucky enough to find divine remains, one could even possess the power of a deity. A thought suddenly struck Jiang Yan. I am invincible, master, now that the profession has been inherited. Let's open the Mythic Link treasure chest as well, Yaberlich urged curiously. He had always loved collecting various treasures but had never seen artifacts of this level. All right. Jiang Yan nodded, taking out a treasure box that looked like glaze, silently invoking it to open. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for acquiring the mythic level equipment Scourge, a staff, dark as obsidian, suddenly appeared in his hand, its top freezing a skull whose eye sockets occasionally flashed red light. Its information also transmitted into Jiang Yan's mind. Scourge tier, artifact effect, enhances necromantic abilities by 300%, attached ability, instant death, consumes death essence to forcibly designate a living being to die, cooldown 30 days, ineffective against prime gods and above. Overall rating, 17322. Reading the description of instant death, Jiang Yan's pupils abruptly narrowed. The realm of deities is divided into lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods, followed by prime gods and supreme gods. Being ineffective against prime gods and above means it can kill ordinary deities instantly. From what he knew up to 10 years in the future, the strongest openly known person in the entire Star Halo Empire had just entered the upper god tier. Within the Federation, the individual with the strongest power of martial god Du Changkong was merely at the peak of the lower god tier. This meant that with enough death essence he could instantly kill these formidable beings he could only look up to. In his previous life, after a moment of thought, Jiang Yan turned and looked sinisterly at Yaberlik. Instant death locked on. A feedback came from the beyond. Killing a diamond tier dragon required 100,000 death essence. Yaberlik, engrossed in chatting with 10 mother dragons on Dragon Chat, suddenly felt a chill to the bone, his soul completely locked, unable to move. As he was startled, he then found the sensation vanished without a trace, raising his head in confusion. Jiang Yan confirming. His guest turned back nonchalantly. Regarding the death essence, after gaining the profession of Emperor of the Undead, he naturally knew how to acquire it. There were two methods. One was through personal cultivation. Approximately after becoming a lower god, he would have a total of 100,000 death essence, which is the choice of most necromancers. The second was utilizing the fourth skill of the Emperor of the Undead, Death Harvest, where killing any being would yield 1 point of death essence, irrelevant of strength after all. Even deities only have one life. Undoubtedly, the second method is much faster than the first one. Indeed, it is an evil profession forcing him to wage war. But that's all for later. Jiang Yan sighed, no longer dwelling on the thought. The trial had ended and the Tower of Inheritance was cleared. It was time to return. This was one of the rules of the realms. After the assessment period for beginners, the realms needed to complete a series of tasks such as recording the assessors, information synchronizing time, and allocating worlds, which would take about 3 days. Afterwards, every lord or professional who passed the assessment would officially join the battle against the endless abyss. There was no longer a need for teleportation devices. One could enter or return to the real world from the realms at any time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said to everyone, "I will soon return to the original world. This time I can only ask you to first enter the temporary space of the realms. Only divine-level family members can travel back and forth between the realms and the real world without restrictions. Since I haven't been assigned a territory yet, I'll have to make do." Yaberlik and the others with the great swords nodded. "Holy Lord, I can enter the heart of the angel, which is not restricted by the laws of traversal," Analia said. Jiang Yan was a bit surprised, but then he realized the power of the angel race. Then it's settled. "Anna, enter the heart of the angel and return with me. We will meet the others in the temporary space in 7 days. Jiang Yan quickly made arrangements. "Yes, Lord/Holy Lord." With a flash of light, the once bustling space was left with only Jiang Yan. He silently communicated with the will of the realms. Return. Meanwhile, the outside world was once again in an uproar. In the Federal Emergency Meeting Center, "Oldly, this matter can only be handled by you. Yes, Oldly, your daughter and Jiang have been childhood sweethearts. He might give you some face. Now many forces are watching him and the Federation can't offer what they can. We can only play the emotional card." The crowd discussed vehemently, their faces a mix of joy and worry. Having a genius is a good thing, as it can greatly alleviate the pressure on the Federation. But having an extraordinary genius might not be, as too many people are vying for him and the Federation simply does not have enough capital to retain him. The middle-aged man known as Oldly had a complex expression. Of course, he had investigated the young man who had an ambiguous relationship with his daughter. The parents disappeared during a space exploration when he was only 3 years old. Thankfully, they had left enough property to be entrusted to the Accident Care Center, allowing Jiang Yan to survive without dependence. Logically, such a person shouldn't have any intersection with his own daughter. But this young man was exceptionally promising, securing his place in the best schools at every stage, and coincidentally, he was always in the same class as his own daughter, at that time to nip any early romance in the bud. Although he didn't act like a mindless villain questioning their compatibility with phrases like "look in the mirror," "a toad wanting to eat swan meat," he indeed showcased his authority quite well. He didn't think he was wrong. Early romance really should be properly addressed, and he stopped interfering after they went to university. And now, the organization was actually asking him to please the other party, which really made him wonder where to put his face. It's almost a joke. How could an old father please a blonde-haired kid? With a determined heart, he spoke up. "Ahem, I think this matter." Ding! In the midst of the meeting, an email automatically received and opened itself on the central projector. Only urgent messages did that. Everyone's expression shifted as they all looked over. the ninth issue of Realm's Inheritance Tower Assessment has concluded. Rankings are as follows. First place Jiangyan 20th floor Source Star Federation, second place Luo Qianyu 9th floor Star Halo Empire, third place. 20 floors, someone muttered in disbelief, their face filled with incredulity. The Star Halo Empire had historically had individuals who passed the Hell level assessments, but their inheritance tower only ever reached the 10th floor. This is impossible, someone exclaimed. They had researched, and according to the scaling of power in the inheritance tower, reaching the 20th floor would require the combat power of a human deity. But that was impossible, even passing a dominator level assessment only indicated potential for growth, not immediate combat power. The crowd couldn't understand it, but there was no doubt this meant that Jiangyan's value had just skyrocketed. Aside from having a powerful family, he himself would now become the strongest professional. Old Li's complexion changed, and he quietly took out his crystal watch to make a call. Hello Miol, and Dad wants to ask you something. Last time you said Jiangyan, that handsome young man, likes what exactly? At the Source Star Federation's first teleportation center, space surged violently and two men appeared on the spot. Jiang Yan, Yimo? Both men spoke at the same time. Congratulations, brother. Jiang. After a moment of silence, one man said with a complex expression. Before logging into Realms, he and Jiang Yan were known as geniuses in the academy, but now their statuses had undergone a drastic change. Congratulations to you too, brother Yi. Jiang Yan also smiled. It seems the overall results weren't too good, only the two of us made it into the top 10,000. Yemo looked around and said, but with you who passed the dominator level, it doesn't really matter. Those who qualified for the inheritance tower were transported out 2 days later than everyone else. At this moment, there were no other students here, only staff. It was just luck. Jiang Yin shook his head, not arrogantly. He knew he was just lucky, not really superior in ability. In his past life, both were nearly equal, both having passed difficult level assessments. Yemo looked at him, slightly stunned by his candidness, and laughed. Unfortunately, I didn't have such luck. Have you thought about what you'll choose? Once we leave here, the forces wanting to recruit you could line up to outer space. Naturally, I'll stay with the Federation, Jiang Yen responded. What about you? What do you think? Yemo spread his hands. Where's better than home, especially since I can rely on you, a strong support. But your situation is a bit different. It's best to wait 3 days before deciding. I know, thanks. Jiang Yan nodded. After 3 days, once the registration in Realms was complete, he could return to the Realm space anytime, not having to worry about any dangers from the rail world. You're welcome. I remember you scored perfect in general knowledge, so you probably already know. Yemo smirked. Alright, let's go. Don't keep the people outside waiting. It was indeed a major event. Jiang Yan sensed that in the hall outside the teleportation center there were at least 30 powerful transcendents, likely representatives from the federal government and other factions. If not for the Star Domain Empire's laws explicitly prohibiting non-assessors and staff from entering the teleportation area, this group would probably block the teleportation point directly. Let's go, Jiang Yan said resignedly, foreseeing this scene and knowing it was unavoidable. Passing through the long corridor in the hundreds of meters of the mission release area, they arrived at the hall's entrance. The two exchanged a glance and pushed the door open. In an instant, over 30 strong figures inside the hall turned their eyes toward them, the weakest among them being a demigod. Jiang Yan stepped forward calmly, positioning himself in front of Yemo. Although these individuals were trying their best to restrain their imposing aura, it was still too overwhelming for a student who had just entered the transcendent realm. But Jiang Yan, with the heart of the angel within him, was unaffected. Thank you, came a soft voice of gratitude from behind. Don't mention it. Or even, Jiang Yan replied, using this opportunity to survey the representatives from various factions. The person sitting at the front on the left was familiar to him. It was the dean of the academy, a lordly spirit. The person in the foremost position on the right appeared to be from the Star Domain Empire's embassy. The factions were clearly segregated, and thankfully, it wasn't as chaotic as he had imagined. This must be young brother Jiang Yan, indeed a distinguished young man. I am an envoy from the Star Domain Empire. I wonder if you might have some time to talk privately. The envoy from the Star Domain Empire was the first to speak. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I represent the Skypole Alliance. I represent the Falling Cloud Mountain. Following the Star Domain Empire's lead, other powers also began to express their interest. Thank you for your kind consideration, elders, but the continuous days of assessments have left me somewhat exhausted. May I request a couple of days of rest before making any decisions? Jiang Yan said apologetically. Of course, it was inconsiderate of us. The envoy from the Star Domain Empire smiled. Here is my contact information. Mr. Jiang, feel free to contact me once you've rested. Young brother, here's my contact information. Here's mine. Everyone was not surprised and proceeded to exchange contact information. Most geniuses typically prefer to ensure their safety before negotiating terms, and today's gathering was mainly to make their stance known. After all, this was the only person within the Star Domain Empire's territory who had ever passed the Dominator level assessment and reached the 20th floor of the Tower of Inheritance. The value of his personal abilities, as well as the intelligence on how he cleared the levels, was immeasurable. Thus, many factions came with the mindset of establishing a good relationship even if they couldn't recruit him, sending their most diplomatic and savvy representatives. There were no foolish attempts at coercion or presumptuous demands. EMO standing beside them looked somewhat helpless. Under normal circumstances, as someone who had passed the difficult level assessment and entered the top 10,000, he would have attracted some interest from various factions, not completely ignored like this. About an hour later, after all the factions had exchanged contact information, they finally departed. Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief, massaged his face, which had stiffened from smiling, and turned respectfully to the elderly man who had been silent all along, saying, "Dean." Yemo quickly approached and called out, "Dean." Jiang Yan held great respect for the dean of the academy. It wasn't just for the education he provided, but also because he had admitted many students from the elite class exceptionally, having reportedly pushed aside many children from the privileged classes to do so. "Both of you have done very well," the old man said with a relieved expression. "They specifically called me back to keep the two of you here. But as for me, I only know how to do two things in this life: fight and teach. I can't bring myself to kidnap others to make decisions. At your age, in the era I grew up in, it was the best of times. You could fall in love, call a few good friends for a virtual battle, or take a spaceship for a spin in the space lanes. We old folks are still around, and we shouldn't be putting pressure on you." The old man shook his head and smiled. "So go ahead with whatever you want to do. The academy will always be your home, Dean." As the old man waved his hand dismissively, "These days, aside from me, Elder Du, Elder Zhang, and a few other divine class powerhouses will be around. Rest easy, don't leave the academy grounds. We'll talk more in a couple of days." Both men nodded seriously. "Dean, we'll head back to the dormitory first." The old man watched them go, his smile slowly fading. "How is it? Quite a few rats have sneaked in. For now, there's only one divine class taken down by Elder Du." A dignified middle-aged man appeared beside him as a flash of lightning passed. "These despicable creatures, with the abyss invasions becoming more frequent, are still caught up in internal strife every day." The old man snorted coldly. "Don't worry, teacher. Elder Du and I will be here in the next few days. Once those two young fellows have their information registered in realms, after 3 days, there won't be anything to worry about," the middle-aged man said, massaging his temples. "But the pressure from the abyss is increasing. Elder Du is powerful, but he's only one person. I'm barely holding up. It's uncertain whether that young fellow will decide to stay." 3 days later, Jiang Yan emerged from his meditation. From a distant space and time, a faint connection transmitted to him. He understood that his soul was now bound to realms, and he could return there at any moment. At last, he was safe. Jiang Yan stretched his limbs and quietly contemplated his next steps. Completing the realm's registration meant he had to face the endless abyss directly. No one knew where it came from, nor how many levels it contained. Even after 10 years, the strongest in the Star Halo Empire had only reached the 49th layer. It was unknowable, unobservable, and unstoppable. Fortunately, realms with its supreme power had fragmented the channel through which the abyss descended into numerous worlds, freezing each fragment until the right moment for unsealing. For instance, after the current realms session ended, a new abyss world would be unsealed, and all participants of this session must go to that world to resist the abyss invasion. Each lord would initially receive a base and a corresponding abyss channel. Monsters would continuously descend from these channels and must be resisted and contained with the help of local forces. If he were to fail personally, he would lose his lordship and be unable to venture into the myriad realms again. For the forces behind him, they would either have to expend survival points to freeze the abyssal passage at that location or shift the burden to another lord. Otherwise, the uncontrolled abyssal passage would continue to expand, affecting comrades and the real world alike. Furthermore, as the abyssal erosion level of that world increases, the monsters emerging from the passage would grow increasingly powerful, making resistance ever more difficult, unless someone could completely destroy all the passages, which was nearly impossible. Attacking an abyssal passage would forcibly summon a demon god of the abyss from that plane at the highest level of erosion who was almost invincible. Moreover, with at least 1,000,000 lords participating in each session and considering the existing passages on the native soil, to thoroughly close the passages one would need to kill over 1,000,000 abyssal demon gods. Even with the help of the myriad realms, beings in the real world still struggled to survive. Jiang Yan pondered whether the mighty professions of angel and undead emperor could achieve this feat. Legend has it that if someone truly could destroy all the abyssal passages in a world, that world would become a safe zone, no longer threatened by the abyss, and even if the real world were destroyed, it could serve as a refuge for his kin. Beep, Master, you have a visitor request. At this moment his wrist crystal watch beeped. Jiang Yan looked down to see that it was an envoy from the Star Domain Empire coming to visit. These representatives of various forces had already scheduled their appointments with him 2 days ago. The saying goes, do not slap a smiling face, and even though he had already decided to stay with the Federation, there was no need to completely offend the other parties by refusing to meet them. After tidying himself up a bit, Jiang Yan went downstairs to greet them. Besides the previously seen envoy, there was also a man dressed meticulously with a star-shaped mark faintly visible on his forehead, obviously a member of the royal family of the Star Domain Empire, followed by a federal human. Young brother Jiang, sorry to disturb you, it's just that time is pressing. I hope you understand, the envoy from the Star Domain said enthusiastically upon meeting. Not at all, please come in, Jiang Yan responded with a smile, understanding their intentions. After the registration for the Myriad Realms ends, one must confirm their affiliated force within 10 days and enter the abyssal world. For instance, if he chose to enter from the Federation, then everything about him in the abyssal world would be tied to the Federation, and if his abyssal passage were lost, it would also affect the abyssal rift erosion degree in the real world of the Federation and vice versa. Thus, these forces were eager to win him over within these 10 days. Young brother Jiang, let me introduce you, this is His Highness Prince Luo Baiyu of our Star Domain Empire, the envoy indicated. Pleased to meet you. Luo Baiyu extended his right hand. I didn't expect His Highness to be familiar with the customs of the Federation, Jiang Yan said, somewhat surprised as he shook hands. Young brother, you might not be aware, but our prince specially went to learn the etiquette of the Federation, the envoy added from the side. Luo Baiyu smiled non-committally and waved his hand, projecting a virtual list. Jiang Yan, I don't like to beat around the bush, he started. The Empire, including my father the Emperor, holds you in high regard, and we have come with sincerity. Take a look, I guarantee the conditions far surpass anything any force could offer, as long as you are willing to join the Empire. All these will be fulfilled within 10 days. Jiang Yan glanced over subconsciously. 1. 10 master-level support professionals. 2. 5 epic architectural blueprints. 1 legendary blueprint. 3. A full set of epic-level equipment. 4. Preferential access to resources directly under the Star Halo Empire. 5. A total of 37 clauses covering almost all aspects except for those prohibited by realms. Support professionals, including spirit array masters and spirit chefs, can build defensive arrays for bases and create magical food that enhances levels. They can sign subordination contracts with the lords and join under the same base. With their support, it's indeed adding wings to a tiger. Not to mention various blueprints, as blueprints and realms don't specify the items before use, only the levels. Upon use, they automatically generate a building blueprint related to the user's clan. In his previous life as a deity, he only had 1 epic level building. Other conditions are also exceptionally precious. Truly a grand gesture, Jiang Yan thought to himself, and we will also provide some support to the Federation to compensate for the pressure of the vacancies your departure would create. Watching Jiang Yan remain silent, Luo Baiyu continued, the Empire has always treated talents generously. You just need to sign the faction transfer contract. We will take care of everything else, no worries at all. Yes, junior brother Jiang, the third person who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and spoke. I don't know if you recognize Mian Chen Shan, also a graduate of the command department. Senior brother Chen, of course I've heard of you. You are 3 batches ahead of me, and your name is on the monument of outstanding graduates. Outstanding is an overstatement. I only passed the difficult level at that time, not to mention compared to junior brother Jiang, I wasn't even considered the first among my peers. Qin Shan said with a self-satisfied smile, but look at my strength now, demigod level? Indeed, as far as I know, among the others who passed the difficult level at the same time, the highest today is only Diamond 9th tier, but after I joined the Star Halo Empire I far surpassed them. Chen Shan suddenly looked at Jiang Yan, saying meaningfully, Junior brother Jiang, you're a smart person, I believe you understand many times choices outweigh efforts. I agree with that, Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. So, what's your choice? The people from the Star Halo Empire all smiled. But I'm probably a foolish person, Jiang Yan said apologetically, thank you for the kind offer from His Highness and the Empire, but I have decided to stay with the Federation. Star Halo Empire's embassy in the Federation, the light of space folding flickered and 3 men appeared on the spot. Your Highness, that guy is really too ignorant of good fortune. With all his potential, he's still just a junior lord now. Chen Shan flattered, I have many friends in the upper echelons of the Federation, should I find someone to teach him a lesson? This was obviously bragging given Jiang Yan's current status and the attention of several divine-class powerhouses who would dare to trip him up, but that's not important, what the leaders want is just an attitude. After all, this is the 7th prince of the empire, if one could cling to his coattails, why worry about lacking resources in the future? Why are you still here? Luo Baiyu coldly glanced over. Your Highness. Chen Shan was stunned, not expecting that his flattery would be met with such a reaction, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Get out now, the envoy subtly signaled with his eyes, trying to smooth things over. It was overstepping on my part, I shall take my leave. Feeling humiliated, Chen Shan forced a smile. Nonsense. Luo Baiyu watched Chen Shan leave, snorting coldly. Such people of mediocre potential who flocked to their side wouldn't even be considered if not for the fact that they were classmates with Jiang Yan, which could make the persuasion more convincing. Besides, he always despised those who ingratiated themselves with those in power and schemed behind others' backs. He's from a less significant place, Your Highness, please calm down, the envoy said with a forced smile. However, Jiang Yan is unwilling to join the empire. What do you think should be done, Your Highness? I actually quite admire him. If he were willing to betray his own country over some petty benefits, he would eventually betray the empire for greater benefits. Luo Baiyu smiled faintly. Since he is not willing to join, then let's form an alliance. Isn't his sister also in this session of the Myriad Realms? If they can't be companions, being allies, well, that's not bad either. Your Highness is wise, the envoy sincerely said. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's residence was visited by one delegation after another, including some like the Star Domain Empire, accompanied by a federal person of XX descent as a spokesperson. Jiang Yan couldn't say much about these people. But 10 years later, when the Myriad Realms became turbulent and the abyss erupted, smaller powers like the Federation were precarious, but at least everyone fought for their country and died with dignity. Those who had defected to other powers were usually the first to be abandoned during times of turmoil, dying without honor. People have their own aspirations, no need for further comment. Jiang Yan sighed, standing up to go find the dean. Having dealt with these forces, he was ready to enter the Myriad Realms. Oh, but before that he needed to contact Miolin. It would be a long time before he saw her again. As he walked to the door, he glanced inadvertently and noticed on the intercom that 2 people were standing downstairs. Ha! Jiang Yan's expression turned curious. At the entrance of the independent dormitory building, a middle-aged man in formal attire asked awkwardly, Miolin, do you think Dad's outfit is too serious? I wouldn't want to scare little Jiang. Not at all. Miolin couldn't help but laugh. Dad, what's gotten into you today? You usually say I ought to break that little rascal's legs when I see him. A true man can bend and stretch, the man grumbled. Do you think Jiang will really like this gift? Isn't it too childish? He looked at the 2 large boxes of figurines he was holding, his lips twitching slightly. Should we add a couple of boxes of cigars? No need, he doesn't smoke. Miolin waved her hand dismissively. He likes to stay in his dorm, attending classes and participating in mock battles, and he loves tinkering with those anime things. He'll definitely like it. Is that so? The man pondered. All right, Dad, instead of fretting over this, it's better if they prepare more benefits. That's what really matters. Li Miolin patted her forehead in resignation. The man gave a wry smile. The resources from above are naturally arranged according to the highest standards, but they can't compare with those big powers, so the leaders sent me to probe the situation. Ding dong, ding dong. Li Miolin, seeing her father still hesitating, rolled her eyes and simply pressed the doorbell. Miolin, you. The man hurriedly straightened his clothes. After a series of footsteps, the door opened. Oh, Uncle Li Miolin, what brings you here? Please come in. Jiang Yan quickly invited them inside. Well, ahem Jiang Yan, I was just nearby handling some matters and Mi Olin wanted to see you, she even dragged me along. I hope we aren't disturbing you. Not at all, I'm just happy you could come, Uncle Li, just call me Xiao Jian. Jiang Yan smiled, looking curiously at the girl beside him. He saw Li Miolin secretly wink at him. Jiang Yan was momentarily startled, then he understood, dressed so formally and together with her father, they were here to test him. His smile grew warmer. Come in Uncle Li, please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Tea will be fine thank you. Jiang Yan nodded and was about to get up to make tea when Li Miolin stopped him. You two chat, I'll do it. Saying this, she walked over, skillfully opened a drawer and took out a tea canister. Mi Olin, you come here often? The man couldn't help frowning as he watched his daughter move around with familiarity. Uncle, I can explain. Jiang Yan immediately sat up straight, his expression panicked. When he was busy with virtual battles, Li Miolin occasionally came over to help him tidy up, and even the tea bags were purchased by her. The man turned his head, suddenly remembering his purpose, and then smiled again, pondering. Well, Xiao Jian. Done for. Jiang Yan, seeing the man smile, suddenly remembered back in elementary school when he secretly wrote love letters to Li Miolin only for her father to find out and angrily inform the teacher the next day. Back then he had to make a public apology in front of the whole class, and this old man had the same smile. No, I have to strike first, Uncle Li. I know what you mean, it's not what you think, Jiang Yan quickly explained. The man paused. Know why I came representing the Federation to recruit him? It's not what I think. Unwilling to accept, the man sighed inwardly, a scenario he had anticipated. His smile undiminished, he said. Xiao Jian, don't rush, listen to our conditions first. Jiang Yan, who was about to explain, paused, then rejoiced, willing to discuss terms. That meant he was willing to accept him. This was the time to declare his position. He immediately said earnestly, Uncle, go ahead, no matter what the conditions are, it doesn't matter. The man's heart chilled. Indeed, those big powers could offer conditions far surpassing the Federation's. Obviously he wouldn't care about what the Federation could offer. Thus, he struggled to maintain his position. Xiao Jian, the conditions indeed can't match theirs, but how can that be, Uncle Li? Jiang Yan interrupted in surprise. Mi Olin is the best in my heart, how could she be inferior to others? What does this have to do with Mi Olin? The man was also stunned. Watching the conversation between the two, Li Miolin couldn't help but burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes squinting into crescents. What's going on? The two looked over in confusion. So 2 days ago when Xiao Jiang called you, he already decided to stay in the Federation. Why didn't you tell me? The man looked at his daughter with displeasure. Yes, Li Miolin blinked innocently and said, didn't you always teach me to be trustworthy? A couple of days ago Jiang Yan was still in danger and he trusted me with that information. How could I betray his trust? You. The man shook his head and turned to smile bitterly. You've made me a laughingstock, Xiao Jiang. Not at all. So Uncle Li, are you here today to ask about my intentions? Jiang Yan's expression was also a bit helpless. He thought Li Miolin would have told them, so he hadn't considered this aspect before. Yes. The man became serious. Xiao Jiang, you are one of the most talented leaders in history and the Federation truly hopes you will stay. But I must make it clear, compared to those powers, the Federation's foundation is too weak. Even if we empty our coffers, the help we can offer is far less than theirs. You need to think this through. No need to think it over, Uncle Li, Jiang Yan said calmly. I will stay in the Federation. Why? Since when does staying in one's homeland require a reason? Although the powers of this era have been polite, he hadn't forgotten that in his previous life he died due to the procrastination of the Nebula Valley and the false intelligence of the Star Domain Empire. Now he was weak and had to be cautious, but once he became stronger he would naturally investigate and seek justice. Moreover, Jiang Yan looked at the young girl next to him. In his previous life, when he was killed by the demons, the Spirit Array Master, who should have been in the safest position at the rear, was the first to run out crying. The man fell silent for a moment, then smiled and stood up, handing over 2 bags of silly gifts to Jiang Yan. Miolin chose these, not sure if you'll like them. Jiang Yan was startled, then also smiled, of course. 2 days later, at the Federation's Comprehensive Affairs Center of the Myriad Realms, Dean, you wanted to see me? A spirited old man turned around, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You're here? Would I dare not come when you send for me? Jiang Yan joked. You rascal. The old man chuckled, throwing a subspace storage box to Jiang Yan. I should have given this to you 2 days ago. It took a bit of time to secure an item. Take a look. Oh, and the high-level support profession card you specifically requested for the Li family girl has already been transferred to her. It's the highest level from the Federation's reserves. Thanks, Dean. Jiang Yan did not put on any airs and refused. he indeed needed resources to accelerate his early development. He briefly checked a thoughtful list attached on top: Rare Blueprint *5 Epic Blueprint *1 Hire Contract, Dwarf Construction Squad *1 Perfect Level Equipment, Glorious Armor Set *1 Lesser Demon God's Heart *1. A total of 17 items, certainly less compared to the Star Domain Empire, but Jiang Yan knew this was already the limit for the Federation, even better than the treatment he received after becoming a deity in his previous life, even possessing a lower-tier demon god's heart. No wonder the Dean mentioned it took some time. This thing can only be preserved for 10 days and can be exchanged for 10,000 soul crystals. It's also the only type of soul crystal resource allowed to be brought into all realms. For a junior lord, it's more precious than anything else. After all, abyssal demon gods are not easy to kill. Across the entire Federation and even the entire Nebula Valley territory, probably only Du Changkong, who received the teachings of the martial god by Qi, could accomplish this. Jiang Yan felt grateful and immediately said, "Please thank that senior for me." The elder smiled. "Old Du has high hopes for you. He hopes you'll grow quickly. He's not a lord, but he's good at assassination tasks, though that doesn't impact the overall battle situation." Also, 6 skilled auxiliary professionals have already signed contracts. Once you enter the abyss, use the contract and they will appear. After saying this, the elder's expression grew serious. "Keep the items safe. Your basic course scores are very good, so I won't go over basic knowledge. However, there are some situations you need to be aware of in advance." "Dean, please tell me." Jiang Yan stood up straight, listening attentively. "This term in the Abyss world, the Federation has been allocated 21 spots, corresponding exactly to the 21 lords born this term. However, apart from you and Yemo, the rest are generally ordinary lords. Based on past experience, they hardly survive past the 3rd round of the Abyss Uprising. At that time, their abyssal passages will have only 2 options: either use a survival point to freeze it or transfer it to someone else." The elder looked somewhat apologetic. "The Federation's survival points, even including those you earn, are extremely scarce. If you have the capacity, I hope you can take on some of the pressure." "It's only natural, my duty," Jiang Yan replied earnestly. In fact, in his previous life, it was indeed the case. The other 19 lords didn't make it to the 3rd round and their territories were all breached. At that time, he and Yemo were merely hard-level lords, unable to share the burden, forcing the Federation to use up its reserve of survival points, leading to increasingly difficult situations thereafter. The elder nodded in relief. "But measure your strength, your development is the most important." "Alright, I won't say more. Your identity information has all been entered. Once you enter, you'll automatically be assigned to the Federation camp. Once you've sorted things out here, just communicate with all realms yourself." "Understood." Jiang Yan carefully considered for a moment, realizing there was nothing else he needed to handle, and then excused himself to the Dean before returning to his dormitory. Entering all realms. With a thought, the vague bond felt like a rope suddenly tightening, and when Jiang Yan opened his eyes again, he was already in a brightly lit void space. A familiar notification sounded. "This term's Abyss world will sync with the timelines of all planes and enter shortly. Estimated waiting time is 30 minutes. Please wait." This is the magic of all realms. Challengers who enter at any time during these 10 days only need to wait about half an hour, and on the morning of the 11th day, they are simultaneously transported to the Abyss battlefield. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Jiang Yan opened the All Realms forum page. There were already over 300 million comments under his Tower of Heritage strategy post. The first 5 levels are free, but the content beyond that is restricted and inaccessible. He plans to wait a while before trading for some good items from various powers. Such crucial information could justifiably be sold for the price of a few legendary blueprints. After all, the newly established abyssal battlefield cannot trade soul crystals from the outside world within the first year, so even if he had more blueprints now, there would be no soul crystals available for construction in the short term. After briefly replying to some valuable comments, time was running out. Soon Jiang Yan felt a darkness envelop the space, and he slipped into a state between sleep and wakefulness. A mechanical voice came through. "Timeline has been synchronized. Heading to Abyssal Fragment World number 037. Challengers, the war is about to begin. World number 037 has officially been unsealed, and the Abyssal Passage has descended upon this world. Initial Abyssal Erosion Level 1. The first round of the Abyssal Uprising will start in 10 days. Please strive to survive." In a remote corner of a vast, boundless continent, a peculiar base appeared quietly. On the left, it was adorned with flowers, fountains, and pristine white statues with countless beautiful angelic apparitions singing and praising in the void. On the right, it was bleak and filled with the aura of death, with bones and limbs scattered everywhere. The two sides were distinctly separated, each occupying a piece of land like a fusion of heaven and hell. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes and was startled by the scene before him. The initial base is generated based on one's clan and personal profession. Has it merged angels and undead together? At this moment, the guiding voice of myriad realms sounded. Please name your base. Jiang Yin pondered for a moment. Let's call it Holy Spirit City. Naming successful. Congratulations on officially becoming a lord. Your nation of believers has sensed the establishment of the Holy Spirit City and will soon send someone to contact you. You can check the data of this nation in the classification panel. Nation of believers. Jiang Yin fell into contemplation. Functionally, this nation of believers seemed more like a newbie protection feature. Each lord corresponds to a nation of believers, and they will resist the abyssal attacks with all their might for the first 10 days. Then, on the 10th day during the abyssal uprising, the strongest of this nation will sacrifice the majority of its citizens along with a demigod-level abyssal demon in mutual destruction. The small remaining portion of the citizens will join the Lord's followers and townspeople after the Lord defeats the remaining abyssal monsters, becoming the first batch of believers and citizens. This was the understanding of almost everyone in his past life, including himself. However, some speculated that if a lord's strength was sufficient to help them defeat the demon, perhaps it would be possible to preserve the nation of believers, starting the game with an entire duchy's worth of faith. The power of faith, an essential resource as crucial as soul crystals, especially for Jiang Yin, directly affects the recruitment of angels. He looked at Holy Spirit City's initial building, a dazzling and majestic gate with countless angelic apparitions praising within. Gate of Heaven, exclusive building capable of recruiting angels. Tier, unique. Level 10/100000000. Currently recruitable, bifurcated angels, type random, required resources, 5,000 faith power, current faith power balance 1377. Looking at these figures, Jiang Yin felt somewhat headache-inducing. Most troops are recruited using soul crystals, but angels require faith, which is much harder to obtain in the early stages. Jiang Yin thought about this and decided to ask for advice. He summoned Yabarik and others from the Soldier's Token, as well as Analia from the Heart of the Angel, Lord/Master. Everyone greeted respectfully. No need for formalities. Jiang Yin waved his hand and shared the current predicament with everyone. Master, I'm not skilled in spreading faith, but I can sense that there are many demons and or veins nearby. Let me go and defeat them and bring back the treasures, Yabarik said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Go ahead, Jiang Yin nodded after a moment's thought. Eliminating demons would yield soul crystals, treasures and experience, all essential for the development of the Holy Spirit City. Lord, I sense that there are some believers in a town over 100 kilometers away, but their faith is not strong enough. Please allow me to go and teach them, Analia said, sensing delicately. Not urgent, Jiang Yin murmured as he opened the town panel. Harmank Principalities. Affiliated Camp, Holy Spirit City, area, 7,200 square kilometers. Total population, 10 million, current faith level, friendly, faith output, 0/day, description, first you must make them believe in you to obtain the power of faith. Analia, what do you plan to do? Lord, they are currently battling the abyss. I will go and help them face the enemy. Moments of life and death are the easiest times to strengthen faith, Analia said. She was not an angel specialized in spreading faith and could only use some traditional methods. In that case, there will be an envoy from their visiting later. You take care of receiving them and then proceed as you think best. Jiang Yin did not obstruct. The Holy Spirit City also had 10 golden level great sword guards, so there was no need to worry about safety. Then the safety around Holy Spirit City is in your hands. Jiang Yin looked towards the guards. Don't worry, Lord, I guarantee not even a slime will get through. Don't delay. Set off now, everyone, and be safe. Jiang Yin nodded and smiled. The first 10 days are the safest and most stable time for development. Even outside the period of the Abyss Uprising, they would still be constantly harassed by abyssal monsters, so this time must be well utilized. After seeing everyone off, Jiang Yin was not idle. He still had many tasks to attend to. He needed to use the resources gifted by the Federation. He also needed to keep an eye on the trading platform of all realms. In the early stages, it was often possible to exchange minimal resources for some precious treasures. The capabilities of the undead emperor also awaited exploration. After quickly planning in his mind, Jiang Yan first took out the heart of the demon god and placed it on the conversion altar. A flash of light passed and a surge of joy briefly flickered. Sacrifice of the demon god's heart successful. You receive 10,000 soul crystals. The world has taken notice of you and your luck has increased by an imperceptible thread. Good stuff, but too rare. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly, then took out the 6 blueprints gifted by the Federation. Use. Ding, you have obtained the epic architectural blueprint of the Radiant Mission Hall. Ding, you have obtained 3 rare level blueprint, Advanced Graveyard. Ding, you have obtained 2 rare level blueprints, Armless Archangel. 6 blueprints shimmering with a faint glow appeared in Jiang Yan's hands and he looked at them intently. Radiance Evangelism Station, one of the lower tier buildings of heaven capable of recruiting light evangelists and light spreaders. Construction requires 2,000 soul crystals and the natural construction time is 15 days. Construction time can be significantly reduced with the participation of building type troops. Advanced Graveyard, one of the basic buildings of the undead realm capable of generating a moderate quality of intact skeletons every natural day. Construction requires 1,000 soul crystals and the time is 10 days. Armless Archangel, one of the decorative buildings of heaven, slightly increases the happiness and faith of the local populace. Requires 500 soul crystals and takes 3 days. Not bad. All useful blueprints. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. He used the dwarf construction crew contract and all 6 auxiliary contracts. After a spatial fluctuation, 28 stout dwarves and 6 auxiliary professionals appeared before him. Lord, they saluted. Welcome to Holy Spirit City. Jiang Yan smiled slightly with a hint of apology. Time is pressing. I may need you to start working immediately. Jebelik killed 103 monsters, obtaining 200 soul crystals, 1320 experience, and various materials and treasures. Analia killed 32 abyssal creatures, obtaining 513 soul crystals and 900 experience. The faith in the Duchy of Hamank slightly increased. Jiang Yan looked at the information coming through the Myriad Realms panel and couldn't help but smile with happiness. Lords can share a small amount of the killing experience of their subordinates. Thanks to the efforts of Anna and the dragon, in just one day he had already advanced to level 10. The 2 of them were too strong for this period. Most lords, including himself in his previous life, would have had to personally lead their followers to cautiously explore around their base, let alone help their nation of believers kill abyssal creatures. Jiang Yan opened the Myriad Realms area chat channel, which was bustling at the moment. Folks, who knows? My nation of believers sent a request for help and I soft-heartedly sent out a team of barbarians, but they were all killed by monsters halfway there, and the system even notified me that the faith of my nation of believers has decreased. I'm literally crying. 0 points for common sense upstairs? This nation of believers is just a plot NPC. They'll be destroyed in the abyssal uprising. 10 days later, no need to care about them. Help! There's a bronze level boss not far from my base. I carelessly let a troll archer shoot an arrow at it and I've been chased for 2 hours now. How has the hatred not dropped yet? You should have studied well when you went to school. Myriad Realms is just like a game, not a real game. These monsters are real and intelligent beings. Aside from some forced effects of skills, there is no hatred drop mechanism. You're on your own upstairs. Jiang Yan casually browsed through. Most of the messages were complaints and cries for help. This was the norm. After all, most were ordinary level lords and their initial followers were of lower tier, their strength comparable to goblins. Killing an ordinary monster required both wits and bravery. After some thought, Jiang Yan also sent out a message. Long-term purchase of various unused blueprints. Rare grade 2,000 soul crystals, epic grade 5,000 soul crystals, and for legendary and above, please contact privately. Although most people are weak, luck has nothing to do with strength. Who knows? Maybe a king of luck could get a legendary item from a slime. The message, glowing golden and magnified several times, appeared in the chat channel. The channel instantly exploded. Can someone tell me why his message is so high class? Does the multiverse also have VIP levels? Newbies who pass high-level trials in the beginner's arena get these privileges, but I've never seen golden text before. Are you guys not connected to the net? You don't know about Lord Jiang Yan? He's the only one who passed the sovereign level assessment, and I heard he's from a lower civilization. Too strong. It's really Lord Jiang himself. Oh, add me as a friend, please sponsor me. I'm a girl and I rate myself a 9 after makeup. These prices are way too steep, aren't they? A rare blueprint is worth at least 20,000 and epic starts at 100000. And Lord Jiang, you're so powerful already, shouldn't you look after us newbies a bit? There were flatteries, moral bindings, and plenty of friend requests. After activating the smart filtering feature, Jiang Yan no longer paid attention to them. As for the prices, they were indeed far below the true value of the blueprints, but currently most people struggled even to kill a single monster, and the soul crystals they could gather probably didn't even reach double digits, not enough to even summon soldiers, let alone build with blueprints. If they couldn't survive past the 10th day, all was in vain. 2,000 soul crystals could let a newbie lord recruit a large number of soldiers, easily getting through the early stages, significantly improving both upgrade efficiency and development speed. Thinking it over, Jiang Yan posted another long-term exchange offer in the trading channel: Soul Crystals 130 exchange for pure faith power with a limit of 1,000 soul crystals. This required purification by the multiverse. Generally 120 faith power was needed to get 100 pure faith power. The exchange rate was also steep. But still, at this stage, for most people, the value of soul crystals far exceeded everything else. He wasn't running a charity, he had to prioritize himself and within his capabilities give some preferential treatment to his fellow Federation citizens. As for others, it was a clear transaction, each taking what they needed. Sure enough, just 1 minute after the post went up, 1,000 soul crystals were spent and he gained 30,000 pure faith power in return. Recruit 6 angels. Jiang Yan arrived at the Gate of Angels and without hesitation used the newly acquired faith power. A flash of light flickered and 6 pale golden orbs surged out from the Gate of Heaven. 30 seconds later, 6 angels about 1.5 meters tall, each with 2 pairs of wings, appeared before him. They had delicate features, uniform armor, and a silver-white long sword tied at their waists, looking valiant and heroic. Great Holy Lord, thank you for granting us new life. Like Analia initially, these angels immediately knelt on one knee before Jiang Yan, pledging their devout loyalty. Rise, he said. They all looked quite similar, apparently of the same order of angels. With a thought, Jiang Yan began to examine their information. D-Winged Angel rank, unique, profession, D-Winged battle. Angel, level, 30, faith level, blind, skills, Holy Light Judgment Angel battle formation, comprehensive rating, 1000, impressive. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. Generally, the highest initial level for recruited troops is level 10 for epic, 15 for legendary and 20 for mythic, yet as a unique tier, the angel had reached level 30 right from the start. Moreover, their initial combat rating was almost comparable to a golden tier 10 greatsword earth elemental. Unfortunately, the angelic skills were unique and could not be further enhanced with talent maximization. Head south to Holy Spirit City and find Jebelik to level up first. After advancing to the bronze tier, head east to the Duchy of Hamank and seek Analia. She will arrange work for you, Jiang Yan instructed after a moment of consideration. These angels were costly, and he was not willing to send them directly into battle against the abyss. We are ready to fight for you, Holy Master. The 6 angels bowed and then flew away with a flap of their wings. Watching them depart, Jiang Yan frowned slightly, a concern suddenly crossing his mind. While angels were powerful, their creation was too expensive. Before the first abyssal uprising, it would be difficult to assemble a squad of 1,000 angels. This would indeed be enough to overcome difficulties, but to protect the entire nation of believers intact and to withstand the abyssal attacks directly might require significant sacrifices. Therefore, he needed a sufficient number of expendable, cost-effective units to take on this role. Jiang Yan's right hand clenched and a dark jade-colored staff appeared, topped with a frozen skull that seemed almost alive. A divine tier staff scourge. What else could be more fitting for this role than the undead plague? Jiang Yan reviewed his professional skills. Having just returned to the real world, he hadn't had the chance to study them thoroughly, but now was the time to shine. The graveyard was not yet completed, and currently there were no suitable skeletons or corpses around to summon. The only usable skill was the third one, Necropolis. It could consume a certain amount of the essence of death to permanently summon a heroic spirit from the necropolis in the realm of the undead. First time free, Jiang Yan was somewhat excited about what kind of heroic spirit he might summon. In my name I permit thee to awaken from thy slumber. Clutching the staff scourge, Jiang Yan chanted the spell, and in an instant his consciousness seemed to travel through endless space to a dark and solemn hall. Inside, countless beings, or rather not beings, for they bore no signs of life, appearing more like ancient corpses preserved through the ages. A skeleton wizard shrouded in ice, a ram-horned demon holding a staff, a headless terror knight. A swift streak of green light passed by and finally settled on a female corpse dressed in dark purple leather armor. Her skin was pale, her attire scant, with pointed ears and a longbow hanging on her back. as the green light merged, her previously closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing bright red pupils looking towards the place where Jiang Yan's consciousness resided, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Xena's rank, unique. Occupation, Dark Ranger. Level, Gold Tier 10, Faith. Level, utterly loyal. Skills, Necrotic Arrow, Curse Mark, Life Offering, Seal of Silence. Overall rating, 60173. At the same time, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a jolt in his consciousness and found himself back in the Holy Spirit City. The archer appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, responding to your call." A slightly deep voice spoke up, prompting Jiang Yan to look down, inadvertently catching sight of a seemingly bottomless chasm. "Ahem, rise, isn't your attire a bit too scant?" Jiang Yan hesitated to say. The dark purple leather armor was somewhat adequate on the lower half, but the upper half was quite sparing in material, revealing large patches of pale skin. "Is it, my lord?" "But this is the traditional attire of our kind," replied Xena, her eyes shimmering as she placed Jiang Yan's hand on her left wrist guard, adding, "Moreover, this is a legendary piece of equipment." Xena shared the Dark Ranger's legacy leather armor with him. Dark Ranger's legacy leather armor. Rank, legendary. Enchantment effects, lightweight, indestructible, self-repairing. Attached skills, Dark Source, Legacy Will. Overall rating, 3940. Related lore, this is the ancestral gear of the Dark Ranger clan, unusable by outsiders. Wearing this armor grants mastery over all the Dark Ranger clan's combat techniques. Truly a legendary item. Jiang Yan awkwardly withdrew his hand. This spirit from the realm of the undead seemed far bolder than Analia. Moreover, her strength was unexpectedly beyond Jiang Yan's anticipation, far surpassing even that of Yaberlik. Initially, he thought the necropolis would summon only some elite lieutenants at most, but now it seemed this skill was much more formidable than imagined. Gaining a powerful subordinate unexpectedly, Jiang Yan's mood improved. He tried to activate the necropolis skill again, discovering that the next summoning would require 10 million Essence of Death. This wasn't much. Given the endless demons and abyssal creatures on this continent, a few months of unrestrained killing should suffice. "Do you wish to grow stronger, Xena?" Jiang Yan stepped back, twirling his scourge staff in hand. "Of course, my lord. Everyone in the undead realm longs to become stronger." Xena raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the question. "Why do you?" Jiang Yan pressed. "Because we do not wish to die a second time," she replied. Jiang Yan paused, then said with feigned ease, "I thought you would say it's to serve me better." "That too is a reason, but first we must survive, at least keep a bone intact." Xena suddenly laughed, her pale skin adding a unique charm to her smile. "Then, as you wish." Jiang Yan smiled faintly, fully enhancing his innate skills. Activation successful. Since the opponent's skills were all at their maximum levels, they automatically transformed into enhancement effects. Due to the unique nature of Curse Mark and Life Offering, the enhancement failed. Necrotic Arrow evolved into a higher level skill. Extreme Magic Arrow Technique, Seal of Silence evolved into the skill. Domain of Void, 2 upgrades. Not bad at all. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, noting from the panel that Xena's rating had risen from just over 60,000 to about 80,000, now not far behind Analia's. Incredible. Xena seemed to sense something, surprised. She took off the longbow from her back. Thump, thump, thump. With continuous pulling of the bowstring, black arrows scattered like fireworks, and in an instant 1,000 arrows had been shot. They all fell on the boundary of the base, and the surging death energy subtly shifted to the left. "It seems that this emperor is not only young but also very capable," Xena said playfully. "There is some annoying presence in the base." "Xena, don't do anything unnecessary." Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. As the lord, any changes in the base could not escape his eyes. Secretly moving the boundary, if Anna found out, the two might end up fighting. "All right, I will follow your will, Emperor." Xena nonchalantly put away her longbow and calmed down, knowing her mistake and correcting it is good. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and said, "I have sent the Angel clan to the Western Abyss battlefield, and there are dragons harvesting demons in the northern mountains. That leaves the east and south. Pick a direction. It's up to you. Why not attack both directions at the same time, Emperor?" Xena immediately became excited when it came to war, her bright red eyes sparkling strangely. "It's not very realistic. The graveyard will take at least 3 more days to complete, and during this time I cannot provide any troop support for you." Jiang Yan shook his head. "It seems that even though the Emperor has acquired the inheritance, his understanding of our undead realm is not thorough." Xena chuckled lightly. "As the first heroic spirit to be awakened, I need to make the Emperor realize that only the undead realm is your most reliable subordinate, not those weak angels." "Oh, both places have many strong races and monsters?" Can you really handle it alone? Jiang Yan was not annoyed. Her faith level was deathly loyal, meaning she would never betray him, and naturally, she wouldn't lie about such important matters. Xena sighed lightly, her words meaningful. Underestimated Emperor, remember, every powerful being in the undead realm represents the scourge itself. South of the Holy Spirit City was a continuous forest. Here, miasma was rampant and the monsters infected by the abyss fought endlessly with the local strong races, neither able to overpower the other. Today, this place welcomed an uninvited guest, a female elf archer dressed in dark purple leather armor stepped alone into the dense forest. Every step she took, the flora within 10 meters around her seemed to be drained of essence, withering and dying. This was her second skill, life consecration. It continuously drew life force from all living beings around her to replenish herself and temporarily gain the sensation she had when alive. What an intoxicating feeling! Xena's bright red eyes scanned the depths of the dense forest and spotted several hyena men hiding behind a large tree 30 meters away, secretly aiming with poison crossbow bolts. Longbow in hand, her arrow struck like thunder. 3 black arrows instantly pierced through the trees, impaling the bodies of the hyena men. Xena continued forward without turning her head as skeletons, picking up the poison crossbow bolts, shakily rose from the bodies of the hyena men and followed behind her. Xena's first skill, the necrotic arrow, can transform any slain creature into an undead being. After evolving into the extreme magic arrow technique, it not only retains this effect but can also simultaneously fire up to 16 unerring arrows. To demonstrate the value of the undead realm to Jiang Yan, Xena didn't hesitate. Her arrows navigated automatically, striking every enemy hidden in the shadows with precision. In just over an hour, she had amassed a force of more than 300 skeletal warriors behind her. They rampaged through the jungle, slaughtering living creatures and demons alike. This activity soon attracted the attention of a local power, the ogre tribe, who gathered on the inevitable path ahead, setting traps and waiting for their prey. Interesting, Xena thought, just in time for us to need a guide, and here they are. A mocking smile crossed her lips as she directed the skeletal army towards the direction of the ogre tribe. The jungle was fraught with peril. Some of the skeletons were devoured by man-eating plants, while others undeterred slashed through both flora and foes in a single stroke. Some fell into swamps, making no attempt to struggle as their comrades trampled over their submerged skulls. These skeletal soldiers showed no fear, advancing bravely like the most valiant warriors, clearing the way of any obstructors until they reached the encirclement of the ogre tribe. They stepped boldly onto the crudely concealed traps covered only with weeds. A group of ogres, each over 2 meters tall, wielding maces and with ugly visages, stepped out from behind the trees, laughing uproariously. Just a bunch of low-level undead creatures. A particularly large ogre sneered dismissively. Kill them, yes, chieftain. Hundreds of ogres immediately roared, swinging their maces and charging forward. Bang! Crack! The skeletons formed from the bones of weaker beings, and despite being bolstered by undead spells, couldn't withstand the blows from the heavy maces and were continuously smashed into pieces. Their all-out strikes landed on the rough, thick skin of the ogres, leaving only shallow, non-fatal cuts. In just 5 minutes, more than 300 skeletal warriors were completely annihilated, leaving only fragments of white bone scattered on the ground. Apart from one particularly unlucky ogre who was surrounded and killed, the rest suffered only minor injuries. But Xena was not at all perturbed. Her crimson gaze fixed on the exceptionally large ogre, her lips curling into a sinister smile. Found you. These undead creatures are truly worthless, she heard the ogre chieftain complain. No treasure and not even good for food, what a waste of time. Spitting out a glob of saliva, the chieftain was about to signal his tribe to leave when a sudden wave of terror washed over him. He instinctively looked northward, catching a glimpse of a pair of bright red eyes. That was his last conscious thought. Curse mark, Xena's second skill, could forcibly control any being below the divine level with a limit in number depending on her strength, and the ogre chieftain, merely a silver tier ordinary life form, had no chance to resist. Pat! Pat! Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Xena slowly emerged from behind. Another enemy looks like it could be tasty. The ogres around revealed sinister smiles, ready to advance, but they were stopped by the ogre chieftain. Stop, you fools! With an ugly and fierce face, the ogre chieftain then scurried to Xena like a tamed pug, prostrating before her. Master! What's happening? Why would the chieftain kneel before food? He has betrayed the glory of the ogres and is no longer worthy to be our chieftain. Kill him too. The surrounding ogres looked at each other, but soon each displayed a greedy expression. By killing the chieftain, they could enjoy the succulent food he had hoarded. It seems your kin want to kill you, Xena observed with interest at these lower beings. Master, please allow me to annihilate them, the ogre chieftain raised his head to ask. A close look would reveal the complex curse marks faintly visible in his eyes. No need, they are all excellent materials for becoming skeletal warriors. Bang, 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 the bowstring vibrated and dark arrows stormed out, striking precisely into each ogre's heart. Screams erupted one after another. They swung their maces trying to counterattack, but before even reaching within 10 meters of Xena, they all fell. Soon skeletons sturdier than before rose from the ground, picked up the maces and silently stood waiting for orders. Gather all your kin here, Xena commanded coldly. This was why she didn't kill the ogre chieftain but controlled him instead. Aimlessly searching for people was not as efficient as gathering them all together for a mass kill. She could sense thousands of kilometers to the west a presence even stronger than her, and she needed to prove her worth quickly. Without hesitation, the ogre chieftain removed the bone whistle around his neck and blew it hard as he walked. The whistle's sound, accompanied by a special magical fluctuations, spread far and wide. In less than an hour, Xena sensed thousands of ogres rushing from all directions. Is this all your kin? Xena asked. Yes, master, the whistle I blew is only played when the ogre race faces life and death, and all who can walk must rush to the destination, the ogre chieftain said, seeking approval. You did well, I'll reward you. Serve me eternally. Pfft. A black arrow pierced the ogre chieftain's chest. As his face still held a smile, a particularly tall skeleton stood up, quietly moving aside. Deceitful, ruthless and scrupulous, Xena's face was expressionless as she slowly raised her bow, aiming at the approaching ogres. From the moment I became undead, I knew the path I must follow. Amidst the black rain of arrows, the screams gradually subsided and thousands of snow-white skeletons slowly rose. Xena killed *109 ogres, obtained *188 soul crystals, *2180 experience. Xena killed *3434 ogres, obtained 6,780 soul crystals, *68680 experience. Xena killed the ogre chieftain, your reputation slightly increased, obtained a bronze advancement token *1. What's going on? Jiang Yan, who was supervising a dwarf squad in constructing a cemetery, stared dumbfounded at the war panel as alerts kept popping up. In just one day, what had she done to wipe out an entire tribe? That's intense. In just 3 days, thanks to several competent subordinates, he had leveled up to 32, and the magical power within him had multiplied. Eager Jiang Yan opened the war interface and was surprised to find that nearly 1/10 of the vast dark forest to the south had been explored. The entire map was densely packed with skeletons of various sizes, recklessly rampaging through the jungle, swarming upon encountering enemies. Where Xena passed, not a blade of grass grew. Flowers and trees were drained of vitality, and various creatures killed and turned into skeletal warriors, growing stronger with each battle without any need for resupply. He finally understood what Xena meant by each powerhouse of the undead realm representing a calamity. At this rate, it was very likely that he would explore the entire dark forest before the first abyssal uprising. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Jiang Yan. The unique class transfer obtained at the 20th level of the Legacy Tower might have brought him a force not weaker than heavens. Although individually weaker than angels, they required no resources and grew stronger with each fight. If both were combined, wouldn't that be invincible? My lord, I have something to report, said a support class professional jogging over. Interrupting Jiang Yan's reverie, this was one of the 6 professionals initially given by the Federation, including 2 array masters, 2 plant masters, 1 food master, and 1 alchemy master. He was one of the plant masters. What is it, Xueming? Jiang Yan asked. My lord, the spirit fields inside Holy Spirit City have been fully cultivated. Here is the planting plan we have devised. Is there anything you would like to add? Xueming handed over a list. Jiang Yan glanced at it. Half was for consumption. Although the life forms of angels and undead were special, the former could absorb energy to sustain themselves and the latter could directly absorb vitality. Both he and his other subordinates needed to eat. The other half were for alchemy or decoration. Powerful alchemy masters could produce various special effect pills. Good, very comprehensive. I'll go purchase a batch now. Anything not available on the platform, I'll have them keep an eye out for during their monster raids. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan opened the Inter-Realm Trade Center in the Realms section. Now that he had a surplus of soul crystals, he could exchange some more for the power of faith. 10 Bicrisbrute seedlings priced at 20 soul crystals, 10 Windrush grass seedlings priced at 10 soul crystals, 20 Holy Spirit flower seeds priced at 30 soul crystals, Currently in the early stages of development, most lords didn't need these spiritual plants, but their demand for soul crystals was very high, so the prices were quite reasonable. Jiang Yen spent less than 1,000 soul crystals to nearly complete his collection, after handing over various plant seedlings and seeds to Xue Ming. Jiang Yen glanced at the blueprint trade panel. There were still no trade requests, either no one had drawn the blueprints or they were reluctant to sell them at a low price. Jiang Yen was not in a hurry, it was only the third day. As time passed, those with insufficient strength would inevitably feel the pressure and convert some resources into immediate combat power. He currently had over 9,400 soul crystals left, taking out 3,000 to exchange for pure faith and save the rest for emergencies. Ding, a new friend request notification chimed in just as he was setting up and preparing to log out. A reminder from the multiverse system pinged. Jiang Yan looked curiously as he had set up a smart filter for friend additions. If someone could send a request, it meant they indeed had something he needed. The note attached was an unused epic blueprint and the sender was Luo Qianyu. Whitehead Jiang Yan was stunned. The sixth princess of the Xinhuan Empire, a peerless genius who had passed the dire level assessment. In his previous life among these assessors, she was the absolute leading prodigy, even advancing to the realm of a middle-ranked deity before his demise. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Such individuals, if they sought you out, generally meant trouble. Moreover, before understanding the intentions of the Xinhuan Empire, he did not wish to engage with them. It's just an epic blueprint after all. Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yan clicked reject. What he didn't expect was that less than a minute after his rejection, another friend request notification popped up. This time the note was more direct. Legendary blueprint *2, and used click to view. Whoa, is this showing off? Just legendary blueprints? Who do you think you're looking down on? Do I not have? Cough. I temporarily don't have any, but do you have angels? Do you have the unique Dark Ranger? Do you have the light Holy Dragon King? Jiang Yan never thought that in this life he would actually feel envy. Legendary blueprints, these were items that only had an extremely low chance of dropping after slaying abyssal demons, items he had never owned even after becoming a deity in his past life. But thinking about it, if she could offer a legendary blueprint in a recruitment contract, what more for a direct royal princess with exceptional talent? Alright, you win. Jiang Yan quickly clicked twice reject and block all in one go. It wasn't because he was provoked, but given her status, even if she truly wanted to trade a legendary blueprint, she would likely impose some very troublesome conditions. After all, with her strength and wealth, abyss monsters of erosion level 1 posed no threat at this stage. Now was a critical time for lord development, and getting entangled over a blueprint was not worth the distraction. Better to block and out of sight, out of mind. After exiting the multiverse channel and resting for a moment, the soul crystals he had used to exchange for pure faith were also depleted. Looking at the more than 90,000 units of faith power he now possessed, Jiang Yan felt his mood improve, including the accumulation over the past few days. He could now recruit 19 angels. Arriving at the gates of heaven, Jiang Yan did not hesitate to pour the faith power into it. Familiar dazzling light flickered, and a large swath of pale golden orbs flew out. Moments later, 19 two-winged angels appeared before him. Great Holy Lord, thank you for granting us rebirth. Jiang Yan glanced over. 18 of them looked exactly like the previous battle angels, only the one in the center was slightly different. She was relatively petite compared to other angels, without a sword at her waist but holding a staff instead. Angelic rank, unique, profession, bi-wing healing angel, level 30, faith level, blind, skilled in resurrection mass healing, overall rating 1067, not bad. Jiang Yan pointed in the north direction and said, I believe you can sense the dragon's presence there. Go there first to level up to the bronze rank. Fight for our holy cause. 19 angels responded in unison. Jiang Yan smiled as he bid them farewell, then planned to continue supervising the construction of the cemetery. At that moment a notification rang in his ear. The respect from the kingdom of Hamank has increased, now it respected, with a daily faith increase up to 2,000. Let's rewind a bit. 2 days ago, as numerous challengers arrived, the abyssal passageways were unsealed, forcing every native duchy to mobilize their entire nation to resist the abyssal invasion. Following ancient oracles, the kingdom of Hamank sent 2 envoys to Holy Spirit cities seeking assistance. Uncle Furno, how much longer until we arrive? A girl in a white priest robe, eyes full of hope, asked. Soon, Princess Alea, replied the middle-aged man in armor who had just slain 2 demonic creatures blocking their path. Taking a moment to respond, just beyond this forest. That's wonderful, we are saved. the girl excitedly murmured. The abyss's indestructible darkness will come again. On the day the barrier breaks, the gods will descend upon the city of miracles that is our only hope. Only the devout will be redeemed, the gods will surely help us reseal the abyss. The middle-aged man sighed, looking at the excited girl. This speech was a prophecy circulated by the Church of the Gods. However, before the kingdom of Hamank, at least dozens of nations had already been annihilated by the abyss. If the gods were as friendly and powerful as the prophecy stated, why would those countries be destroyed? He held no expectations in his heart, but he had no choice but to come. Not out of foolishness, but out of helplessness. Let's go, Your Highness, we must arrive before dark, otherwise. Be careful, Princess, a powerful presence is coming this way. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He positioned himself in front of the girl, his hands gripping his sword tightly as he stared at the horizon. There a brilliance like the sun blazing across half the forest landed in front of them. The light dissipated, revealing a breathtaking six-winged angel. Analia, are you the pilgrims from the kingdom of Hamank? Who are you, and where do you come from? The man asked. Warily, he had never heard of gods personally coming out to greet pilgrims before. Analia's expression turned cold. She was not one of those mild-tempered preaching angels. Apart from the Holy Lord and the four crowned ones, no one had the right to question her. Are you a deity? At this moment the girl behind stepped forward, her expression excited as she bowed. It's all right, Uncle Furno, I can feel her connection to the divine aura of the Church of the Gods, the girl interrupted. The middle-aged man was startled. He knew that the Church of the Gods was a very peculiar organization that would appear whenever a duchy was established. It required that each king must have an offspring who would serve as a priest. During ordinary times, it did not have a fixed deity of worship, just a vague concept of the pantheon. Only when the abyss appeared would the Church of the Gods manifest a specific divine figure. As the sole priestess, Elia surely wouldn't sense it wrong. Fernal quickly sheathed his weapon and bowed respectfully. Forgive me for not recognizing the divine presence, I beg your pardon. Lady Analia's gaze lingered on the girl, her expression softening slightly. You are indeed a devout believer. I am not a deity. I am merely a follower of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is aware of your purpose here, thus he sent me. Does this mean you are truly here to save us? The girl asked, her expression growing more excited. The holy light will protect every devout believer. Analia nodded gently. That's wonderful, my lady. If I may ask, which deity has descended this time? The creator of all, the master of all gods, the holder of the holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Lord. Analia replied without hesitation. The moment her words fell, in all the temples of the Church of the Gods within the Duchy of Hamank, the statues of the deities gradually became clearer, taking on the appearance of Jiang Yin. Elia and Fernal's mouths dropped open in surprise. Although they couldn't fully understand the string of titles, one they did comprehend was the Master of all gods, a deity of incredible power according to the legends of the Church of the Gods. They exchanged looks, excitement evident in their expressions. The duchy was saved. I can sense the presence of the abyss wreaking havoc. I must leave now to fulfill the Holy Lord's mandate, Analia said, looking towards the horizon as the holy light enveloped her body once more. Farewell, my lady. Elia maintained the church etiquette until Analia disappeared from sight. Uncle Fernal, it turns out the chronicles of the church were true. The gods are indeed gentle and merciful, compassionate towards all beings. Yes, praise the great Holy Lord, the middle-aged man said sincerely. Shall we proceed with our original plan to visit the holy city to worship the deities, or? No, let's return to the duchy first, Elia said decisively. The messenger made it clear, the holy light will protect every devout believer. I must make everyone a follower of the Holy Lord. Meanwhile, in a small frontier town of the Duchy of Hamank, a group of young soldiers in tattered armor gathered at the village entrance. They looked nervous, their hands trembling slightly as they held their weapons. Can the lords of the Soil Brigade defeat those monsters? One of them couldn't help but ask. In a low voice, I don't know, but if they can't hold them back, we're doomed. They will win, they must win. Since the invasion of the abyss began, it took less than 2 hours for the border guards to be completely annihilated. The kingdom urgently dispatched the 3rd to the 6th Soil Brigades to set up defensive lines to confront the enemy. All citizens aged 14 and above were also required to take up arms in resistance. The kingdom had already planned to abandon the outskirts and evacuate all civilians to cities protected by magical formations, but the efficiency of the teleportation arrays was limited, and this required time. Now, it has been over 7 hours since the local militia was called to fight the abyssal creatures, and this small town, being the furthest from the kingdom, still had at least 3 hours before it was their turn. The young soldiers couldn't help but pray silently. Meanwhile, in the village, the elderly, women and children huddled together outside the teleportation circle, their anxiety palpable. 1 hour. 2 hours. The villagers' tension eased slightly when they received a message through a teleportation talisman saying it would be their turn in another half hour. But just then a faint roar and the sound of the ground trembling reached them. In the distant sky, dots appeared like a tide, becoming clearer and clearer. Creatures with mottled black and red skin, 4 sharp claws, bodies covered with terrifying spikes and drooling mouths, were approaching rapidly. A sharp-eyed militiaman's face turned pale as he screamed in horror. Attack! Crawling demons, they're everywhere. At that moment everyone plunged into despair. If even the well-equipped kingdom's militia couldn't stand against these monsters, what chance did they have? No. We can't possibly stand a chance. A relatively well-armed militiaman took shaky steps back. He was the captain of this squad, but only because his sister had married a nobleman in the city, not because he had the strength or courage of a captain. What a joke, these monsters! We can't possibly win. He watched as the abyssal creatures drew nearer, swallowed hard, and suddenly turned and ran. He fled. Captain. Damn it, he just ran away. Save your energy, he can't escape if the teleportation circle isn't activated. We're all going to die anyway, an older militiaman said despairingly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clear sound of roaring was now right next to their ears, and before they knew it, the monsters were not far from the town's gates. As the creatures stepped over several small trigger-based magical circles activated, flames, frost, and earth spikes, bursts of magic hit them instantly, leaving more than a dozen corpses. But the creatures showed no fear, stepping over the bodies of their comrades as they continued to advance. Food! Greed flashed in the eyes of a crawling demon at the front as it smelled the scent of living beings and instinctively opened its massive mouth, pouncing forward. Ah! The leading militiaman screamed, thrusting his spear with all his might. Thrust! The spear was easily cut by sharp claws, and seeing the monster lunging at him, he couldn't help but close his eyes in fear. Gods of all heavens, whoever you are, save me, I will forever be your devout follower, he prayed silently in his heart. Flame judgment, a cool voice came from afar, and he instinctively opened his eyes, only to witness a scene he would never forget. A boundless sea of fire arose from nothingness, countless columns filled with divine aura descended from the sky, and those terrifying abyssal creatures that were about to tear them apart writhed in agony, turning into large swaths of ashes. The Holy Lord of Light will protect every devout follower, the cool voice sounded again. The militiamen turned back to look. In the dazzling light, a breathtakingly beautiful 6-winged angel descended slowly. The gods, they had truly appeared. The surviving soldiers of the Soil Brigade murmured, their expressions becoming increasingly fervent. Great Lord of Light, please save us. The villagers behind them also prostrated themselves one by one on the ground. Analea sensed briefly. The demonic creatures were still streaming continuously from the abyssal portal. Fortunately, the current level of abyssal erosion was only level 1 inch, meaning the creatures were not very strong. The earlier cavalry groups had already dealt with most of the monsters, and delaying until the teleportation array was ready would not be difficult. However, she alone clearly could not protect the entire village. She began to chant softly, Holy Light, bestow upon your believers the power to defeat the evil spirits. High-level holy magic blessing of the Holy Light graced everyone. Some were enveloped in semi-transparent holy light armor, their weapons ignited with holy flames, and even their strength was greatly enhanced. Haha, I've reached the strength of a high-level warrior of earth. Thank you, great Lord of Light. One of the soldiers exclaimed excitedly. Come fight, you monsters. The boost in strength brought with it boundless courage. Why haven't I changed at all? This isn't fair. Another soldier, envious, looked around and shouted loudly. The least among them had weapons imbued with holy flames. The holy light only favors its believers, and heretics should be purified, Analea said coldly, glancing over. The soldier complaining about unfairness felt a chill and wisely shut his mouth. At that moment the energy of the flame of judgment was gradually depleted, and countless crawling demons surged forward again. A kill! A soldier mustered his courage and thrust his spear forward. The crawling demon, attempting to repeat its old trick and slash the spear with its claws, was burned by the holy flames before it could get close, unable to change tactics, and was pierced directly through the head. The soldier was stunned, then burst into elation. I am invincible, praise the Lord of Light. Seeing this, others' faith grew even more devout, and many more received the blessing of the Holy light, they rushed forward to fight the crawling demons. Crawling demons at erosion level 1 had a strength of about levels 20 to 30 inch, roughly equal to the soldiers enhanced by the holy light, but their holy light armor exempted them from damage and their weapons aflame with holy fire could kill the enemies instantly. For a time, despite being outnumbered, they managed to suppress the monsters. However, Analea did not relax. After several holy light spells eliminated crawling demons attempting to flank and attack from behind, she flew towards the rear to begin summoning the gate of heaven. This time, the purpose was not to summon the Archangel's phantom, but to call on the two-winged angels currently upgrading at Yaberlik to assist. The energy of the spell was limited, and under the relentless assault of the fearless monsters, those condensed holy light armors were gradually dimming. At this rate they could only hold on for 3 more minutes before breaking, and these soldiers were the best candidates for spreading the faith. They could not be sacrificed in vain, more help must be summoned. A dazzlingly bright gateway filled with a divine aura slowly materialized in the air. 6 seraphim angels flew out from within. Lady Analea, they bowed respectfully in unison. Analea nodded slightly. Go help these believers repel the abyssal creatures and ensure their safety as much as possible. Yes, my lady, they responded. They each drew their long swords from their waists and charged into the enemy ranks without hesitation. Under the holy light all evil spirits shall be purified. One of the seraphim, her gaze icy, summoned a 10-meter-long glow on her sword, instantly slicing the crawling demons into 2 halves. The experience needed for the clan to level up was far lower than that of a lord. With the help of Yaberlik, they had been able to kill enemies above their level continuously and had reached level 50. With their inherently high rank, these level 20-something monsters were no match for them. Under the fierce performance of the seraphim, the soldiers who had been struggling were suddenly inspired and stabilized the front line. At this moment, 3 purple crystals on the teleportation circle began to flicker, indicating that the city had granted access to this location. We're saved, quick, get in. The crowd began to stir, everyone rushing towards the teleportation circle. Analea turned her head, her expression indifferent. Several scrambling villagers felt a chill and instinctively stopped in their tracks, not daring to continue their disorder. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward and shouted, "Follow the order we arranged earlier, one by one, don't push." Under the command of the elder and the deterrence of Analea, the crowd gradually stabilized. In groups of 50-inch, the villagers were quickly all teleported away. Angel Squad form the angelic phalanx and cover the rear. Everyone else, proceed to the teleportation circle immediately. Analea commanded swiftly. Slashing a large number of abyssal creatures near the passageway might attract some undesirable consequences. She faintly sensed that higher-ranking creatures were about to emerge from a nearby abyssal passage. So it turns out that the villagers and soldiers you saved started spreading the word after being teleported to the city, hence raising the faith level of the entire Hammock Empire. Jiang Yan realized upon hearing Analea's report. Yes, my lord. However, the situation was quite critical at the time and I did not continue to slay abyssal creatures. I still hold faith in the holy light. Please punish me as you see fit. Rise, your choice was correct. It is indeed not suitable to engage in large-scale conflicts with the abyss now. Jiang Yan looked at Analea, who was kneeling on one knee somewhat helplessly. These angels were good at many things, but they were sometimes too rigid in their thinking. Compared to fearless sacrifice, the holy light appreciates those believers who can judge the situation accurately. Is that so, my lord? Analea was startled. Of course, who am I? Jiang Yan suddenly asked with a serious expression. You are the creator of all, the master of all gods, the keeper of the holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent holy lord of light. Analea recited accurately. There you go. Since I am the keeper of the holy light, what I favor represents what the holy light favors, so I did nothing wrong. Analea's expression brightened and she couldn't help flapping her wings in joy. You will need to pay more attention to the Hammock Empire. I will send more angels to support you as soon as possible. Jiang Yan spoke gently. According to the memories of my past life, as the first abyssal uprising approaches, their attacks will become increasingly fierce. Without the support of a lord, even those cities protected by large magical formations won't last long. I wouldn't want to lose such a stable source of faith. Yes, holy lord, I'll go now. Watching Analea, who had just returned and hadn't even rested before she flew back to continue her work, Jiang Yan couldn't help but be moved. With such a hard-working and selfless subordinate, how could he not succeed in great endeavors? After bidding farewell to Analea, Jiang Yan casually opened the realm's interface, planning to acquire another batch of blueprints, but he found the chat channel unusually lively and it seemed to involve him. Which lords Domain is the Hamang Principality. I'm really fed up, my fellow citizens who understands this. I was diligently leveling up when suddenly I got a notification that the faith level in my domain of worship had dropped, and guess why? Why? Hey, it turns out that our ally the Hamang Principality sent a message saying their deity not only took to the battlefield to repel the abyss firsthand but also helped them defend the city, whereas my deity was utterly useless, and shamelessly this lord even proclaimed himself the king of gods, making us look lesser by comparison. We need to expose this shameless fellow, the Hamang Principality. Isn't that my vassal state? But when did I ever claim to be the king of gods? Seeing these discussions, Jiang Yan's expression turned odd. He hadn't expected these native principalities to have contact with each other. But then again, even though there are no satellite phones and such, magic being a kind of rune technology makes cross-regional communication simple. Now, on the third day of the descent, apart from him, even the sixth princess of the star-circlet empire, who started with the highest potential, had forces that were likely only at the bronze level. Most typical lord's troops were around levels 20 to 30, struggling even to traverse the forests toward their principalities, let alone support a fight against the abyss. It seems he had inadvertently put those around him in a tough spot. Jiang Yan shook his head, pitying that most of these domains of worship were destined to be destroyed in the first abyssal uprising. With such little time, he could hardly explore the surroundings of the Holy Spirit city, let alone discover the locations of other principalities to save them. Otherwise, he could have gained a few more stable sources of faith. My lord, good news, the graveyard is complete." At that moment, a robust dwarf, his face brimming with joy, ran towards him shouting, "Oh, that was fast, take me to see it," Jiang Yan said eagerly, his expression brightening. Since receiving the inheritance of the undead emperor, he had not used the most basic ability of the undead system, summoning the dead, due to a lack of suitable materials. Now at last he had a chance to use his powers. "Yes, my lord, this way please." The dwarf, seeing Jiang Yan's happy expression, smiled even more brightly. The construction of the graveyard, originally slated to take 10 days, was completed in just 3 days through their round-the-clock efforts. With such outstanding performance, the dwarf hoped the next project might reward them with a chance to work in the angelic half of the domain. The clan members working over there said that the place is not only eternally spring-like with beautiful singing, but even the air is sweet, and from time to time, beautiful angelic sisters appear, pleasing to the eye. Unlike here in the realm of the undead, where it's always gloomy with gusts of cold wind, and occasionally a limb from a reanimated corpse touches you sneakily, when bored one can only pick up a skull to play with. It's really not a life for humans. Soon the two arrived near a building that covered about 200 square meters. It was surrounded by a circle of eerie green ghost fire, and there were 2 oddly shaped statues at the entrance. Contrary to Jiang Yan's imagination, the high-end cemetery did not have a lot of graves or coffins, but instead featured several bizarre small altars. He curiously looked at the introduction in the realm's book. The high-end cemetery, a rare undead architecture, provides 100 high-quality skeletons daily as needed. Current options include Skeleton Mage, Elite Skeleton Archer, Elite Skeleton Warrior. Special note: a product of the Third Rune Revolution in the undead realm, integrating automation, production, and selection. It's a milestone in the industrial history of the undead realm. Reading this, Jiang Yan was stunned. Isn't the undead realm supposed to be about mystery, death, and fear? Why does this description feel like a production line factory? The cool factor is completely gone. Oh well, let's see the effects first. Jiang Yan sensed the building's core and set the required skeleton type to Skeleton Mage. The bizarre altars began to operate, and in less than 10 seconds, perfectly intact skeletons appeared on the altars, even equipped with thin, magic fluctuating special bones as staffs. This intelligent and efficient, Jiang Yan was amazed and began to see the building in a new light. Truly a milestone masterpiece. What a fantastic piece of work. With a virtual grip of his right hand, the dark jade-colored scourge appeared in his hand, and Jiang Yan activated the death force within him, Necromancer's command. Instantly, all the skeletons seemed to come alive, automatically connecting together, quickly assembling into complete humanoid forms. In the deep-set eye sockets of the skull heads, 2 green flames quietly lit up. They said nothing, silently bowing their heads towards Jiang Yan. Skeleton Mage rank, Elite, level 33, faith level, none. Ordinary undead creatures cannot provide faith. Skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, basic, score 72. Strictly speaking, this belongs to a magical summoning troop type, thus it is not affected by the initial clan level rules, only linked to the summoner's own level. The strength is a bit weak among the same level, probably 100 combined wouldn't match 2 blasts of an angel's holy judgment, but fortunately they don't require resource costs, just a bit of mana and. Jiang Yan looked at the skill column, silently selecting 50 skeletons to activate the innate skill. Ding, talent activation successful. Triggered the ultimate effect, summon skeleton warrior upgraded to full level, able to summon up to 16 skeletons at once. Triggered the sublime effect, summon skeleton warrior promoted to similar skills, summon skeleton archer / shield bearer. Jiang Yan glanced over. 23 skills had reached full level, the rest turned into abilities to summon other types of skeletons, generally scoring around 120. After the promotion was complete, Jiang Yan gave a simple command: head to the southern forest and follow Hina's orders. Although Hina possessed the ability to create undead warriors, it only worked if her arrows hit the target, which could potentially waste a lot of resources. With these skeleton mages, it would be easier to form an army of the undead. The skeleton mages, flames flickering in their eye sockets, silently formed ranks and marched out of the graveyard, heading in the direction commanded. Turning to the dwarves, Jiang Yan praised them. You've done well. I've decided to give you half a day off. I will have the spirit master brew a batch of strong liquor as a reward for you. Seeing the dwarves' expectant faces, Jiang Yan paused for a moment before smiling. I've decided to promote you to the chief construction team of the Undead District in Holy Spirit City. From now on, any new construction teams will be under your supervision. The dwarves, initially beaming with joy, were momentarily stunned. Observing their expressions, Jiang Yan nodded to himself. These beings from another world were indeed simple-hearted, delighted by just the promise of a nominal position. He chuckled, don't be too excited, you deserve this. Holy Spirit City will not shortchange anyone who contributes. With that, Jiang Yan tactfully turned and left, leaving behind the ecstatic dwarves. Wait, Lord, wait. It was only then that a few of the more astute dwarves seemed to awaken from a dream and chased after him. As time steadily passed, it was already the 7th day. Thanks to the assistance of a large number of skeleton mages, Hina's undead army had now occupied 80% of the dark forest, with the total number of skeleton warriors surpassing 30,000. All that remained was to defeat the forest's guardian, an ancient treant of diamond level 10, to control the entire southern land. This creature, being a special life form, was difficult to control with curses. Almost all of the forest's remaining tribes and monsters had gathered there, forming a last line of defense around a towering ancient tree. If someone with a god's eye view were observing, they would see Hina surrounded by a swirl of deathly energy, casually shooting black arrows that slaughtered living beings, while behind her eerie skeleton warriors rose from the corpses to join the vast army, destroying everything in sight. Meanwhile, countless creatures of the forest stood together, their eyes determined, united around the ancient tree in their last stand. Should a wandering bard pass by, they might well be inspired to write a tale about the great demon lord of the undead realm wreaking havoc on the living. Suddenly, the massive undead army halted as if receiving a command. Standing in perfect unison like a well-oiled machine, a golden-furred rat scurried to the center of the army and looked up at the fearsome woman, ingratiatingly saying, Master, have you encountered any problems? Is there anything your servant can assist with? Hina glanced at the creature, which was the rat king of the area, controlled by a curse and capable of manipulating all nearby rats, providing extensive intelligence about the forest and even the eastern wastelands. For now, she had spared its life. Wait till nightfall, Hina responded indifferently. Brilliant. Most creatures' combat abilities are weakened at night, but my army of the undead is not affected at all. Truly, the master has thought of everything, the golden rat praised. How did the task I gave you to gather information in the Western Hackman Duchy go? All investigated, Master, the golden rat reported respectfully. For the past 2 days, temples have been constructed throughout the Hackman Duchy to worship the great Lord of Light. Look, this is a treasure-finding rat that sneakily took a memory stone. These mortals are quite sensible, knowing that my lord is the only true god. Xena chuckled lightly, activating the memory stone with a flick of her hand. A majestic and splendid hall appeared on the screen. In the center was a statue that looked 90% similar to Jiang Yan, and to his lower left was a smaller statue of a young girl, delicately featured with 6 wings, with many people devoutly worshipping. Snap, the memory stone was crushed. Xena's smile froze instantly. Why does that bird person also appear in the temple? Are you referring to the winged creature? That's called an angel, the golden rat explained in surprise. Master, she has a high reputation for rescuing a large number of people and helping to resist the abyssal monsters. The people there call her the foremost holy envoy under the Lord of Light. "Shut up, you fool," Xena said emotionlessly, "a bunch of stupid mortals, why does that?" Bird person claimed to be the first, "Only I am fit to be the foremost envoy under the Emperor's command." "Exactly, I think so too," the golden rat recovered, indignantly saying, "Master, should I arrange for my subordinates to destroy her statue?" Boom, the golden rat was sent flying. "Presumptuous, the place where the Emperor's statue was located, how can it be desecrated?" Xena's gaze turned cold. She hated those winged creatures, but the majesty of the undead emperor must not be violated. "Yes, master, your subordinate knows his fault," the golden rat kowtowed repeatedly. Xena said no more, her face expressionless as she looked towards the deepest part of the forest. The eerie lights in the skeleton's eyes lit up again, resuming movement, advancing towards where Xena's gaze directed. She had originally thought of utilizing the advantage of undead creatures in the night to minimize losses, preparing for the conquest of the eastern wastelands later. But now, that annoying woman in the Hackman Duchy seemed to be thriving. If this caused the Emperor to favor the heavenly faction, that would be terrible. She must demonstrate her value quickly. Xena's crimson eyes faintly flickered. The realm of the undead, when has it ever feared casualties? As the sun set in the west, the remaining light perfectly divided the two camps, one side draped in dappled light and shadows like the fearless heroes in fairy tales, the other enveloped under the tree shadows like demons riding the night. Powerful undead creatures dare to step forward and discuss. "I am the guardian of this forest, why do you invade our home without reason?" A hoarse voice sounded, and a pattern resembling a mouth appeared on a towering tree. "Killed," Xena commanded coldly from behind, not bothering to engage with the other side. Joke, does the realm of the undead need a reason to invade others? Before the appearance of the abyss, the undead scourge was one of the greatest enemies in all realms. With a single command, tens of thousands of skeleton warriors surged forward. Without hesitation, "Prepare for battle," the ancient tree sighed, giving its orders. Although it was powerful, it moved slowly. It had hoped to deceive the enemy into coming closer to launch a surprise attack, as killing ordinary skeletons was useless against a necromancer of such strength. Boom! The sound of collapsing earth rose as huge pits suddenly appeared in the path of the advancing undead army, swallowing many skeletons into their depths, where burrowing giant pythons crushed them. However, these skeletons seemed oblivious to the danger and continued marching into the pits in an endless stream. "Ha, these undead creatures are too stupid. I don't understand how the outer races lost to them." A steel-backed demon bear laughed heartily. "That's right, it's like they're rushing to their deaths." A two-headed wolf chimed in with a grin, but soon their smiles froze. As more and more skeletons fell into the pits, the giant pythons, initially crushing the skeletons with ease, began to struggle. Even when half-swallowed, the skeletons continued to wield their bone blades in attack. The space for the pythons to maneuver diminished, and their bodies accumulated more and more wounds. Finally, by the time the 17th skeleton joined the battle, a python, having lost too much blood, lost its ability to resist and was chopped into sections of flesh. The intact skeletons struggled out of the pit and continued forward, their bones stained red with blood, resembling demons from hell. Even more despairingly, as a skeleton holding a bone staff cast a spell, 4 or 5 skeletons climbed out of the python's body and joined the fray. Allies just moments before had turned into enemies. This scene stunned the creatures, who had hardly ever fought against the undead, waking only when the skeletons nearly reached them and hurriedly launched a counterattack. "Kill these evil creatures, for our home!" The native warriors of the forest roared to bolster their courage and counterattacked. One by one, armored rhinos, confident in their defense, charged fearlessly into the skeleton masses, initially scattering them wildly, crushing many fragile skeletons underfoot. But as they ventured deeper, the skeletons became denser, the rhinos' momentum spent, and they were forced to halt. Countless bone blades stabbed at their tough skin, mostly leaving only white marks, but some found weak spots between the folds of their skin. Blood holes appeared, and under pain, the armored rhinos twisted violently, throwing the surrounding skeletons into the air. However, it was a futile struggle. As blood continued to flow, the rhinos slowly lost their vitality, and under the necromancer's spell, another large group of skeletons rose from the corpses and joined the battle. On another part of the battlefield, a group of hyena-men archers frustratingly exchanged shots with skeletons hidden among them. Their poison arrows, not very powerful, relied on toxins to be effective, but they were ineffective against skeletons. Arrows either passed through the gaps in the bones or failed to penetrate. What made it worse for them was that when they finally hit their target, the skeletons simply removed the poison blackened bone and tossed it away. But if these jackalmen Are accidentally killed by arrows, skeleton mages will immediately cast spells on the spot to summon undead warriors, causing widespread chaos. As a result, they are forced to retreat step by step. The most miserable are the Thunder Lions. They are accustomed to using electric shocks to paralyze their opponents and then deliver a fatal blow. However, due to the lack of compulsory education in this other world, they do not understand that bones are poor conductors, nearly insulators, and the paralyzing effect of electric shocks is completely ineffective. After releasing their skills, these Thunder Lions excitedly approach to bite the neck of their enemy, only to have their heads chopped off in return. More undead warriors rise from the ground. This is the combat style of the undead realm. No need for tactics, no need to dodge, just kill all living beings in sight and turn them into allies. They are endless, they keep increasing. Why don't we just retreat and go to another forest? Why must we fight to the death? Fear gradually took over the brains of the Forest Coalition troops. They were only temporarily united and even had many contradictions among themselves. Now, with the situation turning unfavorable, many began to think about retreating, especially the weaker races who had less to enjoy from the start and were even less willing to fight desperately. As the defensive line was on the verge of collapse, the Forest Guardians were forced to send out high-ranking experts. Most of these had special abilities and their speed, strength and defense far surpassed the ordinary skeleton soldiers. They hadn't been deployed from the start because, according to the Forest Guardians, the enemy's commander had a special ability to control the strong. They had intended to restrain the commander once they appeared and then send the elite troops to clean up the battle situation. However, they didn't expect that the opponent, despite being powerful, was overly cautious and cunning, always hiding in the shadows. A giant encased in ice crystals continuously swung out waves of cold air, freezing large numbers of skeletons. Another huge ape charged in, smashing them into pieces. Meanwhile, a giant eagle spitting acidic saliva flew overhead, mercilessly slaughtering the undead army. The arrows from the skeleton archers couldn't even get close as they were blown away by the flapping of the eagle's wings. Hidden in the shadows, Xena smirked coldly, her crimson eyes shining with a strange light. If I can't control you, old tree, can I not control these mere silver and gold level weaklings? Your subordinates are useful, and now they are mine. Curse mark activate. Invisible waves of law descended, and the various strong beings who were killing the undead army suddenly stopped their actions. Their eyes filled with blood and eerie curse symbols, they unexpectedly turned around and began attacking the forest army. Caught off guard, a large number of forest guards were slaughtered, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. Numerous skeleton mages stepped forward to cast their skills, and hundreds of undead warriors appeared on the spot. Seeing more and more enemies appear, and with the high ranks inexplicably turning traitorous, the Forest Coalition completely lost their will to fight and began to flee. Enough, you damned undead creatures! A hoarse roar came. Crack! The ancient guardian tree of the gloomy forest finally couldn't bear it any longer and took action personally. Several thick branches plunged into the soil, and instantly countless roots spread out, smashing numerous undead warriors to pieces. The lush branches, as if coming to life, directly stabbed towards several rank creatures controlled by Xena. The ice crystal giant exhaled a large amount of cold air in horror, attempting to freeze the branches, while the giant ape continuously tried to tear at the entwining roots. But it was all in vain. Under the enormous disparity in strength, even the flying giant eagle could not escape and was tightly bound. Just as the ancient tree was preparing to retract its branches to devour these controlled creatures, several black arrows were precisely shot at the branches, breaking them. The few who narrowly escaped death hurriedly retreated. Damn it, you cowardly undead creatures, I know you're here, come out and face me in battle. The ancient tree roared again in anger. After its attack was interrupted, its furious branches flinging a large number of skeleton warriors around. Foolish beings, Xena's eyes flickered with disdain. The realm of the undead does not favor the brave or the fierce. Aside from a few tough undead creatures, most prefer to stay behind the large army to shoot cold arrows or cast spells, and she, as the most outstanding Dark Ranger, was among the best. With another precise arrow, she broke the branch, attempting to annihilate a large number of skeletons, and Xena retreated to the rear to command the undead army to surround and attack the ancient tree. Despite the roots emerging from the ground being extremely powerful, almost instantly piercing the skulls of the skeleton warriors, the undead army knew no fear. Skeletons in the back hesitated not to chop at the heads of their comrades in front, cutting through the roots as well. The few controlled creatures, having regained their senses, also launched a counterattack under the cover of the undead army. The silver-level cold air, although not enough to freeze the branches of the ancient tree, made them more brittle, and coupled with the giant eagle's corrosive acid, it caused significant trouble for the ancient tree. The most infuriating thing was that every time the ancient tree tried to launch a surprise attack on these few creatures, it would be disrupted by several precise arrows. Ah, damn cowards, come out! After several attacks were thwarted by Xena, the ancient tree completely descended into madness. Branches swung wildly, and a whirlwind of leaves like blades flew off. Boom! Instantly a huge cloud of dust rose within a radius of 50 meters, turning all skeletons within it into dust. But due to the earlier retreat of the forest defenders, countless corpses were left behind, and under the skills of over 100 skeleton mages, thousands more skeleton warriors joined the battlefield, merging with the main force to continue chopping at the roots and leaves of the great tree. Helpless, the ancient tree had to shake off more branches and leaves, clearing the enemies within its range. Thus, 2 hours later, after 5 continuous eruptions, the ancient tree was now left with only a bare trunk, not a single green leaf remaining. Amidst its frustrated roars, a large number of skeletons cut off all its roots, and finally Xena's 16 consecutive arrows pierced through the trunk, completely extinguishing its life. A golden token formed of pure energy appeared on the spot. After pondering for a moment, Xena raised her hand to reward the ice crystal giant and the giant ape with 2 dark arrows. With a wail, they collapsed to the ground, and 2 blue tokens along with 2 exceptionally large skeleton warriors appeared in their place. Go deliver these tokens to the Emperor, Xena instructed the shivering giant eagle beside her. Yes, master. The giant eagle exhaled deeply, picked up the 3 tokens and flew off. Reorganize here, and in half an hour, our target is the wasteland to the east, Xena said nonchalantly, leaning against the remnants of the ancient tree. Upon hearing this, the intact skeleton warriors began to hibernate right there. Some injured skeletons scoured the ground for suitable bones to replace their damaged ones. Meanwhile, 100 skeleton mages searched for any overlooked corpses to summon new warriors. At the same time, in the city of Holy Spirit, Jiang Yan suddenly felt surges of golden light enveloping him. Level up, congratulations on reaching level 50. You may now use the bronze advancement token. It seemed the war in the dark forest had concluded. Feeling the sudden surge in levels, Jiang Yan quickly opened the war record panel. Xena had killed 26,733 forest creatures, earning 77,840 soul crystals and 570,000 experience points. Xena's killing of the guardian ancient tree slightly increased your renown, earning you 1 golden advancement token. Xena's defeat of the ice crystal giant and the mighty ape king slightly increased your renown, earning you 2 bronze advancement tokens. Special note: you have defeated one of the 3 guardians of the novice area. Once you defeat all 3 guardians and survive the first abyssal uprising, you will gain the right to explore the continent officially. However, be aware that afterwards, the isolation barrier of Holy Spirit City will permanently disappear, and there is a chance you will be discovered or attacked by native forces on the continent. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he had only managed to defeat the Guardians 3 months after the second abyssal uprising. Despite the Undead Legion's seemingly effortless victory with minimal losses, the reality was that the dark forest was filled with miasma, poisonous insects, and swamps, not to mention the thick-skinned, highly defensive guardians. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary troops to survive there, let alone advance quickly. What a great harvest, Jiang Yan mused, looking at the resource panel. Nearly 80,000 soul crystals could almost be exchanged for over 2 million units of faith power at the current rates. This meant he could incubate over 400 more angels, significantly increasing the chances of preserving the Hamank kingdom. For others, the pressure of the first abyssal uprising wasn't great. Each lord's nation of believers would resist with all their might, ultimately resorting to sacrificial tactics to perish together with the abyssal demigods, leaving only a small portion of low-level abyssal monsters to deal with. However, preserving the duchy would require directly confronting demigod-level abyssal monsters and numerous powerful abyssal troops, which was not an easy task. Even Princess Luo Qianyu of the Xinhuan Empire hadn't managed this in his previous life. Of course, if they succeeded, the benefits were tremendous. Once the faith level rose to fervent, it could provide a stable 5,000 units of faith power daily. If it reached devoted or higher, it would supply at least 20,000 units of faith power daily, not to mention that becoming a deity also required a certain number of believers. Moreover, once all the guardians were defeated and they officially entered the continent, having a duchy under control would make it much easier to interact with other forces and develop faith. My current power is still not secure. It seems I must strive to conquer most of the wilderness in the remaining 2 days. Jiang Yan silently calculated taking out the bronze advancement token he had obtained earlier. Perfect. Each time a lord advances, they awaken a war skill that aids in overall strategy. This time he planned to make his move together with Xena. A teal token slowly vanished in Jiang Yan's hand as massive, pure energy poured into his body. The source of his mana, previously the size of a droplet, quietly shattered, transforming into a pond. Jiang Yan briefly sensed it. His total mana had only tripled, but the upper limit had increased 100-fold. With a thought, his personal panel appeared before his eyes. Jiang Yan identity, Lord/Necro-Emperor level, Bronze Tier 1. Clan, Angelic Race Equipment, Catastrophe, Artifact level, Lord skills, War Frenzy level 1 inch War Summoning Professional skills, Death's Touch. Others see Chapter 25. Overall rating, 10274. Jiang Yan felt a surge of excitement. Thanks to the artifact level staff and unique job class enhancements, he was finally a formidable contender. In his previous life, he was only this powerful at the Diamond Tier 10. War Frenzy and Death's Touch were the skills he gained from this advancement. The former temporarily boosts the strength and speed of allies, while the latter uses mana to unleash a powerful necromantic spell targeting a single entity. This was a compensation for his currently limited offensive means. Meanwhile, a notification sounded in his ear. A lord has reached the bronze tier. The tier ranking list is now officially open. This list is settled monthly and you can receive corresponding reputation points and title rewards. Jiang Yan opened the All Realms function interface and saw that a tier ranking list had appeared with only one lonely name. First place, Jiang Yan, Bronze Tier 1. Maintaining this can earn 100 reputation. Temporary title reward, chosen by the gods. Description, as the first among the chosen, your performance has caught the favor of all realms, temporarily granting you a status recognized by all forces in this world, effective only when worn. Jiang Yan was startled. He had never seen this title before. After all, in his previous life, he ranked over 8,000 and never made it onto the list. Then he remembered something. In his past life, during a joint mission, he and several powerful lords traveled to the capital of the mighty Flame Empire, Flame City. He recalled that when entering the city gates, the guards had greeted a respected divine envoy with "Welcome to Flame City, please come in." When it was his turn, however, the attitude was much colder. First pay a fee of 100 soul crystals, then join the queue. At that time, Jiang Yan thought it was because the other party had a grudge against the Flame Empire. Now, it seemed that titles and reputation might have been the influencing factors. This was different from Annalia's self-proclaimed Master of Gods, which was only recognized within her own territory, while the chosen by the gods was recognized by all forces. So, am I a person of status now? If I went back to the newbie dungeon, would I now have the privilege to run a tab? Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh, dismissing these strange thoughts. He opened the trading panel and listed 70,000 soul crystals for sale, exchanging them at a rate of 130 for pure faith power. This highly profitable business will become difficult to manage after the second abyssal uprising. By then, the weaker lords will have been eliminated and the stronger ones will generally have stable sources of income. Therefore, we must make good money now. Lose 20 soul crystals, gain 600 units of pure faith power. Lose 10 soul crystals, gain 300 units of pure faith power. Watching the frequent transaction alerts, Jiang Yan estimated that it would take at most half an hour to trade the 70,000 soul crystals, by which time he could summon more than 400 angels. The only disappointment was that he hadn't received a single blueprint. It seems no one is foolish, Emperor. At that moment, a giant eagle flew over the city wall, calling out to him from afar before quickly descending in front of him. "Are you Xena's subordinate?" Feeling the familiar power fluctuations from the other party, Jiang Yan asked. "Yes, Emperor. Lady Xena has sent me to deliver these tokens to you." The giant eagle set down 3 tokens, bowing its head as it spoke. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yan took the tokens, pondered for a moment, and took out a porcelain bottle from his storage space. "Take this to Xena. It's the latest food developed by the Spirit Food Master. It can slightly and temporarily enhance agility, and importantly, it's sweet tasting, quite delicious." "Yes, Emperor, I will return with your message." "Go ahead." Jiang Yan watched the eagle depart, casually storing the tokens, and headed towards the high-level graveyard. He planned to summon today's skeletons and then lead the army to the wasteland to launch an attack with Xena. Unfortunately, he still hadn't received any higher-level building blueprints. "Wait a minute." Jiang Yan suddenly stopped, 2 bronze tokens reappearing in his hands. Right now, these items are rare, only dropping from silver level or higher monsters. Other lords aren't like him, starting with several followers nearly as powerful as demigods. they struggle even with bronze level, let alone silver level. Thinking this, Jiang Yan reopened the interworld trade platform, preparing to list the extra 2 bronze advancement tokens, but noticed that many people were mentioning him in the chat channel. It's only the 7th day and brother Jiang has already advanced to bronze? I'm still kiting level 30 elites, and he's already defeating silver level bosses. Brother Jiang, I'm looking to buy a bronze advancement token. Name your price at Jiang Yan. Me too, brother Jiang. The slimes in my castle can do splits. Wanna come see at Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan, did you block me? Comma, there were those looking to buy those just joining in for fun and also an annoying pest. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then listed the tokens on the buying platform, pricing them at 1 epic level blueprint each and forwarded the link to the chat channel. Immediately causing an uproar, brother Jiang is as ruthless as ever. That familiar style. Everyone can check the exchange platform. The black merchant exchanging faith power at 130 is him, right? I suggest everyone boycott such people. Wait, what happened to the boycott? Why is the quota for exchanged soul crystals almost gone? Jiang Yan briefly glanced through, then stopped paying attention. At this stage, he was the only one who could obtain advancement tokens. After all, those silver level bosses were generally leaders of their native tribes with numerous elite troops under them. To defeat them, one would at least need diamond level strength. Let the bullets fly for a moment, he murmured. At that time in the dark forest, Master, I have returned, announced the giant eagle as it landed. Have you delivered the goods? Xena asked casually, a longbow already in her hands. The giant eagle shuddered, speaking rapidly. Yes, Master, the Emperor is very pleased. He said you truly live up to his expectations, far surpassing those birdmen. He also mentioned that you've worked hard and has sent you some specially crafted spiritual food to cheer you up. With that, the eagle carefully took out a still warm porcelain bottle hidden within its feathers. Oh, the Emperor really said that? Xena asked, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Yes, he insisted that the spiritual food be sweet, hoping it would keep you in good spirits, the eagle hurriedly added. Xena popped a piece into her mouth, her lips curving slightly. It is indeed quite sweet. She looked at the trembling eagle, its feathers tucked close and head bowed, and quietly put away her longbow. Just a silver tier, not much of a spiritual burden. Let's keep it. After all, as a commander, it's sometimes necessary to hear different voices. The eagle felt a sudden relief wash over it, sighing deeply and bowing its head even lower. Nearby, a golden-furred rat watched the eagle intently. Trouble, it has met its match. On the 8th day's morning, a region-wide alert sounded in everyone's ears. The first abyssal uprising is imminent. The leak of abyssal energy has increased significantly, raising the likelihood of encountering powerful demonic creatures. Please proceed with caution. Standing before the gates of heaven, Jiang Yan paused briefly, unbothered. This was all part of his past life's experiences. It merely meant an increase in the difficulty of gathering resources outdoors, which didn't greatly affect him. In fact, this made entering deeper areas to defeat silver-tier bosses even more challenging, indirectly increasing the value of the bronze advancement tokens. Recruitment. With a thought, Jiang Yan dissipated 2.1 million units of faith power. Instantly, the gates of heaven trembled violently, bursting forth with an unprecedented brilliant light, and pale golden orbs spilled out, filling the nearby space. Jiang Yan watched excitedly. 420 angels were enough to handle any upcoming challenges. Soon he could focus on accumulating 10 million units of faith power to upgrade the gates of heaven. As the golden light faded, angels with snowy white wings appeared on the spot. Most wore uniform armor and carried long swords, though a few were slightly different. Holy Lord, thank you for granting us rebirth. A chorus of voices rang out loud enough to make distant dwarves look up from their work. Rise, Jiang Yan commanded, his gaze sweeping over them. He quickly understood the composition of his forces. 405 warrior angels, 5 healing angels, 8 divine magic angels, and 2 rare preaching angels. These angels had similar attributes, but each specialized in different skills. Apart from the previously seen types, the divine magic angels, dressed similarly to Analia, were equipped with swords and holy books, skilled in various offensive and supportive holy light spells. The evangelist angels looked particularly unique, each holding a holy book in both hands with a devout expression, specializing in the art of holy word. This skill's inferior version, known as persuasion in various realms, was also dubbed pyramid selling. It subtly engenders a favorable impression in others, leading them unconsciously to agree with and act upon the speaker's words. Leaving 2 healing angels, 2 divine magic angels, and 20 battle angels behind, Jiang Yan sent the rest directly to the western diocese of Hamank, where he arranged for Anna to rendezvous and assist them in advancing to at least the bronze tier. He decided against sending them to Yablik this time. With the increasing frequency of demonic creatures in the wilderness, it wasn't necessarily safer than the well-fortified front lines, and the large number of angels might be too much for one dragon to oversee. For your glory, Holy Lord. The multitude of angels saluted once more before forming a neat formation and flying westward, leaving only a small group behind. After having them wait for a moment, Jiang Yan headed to the undead quarter and summoned 100 elite skeleton archers, along with 2 great swordsmen possessing special skills. These were the troops he intended to bring on his campaign, possessing the necromantic skill to endlessly replenish his forces by slaying enemies. His target was the wasteland. Move out. A uniquely combined force marched directly east from the Holy Spirit city. Meanwhile, on the southern side of a resplendent golden city within a forest mirrored in its entirety stood a noble and delicate-looking young lady in a pale yellow gown atop a land dragon, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. In front of her, more than 20 robust land dragons were battling a group of ogres. Each land dragon had an armored rider wielding nearly 3-meter-long spears, efficiently impaling foes one after another. How are there so many of these ugly creatures? We can't seem to kill them all, Luo Qianyu muttered discontentedly, banging her staff against the land dragon beneath her. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise erupted as a land dragon rider along with his mount was sent flying. If not for the swift reaction of a few nearby companions to block the assailant, the outcome would have been grim. Luo Qianyu looked on as an exceptionally large ogre swung his club, repelling several men before retreating back into the forest, with the remaining ogres roaring and turning to flee. They're running again, these damned creatures. How is a minor silver boss so intelligent? Luo Qianyu reluctantly signaled for a retreat. She had clashed with this tribe of ogres several times, and each time their chieftain would hide in ambush, retreating immediately if the attack failed. She had already lost 2 land dragon riders to these skirmishes. As for pursuing them, it was out of the question. The forest was dense with trees and miasma, unsuitable for land dragon riders to perform effectively. It seemed she would have to reluctantly purchase that annoying man's bronze token, even though he had blocked her. Opening the Interworld Trade Center, Luo Qianyu, aware of the advantages of being ranked high, recalled her family elders' repeated admonitions to ensure she stayed in the top 3. Oh well, it's just one epic level blueprint. Might as well trade it all, so no one can threaten me for a while. Luo Qianyu quickly made up her mind, taking out 2 drawings and placing them into the realm space to trade. She had plenty of these items and didn't mind parting with them. After her initial assessment was complete, besides the share due to the royal family members, she also received additional resources gifted by various royal elders and offerings, including 3 legendary level drawings, not to mention the epic ones. Unfortunately, the first legendary drawing she opened was for a building related to her profession, which required advancement before it could be fully utilized. Otherwise, why bother with this annoying guy's stuff? Luo Qianyu looked at the bronze token in her hand and sighed softly. Her clan was epic level Earth Dragon Cavalry. The related legendary buildings could recruit advanced troop types like Subdragon Cavalry and Flying Dragon Cavalry, which were much stronger than the Earth Dragons. However, with the foundation of the Xinghuan Empire, they could only prepare 2 hearts of demon gods for her, exchangeable for 20,000 soul crystals. A single legendary building required at least 10,000 soul crystals, not to mention the recruitment costs, and she still hadn't gathered enough resources for the second drawing. Just wait, the first will eventually be mine. Luo Qianyu looked at the ranking on the hierarchy board undiscouraged. She knew far more secrets about the realms than Jiang Yan, who came from a small place. Meanwhile, some of the top-ranked lords, after another failed expedition against a boss, disgracefully retreated back to their bases. Some of the wealthier among them, unwilling to give up, took out an epic-level drawing and opened the realm's trading center to purchase the bronze order Jiang Yan had listed. It's outrageous, this item becomes worthless later on, completely overflowed, and yet they dare to sell it for the price of an epic drawing. But it's good, such a high price probably means no one else will compete. Wait, wasn't it agreed to boycott Jiang Yan together? Where's my bronze order? Betraying the glory of the Lord will surely be purified. Holy light judgment, holy light, please hear my prayers, heal all wounds. On the wasteland to the east of the Holy Spirit city, about 20 angels surrounded a group of over 100 horse thieves. It was almost a one-sided slaughter as waves of holy light spells continuously fell. The horse thieves, also level 30, had no power to fight back and fell one by 1 inch while the angels conveniently advanced to level 31, at the same time a power only visible to Jiang Yan gathered from the corpses. Death Harvest activated successfully, increasing the essence of death by 106, well done, Jiang Yan praised, truly satisfied. These angels killed too elegantly, leaving no limbs scattered around, not even a drop of blood splattered. This greatly facilitated his transformation of these corpses. It is our honor to serve the Holy Lord. The many angels excitedly fluttered their wings, then dispersed around, carefully guarding. Jiang Yan smiled slightly, stepped forward, and the scourge scepter in his hand lit up. Undead domination activate. The bodies of over 100 horse thieves and their horses began to move. They awkwardly stood up from the ground, climbed back onto their mounts, and lined up neatly as if programmed, silent except for their eyes, which turned vacant and lifeless. As one of the innate skills of the necromancer's sovereign necromantic dominion is the highest level of summoning spell that can fully control any corpse, not just limited to bones, with the calamity enhancement at 300%, Jiang Yan felt that only 1/10 of his magical power was depleted. This meant that he could summon nearly 1,000 ordinary undead at a time. Move out. At Jiang Yan's command, more than 100 horse bandits began to move forward steadily. The monsters of the wasteland didn't seem as numerous as in the forest. After traveling hundreds of kilometers, they only encountered 3 groups of enemies. 2 of them were fellow horse bandits, probably curious to have a look, and ended up being permanently left behind. The third group consisted of 3 bronze tier lizards, which after being slain by the angels became the mounts for Jiang Yan and 2 greatswordsmen. Lord, these creatures are surprisingly sturdy, commented Shield One cautiously as he climbed onto a lizard, delighted to find that the lizard was unaffected. Indeed, I stabbed its skin with my sword and didn't even pierce through, added Shield Two excitedly. Given that they, including all their armor and weapons, weighed over 800 pounds, it was rare to find ordinary mounts that could bear such weight. Previous attempts to ride the undead horses of the horse bandits had simply crushed the creatures. However, Jiang Yan looked somewhat sullen. As the strongest lord of the present, the legendary Holy Lord of Light, riding a dead lizard really seemed undignified. He should have called Yablik over, or perhaps, well, never mind. Jiang Yan looked at the many angels who stood only 1.5 meters tall, gazing at him with reverence, and he sighed. Could he really ask them if he could ride one? It was too awkward to even voice. Let's continue moving forward towards the center, he said. After a brief rest, reluctantly climbing onto a lizard, he could vaguely sense powerful energy fluctuations from that direction, likely the location of the Guardian. According to the map, Hina's undead army was reportedly battling it. The main force moved again, this time with over 400 horse bandits as the vanguard, creating an imposing force that deterred any monsters from disturbing them. Soon, the group arrived at a sandy area. Proceed with caution, I remember there's a minor boss here, Jiang Yan told the angels and the 2 greatswordsmen. It doesn't matter how many of the ordinary undead die, but these 2 must not perish. Yes, Holy Lord, responded the angels, radiating a faint glow while the greatswordsmen drew their shields and activated their skills. The group slowed their pace and proceeded cautiously. About 5 kilometers into their journey, an abrupt change occurred. The ground beneath the undead horse bandits suddenly collapsed, forming a depression several tens of meters in diameter. Several bandits fell in, losing contact with the group. The army quickly dispersed, staring intently at the churning sand in the depression. Suddenly, a tail with a metallic sheen shot out like lightning, aiming for an angel in midair with a venom-tipped spear gleaming at its end. Forewarned, the angel vigorously swung his sword enveloped in holy light to block. Clang! A grating sound of collision rang out, and the invincible angelic holy sword was knocked away, the venom-tipped spear grazing the arm of the seraph. In just a moment, her skin turned a dark blue-black, and she plummeted from the sky. O devout believers, in the holy light we shall live forever. The next second, a loud chant resonated, and a rich white light fell upon the falling angel. Enveloped in the light, the dead angel reopened her eyes and her wings fluttered to stabilize her form. Resurrection, it was the work of 2 healing angels. Jiang Yan urged his mount, a lizard, to back away several meters, watching the scene intently with a grave expression. Something's not right. A level 40 angel was instantly killed. Despite being prepared, this isn't the strength of a mere silver tier boss, unless. With a rustling noise, sand and gravel flew all around as a monstrous creature as large as a normal house burst forth from the ground. Its body was covered in a metallic black carapace, and its massive pincers effortlessly snapped several horse thieves in half. Most striking was the tail, raised high and flickering with a sinister green glow from its poison stinger, which even the 2 winged angels couldn't withstand. The Jade Scorpion King. No, now it should be called the Demonic Scorpion King. Jiang Yan observed the faint black and red evil patterns on its body and the madness in its eyes, clearly understanding that it had been infected by the abyssal aura. No wonder it's so powerful. It's no longer just a silver tier boss but a creature comparable to the golden tier. Prepare for battle. Jiang Yan felt a surge of excitement. He was just one silver advancement token short. Moreover, since this monster wasn't a true abyssal creature, it could be controlled by undead domination after being defeated. His body surged with magical power and a dense aura of death amplified threefold by the scourge struck like a black lightning bolt. Death's touch. Boom. Sensing the attack, the demonic scorpion raised its pincers to block, but the tremendous impact forced it back several meters. A clear several centimeters wide hole appeared on the black pincer and green blood flowed out, though it was trivial given its massive size. Jiang Yan was not disappointed by this, although their overall strength was similar. His was largely bolstered by the artifact Scourge, and injuring a golden tier demonic boss with his mere bronze tier strength was commendable. After all, the power of the undead emperor relied mainly on undead domination and the essence of death. Given time to gather battle soil and essence, he could even instantly kill his opponent. Charge. With one strike delivered, Jiang Yan did not hesitate to retreat to the back, commanding the undead horse thief army and the angels to attack. Clang clang clang. The undead horse thieves, devoid of fear, faced the massive scorpion without hesitation, striking its black carapace with their steel blades. Although most didn't even leave a mark, the demonic scorpion, having lost its sanity, instinctively counterattacked. It angrily swept its giant pincers, sending more than 10 horse thieves flying with a single strike. Meanwhile, the angels in the sky took the opportunity to form a battle array, and 2 divine angels began chanting blessing spells. O holy light, hear my call, grant us the courage to fight the darkness. Spirit of the holy light, I pray, here stand with us in battle. Courage anthem, Holy Spirit blessing, and other supporting spells successively fell on the angels, significantly boosting their aura. Especially the angel leading the battle formation, whose power had almost reached that of their opponent under the collective strength of the group. The demon scorpion, instinctively sensing unease while clearing out the horse bandits, swung its tail towards the angel, but at that moment the angel's spell was ready. Holy light judgment. A cold voice resounded as a holy longsword tens of meters in length slashed through the air, its rich divine aura dispersing the abyssal energy on the surface and severing the black scorpion's tail at the midsection. The sword's energy continued unabated, striking the scorpion's thick carapace and leaving a deep gash, but not a drop of blood flowed, as it was instantly evaporated by the power of the holy light. The surrounding horse bandits, caught in the aftermath, suffered like fish in a pond when acid is poured in, their bodies extensively corroded. Boom! The severely wounded demon scorpion finally reacted, throwing off a horse bandit that had been annoying it and angrily charging towards the angels. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! But by this time Jiang Yan had already commanded 100 elite skeleton archers to launch their arrows. Their skills, double shot and stability, had advanced to triple shot and precision under Jiang Yan's innate abilities. Within a kilometer they never missed. Arrow after arrow, as if guided by precision, continuously struck the wounds opened by the holy light judgment. The swiftly moving demon scorpion suddenly contracted in pain, slapping the ground in agony. Clearly, despite its hard shell, its insides were quite fragile. It burrowed into the sand and disappeared from sight. Target the skeleton area, full attack. Jiang Yan did not relax, immediately instructing the angels. He understood that such low-level demonic creatures almost lacked intelligence and would follow only their instinctual desire to destroy, so it would not flee but would attack the skeleton archers that had just injured it. This behavior was similar to a term from a once popular game in the Federation known as aggro-pulling. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the sand beneath the skeleton archers roiled, and the huge demon scorpion emerged from the ground, sweeping and shattering many skeletons with a single swipe. Almost simultaneously, the angels, ready with a charged strike, unleashed a powerful burst of holy force like a swift arrow, striking the unprepared demon scorpion and blasting its head into fragments. Its massive body twitched a few times on the spot, then lay still. The skeleton archers used as bait also perished under the aftermath of the holy force. The angels in midair flashed with light, each leveling up to level 50. A token with a silvery white luster slowly emerged from the demon scorpion's body, a silver advancement token. Jiang Yan, who had advanced to bronze tier 5, stepped forward to retrieve the token, ensuring he wouldn't be stuck until reaching the diamond tier. As long as he had enough experience, After pocketing the token, he looked at the demon scorpion's body with a slight sense of regret. The power of the holy light could directly annihilate the soul when dealing with ordinary creatures, generally preserving the body's integrity. However, when dealing with darker creatures, it was like the most potent explosive, easily causing extensive damage. Necromantic Dominion. The scepter of catastrophe tapped gently on the ground, and the unique laws of the undead realm surged into the massive corpse. Silently, the dead demonic scorpion crawled up from the sand, standing quietly to the side. Despite losing its head and most potent scorpion tail, it still emitted a formidable oppressive presence. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he leaped onto the back of the demonic scorpion, channeling a strand of the essence of death into the wound inflicted by the holy light's decree, healing it in a mere moment. For any undead creature, this pure force of death was almost the best treasure imaginable. Now this is a mount worth having. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, surveying the battlefield. In this battle, 100 elite skeleton archers were wiped out, and out of more than 400 undead horse thieves, only about 70 remained. However, the addition of a gold-tiered demonic scorpion significantly multiplied the overall strength of his forces. But Jiang Yan's gaze swept over the undead creatures grotesquely corrupted by the holy light. Many of the battle soils had not died at the hands of the demonic scorpion, but rather were caught in the attacks of the angels. He had noticed this issue in several previous battles. At that time, the enemies were too weak and the angels did not need to exert their full strength, keeping their attacks within a certain range, so the impact was minimal. However, against a powerful opponent, the conflict between the two opposing forces became apparent. Without resolving this issue, the two sides could never fight together. Jiang Yan frowned. This was not in line with his plans. The true abyss combined both quantity and quality, and it was not something that could be overcome by individual troop types alone. After much thought, Jiang Yan slowly took out a gem emitting a gentle white light from his storage space. Fate of the Holy Light Sovereign. Tier, Unique, Category, Gem Insert, Effect, shows after insertion. Removable, different effects on different equipment. Special note, the awakener of this item shall become the new Sovereign of Light. This was a treasure he learned about during his allegiance to Analia, and he had not used it because the only equipment worthy of insertion was the undead realm artifact, Scourge. The two had obviously conflicting attributes, and he had been worried about potential adverse effects, but now it seemed he had no choice but to try, as this was the only possible opportunity. The dark jade-colored staff appeared in his hands, and Jiang Yan silently communicated with the will of the realms. Generally, item insertion could be done by a blacksmith, or he could spend 1,000 soul crystals to have the realms perform it, the latter being far safer. Insertion. Instantly, as the two items slowly approached, they simultaneously erupted with power as unfathomable as the abyss. One was pure darkness and death, the other dazzling gold and light, like two inscrutable gods resurrected and clashing. This far exceeded Jiang Yan's expectations, involving not just the power of the items themselves, but even a conflict of laws. If it were not for his status as the master of both items, coupled with the protection of the will of the realms, he would likely have been blown to pieces at the inception. But Jiang Yan was not panicked. He had paid good money after all. No matter how powerful they were, they could not defy the power of the realms. Under the vast and immeasurable external forces, the glow from both items gradually weakened, reluctantly coming together. Finally, the skull at the top of the scourge seemed to come alive, opening its mouth and swallowing the gem whole. It didn't seem to change much. Jiang Yan curiously looked at the staff that had completed its fusion. The ink jade colored body of the staff was coated with a layer of soft white light, and the originally crimson eye sockets of the skull at the top had turned a pale gold. Although it was an artifact from the realm of the undead, it now gave off a sense of purity. Jiang Yan gripped the staff and a unique fluctuation flowed into his mind. Salvation of all beings in Calamity Tier, Dominator level effect. 500% increase in undead and holy light abilities. Gem Inlay, the Fate's Decision of the Holy Light Lord. Attached ability 1, Instant Death. Uses the source of death to force a designated creature to die with a cooldown of 30 days, ineffective against deities above the main god level. Attached ability 2, Favor of Holy Light. Undead creatures summoned through this artifact will gain an affinity for holy spells. Attached ability 3, Choice. When using this artifact to release offensive spells, it will randomly trigger a holy light or undead spell of the same power. Overall rating, 29666. Special note, the bearer of this artifact is the new Holy Light Lord and the Emperor of the Undead. Holding the staff, Jiang Yan's hand involuntarily tightened. A Dominator level artifact. A rarity only mentioned in sparse texts, Jiang Yan never expected that two conflicting attributes could merge so perfectly. Those 1,000 soul crystals were well spent. Not only did the ability amplification increase by 200, but it also gained two additional abilities. One perfectly resolved the conflict between angels and the undead, while the other significantly enhanced his personal combat capabilities. With two spells amplified by 500%, it was like being 10 times stronger. According to the relative theory of the canyon, if the enemy is not enhanced, it is equivalent to being weakened, which is like directly being 20 times ahead. How could he lose now? Jiang Yan suddenly felt energized, almost wishing he could find a demon to duel right away. The Guardian of the Wasteland. He immediately opened the map panel and saw that Xena's undead army had already broken through the outer perimeter of the central area and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Wasteland's monsters and guardians. You must wait for me. For the first time, Jiang Yan felt that having two capable subordinates was not entirely good, as it left him without a sense of participation. He immediately ordered move out full speed ahead. The massive demon scorpion led the way with more than 20 angels guarding the surroundings and 3 lizards with horse bandits closely following behind. These subordinates, whether they were undead without self-will blindly devout angels or the great swordsman lying flat on the lizards without contributing, had no objections to rushing to the next battle immediately after finishing the last. Jiang Yan deliberately let the demon scorpion stir up its golden tear aura to the fullest, deterring any creature from daring to provoke them along the way. Soon the group approached the central area. No wonder I felt the wasteland monsters were sparse. They've all gathered here, Jiang Yan realized as he looked at the ground covered with flesh and bones. Clearly, they had all heeded the call of the wasteland guardians to resist Xena's undead army. At that moment, continuous explosions came from the central area, followed by a dull sound. Cowardly undead, always hiding and shooting from behind. Though you have won, you will never become a true powerhouse. Jiang Yan lifted his eyes and saw a huge body made of sand standing in the distance. However, its lower half, where it connected to the ground, had been nearly severed, and its chest was riddled with numerous dense holes, clearly in a weakened state. A large group of skeletal warriors and some silver tier creatures surrounded it, including a well-equipped bandit seemingly controlled by a curse. Hina, wait! Jiang Yan hurriedly called out. Emperor. Hina, who was leaping into the air ready to deliver a finishing shot, paused slightly and, retracting her longbow, landed with a smile curving at her lips. Why are you here? Hina, come take a look, Jiang Yan said, spinning the scourge staff in his hand and shaking it in front of her once, and then again. Isn't this your artifact scourge? Why does it have a holy aura? Has it defected? Hina glanced casually, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Unspeakable, Jiang Yan shook his head mysteriously. I can only tell you that this artifact is now at a sovereign level. I see. Hina's expression returned to calm. That, aren't you curious how it was done? Curious, but you are the heir to the greatest existence in the undead realm. Nothing is unimaginable in your hands, Hina stated matter-of-factly. True. Jiang Yan scratched his head, looking somewhat dejected. Oh, I get it. Hina watched as Jiang Yan's smile collapsed, pondered briefly, then suddenly lifted her head, gazing up at him at a 45-degree angle, her arms together and pressed against her chest, creating a striking curve, and said in a slightly choked voice, Wow, Emperor, you're amazing, so powerful. Is that so? Before she could finish, Hina couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Jiang Yan was momentarily torn between laughter and tears, but soon he too started laughing. Meanwhile, the bandit king controlled by the curse widened his eyes, muttering, Does Lady Hina have this side too? Why have you run so far? He looked in surprise at his two colleagues who had somehow moved to the front line. A golden rat and a giant eagle were energetically shouting, directing the skeleton army to besiege the dying giant Sandman. All right, Hina, leave this monster to me and witness the power of a sovereign-level artifact, Jiang Yan said, laughter fading as he confidently gripped the staff and stepped forward. Okay, Hina's smile faded and her longbow silently slid into her hands. Thwack! The bowstring vibrated and a black arrow silently pierced through the body of the bandit king who was watching the spectacle. Watch closely. On the other side, Jiang Yan raised the staff and two divine angels understood the hint, chanting spells and casting several buffing spells. Feeling a strength he had never felt before, Jiang Yan spiritedly activated his only attack skill. A stream of pure necromantic power flowed from the source of power within his body into the staff. The skull at the top of the scourge suddenly lit up, its eye sockets blazing, and from them 2 beams shot out, one bearing the dark essence of death and the other imbued with the divine force of judgment. The 2 forces, clearly distinct, surged towards the massive Sandman. Under the 5-fold amplification, their power was now comparable to that of a golden tear spell, and the Sandman, barely clinging to life, couldn't possibly withstand it. Sensing his impending demise, he sighed deeply and ceased to resist. Boom! A violent explosion ensued and sand scattered across the sky, leaving behind only a golden token shimmering on the ground. You have slain the Wasteland Guardian, obtained a golden advancement token *1. Your level has increased, now at bronze tier 10. Please use the silver advancement token to upgrade as soon as possible. You have obtained a total of 63,700 soul crystals. On the 9th night back in the Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan tallied up the gains from this expedition. In addition to the rewards from the Guardians, there were a vast number of soul crystals and skeleton soldiers. Thanks to Xena's bravery, she had directly taken control of the Bandit King, replicating the previous strategy used against the ogres, continuously summoning bandits to fight, allowing for an easy push through the wasteland and accumulating a large number of skeletal earth soldiers. It was undeniable. The realm of the undead was immensely powerful. Jiang Yan lamented, only wishing that the monsters of the abyss were susceptible to the influence of the undead realm's origin to manipulate their bodies. Then, who the true calamity was might still be up for debate. With over 400 angels, more than 60,000 skeleton earth soldiers, and 3 followers with demigod-like strength akin to humans, Jiang Yan meticulously calculated whether this force would suffice to handle the first abyssal uprising. For others, the first abyssal uprising might seem like a mere transitional animation, but for him, intent on preserving the entire duchy, it meant confronting demigod-level abyssal demons head-on. If he remembered correctly, there would be first tier crawling demons, scythe demons, second tier blood demons, curse priests, and a few third tier fusion demons. Of course, there was also the big boss, an abyssal demigod of a strange species. Compared to the odd species encountered in the Legacy Tower previously, strange species were tougher adversaries, often possessing unique abilities from the abyss that could challenge foes far stronger than themselves. In his previous life, lacking the strength, he couldn't intervene in the battle between the abyssal demigod and the duchy's strongest, thus he had no way of knowing the enemy's special abilities. This was the only uncertainty. However, no plan is foolproof, and Jiang Yan wasn't overly concerned. He pulled out the silver advancement token, knowing that enhancing his strength was always the right move. Once he became more powerful, conquered more territories, and gathered enough faith, he could defy the plains, will summon an archangel to descend and sweep everything before him. With a silent chant, the silver token immediately transformed into pure energy, merging into his body. The originally pawn-sized source of power within him expanded under this majestic energy, eventually becoming a stream that wound around the golden heart of the angel. You have successfully advanced to silver tier 1. From now on, the maximum level of your followers can break through to demigod. Jiang Yan glanced at the second system prompt. No wonder Anna killed so many abyssal demons and Xena took down 2 guardians without leveling up. It turned out to be constrained by the Lord's own level. He suddenly recalled the introduction when Analia appeared. She was an extremely powerful being among the angelic tribe. Limited by your weakness, her strength remained at the golden peak. Pay more attention to maintaining your prestige and strive to become stronger. It turns out it really was my own weakness holding me back. Jiang Yan sighed lightly, but this was actually good news. If he could break through to the diamond tier or above in this battle, his chances against the abyssal demigods would be greatly improved. Moreover, after being promoted to the silver tier, he had awakened 2 new skills. One was the Lord's skill, War Control, which allowed him to temporarily obtain the vision and perception of any ally in his faction. The other was the professional skill, Hand of God, which could use the essence of death to randomly draw an unrecovered corpse from the all-world space, with the level being random and limited to once per day. Isn't this just like a lottery? Does random level mean it's possible to draw the corpse of a powerful deity? That would be a direct leap in power. This was somewhat interesting, and Jiang Yan suddenly felt spirited. He had always been quite confident in his luck. Moreover, it only cost 100 essence of death each time, which wasn't expensive. After washing his hands in the angelic zone spirit spring, he silently closed his eyes and activated the skill. He felt as if his hands were passing through endless layers of space for a moment, with various sensations transmitting through them. Jiang Yan grasped forcefully, the skeleton slipped through his fingers and he caught nothing. The illusion disappeared and Jiang Yan looked at his empty hands and the panel that now showed 100 less essence of death. Squinting his eyes, he directly spent 1000 soul crystals to summon the All-World's will. What's going on? Why didn't my use of the Hand of God skill retrieve any corpses? Ding. Upon inspection, Lord Jiangyan touched a powerful corpse's leg bone which had some residual instinctual consciousness. It pulled its leg out and escaped while you weren't paying attention. But the skill description didn't say there was a chance to not retrieve anything. This is fraud. I request a refund of my expenses. After a moment of silence, the All-Worlds will finally responded again. Detection confirmed that Lord Jiangyan's feedback is accurate and the skill description has now been modified. As a reward, several soul crystals are awarded to the Lord. This incident is resolved and a 5-star rating has been automatically given. Goodbye. Note: you have received 100 soul crystals. Wait a minute, only compensating 100 is too stingy, right? What's happening now? Another 100 essence of death gone and I've been tricked out of 900 soul crystals, maximizing my losses. Even the description of the Hand of God skill has changed to, using the essence of death has a chance to randomly draw an unrecovered corpse from the all-world space level, random, limited to once per day. Jiang Yen sighed helplessly. Alright, if the problem can't be solved, solve the skill that caused the problem, right? Lord. Just then a shout came and it was a member of the dwarf construction crew. Sorry my lord, I heard from the crew that they saw you by the fountain pool just now and thought you might not have slept yet, so I took the liberty of coming over to disturb you. No worries, you guys haven't rested this late either. Jiang Yen laughed. Rest? No need. The dwarf thumped his chest boldly. I saw the angels had come back and were also not sleeping, praying and praising by your statue. How could we burly 3-foot-tall men do any less than these girls? Jiang Yan's expression turned a bit strange. The angels and them were not the same. All you need to do is maintain your prayers to receive the sanctification of the holy light, washing away all fatigue. But let's not dwell on that now, my lord. Through our relentless efforts, we have finally completed the construction of the Hall of Radiant Propagation. Would you like to take a look? Of course. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. This was indeed good news. Tomorrow marks the day of the first abyssal uprising, and if we could recruit some missionaries at this time to spread the faith, the effect would surely be exceptionally good. Let's go take a look. The two of them jogged and soon arrived outside a brand new monastery. It covered an area of about 2 kilometers, divided into eastern and western courts, with countless angelic reliefs decorating the interior, making it appear sacred and solemn. In the very center of the main hall stood a statue of Jiang Yan with countless white-robed missionary spirits kneeling on the ground praying devoutly. The Hall of Radiant Propagation, an epic building of the Holy Light series, can recruit light missionaries and light spreaders. Special note: as the highest deity of the Holy Light series, the recruitment price is reduced by 80%. On the morning of the 10th day, a regional announcement woke everyone up. The Abyssal Gateway is experiencing severe fluctuations and the erosion level has temporarily risen to 5. Within 3 days, the strength of abyssal monsters will greatly increase and high-level monsters will appear periodically. Warning: many evil abyssal demigods are attempting to descend. If not stopped, they will destroy all duchies in the newbie area. Please do your utmost to help your Duchy of Faith through this difficult time. After the uprising, rewards will be issued based on contributions. Upon the announcement, the All Realms chat channel suddenly became lively. The big DLC cutscene is about to start. Brothers, get ready for the show. Oh, the princess of my duchy has such beautiful fur. Too bad I really can't beat her. Brother, calm down. Isn't it good to just watch the show? That's an abyssal demigod. I guess even the great Lord Jiang isn't a match for it with one hand. Alas, can't calm down anymore. I kindly retained the princess at my base, was rejected, and even lost faith. Was that kindly meant? I don't even want to expose you. Wait for, brother, what race are you? Originally was from the Mud Dog clan. I found it unsightly, changed to the Celestial Dog clan. Awesome, right? Licking Dog clan? For most lords, the first abyssal uprising wasn't a significant threat if they didn't participate in the frontline battle, so they had the leisure to chat there. It's not that they were cold-hearted, but truly lacked the strength. Even those lords who considered themselves fairly strong would at most station troops earlier along the retreat routes of the duchy, trying to save more civilians in the chase of abyssal monsters for a bit of participation reward. For Jiang Yan, however, this was a crucial battle. Upon waking up in the morning, he rode the previously summoned Yabarik to the front lines. Xena had even led more than 60,000 skeleton warriors to the peripheral villages to station troops the night before. After all, under the Holy Light series of faith, the undead army was not suitable for appearing on the front line. Jiang Yan's order for her was merely to distract part of the abyssal creatures. As for the angels, as the main force of this battle, they had already taken their positions early. At this moment, Colton City, closest to the abyssal gateway, was already prepared for war. The city, known for its imperial magical array experts, serves as the gate of the Hamank Duchy to the outside world, equipped with the most advanced Colton-class magic defense system outside the capital. Should it fall, the cities behind it would stand little chance against the abyssal onslaught. Thus, both the duchy and Jiangyan put their utmost efforts into defending this city. The golden 10th tier Seraph and Aliyah, over 400 bronze level 2-winged angels, in addition the peripheral defenders Hina and the approaching Yaberlik. The duchy's king also dispatched his most elite 1st and 2nd cavalry groups and the only mage squad, together with the original garrison this location had. Nearly concentrated over 80% of the combined forces of the Holy Spirit city and the Hamank Duchy. At this moment the city walls were lined with soldiers clad in light armor holding enchanted crossbows, intently watching in the direction of the abyssal pathway. A moment, 2 moments, half an hour, time ticked away every second as everyone held their breath. Until suddenly a messenger hurriedly walked up to the city wall. General, the frontline detection spell has been triggered. The abyssal army has crossed the Thousand Creeks River and is heading towards Colton City. They are expected to arrive here in 5 minutes. A man clad in heavy armor suddenly stood up, his eyes fierce like bronze bells filled with a murderous intent. Pass the order, prepare for battle. Yes, General, responded the 2 deputies, one blowing a horn with all his might while the other turned to activate a small communication magic array. Half a minute later, red, yellow, and blue magical barriers rose from the center of the city, covering the entire city. A high tower slowly ascended. With dozens of mages in magic robes standing quietly, 2 well-equipped cavalry groups assembled behind the main gates ready to charge at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. The intense tremor of the ground echoed as a boundless black tide surged from the horizon, endless in sight. If the last village invasion was a lake, this was an ocean. The diamond 3rd-tier general couldn't help but swallow his spit, forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart, and shouted, "All men, draw your bows!" Whoosh! All the defending soldiers raised their enchanted longbows, pulled back, uniformly aligned, yet upon closer inspection one could see their hands trembling slightly. Even the most elite troops could not fully overcome the fear in their hearts when facing abyssal monsters. Under the holy light we shall be brave, resolute, and victorious. The holy light will dispel all fears. 6 divine angels flew from behind, chanting loudly. Powerful holy light-based support magic fell upon every soldier on the city walls. Their faces tense from fear gradually relaxed, their eyes clearing and regaining confidence, their hands steadying as they held their bows. "O Holy Spirits, thank you for your aid." The general bowed in a church ritual to express his gratitude. "The Lord will protect all devout believers and the abyss shall be defeated." The 6 angels replied with a gentle smile, their radiant expressions like a soft spring breeze easing the tension in the hearts of all the soldiers. "Praise the Holy Lord of Light." The general nodded in agreement. As a warrior, he originally did not believe in the so-called deities, but ever since the 6-winged goddess effortlessly defeated him and those 2-winged angels fought the abyssal monsters selflessly, he too had become a devout believer. After all, apart from the gods, who else could be so kind and powerful? Just as the army's morale was gradually stabilizing under faith and divine magic, the abyssal army also arrived 3 kilometers outside the city, their various trigger-style magic arrays were laid out, forming the first line of defense for Colton City. Boom, boom, as those demonic creatures stepped in without hesitation, seas of magical fire erupted, along with powerful earth spikes and sharp, swift wind blades being triggered. However, under the level 5 abyssal erosion, the crawling demons already possessed strength close to level 50. The originally unstoppable magical attacks did not achieve the imagined effects. Many of them charged out of the fire, the sharp wind blades leaving blood marks on their bodies but failing to be fatal. Only the earth spike magic caused some casualties. But for their vast numbers, this was just a drop in the bucket. Soon, these terrifying abyssal creatures crossed the array zone and charged towards the city. Most of them were crawling demons covered with sharp poisonous spikes, and a small portion were scythe demons with humanoid silhouettes but 4 sharp scythe-like limbs. The general, closely watching the battlefield, let out a slight sigh of relief. According to the divine beings, this was to be a high-intensity battle lasting at least 3 days. If second-tier abyssal demons appeared at the start, the pressure would be too great. Fire arrows, attack. At his command, arrows, already drawn to full bows, poured down like a torrential rain. Each arrow was enchanted with explosive flame magic. Bursting upon contact with the enemy, boom, the battlefield lit up with intense flames and hundreds of the crawling demons at the forefront were blasted into pieces. But the power of the abyssal monsters lay in their complete lack of fear. Similar to the undead, the vast army behind them did not pause for a moment, screaming and rushing ever closer. Change formation, free fire, the general commanded again, and the bugle sound of his aide-de-camp changed. Soldiers who had fired an arrow stepped aside to reload, while those behind stepped forward, bows drawn fully. Whistling sounds filled the air as a new round of arrow rain fell. No need for aiming, each arrow taking down several demons. Two groups of elite archers alternated without rest, managing to suppress the enemy's first wave of attack for a full 20 minutes. But the expressions of the city's defenders grew even graver. The reason was simple. Hamanek was just a small duchy, and enchanted explosive arrows, a strategic resource, were crafted in less than 1,000,000 units with the nation's full effort. A third had already been used up in that defense. The war had just begun, and a portion must be reserved for unexpected needs. Archers step back 5 paces, switch to steel arrows. City defense forces prepare for combat. A squad of armored soldiers quickly replaced the front line. Each pair consisted of one person wielding a half-person-tall steel shield and another using a 2-meter-long iron spear with a close combat machete hanging on their backs. It must be said that these nations of faith actually possessed quite significant combat power, perhaps even not inferior to a demigod-level lord. It's no wonder they could perish together with the invaders during the first abyssal uprising. Below the city walls, having lost the suppression of the enchanted arrow rain, the abyssal army quickly rushed to the city. Their ferocious appearances, greedy and evil eyes and massive mouths full of sharp teeth were all clearly visible. If it weren't for the recent magic blessing from the divine angels, perhaps a large part of the defenders would have already started to falter. The crawling demons charged towards the city gates without hesitation, but in the next second a flash of yellow light sent dozens of monsters flying through the air. Simultaneously, a fire serpent appeared out of nowhere, sweeping over the airborne creatures and instantly turning them into ashes. This was the Colton-class magic defense system integrating earth, wind, and fire magic. The earth magic fortified the walls against destruction, the wind magic created turbulent airflows to forbid flight, and the fire magic could summon fire serpents for attacks, one of the most outstanding achievements of these dukedoms. The only drawback was its extreme energy consumption, burning a massive amount of soul crystals every second. Particularly, the more intense the attack it faced, the greater the energy it consumed. The general in charge of the city's defense understood this, which is why the fire serpent only appeared for a moment before vanishing, conserving the main energy for defense. After several probing attempts, the abyssal creatures discovered a loophole in the magic system's defense. As long as they did not directly attack the walls, they would not trigger a counterattack. They swiftly climbed up the walls. The side demons with their forearms forcefully leapt up to the top of the walls using the recoil force. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, and the shield bearers who quickly reacted blocked their slashing attacks, while the spearmen behind them pierced the invaders' heads and flung them down. The archers behind continued to draw their bows in support. However, ordinary arrows were clearly insufficient against the abyssal monsters. One side demon, riddled with arrows and falling at the city head, still twitched and screamed as it crawled towards the defenders. A few earth soldiers quickly stepped forward, pulled out their machetes, and finished it off. By this time, a large number of crawling demons had already climbed onto the city head, greatly increasing the pressure on the defending earth soldiers. A shield bearer smashed down on one crawling demon but was struck in the throat by a leaping scythe demon, creating an opening through which other creatures quickly climbed up. The city defense forces strictly held their ground, and the second archer squad drew their swords to clear the creatures on the city walls. The general leapt forward wielding a giant axe, and with a mighty yell struck down a dozen monsters. Several archers dropped their crossbows, drew long knives from their belts, and charged forward, desperately blocking the breach. However, the good times did not last long. Soon several more breaches appeared, and more monsters surged up, overwhelming the city defense forces from multiple sides, causing heavy casualties in a short time. The deputy blowing the horn changed the tune again, and the fire serpent reappeared, quickly sweeping over the city wall, burning any still climbing creatures to ashes. Simultaneously, the divine angels who had previously released massive support spells had recovered some of their magic power and began chanting spells. Beams of holy light spells, in conjunction with the guards on the walls, struck down the monsters that had penetrated deeper. taking advantage of this brief respite for staff-wielding angels flew into the air, their expressions mournful. "Devout believers, in the holy light we shall live forever," they chanted loudly. White specks of light continuously fell, and the warriors who were originally dead opened their eyes, struggling to stand up again. I thought I was dead. Have we been resurrected? Ha ha ha, if we can be resurrected even after death, what is there to fear? The resurrected guards, marveling at their healed wounds, gradually became frenzied in their expressions. A few divine magic angels quietly flew behind the healing angels, supporting their bodies. Although these guards generally only had levels between 30 and 40, resurrecting hundreds at once still drained the bronze-level healing angels of all their mana. "The Holy Lord will protect every devout believer." After uttering these words with pale faces, the angels quickly retreated to the rear to pray for the restoration of their mana. "Praise the angels, praise the Holy Lord of Light." A uniform chant arose from the city walls, and the spirits, initially dampened by casualties, were restored to their peak. The fear in their eyes swept away. These soldiers, having witnessed their comrades die and be resurrected, had now become fanatically devout believers. Behind them, an aide-de-camp, under the general's instruction, used a memory stone to record everything, sending it through a small teleportation array to the rear. It would be replicated into thousands of copies and distributed to every city to bolster the nation's morale. "Hold your positions, prepare for battle. The 2nd City Defense Force is ready to take over at any time. Ensure no gaps in the defense line." Archery teams 3 and 6 rest in place. After the chorus subsided, the general issued another command. The duchy's army was limited. He had originally planned to divide the city defense forces into 2 teams to alternate defense, but it seemed now that one team alone could not withstand the enemy's frenzied assault. Immediate concerns had to be prioritized. Soon, the well-trained soldiers took their positions, and the rings of fire serpents dissipated. Below, the dense abyssal monsters once again climbed up the city walls. "Kill!" In a chorus of hoarse roars, the soldiers valiantly thrust their spears, repelling the enemy once more. The war had now lasted a full 3 hours. Despite everyone's steadfast expressions, bolstered by their faith, the fatigue in their bodies could not be concealed. The hands gripping the spears were already trembling. Finally, a soldier, exhausted, failed to pierce a leaping side demon with all his strength. Just as the demon was about to pounce, a shield-bearer suddenly surged forward, embracing the demon as they both plummeted down the city wall, instantly torn into pieces by numerous crawling monsters and devoured. It seemed to be a signal, as mistakes among the city's defenders began to occur more frequently. "Let the cavalry squadron strike." At some point, a breathtakingly beautiful angel with 6 wings quietly appeared on the city battlements. With a single sword strike, she annihilated hundreds of crawling monsters atop the city wall. "Lady Annaleria, are you ready?" the general asked eagerly. He had long wanted to deploy 2 elite cavalry squadrons to alleviate the pressure on the city defense forces, but now, with abyssal creatures covering the skies and lands outside, a cavalry charge might be futile, and there was even the risk of being exploited to breach the city gates. Annaleria nodded slightly. In war mode, the angels participating in the defense of the city were automatically allied with the defenders and could share their experience points. To allow these lower-level angels to grow as much as possible, they had delayed their intervention until now. Under the high-intensity confrontation, the 400 battle angels had generally advanced to at least the 5th rank of bronze, with some even progressing to silver. "Ready for battle." "Excellent, send the orders. Prepare the 1st and 2nd cavalry regiments for a strike." The general commanded his aide-de-camp without hesitation. The resounding call of the bugle echoed. Behind the city gates, 2 well-equipped troops were ready for deployment, each containing 10,000 men. Including their weapons and equipment, their average strength was close to level 50. Above them, 2 winged angels fluttered, forming a battle array with a rich aura of holy light surrounding them. Analia slowly ascended into the air, her pale golden long sword blazing with holy flames held high. "Under the holy light, all evil spirits shall perish." Flames, judgment. In her cool voice, a brilliant golden sword light descended from the sky, sweeping towards the abyssal monsters outside the city gates. Every creature it touched was bisected by the divine force, and the burning holy flames seemed to be the bane of the evil spirits, making it impossible for them to escape their fate of turning to ash. In just a moment, what had been a crowded entrance was now a clear path several hundred meters long. The city's commanding officers, feeling fortunate, immediately opened the gates. Hundreds of angels flew out first, launching the power of holy light, together melting away any monsters that tried to approach from the sides. "Holy light will guide your way forward." In the sky surrounded by holy light, Analia appeared divine as she gently waved her hand, scattering endless brilliance. Every member of the cavalry regiments felt their spirits greatly lifted. Follow the guidance of the holy light, charge, kill. The 2 cavalry regiments rushed out like arrows released from their bows, following the path cleared by the angels relentlessly. Together with the angels and the elite cavalry, the disorganized monsters were quickly scattered, their ranks broken. The warhorses' lances filled with fighting spirit accurately dispatched any crawling monster with each strike. Whenever the number of monsters around them exceeded a limit, the battle angels above would join forces to release the Holy Light's decree, completely annihilating them. For a time, the elite joint forces of the Holy Spirit City and the Duchy of Hamank completely contained the invasion of abyssal monsters. Seeing this, Analia in the sky slightly relaxed and landed on the city walls to begin prayers for recuperation. Even though she had advanced to a diamond tier during the intense battle, empowering 20,000 warriors simultaneously with even the simplest of invigoration spells had almost drained her magical power. Time ticked away, the frenzied slaughter continued from daylight into dusk. The battlefield was like an unending meat grinder, harvesting lives from both sides. The bodies of the crawling monsters had piled up into small hills, and the 2 elite cavalry regiments had also suffered thousands of casualties. Even the 2 winged angels had fallen several times but were promptly resurrected. Every face was unmistakably worn with deep fatigue, and if night fell completely limiting visibility, the casualties were feared to greatly increase. What's going on? The worried general on the city walls suddenly looked puzzled as he peered into the distance. The previously unending enemy line had actually broken. Had their reinforcements stopped? Don't mind it, Analia opened her eyes and said lightly, someone has stopped them. They won't be able to determine a victor for at least 8 hours. It's best to take this time to rest. 8 hours? Praise the great holy Lord of Light. The general was overjoyed and immediately instructed his aide, quick, send the order, the enemy is retreating. A rhythmic blast of horns sounded. A cavalry officer, hearing the noise, valiantly finished off several crawling demons attacking him and glanced behind, surprised to find that indeed the enemy reinforcements had stopped. Their support is cut off. Brothers, follow me to victory, it belongs to us, the officer shouted excitedly. The soldiers, glancing briefly amidst their exhaustion, suddenly showed signs of joy, feeling renewed strength in their numb arms. Haha, it's true, we're going to win. Kill them. Fighting against an endless enemy and a finite enemy were completely different concepts. Even though there were still many demons on the battlefield, the morale of the cavalry troops surged and they fought with renewed vigor. 2 hours later, the last of the demons on the battlefield was slain. Too exhausted to cheer, everyone immediately followed the general's orders to return to the city for rest. Cherishing this hard-earned respite, white-robed priests entered the wounded soldiers' quarters, beginning to treat their wounds with healing spells. Leading them was a young woman with a fresh yet beautiful face marked by an undeniable elegance and nobility, the Duchess's Princess Alia. The soldiers obviously recognized her, suddenly becoming flustered and awkward. Your Highness, how can we trouble you to personally tend to us? Yes, Your Highness, we are unworthy. The princess smiled gently, her expression devout as she earnestly cast healing spells. You have fought to the death for this country, you are brave, you are heroes, it is my honor to heal you. Under the holy light, there is no distinction of high or low, we are all believers of the Holy Lord. If the pressure mysteriously disappears, it is because someone else is bearing the burden for you. Just as the city's defenders breathed a sigh of relief and enjoyed a moment of peace, a great battle silently erupted in the night. Hina stood on the roof of a damaged house, arms crossed, her bright red eyes slightly resentful. Master, shall we not go help? A giant eagle flapped its wings, eager to join the fray. If you want to die, go ahead, I won't stop you, Hina said coldly. The eagle, rebuffed, sulkily flew to one side. Hey stupid bird, can't you see the master is in a bad mood, and you still dare to provoke her? A golden mouse whispered with a sneer. Why, isn't intercepting the abyssal army the emperor's request? The eagle asked, puzzled. It had always been proactive in matters involving their master, so it took the initiative to volunteer. That's why you're foolish. What's the emperor's request? To hold them off for 8 hours. Now look below. The eagle looked down. Dense skeletal soldiers were fiercely battling the abyssal demons, relying on the powerful skeletons of the strong to fight back and forth. A golden-tiered demonic scorpion king rampaged across the battlefield like a boss, wreaking havoc everywhere. According to the rate of casualties, the over 60,000 skeleton soldiers fighting to the death without reinforcements would likely be annihilated in about 10 hours. This was already beyond expectations, and no further actions were necessary. However, I still don't understand why the master isn't happy. Isn't it a good thing that the task can be completed without doing anything? The giant eagle expressed its confusion. Silly bird, haven't you considered which faction this duchy belongs to? The golden mouse said with a look of disdain. If things go wrong, we'll be scolded. If things go right, we're just dressing up a political foe. How could the master be happy about that? So that's the case. Mousebro really sees things clearly. The giant eagle said with a frustrated face, I'm foolish. Truly foolish. I only knew it was the Emperor's command, but I forgot that these birdmen belong to the light faction, which is incompatible with our master's undead faction. Now the master has to sacrifice all his subordinates to buy them time. No wonder he's not pleased. Hearing himself called Mousebro, the golden mouse squinted his eyes and said appreciatively, not too stupid after all. Those birdmen really are no good. On the other hand, Shurna glanced expressionlessly and couldn't help but reach for the longbow on her back. Idiots spouting nonsense, she thought. As one of the undead temple's valiant spirits, was she someone to be superficial? Factional opposition was at most a very minor factor. These abyssal creatures could not be transformed into undead nor controlled by curses. What could she, a mere archer, possibly do? Moreover, this place was close to the abyssal gateway. If the force used exceeded limits, it could provoke some powerful beings to arrive prematurely, potentially spoiling the Emperor's plans. As for sacrificing some subordinates, that was the least of her concerns. In a place teeming with life, she could rebuild an army of 100,000 undead in a single day. However, they were right about one thing: those birdmen were indeed no good. They were only fit to serve as tools for managing faith for the Emperor. Real territorial expansion was still up to the realm of the undead. It seemed the Emperor understood this too, otherwise he wouldn't have assigned her the most arduous task. Shurna carefully took out a white porcelain bottle from her inner pocket, poured out a small sugar pearl into her mouth, and instantly felt much better. She turned to look at the skeleton legion being completely suppressed by the abyssal army and slightly frowned. Well, for the Emperor's sake, let's buy those useless birdmen some more time. Taking up her longbow, she suppressed her power to the 10th tier of bronze. 16 black arrows precisely struck the vital points of various monsters, harvesting lives like a merciless grim reaper. With Shurna's involvement, the defeat of the undead army significantly slowed down, especially that demonic giant scorpion, which in a battlefield of average bronze strength was like a war god. Its massive pincers could kill a swath of crawling demons with each swing, a golden powerhouse, terrifying indeed, until 11 hours later, as the first rays of dawn touched the battlefield, over 20,000 of the undead army still survived. But at that moment Shurna's expression changed. She looked towards the distant abyssal gateway, where two new types of monsters quietly descended, one with strange blood red runes etched on its face, each of its fluffy palms clutching a semi-translucent crystal. They tossed the crystals into the air, and instantly the blood from the crawling demon corpses seemed to be drawn up into the air. The blood-filled crystals turned a bright red and shot out blood-red rays towards the skeleton army, each strike killing several skeletons instantly. Another type, hidden entirely within a large black robe, held a statue made of flesh. With each step it took, it knelt before the statue, and with every kneel a cluster of skeletons in the nearby undead army would suddenly collapse into a heap. Second-order abyssal creatures, the blood demon and the cursed priest. It was time to go. Hina decisively issued the retreat command and recalled the demonized giant scorpion. To deal with these second-order creatures, she would have to go all out, which could easily provoke the arrival of third-order creatures or even abyssal demigods. The time for delay was completely sufficient. There was no need to take further risks. After Hina and her companions left with the addition of the blood demon and curse priest, the 2,000 skeletons, having lost their command and many powerful beings, lasted less than an hour before they were all annihilated. The vast abyssal army marched towards the city of Colton. Meanwhile, in a hidden space beneath the royal palace of the kingdom of Hamank, a giant ice crystal freezing an old man was slowly dissipating under the effect of a magic array. King Zurin Hamank stood below, his expression respectful as he waited. After what seemed like an eternity, the elder above slowly opened his eyes, calmly surveying his surroundings before his gaze finally rested on the king below. Which generation are you from me, great ancestor? I am your 13th descendant. Zurin of Hamank, the king said excitedly, for this was a demigod-level ancestor, the founding emperor of the Hamank kingdom. So much time has passed, the elder sighed slightly. This eternal freezing array is a masterpiece of the gods, only to be automatically released when the abyss descends. So the abyss has invaded again? Yes, great ancestor. 10 days ago the sealed abyssal portal appeared once more. 10 days ago. Then it seems it is time for me to fulfill my mission. The elder murmured to himself after a long while, looking at Zurin and saying, as the current king, you must know our family's mission. Of course, great ancestor, we must await the arrival of a true god who will lead us to defeat the abyss and free the Hamank clan from the eternal curse. Correct, I can sense that an abyssal lord will soon descend, an utterly terrifying being that we cannot hope to oppose. Like my ancestors, I will activate the final array, sacrificing my life and the lives of 80% of our people to summon the will of the realms to come and perish with it, preserving the seed of the kingdom. The elder's expression was sorrowful. I will pass on my power to you before I die, and you need to quietly wait here until the abyssal portal is resealed, the false gods fall or depart, and then re-establish our nation on this land, waiting for the prophecy of the true God to descend, and then. Wait, great ancestor, Zurin suddenly interrupted, perhaps this time you won't have to sacrifice yourself. True gods have now descended, your troops bravely fought the enemy, slaying a large number of abyssal creatures and earned 100,000 soul crystals and 100 prestige points. Rewards will be distributed after the abyssal uprising has concluded, and based on your performance score during the war you may receive a corresponding multiplier increase. Please keep up the good work. Special note: due to your heroic performance in this battle, the founding emperor of the Hamank Dominion, the demigod Yeton Hamank, has temporarily abandoned his sacrificial plan and will personally meet with your troops. Above the clouds, perched on the back of a giant dragon, Jiang Yan slightly squinted his eyes as he read the message. The first two lines were within his expectations. In his previous life, he had used the marginal OB technique to ambush several disjointed abyssal squads, ending up with a performance score of 1.17. In this life, he was directly resisting the abyssal invasion, and he should easily score 3 to 4 times higher. When the time came to settle accounts, a few 100,000 soul crystals would secure the upgrade of the gates of heaven. As for the third line, he had speculated about it before. In his previous life at this time, half of the Dominion's lands had already been conquered, and the demigod was forced to sacrifice his citizens to repel the abyss, dying alongside the demon general. But now, with Colton City still unbreached and the abyssal armies kept outside its walls, there was no reason for the opponent to flip the table yet. So the opponent would likely come to assess his strength. If he deemed incapable of resisting the abyss, he would join the fight. If he found his strength lacking, then he might turn back to sacrifice. This was indeed good news, Jiang Yan thought in his heart. Analia was now a third-tier diamond, far surpassing ordinary demigods in strength, which should give the opponent enough confidence. Together with Yaberlik, the three of them combined should be able to handle even the strongest abyssal demigods. We've got this one in the bag, Jiang said to himself, filled with confidence. Master, the abyssal army seems to be approaching. Should we go down? Yaberlik suddenly spoke up. Jiang Yan looked down and smiled. Shurna did a great job. I asked her to delay them for 8 hours and she managed 12. Let's not go down yet. I believe Analia can handle it. He shook his head slightly. He was now playing the role of a deity, and the later he appeared, the better. Yes, Master, Yaberlik replied, his eyes shifting as he added, indeed this level of conflict is truly trivial for Lady Analia. Meanwhile, below the clouds on the walls of Colton City, Analia, who had been praying towards the sky, suddenly opened her eyes and gently flapped her wings. Have they arrived, Holy Envoy? A nearby general, startled awake, quickly asked. Analia nodded slightly. Send the orders down, prepare for battle. Hearing this, the general quickly relayed the commands. Adjutants blew the horns of battle as 3-colored magical shields lit up. The soldiers who had been resting in their armor on the walls stood up quickly, checked their weapons and took their positions. The logistics and support troops also began moving in sync. Holy Envoy, we are truly grateful, the general said, looking at the revitalized and agile troops. Those brothers who held back the abyssal army have given us more than 10 hours of vital rest. Don't mind them, they're just malevolent spirits that can't stand the light. When dawn comes, they naturally scatter, Analia said softly, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Understood, the general replied wisely, shutting his mouth. After seeing her expression, although he was a warrior, he had his time in the court, and her demeanor reminded him of the generals under the king's command who did not see eye to eye. It seemed that even among gods there could be rivalry for favor. The city walls fell into silence, punctuated only by the sound of footsteps and the movement of military equipment. About a quarter of an hour later, a dense tremor of an earthquake approached. They're coming, I can sense second-order abyssal creatures, don't let them get close, she warned. Understood. The general responded sternly, immediately ordering pull out all the enchanted arrows from the stockpile. Archers in teams 1 and 2 alternate firing to maintain firepower. City defense forces cover them. In an instant bows were strung and swords drawn. The divine spellcasting angel squad also flew forward, casting various enhancement spells. Soon, like a torrent, the massive abyssal army rolled in, pressing towards the base of the city. Fire the arrows, powerful enchanted. Bursting arrows poured out, creating dazzling bursts of explosive sparks on the ground. The leading batch of crawling demons was instantly blasted into pieces. The defenders breathed a sigh of relief. Based on previous experiences, the enchanted arrows should suppress these monsters until they were depleted, but in the next second, dozens of archers on the walls suddenly collapsed, weakened. This isn't good, it's the power of a curse. Under the holy light, all evil curses shall be purified. The angels quickly chanted spells. As beams of light fell, wisps of black smoke rose from the tops of their heads and dissipated, and the collapsed soldiers regained their ability to move. However, taking advantage of the gap in the barrage of arrows, some blood demons under the cover of the crawling demons had already approached within a kilometer of the city. The blood-red crystals floating above their heads emitted countless rays sweeping towards the city walls. Some soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were cut in half and had their blood drained. Only a few, quick to react, managed to hide behind the large shields of the shield bearers and were thus spared. For a moment the defenders, despite having the advantage of the city walls, were actually being suppressed. A massive fire serpent emerged just in time, turning the demons climbing the walls into ashes, temporarily alleviating the crisis. But this required a significant amount of energy and was not a sustainable solution. We must take the offensive. The general quickly assessed the situation. The enemy's blood-red rays were much faster than the city wall's archers and even had auto-targeting capabilities. If we don't kill these blood demons, we'll only be passively getting hit. Lady Analea, I must ask the angel squad and the cavalry to strike together. We need to eliminate them, he said. Analea nodded slightly. The angel squad is always ready for battle, but I cannot act now. It's the second day of the uprising and a half-god of the abyss may descend at any moment. I must remain in top condition. Enough, Lady Analea, our kingdom of Hamank is not weak, the general said, gratitude flashing in his eyes. He turned towards the dense mass of monsters outside the city and fiercely commanded adjutant, inform those old masters at the mage tower to show these monsters something formidable. The adjutant immediately took out a small communication array and activated it. Upon receiving the order, the floating mage tower in the city began to slowly rise. 37 mages dressed in various colored magic robes ascended to the top level of the tower and entered the array. Under the command of a diamond-tier mage at the center, they began to chant in unison. The fire from the void, the sky falling blaze, all that is decayed, shall be consumed in the fierce flames. The mage tower, constructed of special materials, lit up tier by tier as the energy filled to its peak, and the spell was completed just in time. The thick fire element gathered in the air, forming a massive red cloud. Wrath of the fire god, go! The grand mage roared, forcefully directing the magic towards the outskirts of the city. A fiery phantom hand swept through the red cloud like a divine wrath striking down, heading straight for the ground swarming with demons. Boom! The intense firelight and explosion momentarily blinded everyone. When the dust and smoke cleared, every monster within several hundred meters outside the city gates was annihilated, leaving a vast empty space. Charge! The city's knights and angels took advantage of the situation and charged out, clashing with the demons. Yaberlik, do you know who passed down these spells? Does the fire god still exist? Above the clouds, Jiang Yan, observing the powerful combined magic, suddenly remembered what the Archangel had mentioned about the gods returning in this era. Master, don't ask such formidable questions. I'm just an ordinary little dragon. How would I know such secrets? Yaberlik replied. Weren't you once the Holy Light Dragon King? How come you know nothing? Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yaberlik replied awkwardly, Master, what you don't know is that when we go out we give ourselves titles. Our clan does this all the time, calling ourselves Holy Dragon Emperor, Holy Dragon God, and the like. Oh, Jiang Yan realized, so you mean to say your title of Holy Light Dragon King is actually the least useful one? The battle raged from dawn to noon. The two elite knight groups, along with reinforcements from the duchy, suffered almost complete casualties. The ground was littered with the bodies of various demons stained red and green. In the fierce confrontation, all 400 angels had now advanced to silver tier or higher. They plunged into the enemy ranks, valiantly slaying second-tier demons. But even with the angels' strength far surpassing others of their tier, they occasionally fell exhausted under the curse priest's weakening skills. Another angel was hit by a flying ban curse and fell from midair. She slew 3 crawling demons that approached her but was then pierced through by a blood demon's beam from behind. The holy light will purify all evil spirits. Devout believers, in the holy light we shall live forever. 2 spells fell almost simultaneously, one turned into a blazing holy flame reducing the encroaching demons to ashes. Another landed on the fallen angel reviving her. These were timely interventions by the support angel of divinity and the healing angels saving their comrades surrounded by enemies. However, the abyss's vast army continued to surge and the intervals between angel casualties grew shorter. The situation was becoming dire. The healing angel's magic would eventually be exhausted and the angel squad would suffer massive casualties. We can't wait any longer, Yaberlik, let's go down. Jiang Yan frowned deeply. In his past life he had not participated in the frontline battles and had never imagined the abyss's assault could be so fierce. With a flash of light, the dark jade-colored staff of calamity was grasped in his hand. He hadn't intended to use necromancy, as his identity in the kingdom of Hamank was that of a holy lord of light. Using necromantic magic to control the corpses of fallen soldiers would severely shake the faith of his followers, but now Jiang Yan looked towards the increasingly perilous situation of the angels, those who on normal days watched him with reverence and devotion during prayers. Faith, let it falter as it may, now it was time for him to fulfill his duties as the Holy Lord of Light. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the sky as a man wielding the staff descended upon a dragon. Was that? The city's defenders instinctively looked up. The Holy Lord has arrived. All the angels, including Analia, looked up joyfully and devoutly. The dignity of the holy light brooked no violation. A calm voice rang out as Jiang Yan stood atop the dragon, his staff shimmering with magical energy, a powerful force of law enveloping the battlefield. Tens of thousands of fallen soldiers suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions manic as they grabbed nearby weapons and stood up. Oddly enough, they were shrouded in a faint aura of holy light, necromantic domination, the talents of the necromancer Emperor Limitless, and the Lord's skill War Frenzy. After Jiang Yan had expended 20,000 soul crystals to replenish his magic power, he had resurrected all the corpses on the battlefield at once. The precarious situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant. A multitude of abyssal demons caught off guard were killed by the suddenly revived soldiers beneath their feet. Now undead, they too were stripped of fear, able to continue fighting even with their hearts pierced. Calamity against calamity, now it was fair. The angels who had just been besieged could finally catch their breath. Having a large number of undead soldiers to engage the enemy, they could cast spells without reservation, unlike before when they had to rely on exquisite swordsmanship, holy judgment, praise of the holy light. A series of area spells fell onto the battlefield, greatly enhanced by divine energy, far more powerful than the enchanted arrows, each strike eliminating dozens of crawling demons. Surprisingly, these holy light spells did not affect the summoned undead at all. Instead, enhancement-type magic even worked on them. A smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face as this was the first time he had used necromantic domination after merging his decisions as a holy lord of light, and the effects were unexpectedly good. On the city walls, the general watched the battlefield with some bewilderment. The dead revived as mindless killing machines, a method that sounded very much like the cruel and malicious necromancy of legends, but it seemed different. There was no scent of decay or evil on these revived soldiers. Instead, they seemed somewhat holy. Moreover, it was the Holy Lord who had unleashed this power, a being completely opposed to such dark camps. How could there be any connection? This, my lord, he hesitated, turning to ask someone nearby. This is a divine art of the holy light, the reappearance of heroic spirits. The Holy Lord admired the unyielding will of these fallen soldiers and thus fulfilled their last wishes, forcibly snatching back their souls from the realm of the undead, allowing them to continue fighting against the abyss. Annalisa maintained her composure and explained naturally. She was well aware of the situation, but defending the image of the Holy Master and paying for his actions was the duty of a devout believer. Moreover, power does not distinguish between good and evil. In the hands of the Holy Master, even the evil power of the undead is just. So it is. The general looked at Annalisa's composed expression and nodded thoughtfully. The Holy Envoy, with her pure and bright power, is an absolutely divine top-tier being. If even she says so, it must be true. It seems I was just uninformed. However, the Holy Master truly is omnipotent, forcibly retrieving people directly from the realm of the undead, and even the master of that realm dare not utter a word. Thinking this, he felt his faith deepen further. At this moment, the war below had intensified. Those brave undead warriors charged directly at the crawling demons, their bodies pierced by numerous spikes, yet they managed to behead their opponents in the process. Even facing the blood demons' attacks akin to an endless energy laser gun, they pressed forward relentlessly, sacrificing dozens of their comrades to vaporization, but eventually managed to kill their enemies up close. With the powerful magical support of the angels from behind, the unstoppable abyssal army was for a moment held back and the front line began to push back. But just then all the powerful beings present felt something and looked into the distance. A creature as large as a hill was rapidly moving towards Colton City. It was like a conglomerate of numerous monsters extending countless tentacles as it moved, engulfing every living being around it into its body, even crawling demons and sickle demons of the same abyssal faction were not spared. As it approached the city, its body grew larger, reaching 1,000 meters in height, making even Yaberlik look like a child in comparison. "What is that thing?" the city's defenders murmured in despair. Even the general felt a sense of helplessness. He even doubted that Colton's magical defense system could withstand a mere trample from the creature. Trouble, a third-tier abyssal creature, a fusion demon. Its own strength isn't too formidable, but it can continuously merge with other beings, growing stronger with each fusion. There are too many dead demon bodies on the field. An old man appeared on the city walls at some point. His expression grave, and he spoke to Annalisa. "Your Excellency, this fusion demon has absorbed too many beings. Its strength is now near demigod level. If we join forces to restrain it, it will self-destruct from genetic collapse within half an hour. No need, the Holy Master will handle it," Annalisa said, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yan, hesitating slightly. "You mean that young friend? Indeed, he possesses the seed of a true god and will become a tremendously powerful true god in the future. But he is still far from it now. Faith can easily blind one. Inch, we should protect him." The old man shook his head slightly and also gestured to stop the excited general and defenders who wanted to come forward to salute. Annalisa glanced disdainfully at him, too lazy to reply. "His strength is passable, but after all, he comes from a small place. Despite his age, he still lacks vision and has no political sense." She clearly remembered the Holy Lord telling her that the holy light favors those who know when to advance and when to retreat. Since the Holy Lord chose not to retreat strategically in front of that monster, it could only mean that everything was under control. As a mature follower, it was natural for her to provide a stage for the Holy Lord to perform. After all, the angels who had followed the Holy Lord to the wasteland had already reported to her that the Holy Lord was very pleased after personally slaying the guardian of the wasteland, and he greatly appreciated Hina's timely cessation of attack. If that detestable undead creature could do it, she, a proud seraph, certainly could as well. In the words of the ancient texts, this was known as using the barbarians' own methods against them. Thinking this, Annalia's lips curled up into a smile, her wings flapping more briskly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, standing atop the dragon, was naturally unaware of the quirky thoughts running through his subordinate angel's mind. However, he had anticipated this scene. The infamous fusion demon, even in the second abyssal uprising, was a boss-level entity causing countless lords to falter. Thus, from the first day the battle commenced, he had arrived at the battlefield atop a giant dragon. The battle had lasted nearly 40 hours with countless casualties on both sides, from which he had absorbed more than 100,000 sources of death energy. Watching the fusion demon charge towards him like a mountain, Jiang Yan gave a faint smile and pointed with the staff of calamity, the skull at the tip, which had become tame after being embedded with gems, now flickered with a fresh red glow, as if it had come to life, staring intently at the enormous creature approaching. The staff's innate ability, instant death, activated. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Only Jiang Yan could clearly see countless threads of law drilling into the body of the fusion demon, uncontrollably sucking all its vitality and soul into the skull. Crack, a faint chewing sound was heard, and the tentacles just a few meters from Jiang Yan lost all vitality, drooping powerlessly. The entire body disintegrated bit by bit, leaving only a colorless piece of rotten flesh, the core of the fusion demon. Evil spirits cannot gaze directly at the divine. Death is the only outcome. Jiang Yan put away his staff, standing aloft on the dragon's head, his deep voice clearly transmitted to everyone's ears under the influence of his magic power. This scene stunned everyone in the city. In their eyes, what happened was this: a huge and seemingly invincible monster charged at Jiang Yan. The monster displayed a ferocious smile of victory. The monster had a significant advantage, extending its tentacles and striking. The monster and Jiang Yan locked eyes. The monster died. Was this a new divine oracle? Unlike the stunned city guards, the angels, including Analia, became more and more fervent. Evil spirits cannot gaze directly at the divine, death is the only outcome. They repeated the same words over and over, pure and devout. Jiang Yan suddenly felt a nearly indescribable loss slowly condensing with the support of faith, though it was still far from fully formed. But that feeling was unmistakably similar to the divine arts performed by the angels. Could it be? A bold guess suddenly flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. Perhaps the divine arts known throughout the worlds today were originally the words of powerful deities which, under the endless power of faith, ultimately became spells that followed their pronouncements. However, this conjecture can only be verified by reaching the realm of gods. At this moment, the previously dazed guards were also awakened by the angels' shouts. Unconsciously they too began to shout, "Praise the great holy master of light! Praise the omniscient and omnipotent holy master of light!" These were the phrases they heard the angels pray with daily, once thought to be the fantasies of fanatics, but now they believed them too. Jiang Yan felt a surge of joy as he sensed the rise in faith. He felt increasingly suited to the role of the holy master of light. Yaberlik, shrink down, we're going down, Jiang Yan commanded. The war was not over, and the strike just now had consumed 20,000 of his death essence. He couldn't withstand another. Besides, showing miracles too often could have the opposite effect. Soon a man and a dragon landed on the city walls to the welcome of the people. The ancestor of the Hamank Kingdom, Adton Hamank. Jiang Yan smiled slightly as he looked at the old man with demigod strength. It was his first time seeing him in person, having only heard about him from the refugees of the Hamank kingdom in his past life. Upon hearing Jiang Yan call out his name, the old man's expression changed suddenly, bowing his head like a devout believer. "It is I, the creator of all, the master of gods, the controller of the holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent holy master of light. I never imagined that you would know my humble name." The general by his side looked somewhat bemused. He remembered that just a few minutes ago the old ancestor was educating others on how faith often blinds people, and yet here he was having secretly memorized such an elaborate title. Suddenly, the grand, authoritative, powerful, and wise image from the history books of the kingdom seemed shattered. "No need for such formalities," old Sir Jiang Yan said, feeling somewhat fond of him. Although it was a plot device, it was a fact that in his past life he died together with an abyssal demigod. "Holy Master, as the founder of the Hamank kingdom, I am willing to lead the entire nation to become a subsidiary state of your faith, only begging you to show mercy and stop the invasion of the abyss," the old man said without raising his head, his voice sincere. Destroying the powerful fusion demon with a single blow, calling out his background in one sentence, and the aura of a true god seed. By now he had fully confirmed that the other party was the true god spoken of in the prophecies. "The founder of the Hamank kingdom, Adton Hamank, requests to become your subsidiary state of belief on the condition that you must ensure their protection from destruction in this abyssal uprising." The system's voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Yan looked at Adton, who was still bowing his head with some surprise. He had been thinking about how to coax this demigod into his command, but the other was so proactive. But since it was a contract recognized by all realms, there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking this, Jiang Yan smiled slightly and chose to accept. "Of course, the holy light will protect every devout believer." The war continued. The monster group, which had been thinned out by the fusion demon's massive devouring, regrouped densely. Not far away, 3 more fusion demons arrived through the portal, quickly growing stronger as they devoured everything in their path. "My lord, leave these demons to me." Aiden stepped forward to volunteer. "Go, I will have Anna cover for you." Jiang Yan nodded, eager to gauge the capabilities of these demigods of the duchy. With permission granted, Aiden stepped forward and shouted, his figure swelling to several times its size. His shirt burst into shreds, revealing sharply defined muscles that shimmered with a bronze ancient sheen under the sun. Stomping lightly on the ground, he charged towards the abyssal army like a cannonball, accompanied by a sonic boom, his presence awe-inspiring. The 3-headed fusion demon immediately noticed this formidable foe. Strong and robust, more useful than devouring 10,000 crawling demons. Greed flickered in their eyes as saliva dripped uncontrollably from their massive maws. Countless tendrils, previously wrapped around other demons, retracted and stretched towards the newcomer. Aiden scoffed in disdain. These 3 creatures' fusion level was far inferior to the previous one, possessing merely the strength of the 10th golden tier, posing no real threat. He had to win effortlessly to showcase his value in front of the divine. With a flick of his toe in midair, Aiden's speed surged. He dodged several entangling tendrils with a swift sidestep, grabbed one with his hand, and with a fierce yank, tore it apart. Dark green blood sprayed across the sky as the fusion demon roared in anger, prompting more tendrils to lash out. Hundreds of tendrils came crisscrossing, completely blocking any space to maneuver. Aiden decided not to dodge anymore. A flash of light shone from the ring on his finger and a 3-meter-tall black greatsword appeared in his hand. Break! In that moment the power of a demigod realm was fully displayed. The greatsword, enhanced with the power of laws, heavily chopped down on the defensive line of tendrils, slicing through them as easily as cutting vegetables, leaving a 10-meter-long gash on the body of the demon below. The severely injured fusion demon hastily swallowed the nearby crawling demons to heal its wounds, but Aiden didn't give it a chance, swinging his greatsword forcefully to pierce through the demon's body, slicing off large chunks of flesh. He then appeared in front of the demon, a massive force concentrated in his fist, and struck violently at its core. Bang! It was like the sound of a balloon bursting. The core of the deeply hidden fusion demon was directly exploded by this power-enhanced strike, layer by layer of flesh notwithstanding. The huge body immediately lost all life, slumping down like a pile of mud. Having struck a successful blow, Aiden harnessed energy to evaporate the dark green blood covering him and charged towards the remaining two. Who would have thought he's such a violent old man? Jiang Yin chuckled from atop the city wall. Jab Relic, how do you match up against him? 50-50 for now, Jab Relic declared somewhat arrogantly. I feel that I am about to break through. Once I enter the demigod realm and master the power of laws, I could beat 10 of such old men. Oh, could you defeat Anna after becoming a demigod? Jiang Yin curiously asked. The orderly fluttering of wings paused slightly and a cold glance shot over. Jab Relic shuddered and hurriedly joked, how could that be possible? In front of Lady Anna, I don't even have the courage to raise a hand. Was it just because he got beaten up once before that this dragon has become so timid? Jiang Yin chuckled as they chatted casually. Just then the last fusion demon thunderously collapsed. Adton retracted his giant sword, evaporated the blood on his body, changed into a new set of clothes, and flew back to the city walls. Divine One, I have not failed your expectations. Well done, recuperate your strength soon. Jiang Yin responded, his gaze drifting into the distance. The support from the rear of the Abyssal army was dwindling, and with the undead army allied with the angels, they had gained a definitive upper hand. This meant that the portal was accumulating energy to transport stronger entities. An abyssal demigod was about to descend. Jiang Yin wondered which type of strange creature it would be. With 3 demigod-level combatants on his side, he wasn't worried about defeat. However, each strange species had some heaven-defying special abilities, and losing one in such a favorable situation would be a great loss. He hoped it would be a type he had encountered before, which would be easier to deal with. The 3 individuals and 1 dragon stood silently on the city walls, and about half an hour later, their expressions changed simultaneously. It's here, a powerful oppressive force approached from the distance, stronger than Adton, who was also a demigod, but not as oppressive as the abyssal creatures from the Tower of Heritage. After all, without considering special abilities, the frontal power of the strange species was the strongest. Soon a humanoid creature dressed as a wizard appeared in the sky. He wore a strange smile, his asymmetrical eyes sizing up both sides of the battle, unexpectedly not taking immediate action. This was unlike the abyssal monsters who acted on instinct. He was an unseen type, and he still possessed some intelligence. Jiang Yin frowned. This was the most troublesome kind of monster. He immediately recalled the angel squad still outside the city and commanded, all of you, attack together. Yes, Holy Master, the 3 responded, flying up to meet the challenge. An underage dragon, an old man close to death, and a life from a lost race. Interesting, the wizard said slowly, his voice as harsh and unpleasant as if cut by a knife. Don't waste words with him, attack directly. Jiang Yin interjected coldly. He had already suffered a loss in the Tower of Heritage. Facing this life form with unknown abilities, the best approach was to not give him a chance to cast spells. Hearing this, the group didn't hesitate and launched their attack. Adton roared, his newly changed clothes bursting open again as he charged forward with a 3-meter-long black giant sword. Spirit of Holy Light, you are my dear friend, please fight alongside me. Analia quickly chanted a spell, and a giant female warrior phantom appeared in the sky, stepping forward and merging into the angel's body. Holy Light, high-level divine art, spirit possession. Yaberlik, on the other hand, required no preparation. He was already in his minimized, strongest combat state and flew forward, his tail whipping with force. How rude, coming and shouting and fighting, and even taking off your clothes. The wizard frowned, his 2 fingers blasting apart. Immediately summoning a thick blood mist shield around him, the giant sword and dragon tail attacked the blood mist simultaneously, making deep indentations but ultimately failing to break through and were instead violently repelled. The wizard didn't pursue them, instead he drew blood in the air with his hands, slowly forming a sinister and bizarre small-scale magical array. Then he swept his left hand across his body, continuously extracting squirming flesh and blood and placing it on the array in front of him. Sacrifice, sacrifice. Just as the abyssal wizard's spell was about to complete, a golden longsword engulfed in holy flames came hurtling towards him. The protective blood mist hissed like water droplets under high heat and was instantly evaporated. Not so fast. The abyssal wizard's expression darkened, and with a violent burst his right arm exploded into a blood arrow shooting towards his adversary. At this moment Analea had advanced to the 7th diamond tier, and with the blessing of a holy spirit her strength was nearly that of a half-god from the abyssal oddities. She neither dodged nor flinched. The holy flames around her long sword grew intensely bright, instantly splitting the blood arrow in 2 and then continued with the same momentum to destroy both the array and the flesh. The wizard was forced to explode 2 lumps of flesh from his legs, forming a large shield to block the divine power of the 6-winged angel. But this battle was not a one-on-one fight. At this time Aiden and Jabrelic, who had been thrown back, had stabilized their forms and flown up again. Die. Feeling humiliated, Aiden's hands' veins bulged as he summoned the strength of a demigod to its limit, bringing down his 3-meter-long black greatsword with immense force. Jabrelic circled to the back, unleashing a breath of dragon fire. The abyssal wizard, left with no choice, abandoned 2 lumps of flesh from his back, transforming them into the blood arrows he had used earlier to block their attacks. However, after a few exchanges, the abyssal half-god who had once forced Aiden to sacrifice his people to achieve mutual destruction was now at a severe disadvantage. Beneath the wide wizard robe, vast expanses of white bone were clearly visible. Jiang Yan, watching from a distance, was not surprised. The combat ability of abyssal oddities was inherently inferior to other types, and if it had been an abyssal beast it could have completely ignored the attacks of the other two, focusing solely on its assault. The abyssal wizard was obviously fragile, likely losing half his life with one hit. It was just unknown what his special ability was. Jiang Yan felt a vague unease. The opponent had been using his inherent abilities to counterattack even though he was at a disadvantage, still concealing his special ability. This situation meant either the opponent had some strategy or the conditions for activating the ability were stringent and not yet met. Neither scenario was good news. At this moment the battle situation changed again. Unable to break through, Analea fluttered her wings and appeared 10 meters away. A soft white glowing holy book appeared in her hands and a golden hexagram appeared behind her. Heretic, you should kneel and repent your sins. Grand prophecy. Ethereal halting voice rang out, and the struggling abyssal wizard suddenly looked stunned, involuntarily bending his knees slightly. All demons shall be burned in the fierce flames. The holy book in her hand switched back to a long sword, and the holy flames flared up again, pointing at the abyssal half-god. A 6-pointed star array appeared above his head. Flames, judgment. The long sword slashed through the air, and countless golden beams poured down like a torrential rain from the array above. Hot taste the might of your dragon lord. Jabrelic immediately followed up with a breath of dragon fire, excitedly shouting. He knew the skill too well. It was exactly how he was nearly beaten to death back in the day. At that moment, the abyssal wizard finally broke free from the effects of the great prophecy spell, but the sky was already filled with attacks. Endless golden light, like divine punishment accompanied by non-stop explosions, continued for 2 full minutes before gradually ceasing. When the light dissipated, a miserable humanoid figure appeared in its place. The wizard's wide robes were damaged and, apart from his head, most of his flesh had nearly vanished, with many bones also broken. If it weren't for some unknown substance struggling within his body, he would be indistinguishable from the most common skeletal warrior. Seeing that defeat was imminent, the wizard suddenly smiled wickedly, his mismatched eyes looking past the attacking trio of angels directly towards the city walls. An inclined scale of light appeared on his face. Jiang Yan's heart sank, but he did not retreat. He had been cautious enough, not giving the opponent a chance to speak, attacking with full force right from the start, and even hiding within the magical defense system of Colton City. If he could still be attacked in such a situation, retreating would be meaningless. Moreover, at this moment he represented the divine. If he were driven back by the evil gaze, it would be an indelible stain. As the protective spells Shield 1 and Shield 2 fell upon him, Jiang Yan looked up, his gaze calm as he met the wizard's eyes. The inclined scale of light on the wizard's face showed the phantom Images of two people at its ends. The next second the light flashed and both disappeared from their spots. You have entered a special rule space, the land of absolute fairness. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Jiang Yan looked towards the nearly head-intact abyssal wizard not far away. This must be the opponent's special ability, being able to pull him into this space regardless of distance or protective spells. He quickly donned a complete set of perfect-grade glorious heavy armor gifted by the Federation, quietly gathering magical power within his body. The abyssal wizard did not hinder Jiang Yan's actions, merely stating indifferently, a simple mission of destruction and I encounter a dragon and creatures from lost myths. Unbelievable. Perhaps if you had faced a different abyssal demon general like those brainless bizarre species you might have won, but unfortunately you met me. Jiang Yan slightly frowned. In his past life he had encountered many abyssal demigods and demonic gods, most of whom were fiercely brutal and impossible to communicate with. This was the first time he met one who talked so much. He even saw a human-like smugness on the opponent's face. Seeing Jiang Yan not engaging in conversation, the wizard did not mind and continued on his own. This is my strongest ability, absolute fairness space, only activatable when my vitality is below 20%. It ignores space and distance, and unless one's strength exceeds mine by 5 times, any life targeted by this will surely be pulled into the space. Here no one can defeat me. I especially enjoy the expressions of those who think they have the upper hand when they are pulled into the space and fall into despair. Those flavors of fear and unwillingness are so fascinating. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. Really so powerful? How come in my past life you were still killed by Adton after he sacrificed himself? I don't believe it. It seems you haven't grasped the situation yet. The wizard looked at Jiang Yan and slowly explained. Here everything is fair and space will synchronize the strength of both parties to the same level. But as the initiator of this magic, I possess a special privilege which allows me to set one reasonable rule additionally. For example, against an opponent with a strong physique, I can set a rule that bans physical abilities. Against an opponent with superb sword skills, I can ban sword techniques. And you, the so-called Holy Lord of Light, possessing the seed of a true god of the Holy Light series, now I will ban all Holy Light abilities. Can you still remain calm? With that the wizard smiled silently. How about that? Fair, isn't it? With the Holy Light abilities banned, the rules of this absolutely fair space are set and cannot be added to until one of the parties dies. Listening to the announcement from the realms, Jiang Yan was stunned at first, then his expression grew peculiar. Ban Holy Light abilities, strength at the same level. A smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face. What an interesting ability. He slowly removed his shining heavy armor, and a staff of dark jade appeared in his hand. But who told you I am the Lord of Light? Thank you for the gifts, power and suggestions. Thank you. Love you guys. This is impossible. The wizard stared at the staff in Jiang Yan's hand and suddenly screamed, his voice no longer hoarse. You clearly possess the seed of a true god of the Holy Light series. How can you have a top-tier artifact of the Undead series? What's so strange about that? Jiang Yan smiled lightly, a surge of magic flowing into the staff. As the new emperor of the Undead, it's only reasonable for me to possess an undead artifact. Note, this isn't fair. Perhaps if it were another lord like those who only show off their wealth, maybe you would have won, but unfortunately you encountered me. Jiang Yan returned the words, pointing the staff toward his opponent. Listening to the eerily familiar words, the wizard's face changed drastically, barely managing to condense a blood mist shield. Wait. 2 beams of black lightning the thickness of fists shot out from the top of the staff, instantly crushing the blood mist and heavily striking the abyssal wizard. A 5-fold empowered finger of death, the wizard, synchronized to a mere silver tear, had no chance to struggle. His entire body and skull instantly turned to dust by the powerful force of death. He's dead. A translucent sparkling token and a deep blue scroll appeared in place, a diamond advancement token and a blueprint evolution scroll. Legendary. Jiang Yan recognized these 2 invaluable items at a glance. The diamond advancement token wasn't like the previous level's common items. It only dropped from killing demigod level beings or higher. Not only lords but a large number of professionals also relied on it to advance to demigod status, and it was completely in short supply on the market. Many major powers even used the diamond advancement token to attract and recruit talents. The latter, needless to say, could upgrade an epic blueprint to legendary level, also something he urgently needed. Unexpectedly, this abyssal demigod had given him such a generous gift. Jiang Yan stepped forward to collect the 2 items, his smile growing even broader. At that moment, the space suddenly fluctuated. As one side perished, the absolute fairness space was about to come to an end, and you will return to the original world in 3 seconds. As the prompt sounded in his ears, the space in front of him shattered like a broken mirror and the surrounding scenery began to blur until it synchronized with the scene before entering. Jiang Yan reappeared on the city wall. Not far away in the air, the body of the wizard he had been facing dissipated into the wind like scattered sand. Everyone was stunned. The absolute fairness space did not synchronize with the outside world. In their eyes, the two had only exchanged a glance, and the powerful abyssal demigod was dead without leaving a trace. This shock was far greater than the effect of the trio's attack. They suddenly recalled the fate of the powerful fusion demon not long ago, which also perished with just a glance. It is forbidden for the wicked to gaze directly at the divine, the only outcome is death. The crowd murmured, reacquainting themselves with the meaning of this saying. On the battlefield, the sound grew from soft to loud, eventually becoming uniform, and everyone became more and more devout. Unaware of what had transpired, Jiang Yan subconsciously maintained a faint smile, standing on the city wall, descending like a true deity amid the praises of thousands. The herald of a powerful civilization from a lost myth, Her Excellency the Seraph Analia, the fallen dragon Yaberlik, the demigod warrior of the Hamank Empire Adton Hamank, and many mortal soldiers witnessed your gaze that killed the evil abyssal demigod. Your divine technique has completed one of the basic elements, propagation. Once you fulfill the remaining two elements, faith and divine position, you will obtain the exclusive divine technique. The divine should not be gazed upon. 3 consecutive prompts appeared on the record panel of all worlds, stirring a storm in Jiang Yan's heart. A casual statement he had made through a series of coincidences had actually evolved into a divine technique? Incredible. He suddenly remembered the archangel he had summoned before, a 12-winged angel who had instantly killed a powerful abyssal terror with just one look. If this divine technique, the divine should not be gazed upon, were to be completed in the future, wouldn't he be invincible? You look at others, they die. Others look at you, still they die. My lord, are you all right? Analia had flown back to the city wall at some point, looking at Jiang Yan with concern in her eyes. With her bond with the holy light, she still clearly felt that he had disappeared for a moment. Of course, a mere abyssal wicked being could hardly shake the majesty of the holy light. Jiang Yan came back to his senses and smiled. He did not plan to reveal what had happened, otherwise this single-minded little angel would start to blame herself and feel sad again. That is natural, the wicked are always so overconfident. Analia nodded solemnly in agreement. My lord. Adton also flew back. This demigod of the Hamank Empire seemed particularly happy, his old face blooming like a flower. In the ancient prophecies passed down through this land, only a true god could lead them to defeat the abyss. His dozens of ancestors had perished together with monsters from the abyss in similar cycles of reincarnation, but now he had finally met the prophesied true god, breaking the cycle of death, and felt a great relief. Seeing this, the general stepped forward and asked, Divine being, our ancestor, what do we do next? Do we keep defending until the abyssal uprising ends? Defend? No. Jiang Yan looked beyond the city walls, where a new wave of demons was rapidly approaching from the distance. Most of them were only first-tier demons, and their numbers were significantly less than at the beginning, probably because the arrival of the demigod had consumed most of their energy. These were all crystal souls and experience lining up to be collected. Now, it was time for us to counterattack. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Anant, lead the angel legion, let none escape. We will obey the divine decree, Holy Lord. Hundreds of angels did not hesitate to flap their wings and meet the remnants of the abyssal legion. Where faith resides, the holy light shines eternally. 8 divine angels chanted simultaneously, and a phantom of support slowly rose, the gentle holy light covering every corner of the battlefield, leaving no shadows. At this moment, the night was as bright as day. The rest of the angels formed a battle formation, their holy light judgments sweeping across the battlefield, felling leaderless demons in droves. Can we also join, my lord? The general asked eagerly. Of course, the abyss is the enemy of all creatures. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, since the experience on the battlefield was shared anyway. The frenzied slaughter continued for a day and a night, and eventually even Yadin and Yabalik joined the battlefield with the bodies of various demons. Covering tens of kilometers outside the city, the ground stained dark green with blood. Jiang Yan's body continuously flashed with golden light, indicating leveling up, and he looked at the rapidly scrolling messages on the realm's record panel, his lips curling up uncontrollably. You have gained 170,000 soul crystals, 1 million experience points. You have been promoted to silver rank 9. On the morning of the 13th day, just as Jiang Yan returned to the Holy Spirit City, he received a regional announcement from realms. The first abyssal uprising has ended. Remaining lords 117-2165, number of faith-based nations remaining, 1 inch with 1387 lords eliminated, rewards will be settled within 10 minutes, please pay attention to your personal space, special note, due to the large number of duchies being destroyed the abyssal corruption level has increased to 3 with a low probability of spawning second-tier demons. Listening to the 3 consecutive announcements, Jiang Yen sighed lightly. After all, Realms is not just a game but a lifeline offered to creatures of all worlds in desperate times. Only a few will grow from each confrontation with the abyss and ultimately ascend to divinity. The first abyssal uprising was the easiest, dealing only with small groups of mist demons. Still, over 1,000 lords could not withstand it and were eliminated, their bases destroyed. Though they would not die immediately, they would permanently lose the extraordinary favor and never be able to enter the realms again. According to the trend, 10 years later, invasions in the real world would become more frequent, and those who lost the protection of realms would find it difficult to move even an inch. A sense of urgency rose in Jiang Yan's heart. He must become stronger quickly. Sorting out his thoughts, he opened the realms panel to check his rewards. Ding, Lord Jiang Yan, you have obtained a total of 250,000 soul crystals, 312 prestige points. Now calculating bonus multiplier points. Colton City remains unbreached, score increased by 0.5. Duchy capital remains unbreached, score increased by 0.5. Area of destroyed city less than 20%, score increased by 1. Civilian casualty rate below 80%, score increased by 1. Killed an abyssal demigod, score increased by 2. Total points 5. You have ultimately obtained 1.25 million soul crystals and 1560 prestige points. You have completed the contract with the Hamank Duchy, and from now on you will be the sole deity of the Hamank Duchy. Your faith level has risen to devout, allowing you to gain 20,000 power of faith daily. Your performance has earned the approval of the demigod Adton Hamank, who has become your follower. Your prestige has now surpassed 2,000, and from now on you have a chance to receive voluntary allegiance from minor forces surrounding you. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile quietly, even neglecting to pay attention to the other details. A whole 1.25 million soul crystals, a plain but practically useful reward. According to the current rate, it could even be exchanged for more than 30 million power of faith. After deducting the cost for upgrading the gates of heaven, the remaining amount was sufficient for him to recruit thousands of two-winged angels and form a real angel legion. With this thought, he hesitated no further and listed 1 million soul crystals at a 130 price. Now was the time. Many lords were replenishing their troops after abyssal attacks, and few besides him would put soul crystals up for trade, so there was no worry about inflation. After finishing all these arrangements, Jiang Yan took out 2 epic blueprints that he had previously obtained in exchange from the wealthy Princess Luo using 2 bronze orders. Casually picking one, Jiang Yan tore open the azure-colored blueprint evolution scroll. Strands of crystalline light sprinkled down, and a faint golden glow gradually appeared on the original epic blueprint. Evolution successful. You have obtained a legendary tier building blueprint. Use it, Jiang Yan said somewhat excitedly. This was his first time obtaining a legendary tier blueprint in his 2 lifetimes, and he was curious about what would emerge. Ding, you have acquired the legendary tier building blueprint Dragon Tomb Abyss. Ding. You have acquired the epic tier building blueprint Stitching Lair. The light flashed and the 2 open blueprints fell into his hands. Jiang Yan immediately started to review them. Dragon Tomb Abyss. One of the advanced undead buildings generates 1 dragon skeleton of random quality every 10 natural days. Construction requires 20,000 soul crystals and 30 days. Stitching Lair. One of the mid-tier undead buildings creates a stitched monster of unknown strength based on the quantity and quality of corpses input. Construction requires 2,500 soul crystals in 15 days. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. They were both undead buildings. As far as he knew, the type of blueprint unlocked was related to one's family and job level. For instance, if someone's family was goblin and the most powerful troop among goblins came from a rare tier building, then using a legendary tier building blueprint, they could only get a generic building blueprint, not one tied to their family, because such a building did not exist. It seems that not only is the undead troop type rich, but its upper limit is also very high. Dragon Tomb Abyss. Stitching Lair. Jiang Yan couldn't help showing a bittersweet smile. His dwarf building team was far from sufficient. It looks like he'd have to have them work overtime again. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yan was inventorying his rewards, a private chat channel among worlds was buzzing with activity. Judging from the names of the group members, they were all top lords who had passed at least a difficult level assessment. Everyone saw it, right? Jiang Yan actually managed to save the doomed nation of faith, which means he must possess the power to confront an abyssal demigod. It's absurd. How can there be any chance for us if this continues? We might as well surrender now. Yes, if the abyss doesn't kill us, Jiang Yan will. He definitely has plans to unify the continent, even if we surrender, our faith will still be under his control. I cannot accept that a lucky fellow from a native civilization should rise above us, so what do you suggest we do? Have you seen the soul crystals he posted in the trade space? A whole million more than all of us combined. That's why we need to unite, form an alliance, boycott his stuff, and maybe find a way to trip him up, slow down his development. When it comes to the later stages, I don't believe he can fight all of us alone. An alliance, good idea, but who will lead? Who else but Princess Six? She's the only one worthy to it. Luo Shanyu. Exactly, only Her Highness Princess Six is qualified to it. Luo Shanyu. In a luxurious base, Luo Shanyu, seeing the messages flooding her screen tagging her, felt a headache coming on. She understood what these people meant. Although the continent was vast, faith was finite. The more Jiang Yan took for himself in the future, the less there would be for others. The strength of a deity was greatly linked to their followers' faith. If Jiang Yan could truly unify the continent, then he would control the power over this land, and everyone else would have to either join him or ultimately lose their source of faith and fall from grace. Naturally, she didn't want Jiang Yan to monopolize power, but she was even less inclined to confront him now. Once she took on the role of the alliance leader, there would be no turning back. Ah, this is so annoying. Luo Shanyu couldn't help but scratch her head. Big Brother Jiang, led by Zakarlos, the lords of the alliance, plan to unite against you. They plan to. Got it, thanks for the heads up. Interesting. Jiang Yan, reading the private message he just received, shook his head slightly. These people, even with the threat of the abyss unresolved, were already thinking about infighting. Boycott. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with disdain. He didn't need to trade with others at all. Angels came with their own equipment and had no supply pressure, not to mention the undead, which were practically free. As for soul crystals, these were a necessity for all lords, simply unstoppable. After all, those who thought they could boycott Jiang Yan were mostly high-level lords who were confident in withstanding successive abyssal attacks, making up less than 1%. Most others were just ordinary or elite lords who actually hoped someone could unify the continent sooner. Even if subordinate, it was better than being eliminated. His soul crystal exchange business posted in the trading channel was hardly affected, having exchanged nearly 300,000 soul crystals overnight. In just 2 more hours, he would have enough faith to upgrade the gates of heaven. As Jiang Yan patiently waited, Shield 1 suddenly rushed in. Lord, it's not good. Lady Anelia and Lady Xena are about to fight. What? Time rewinds to half an hour ago. After clearing the battlefield, Anelia led her squad of angels back to the Holy Spirit City to report. Meanwhile, Hina replenished some undead from the northern mountains and captured the gatekeeper on her way back. The two groups happened to meet outside the Holy Spirit City. Heretics, bird people, stand aside, I command you in the name of the 10th Seraph of Heaven, Anelia said with a blank expression. Oh, using your heavenly position to boss around us. From the realm of the undead, you sure wield great authority, Hina retorted sarcastically. I'll say it again, move aside. Anelia's right hand lightly rested on her golden sword. Move. Over 400 two-winged angels shouted together, their powerful holy light forcing many undead soldiers to stagger back. Gaggle. This is the Holy Spirit City where the Emperor resides. Do you really want to start a fight here? Hina suddenly laughed, a longbow quietly appearing in her hands. Both of you, please stop arguing. We all serve the same Lord. Harmony is most valuable. The city guard captain, a large swordsman, stepped forward with a tough look, signaling his companions to quickly inform Jiang Yan. Oh, then tell us who should enter the city first? Hina asked with interest, although Anelia remained silent. She too looked towards him. Naturally, neither intended to truly start a fight. They just wanted to scare the other off, at least not to let the other enter the city first, as it represented the face of their factions. I'm just a gatekeeper. Feeling the intense gaze of the two leaders, the guard felt a shiver run down his spine, his speech faltering. Speak up, Hina threatened with a seemingly mocking smile. Think carefully now, those bird people claim to be paragons of justice and likely won't harm an innocent person, but we despicable evil undead. Abandoning the faith of the holy light is heresy, Anelia interrupted coldly. This At this moment, the golden-ranked swordsman felt as helpless as a lost child. His heart of course leaned more towards the angels he had fought alongside, but that undead woman was rumored to enjoy turning people into skeletons, not sparing even those who surrendered. Being on her bad side meant not even sleeping peacefully. Anelia Hina, stop. At that moment a voice carrying both authority and a hint of helplessness arrived. The guard felt the oppressive aura from both sides vanish. Instantly, almost bringing him to tears, pitifully he turned and called out, "Lord, Shield 2, your faith level has increased, now revered, Holy Lord, Emperor." Anelia and Hina discreetly sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully. "Tell me what happened," Jiang Yan said, massaging his temples as he looked at his two loyal subordinates. "Holy Emperor, I went to the northern mountains and captured the gatekeeper, and this crazy woman not only stopped me from entering the city, she even scared away the reinforcements I had just gathered," Hina quickly interjected, batting her eyelashes and attempting a look of grievance. "Look," she pointed. Everyone instinctively looked over. They saw a small skeleton awkwardly sitting on the ground, struggling to straighten its twisted bones. Suddenly, it seemed to sense the focus of everyone's gaze, looked up and made eye contact with Anelia, immediately trembling and its head tilting off to the ground. "Look, my lord, she scared my subordinates to death," Xena exclaimed excitedly, her eyes glowing red. "You." Anelia was so angry that she clenched her teeth, and even the rhythm of her wing flapping was disrupted. "Such despicable undead creatures are shameless." All right, Jiang Yan rubbed his forehead. "I'll instruct the dwarf squad to work overtime to open another city gate later on, so each of you can enter through your own gate. As for this time, the two of you standing off against each other in front of the city gate, intimidating the gatekeepers and disrupting the unity of the holy city, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Forgive us, Holy Lord, it's Anelia's fault." "I acknowledge my wrongdoing, please punish me as you see fit." Both reluctantly nodded, not daring to argue further. "Here's what we'll do," Jiang Yan said, nodding in satisfaction. "Considering this is the first offense and your attitudes seem sincere, apologize to each other and say something nice. Let's leave it at that for now, but there will be no leniency next time. Let this be an opportunity to try and improve your relationship, as you two will inevitably need to cooperate in the future. Bye." "Your divine command," the two of them replied reluctantly, unwillingly moving closer together. Xena squeezed out a forced smile on her face. Anelia, manipulating the power of holy light, adjusted her facial muscles. "I'm sorry," Xena said through gritted teeth. "It's okay, I don't hold grudges against the dead," Anelia said pointedly. After all, undead creatures are indeed dead. She then took a deep breath. Now it was her turn to apologize. "I'm sorry, it's okay, I don't hold grudges against children." Xena said, her eyes fixed somewhere as she straightened her chest, emphasizing the word children. She then seemed to remember to say something nice, so she added with a light laugh, "Little one, you're quite cute too, you." Anelia couldn't help but clench her fists. This damned undead creature. She forcibly suppressed her anger, scrutinizing the other to find faults. Suddenly her eyes lit up. "That's right, I am fairer than her. Yes, I really envy sister. No need for a night suit on missions, just stand in the dark and no one can tell." Truly a great ranger adept at sneak attacks. Xena's smile stiffened on her face. "Damn, I'm already considered one of the fairest in the undead realm apart from skeletons. What's more, what's this about being adept at sneak attacks? And why are you, who have lived for who knows how many ages, calling me sister?" In the center of the holy city, a hall where holy light and deathly energy intertwined stood majestic. To the left and right of the entrance were statues of a 12-winged angel and a grim reaper holding a scythe, respectively. This was the residence Jiang Yan had the dwarf squad modify when they had spare time. Taking care of the emotions of subordinates was also something a good lord needed to consider. Outside the hall, a huge stone figure was tied to a cross, utterly dejected. "Is this the guardian of Beishan?" Jiang Yan curiously reached out to touch it. Bang! Suddenly, the lower half of the stone leg came crashing down with a loud noise. "Am I that fierce?" Jiang Yan was startled, instinctively looking at his own palm. "Since when have the guardians in this newbie zone been such shoddy work?" "Yes, my lord, according to your command we spared its life. What should we do with it now?" Hina suddenly changed the topic. Previously, to transport this behemoth, she had it divided into over 10 parts and upon arriving at Holy Spirit City used slime glue to stick the parts back together. Now it seemed rather unstable. It can't be killed yet, let's wait a few more days." Jiang Yan pondered in his mind. This was the last gatekeeper. Killing it would cause the barrier of Holy Spirit City to disappear, and there was a chance that the native forces on the continent would discover them. These were not like the small duchies such as Harmank. Among some powerful forces, there were even demigods or even divine-level powerhouses. Moreover, they possessed massive and well-equipped troops, and their research on magical formations and enchanted artifacts far surpassed those of Harmank. In his past life, these forces mostly demonstrated the demeanor of the strong and did not specifically target the lordly forces, only prohibiting them from spreading their beliefs at will. But Jiang Yan dared not take it lightly. In the past life, there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides, and as the strong, they would naturally not be stingy to occasionally show kindness to ants. But if these ants had potential far surpassing theirs, whether the other party would still maintain their goodness was uncertain. At least some self-protection was needed. Firstly, it was necessary to take advantage of the defeat of the abyssal tide to enhance or at least stabilize faith above devoutness. This was very important. This was a world where deities reigned supreme. Competing for land resources and population was essentially to gain more faith. Having a devout initial duchy was immeasurable for later spreading faith, waging war and assimilating the citizens of other nations, and the most suitable person for this task was undoubtedly Anna. Jiang Yan subconsciously called out, "Holy Lord, I am here." Hearing the call, Anelia's mood visibly lifted, her wings joyously fluttering. You lead the angel squad now. Rest in the city tonight, return to the Duchy of Harmank tomorrow morning, further consolidate the faith. I will recruit some preaching assistants to aid you later. Jiang Yan hesitated but still changed his words. It seemed too harsh to ask someone to return right after coming back, and recruiting hands from the Radiance preaching also took time. Rest assured, Holy Lord. Anelia nodded. Jiang Yan patted her shoulder encouragingly, then turned and called out, "Hina, your command." Emperor Hina responded, "You also rest tonight, and starting tomorrow morning proceed to hunt the newly born demons. The bones are yours to replenish your troops, but remember to bring back all the flesh," Jiang Yan instructed. The newly opened building stitching cavern required a large amount of flesh, and it was good to prepare in advance. "No problem, Emperor." Hina agreed. "All right, you may leave now. Rest well." "It's been very tough recently," Jiang Yan said soothingly. "Not tough at all, it's my honor," both responded in unison. Then frowning, they glanced at each other, mutual disdain in their eyes as they turned and walked away. Jiang Yan couldn't help but rub his forehead, slightly troubled. Although both were absolutely loyal to him, the conflicts between their factions made them quite antagonistic towards each other. He could only think of ways to slowly change this in the future. Shaking his head, Jiang Yan stopped thinking about it and went straight to the location of the Radiance preaching to check the recruitable troop types. Radiance preaching troop tier, elite, profession, Radiance faith instructor, faith level, blind, recruitment price, 5 soul crystals, review, he is as dear to me as family, rank of holy light bearer, epic, profession, fanatic of the holy light, faith level, blind, recruitment price, 20 soul crystals, review, if you can't understand the sublime words of the scriptures, I am also somewhat proficient in fist and foot. The panel seems slightly different from regular troops, it even lacks abilities. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan recruited 1100 preachers and 110 holy light bearers. The kingdom of Hamank had a total of 11 cities, and this arrangement was just right. With an 80% discount under his identity as the Holy Lord of Light, he spent only 1,540 soul crystals, which was almost like getting them for free. Soon a large group of people dressed in white divine robes walked out from the preaching house. They crawled on the ground, their expressions wildly fervent. "Great Lord of Light, we wish to dedicate everything to the legacy of the Holy Light." Rise, Jiang Yan curiously asked, "How do you enhance your strength?" These guys didn't even have a level. "Holy Lord, we do not need to enhance our strength. By practicing the mission of preaching the Holy Light, it will protect us," one of the preachers respectfully answered. Jiang Yan nodded. "I see, these are just weaklings who are all talk, and you?" Jiang Yan then looked towards the more robust holy light bearers. "Holy Lord, we will pray to the powerful beings of the holy light. Usually the 2-winged angels respond to us, but occasionally higher-ranked beings will answer, so they are people who rely on others." Jiang Yan understood and commanded, "For now follow Anelia's arrangements and start spreading faith in the kingdom of Hamank from tomorrow. We will heed the divine command." The crowd's faces showed excitement. They belonged to the lower ranks of the Holy Light faction, usually directly under ordinary 2-winged angels, but now they could directly follow a powerful seraph. This was a glory they could boast about for a lifetime. After arranging all this, Jiang Yan opened the Interrealm Trade Center, where he had already successfully traded over 400,000 soul crystals, equivalent to over 12 million units of faith power. He had finally saved enough for an upgrade. Jiang Yan extracted the faith and quickly arrived at the gates of heaven. Without hesitation he commanded, "Upgrade." The splendid gates of heaven instantly shone brightly, and endless praises and acclamations arose from around. Countless angelic apparitions appeared praying devoutly. In the vague perception, Zhang Yan seemed to see dozens of chains from the void clanging behind this gate. Under the influence of a pure and vast faith power, 2 chains silently shattered. Upgrade complete. As the prompt from the realm sounded, all illusions disappeared and Zhang Yan looked intently. The gates of heaven, a unique building now able to recruit angels. Rank, unique, level 2, 0 out of 100 million, currently recruitable, 2 winged angels, 4 winged angels, 1 4-winged angel for every 500 2-winged angels. Unlocked new feature: baptism, can consume soul shards to transform a believer into an angel. The more devout the faith and the more soul shards invested, the stronger the angel transformed. How interesting. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. It seems I need to inform Xena that from now on, when killing enemies, not just the bones, even the souls must not be spared. 2 days later, as Analia led a large contingent of angels and missionaries into the duchy, the faith dissemination activities began in full swing. At that time, in a civilian residence within the capital of the Duchy of Harmank, a pair of well-dressed parents spoke with worried expressions. "Father, that's the situation. No matter how we persuade him, he won't listen." "I understand. Let me talk to him," replied the missionary in a white robe, his demeanor gentle. "You don't need to waste your efforts, Father. I appreciate the peace the gods have brought to this country, but I cannot believe in them," said a defiant young man about 15 or 16 years old. "My child, I understand your—" "No, you don't understand." The youth suddenly became agitated and shouted, "I'm different from others. I have a natural magic nullifying physique and cannot learn any magic. I have prayed to the pantheon of gods but received no response. Later I realized that what are called miracles are merely powerful applications of magic and the gods cannot solve my problem. If that's the case, why should I believe in them? I'll find my own path." "Child, I know you're anxious, but don't get agitated," the missionary said with a still gentle smile, speaking unhurriedly. "Have you ever heard of science?" "Science? What is that?" the boy and his parents asked in unison, puzzled. "The Holy Lord has mercy on all beings. At the dawn of creation he left countless paths to strength, and science is one of the fairest of these," the missionary explained, pointing to an empty tin bucket in the corner of the room. "Could I borrow this item for a moment?" "Of course, Father," the man of the house said as he went forward to move it. "Child, to give you a more direct experience, next I'll instruct and you operate," the missionary proposed. "Okay," the boy shrugged, showing a hint of curiosity. "First, pour a little water into it. That's enough. Next, place it on the fire to heat until the water boils." After waiting a bit, the missionary continued, "All right, now you can move it away, but be careful not to burn yourself. Now go fetch a bucket of cold water and pour it over." The boy did as instructed, then somewhat impatiently said, "Father, what does this? Wow, what the heck?" Bang! A loud noise startled the boy, and he looked up to see the thick tin bucket had been flattened in the middle. How did that happen?" the boy asked in astonishment, not feeling any magical fluctuations. "This is a basic application of atmospheric pressure. Once you understand its principle, anyone can do it," the missionary explained, drawing 2 arrows on a piece of paper. "Look, these are 2 ordinary arrows. Now if we take a transparent cup full of water and look through it." "Hey, why did the direction of the arrows change? Is this some kind of illusion?" The boy was greatly shocked, even thinking that if this principle were expanded it could create effects similar to magical illusion arrays. "No, this is the principle of light refraction," the missionary explained. "These are simple applications of science. If you delve deeper into its study, even ordinary people can create weapons powerful enough to destroy heavens and obliterate the earth. Is this true?" "Of course, the followers of the holy light never lie." "Then how can I learn this knowledge?" the youth asked with a look of longing in his eyes. "Look," the preacher smiled slightly, pointing around. "This flowing water, these plants, everything in the world hides science. If you are devout enough, the holy light will guide you to discover their secrets." In another town within the duchy, at the execution ground, the criminal Adora charged with robbery, murder, inciting rebellion and forcing women. Upon verification, the charges were confirmed and multiple crimes were punished together. A middle-aged man dressed as a judge said authoritatively, "I declare that the death penalty number 7 be carried out immediately." Upon hearing this, 2 soldiers quickly escorted the criminal to a metal frame and tied him up in the shape of a big X. Death penalty number 7 is a punishment implemented for severely criminal acts involving 2 sharp spears piercing from the head down to the feet. "Wait, you can't punish me," Adoro suddenly shouted. "I have already reformed and now devoutly believe in the holy light. How can you treat a true believer like this without fearing divine punishment? The judge on the platform hesitated slightly. With the retreat of the abyss and after the royal family of Hamank declared the Holy Lord of Light as the only God of faith in the duchy, the status of divine right had risen above all such that even the High Emperor could not arbitrarily dispose of a believer, let alone him. Seeing this, Adora grew even more arrogant, shouting, "Release me quickly, I still need to pray in the temple. Can you afford the delay, Mr. Judge?" As the middle-aged man was caught in a dilemma, a preacher in a white robe stepped forward from the crowd of onlookers. "Father," the middle-aged man sighed in relief, stood up and performed a church courtesy, asking, "What do you think we should do? May I ask him a few questions?" The preacher spoke gently. "Of course, please ask. Are you a follower of the Lord?" The preacher stepped forward and asked. "Yes, Father, under the illumination of the holy light I have spit on and detested my former self. Now I have completely reformed and only wish to devoutly serve the Lord and atone for my sins," Adoro quickly said, even squeezing out a few tears from his eyes. The preacher nodded and said, "The holy light will protect every devout believer." Upon hearing this, the judge and the soldiers around, as well as the public, darkened their expressions. Could even such a wicked person be forgiven? Adora's lips revealed a barely noticeable smirk. These fools are so easy to fool, it seems that in the future. Then let the execution proceed. What? The crowd was stunned, looking confused. Why had the preacher changed his mind so quickly? But, "Father, I'm a believer of the holy light." "Don't worry," the preacher smiled faintly, "as long as you are devout enough, the holy light will surely protect you from being killed." "What are you joking about, Father?" Two soldiers, each reaching a high level of combat, fiercely plunged two specially made spears down. Amidst the flow of blood and enduring screams, the crowd curiously looked on, only to see a faint white light twinkling at the wound, barely keeping him alive. "Kill me, just kill me." The excruciating pain that pierced through his body nearly drove him to madness, and he screamed wildly. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the screams slowly subsided. He was dead. It seemed he had not sincerely repented for the sins he had committed, and the holy light had rejected him. The missionary, looking regretful, said to the judge, "Your Honor, you only need to proceed with the punishment as prescribed. If one is truly virtuous and devout, the holy light will surely protect them. If one tries to mock the holy light, they will receive a punishment twice as harsh, just like him." "Thank you, Father," the judge said with a smile on his face, sincerely adding, "Praise the holy light, praise the holy light." The surrounding civilians and soldiers echoed in response. In the temple office of the 3rd district of the capital city of Harmank, "Your Honor, the person has been brought. This is the last non-believer of the 3rd district," a missionary whispered. "Understood, you may leave us. I will have a chat with him," said the robust spreader of the holy light, sizing up the man brought in by two soldiers. Typically only believers who the missionaries couldn't handle were sent here. With slick back hair and eyes that darted around, he appeared somewhat frivolous. "I might consider believing in the holy light, but what's in it for me?" the frivolous man said, seating himself casually in a chair before anyone could ask. "The Holy Lord fought off the abyss and saved all your lives. Isn't that benefit enough?" The spreader of the holy light replied calmly, walking towards the door. "What kind of benefit is that?" "Isn't that what gods are supposed to do?" the man said nonchalantly. "Give me something tangible, or I can't guarantee I won't spread rumors when I go back." He clearly understood that the Holy Lord was a just, kind, and gentle deity and presumed that he wouldn't stoop to his level over minor issues. Click, the sound of the door locking. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zaram, the person responsible for spreading faith in this region," said the holy light spreader, his smile vanishing as he locked the door, his tone becoming flat. "Since I've been appointed, the 3rd district has always been top in faith performance assessments. Everyone who leaves here eventually becomes a believer." "I get it. So, Your Honor, how do you plan to buy me?" the man said, his smile deepening, sensing the temple's pressure for results, which might mean more benefits for him. "It seems I haven't made myself clear," Zaram said, slowly rolling up his sleeves. "What I mean is, only as a believer can you walk out of here. What are you going to do?" The frivolous man, noticing the other's arms were thicker than his own thighs, finally sensed something amiss and said defensively, "If you dare lay a hand on me, I will definitely report you to Judge Bashal." "That is your right, but I must tell you, Bashal has become a fervent follower of the Holy Lord 3 days ago," Zaram said indifferently, pulling out a holy book. "Now, I'll read a line and you repeat after me." Smack! A bright red handprint appeared on the man's face. He was stunned, not expecting the other to actually strike. "No need for extra words, you dare." Slap, slap, left and right, a flurry of blows. Bright red blood trickled down the man's lips. Do you understand now? The man covering his face quickly nodded his head. Now he was subdued. The Holy Lord created everything. Zaram flipped through the Holy Scriptures, his expression gradually becoming fervent. The Holy Lord crave, slap, another slap. The man felt his face swelling up. When you mention the Holy Lord, your tone should be devout, reverent, and heartfelt. Try again. The Holy Lord, slap. Your voice must not quiver. Try again. The Holy Lord, slap. Think of the Holy Lord and smile from your heart. Why do you have a pained expression? Try again. So it went until the 12th repetition. The Holy Lord created everything. The man instinctively closed his eyes, but found that this time the slap was long in coming. Not bad. Next sentence. This voice seemed like the sound of heaven. The man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with tears. It was not easy at all. Praise the Holy Lord of Light. Why should I praise the Holy Lord of Light? The man was startled by his own sudden thought, but before he could ponder further, the other's voice rang out again. The Holy Lord is omnipotent. The Holy Lord. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Lord Zaram, the angel inspector, has arrived to check on the progress of spreading the faith, came the respectful voice of a fellow preacher. The frivolous man's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a chance for rescue. Zaram's expression changed slightly, but he quickly stepped forward to unlock the door. He was not afraid of punishment. His only fear was being dismissed for violent proselytization, which would prevent him from serving the Holy Lord and reforming these heretics. A beautiful figure entered, her face delicate, wings pure white, a long sword hanging at her waist, and a holy scripture in her hands. It was a divine angel. Zaram instantly turned his worry into joy. This was a direct angel under the legendary seraphim Annalea, known for her extreme zealotry, even comparable to the crazed members of the Tribunal of Light. Angel, help me, I report this man for coercing me with violence. The man shouted as if seeing a savior, not forgetting to raise his face, marked with slaps. Hi, Zaram, is this true? The angel glanced at the man's bruised face, flipped through the pages, and cast a healing spell. Yes, my lord. He was unwilling to believe in the great Holy Lord of Light. I was momentarily overwhelmed. You do not wish to become a follower of the Holy Lord? The angel turned and asked softly. I just wanted to ask what benefits there are in becoming a follower before deciding, the man said bravely. The light of the healing spell paused, quickly reversing back, and the man's face swelled up again. The angel's expression turned thoroughly cold. So a heretic, Zaram, why is a heretic still standing here speaking? I must question whether your faith is steadfast. The frivolous man was completely stunned. Weren't angels supposed to be the kindest, most righteous and beautiful beings? According to the newly published biographies? Are fairy tales all lies? Sorry my lord, please give me 1 minute time. Your vassal state of Hamank has increased in faith. Daily power of faith rises to 50,000. Your number of devout local believers has exceeded 100,000, deepening your ties with this world. The suppression on the gates of heaven has been reduced, and it's attempting to break free from some of its shackles. The timing remains unknown. In Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan looked at the prompts coming from various realms and felt very gratified. The angels and missionaries had been incredibly effective. In just over half a month, he had received 3 notifications of rising faith, forcefully moving from the passable level of devotion to nearing the next tier. Most importantly, the reduction in suppression on the gates of heaven was a mystery that could bring unexpected surprises. It seemed time to start the next phase of expansion. With the faith now stable, Dragon Tomb Abyss and Stitching Cavern under the overtime work of the Dwarf Squad were about to be completed. The stockpiled faith was enough to recruit 4,000 angels, and Anna and others had reached the 10th tier of diamond strength. Most crucially, the novice area's demons had been completely annihilated by Hina. Even a nest of dozens of demonic cockroaches had been thoroughly cleared out by the skeleton warriors digging 3 feet into the ground. One could not expect a being from the undead realm to understand the principles of sustainable development. It was time to move on to the next plan to bring some waves to this continent. 18 days after repelling the abyss, His Majesty the King and Church Priestess Arya went to Holy Spirit City for a pilgrimage. After a tough battle against the evil and mighty demon, the stone man tied to the cross, they received a divine revelation. The Duchy of Harmank was renamed the Holy Kingdom of Light, the Pantheon Church was renamed the Church of Holy Light, and Arya was appointed as the first High Priestess of the Church. Thus a new chapter began for the Duchy of Harmank, historically known as the First Year of Holy Light. Excerpt from the first internal memoir of the Church of Holy Light. All 3 guardians have died and the barrier in the novice area has been lifted. From now on you can explore the entire continent without restrictions. but be mindful as you spy on others. Others may also be watching you. First-tier rank list rewards have been settled. Congratulations on ranking first, receiving 100 prestige and the title chosen by God, which takes effect upon wearing. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to two pilgrims who had traveled long distances to come on a pilgrimage, Jiang Yan finally had time to look through the reminders from various realms. From the map, the westernmost edge of what was now called the Holy Kingdom of Light or Harmank had cleared of mist, revealing a new area called Misty Valley. If he remembered correctly, this was the only passage connecting to the outside world. Stretching roughly over 1,200 kilometers, it was inhabited by numerous powerful races and demons infected by the abyssal aura rich in resources. In his previous life, it took him a whole half-year of pioneering with countless warriors dead or injured to successfully clear it. However, now with the powerful undead troops at his disposal, there was no longer a need to worry about casualties. He had already sent Hina early on to lead the army at the valley's entrance, and by now they must have begun their exploration. This was also an advantage in preserving the Faith Nation during the first abyssal uprising with the demigod Yadin. Present ordinary periods of abyssal passages posed no threat, allowing for unhesitant expeditions, while other lords had to permanently deploy sufficient military force to prevent abyssal attacks. I'm not sure how things are progressing. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan remembered the War Control Lord skill he acquired when he advanced to silver rank, which allowed him to temporarily gain the vision and perception of any ally in his faction. Activating the skill, his vision blurred for a moment before a fierce battle unfolded before his eyes. He saw a group of creatures resembling upright crocodiles being attacked by numerous skeleton soldiers. These creatures had metallic hard scales all over their bodies, were over 3 meters long, and their thick claws sharp with nails could easily crush the skeleton's bones with each swipe. These were wilderness blood crocodiles, roughly at the bronze tier 3, a rare class. Jiang Yan instantly recognized these creatures that had caused him considerable trouble in his past life. This crocodile like species had evolved scales on their usually vulnerable bellies, making their defense and attack exceptionally outstanding among their peers. Regular skeleton soldiers could hardly break their defense. Only the elite skeleton warriors recruited from high-level graveyards and those transformed from the bones of powerful creatures could stand a few blows against them. Fortunately, their brains had not evolved along with low intelligence but a strong territorial instinct, the wilderness blood. Crocodiles did not choose to retreat even when they had the advantage, instead mixing into a melee with the undead army. Soon the densely packed skeleton soldiers completed their encirclement, and before long each wilderness blood crocodile was isolated by countless skeletons. Clang! Every second the skeleton's bone blades hacked at the hard scales, causing the pained crocodiles to wildly swing their tails, knocking surrounding enemies flying. But immediately more skeletons from behind joined the attack. An exceptionally tall and robust elite skeleton, taking advantage of its comrade's cover, struck a fierce blow at a crocodile's leg, leaving a clear wound. The crocodile staggered, and before it could regain its footing, several more blows were delivered to the same spot. The breached scales no longer provided protection, and under the continuous attacks, the crocodile's left leg was chopped off, causing it to howl in pain and collapse into the endless sea of skeletons. This seemed to signal the others, as one by one the blood crocodiles fell with successive screams. Hina, with her bright red eyes slightly flickering, leapt into the air, her long bow vibrating continuously as hundreds of black arrows rained down, piercing precisely through the mouths of each incapacitated blood crocodile. Skeletons, their bones particularly robust and shiny, climbed up from the corpses. Although not as powerful as the original blood crocodiles, their aura nearly approached level 50. Without hesitation they joined the besieging army, attacking their former kin. Hina, having put away her long bow, seemed to remember something and spoke. "Bring alive one, intact limbs." "Yes, master." A giant eagle swiftly swooped down, its sharp eyes scanning the battlefield, and picked up a well-preserved blood crocodile by the claw, dropping it in front of Hina. Coming to its senses and about to roar, the blood crocodile suddenly showed intricate and complex curse marks in its eyes, and instantly it sat down like a pug, showing a pleasing expression. "Lead the way to your lair." Watching the war subside, Hina said indifferently. Amidst the debris of bones and flesh, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers silently followed, their ghostly fires forming a long green line in the dusk, stretching endlessly. In Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan retracted his skills just as he had anticipated. The monsters in Misty Valley were noticeably stronger than those in the novice area. While the sheer numbers of skeletal soldiers could still clinch victories, the casualties were significantly higher. It was time to bolster Hina's forces with some new recruits. With this in mind, Jiang Yan made his way to the undead area. Half an hour earlier, Dragon Tomb Abyss and Stitching Cavern had been officially completed. A massive structure enveloped in green mist appeared before him. Inside, one could vaguely see numerous compartments where masses of flesh were being processed. Reminiscent of a large slaughterhouse, about a dozen dwarf builders lay sprawled outside the building, sound asleep from exhaustion. Let them have a half day off, Jiang Yan thought, commending himself for his kindness before stepping inside to check the related panels. Stitching Cavern, an undead-themed epic structure transformed, provided flesh and carcasses into corresponding battle weapons. Currently available templates included the Faceless Beast, Necro Beast, and Carrion Beast among 317 types. Users could select elements to generate related combat weapons with current save templates at 0. Special note: this is an excellent recycling station where unusable scraps, bones with osteoporosis, and even millennia-old frozen zombie meat can be turned into treasures. The Undead Realm never wastes a thing. Well, the Undead Realm's design philosophy is truly avant-garde. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that even Dragon Tomb Abyss wasn't anything conventional. However strange it may seem as an epic structure, its functionality was extremely powerful. He briefly understood that these so-called templates were crafted based on functional needs. For instance, the Carrion Beast was designed by a cleanliness-loving undead lord to sweep and clean as. The undead realm was vast, and some low-quality corpses were even scorned by the lowest skeleton mages, left to rot and severely polluting the environment. I need to set up a template. After browsing for a while, Jiang Yan decided to design a template himself. Please state your design requirements. A line of text appeared on the building hub. Durable, armor-breaking, self-healing, capable of close-range combat. Are there any aesthetic requirements? If none, the building will freely create and revisions will not be accepted. Yes, the appearance needs to be intimidating and oppressive. Jiang Yan suddenly remembered a game he had played in the Federation and immediately uploaded the image from his mind. Ugly, disgusting, twisted, terrifying. Truly a perfect image. New Lord of the Undead, your taste is commendable. I will put all my efforts into creating this for you. Please name this template. Call it Abomination, Jiang Yan said somewhat nostalgically. Template established, ready for production at any time. Please input sufficient materials. With a thought, Jiang Yan dropped about 10 high-quality carcasses from his storage space. These were the ones he had touched daily using one of his professional divine skills. 9 of bronze grade, 4 of silver grade, 1 breath, 2 breaths. Why hasn't the synthesis started yet? Watching the unresponsive stitching layer, Jiang Yan slightly furrowed his brows. Are you joking? This little stuff isn't even enough to stitch a leg. I am a structure with dignity. I don't produce shoddy work. A line of small characters appeared on the hub, even vibrating twice, showing unusual excitement. So that's how it is. I thought you were broken. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. Even the big shots of the undead world are so idle, making an epic architectural intelligence so full of personality. Fortunately, Hina had previously collected a lot of flesh while clearing monsters, all piled up outside the graveyard. It was just right to recruit today's skeletons and have them move it over. After some bustling with the effort of 300 elite skeleton porters, 2 chambers inside the stitching layer were quickly filled. Barely enough. Please wait a moment, I'll be quick. The grating sound of compression, the clatter of bones, and the impact of axes and swords began to resonate. After transferring through 17 chambers, the doors of the outer synthesis chamber opened and 5 disturbing monsters strode out. They were about 10 meters tall, their bodies covered in stitched marks, and from the cracks of those flesh a yellow-green gas continually seeped out, emitting an unpleasant smell. There was a large hole in their stomachs from which it seemed countless hands were pulling outward. Each of their 4 sturdy arms held different skeletal weapons. Stop! Seeing them approaching, Jiang Yan quickly raised his voice to halt them. He didn't want to get a whiff of that strange gas. The 5 flesh balls immediately stopped in their tracks, somewhat awkwardly fiddling with the rotting flesh on their bodies, momentarily appearing quite innocent. Underdeveloped abomination tier, epic, level, bronze rank 9, faith level, none, skills. Corrosive poison mist, passive, devour, overall score, 1766, explanation. Due to the poor quality of the materials you provided, their potential was greatly affected during the production process. Not bad. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. Just using the remains of weak creatures from the newbie area could piece together the power of bronze rank 9, suggesting that with better materials they could at least reach silver rank or above. Moreover, he still had a trump card. The uniqueness of the skills of those previous angels rendered his Talents useless and ordinary undead soldiers had no evolutionary significance, which had greatly frustrated him. Now, it was finally his time to shine again. Jiang Yan excitedly rubbed his hands together, lifting his hand as 5 beams of light fell on the abominations. Talent ability activated. Ding, perfect sublimation successfully triggered. The sublimation effect upgraded corrosive poison mist into a similar type of aura skill, corrosive aura, passive, which can slowly cause rotting damage and other effects on the surface of hostile creatures within a certain range, non-exemptable and stackable. With other armor-reducing abilities, the extreme effect triggered upgrading Devour to the highest level, improving conversion efficiency. Aside from flesh, devouring bones could now also restore itself. At the moment of completion of the evolution, the yellow-green gas on the abominations instantly disappeared. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, looking much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, with the effects stacking with other skills, if it appeared together with corrosive poison mist, wouldn't the enemies enjoy a double whammy? Wait here for me, Jiang Yan instructed briefly before he headed towards the Dragon Tomb Abyss, planning to bring something back for Hina. Using a short-range teleportation array set up by a spirit array master, he quickly arrived at the northeastern part of the undead area, where a bizarrely shaped building caught his eye. It covered about 10 square kilometers, surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, with a bottomless abyss filled with deathly energy at its center. What was most curious was the special black cloud floating above, from which a slender chain dangled, swaying over the gorge. This design. Jiang Yan squinted slightly, feeling that it wasn't exactly up to standard. Dragon Tomb Abyss, a legendary undead structure, was the third emperor's proudest creation, capable of randomly capturing a dragon skeleton every 10 days. Current capture count 1. Special note: inspired by a popular project from an unspeakable civilization. Claw machines? Claw machines? Is it what I think it is? Jiang Yan walked towards the building's control console with a puzzled look. The console was quite simple, featuring only a bone for direction control and a still beating heart. Well, indeed, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. He was good at this. He quickly stepped forward and grasped the control stick. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him fluctuated violently as if the space was being peeled layer by layer, eventually stopping at a place filled with dragon skeletons. Nearby stood an ancient stone stele labeled Dragon Graveyard 03. The building would be discovered in 5 minutes. The operator was urged to complete the capture quickly, or countless angry dragons would follow the scent and tear him to pieces. Listening to the prompt in his ear, Jiang Yan quickly shook the bone a few times, aimed at a relatively intact skeleton, and slammed down. The slender chain shook, crossing thousands of layers of space and tightly wrapping around the spine, pulling it upward. The layers of space closed up again, and a complete dragon skeleton appeared in the depths of Dragon Tomb Abyss. Undead Dominion. Jiang Yan waved his scourge staff, eager to activate his skill. The ancient dragon, which had fallen who knows how long ago, suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue flame in its eye sockets. The 2 wing bones, now only bone, fluttered slightly, then faster and faster. It gently landed in front of Jiang Yan, folding its bone wings and bowing its head. Under the effect of the scourge's holy affinity, it was surrounded by a flickering holy light. Frost Bone Dragon Grade, Legendary, Level, Diamond Tier 10, Skills, Frost Breath, Holy Affinity, Comprehensive Score, 23722. Just a regular skeleton, and it has a Diamond Tier 10 and a score over 20,000. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be surprised, knowing that a bone dragon is different from when it was alive, without the dragon language magic and the strongest physical abilities, just relying on a frost breath to achieve this level. Tisk TSK. No wonder Yablik's kin could use titles like Dragon God, Dragon Emperor, while it only dared to boast with the title of Dragon King. Apparently a live dragon wasn't even weaker than it. Dragons truly are apex predators, and this was just the skeleton. If he could obtain a complete dragon corpse, it might be even stronger. With a flicker of thought, his sublimation talent activated once again, triggering the sublimation effect successfully. Frost Breath evolved into the same type of law technique, Permafrost Breath, capable of freezing everything in defiance of physical laws, maintaining a permanent frozen state unless intervened by external forces. The score also rose to 32,100. How cool! Jiang Yan suddenly remembered the warning he received earlier when catching the doll. The building will be discovered in 5 minutes. Doesn't that mean if later, when his power is sufficient, he deliberately delays until after 5 minutes to lure a large number of dragons, he could directly obtain a legendary legion? Stay calm, stay calm. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, looking at the powerful and docile bone dragon in front of him. He couldn't help but sincerely praise praised the great and genius third undead emperor. Mist Valley, outside a bottomless cave. Right here, master, the controlled blood crocodile said somewhat proudly. This was originally a gathering place for underground dwarves. After our clan was driven out of the central area, we took over this place. The golden rat glanced disdainfully. A bunch of crocodile mutants not staying in the swamp but hiding in caves, acting all high and mighty. It turned around with a pleasing look in its eyes. Master, do you need me to send some moles to scout for intelligence? We are professionals at burrowing. No need. Hina casually shot an arrow that ended the blood crocodile's life and ordered, kill. The gold-tiered demonic giant scorpion did not hesitate and burrowed in, followed by tens of thousands of skeletons flickering with eerie green ghostly fires, looking like grim reapers from hell against the dark backdrop. Bang bang clang. Soon the sound of fierce battle came from underground. Vaguely, it could be felt that the demonic giant scorpion seemed to have encountered a strong opponent and was stopped. Found you. Hina, who had been quietly waiting outside the cave, suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Looks like we're about to have another companion, the giant eagle said cheerfully. No, I bet 5 soul crystals it won't last 3 chapters. The golden rat's eyes twinkled with a gleam of wisdom. Why, I think this crocodile leader is quite capable of fighting, at least at a high gold tier strength. PSH, what good is being able to fight? The golden rat disdainfully said. To survive out here, you need to know how to speak, have emotional intelligence. With the intelligence of this species, even I look down on it, let alone Master Hina. I see wise words, brother mouse. The giant eagle suddenly understood. Naturally, all right, stop the nonsense, hurry up and follow. We need to show Master that we are worried about her. The golden rat hummed proudly, beckoning the giant eagle to enter the cave with him. When the two arrived underground, the battle had unsurprisingly ended. A particularly large blood crocodile stood obediently next to Hina, cooperatively gathering all its tribe members and ceasing resistance. All here? Hina asked indifferently, a bow already in hand. Yes, master. The blood crocodile chieftain widened his eyes quickly, identifying past tribe members, afraid of missing anyone. They're all here. Oh, right, master. There are also some dwarves imprisoned in the cells. Hearing this, Hina paused her bow-drawing motion, a pleasant surprise. She remembered Jiang Yan mentioning several times that there weren't enough dwarves in Holy Spirit City. Dwarves? How many? There were over 1,000 originally, but now only about 30 left. We ate the rest, hee. Seemingly recalling something delicious, the blood crocodile chieftain said with a silly laugh, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of bowstring vibrations rang out. 32 black arrows instantly pierced through the blood crocodile chieftain's head, turning it into a porcupine. Damn fool, why don't you just eat yourself? Hina's expression suddenly darkened. She had envisioned the emperor's joy upon receiving the gift of over 1,000 dwarves. Even if she managed to rescue such a large group of dwarves, leaning slightly towards the undead zone in the future construction of the Holy Spirit City wouldn't be an issue. Damn, there goes the chance to overpower the angels. The more she thought about it, the angrier Hina became, and she couldn't help but shoot another round of arrows. Looking at the crocodile corpse densely covered with arrows, the giant eagle couldn't help but shiver and secretly cast an admiring glance at the golden mouse for its foresight. After venting, Hina controlled the remaining blood crocodile and said expressionlessly, lead the way. They passed through a narrow dark tunnel and a stone prison holding dozens of dwarves came into view. Hearing the noise, several of them struggled to get up, their voices hoarse as they shouted, damn beast, if you dare come eat me, I'll be your grandson if I frown. Casually killing the leading blood crocodile, Hina stopped and slightly frowned. She usually turned people into skeletons or controlled them with curses and wasn't really good at persuasion, especially since the other parties seemed quite rude and she feared she might end up killing them all. After a moment of thought, she kicked the crocodile's corpse to the front of the prison door and said lightly, I've killed these beasts for you, avenged your grievance. In return, I need you to pledge allegiance to the undead emperor. Well done, undead, the 30 or so dwarves in the stone prison exclaimed in surprise, instinctively huddling together. Although the abyss was now the public enemy of all realms, the undead, a force that had once brought destruction to many worlds, was no less formidable. A relatively burly dwarf man's expression changed several times, and he stepped forward with gritted teeth. Powerful undead being, we thank you for your help, but the ancestors of the dwarves once forged divine artifacts for the gods of the Holy Light faction, a supreme honor. We cannot serve the undead and bring shame to our ancestors. Is that so? What a pity. Hina took off her longbow, then serve me in another form. The way of the undead realm usually meant turning someone into one of their own before anything else, and for Hina, even opening her mouth to recruit was already the limit. Wait, master, let me try to persuade them? The golden mouse carefully observed Hina's expression and suddenly volunteered. You. Hina pondered for a moment and then stepped back 2 steps, her meaning clear without words. The mouse was overjoyed, seeing this as an opportunity to please both its master and her superior, thereby solidifying its status and no longer worrying about being turned into a skeleton. Ahem. It cleared its throat, facing the dwarves in the stone prison, and tried to make a sincere expression. My family. How ridiculous, a cowardly mouse that has turned to the undead trying to persuade us to pledge allegiance. Several dwarves laughed mockingly. A conflict of beliefs was evident, and while they might slightly soften their hearts towards someone as powerful and benevolent as Hina, they naturally wouldn't show any respect to a mere mouse. The golden mouse's face turned red immediately. What's wrong with being a mouse? I am a mouse after all. He turned and said, Master, why not just kill them? Hina was about to act, but suddenly she lowered her bow and arrow, looking up at the ground direction with a slight smile on her lips. The emperor has arrived, let's go back. What about these dwarves? Take them with us and let the emperor deal with them. Soon the group walked out of the cave and Hina greeted them with a beaming smile, her steps seemingly lighter. Why are you here, emperor? I brought you a gift. Jiang Yan smiled slightly, pointing to the sky. 100-meter-long frost-bone dragon was circling above, its upper body tightly embraced by 5 abominations afraid of falling off. Do you like it? Of course, with them we can conquer the entire valley passageway much faster, Hina gladly said. By the way, emperor, I also have a gift for you. Those dwarves, could they help with the construction of Holy Spirit's city? Jiang Yan's eyes brightened. He was planning to renovate all the city walls of Holy Spirit's city and re-engrave them with magical formations. With these 30 or so additional laborers, there was no need to worry about manpower, but they seem unwilling to surrender. Hina softly repeated what had happened before. That's right, we will never abandon our ancestors' glory to join the undead ranks. Kill us if you must. Feeling the gaze of the 2-inch, several dwarves held up by skeleton soldiers shouted loudly, Undead. Jiang Yan flipped his hand to put away the plague, activating the angel's heart within him. A most orthodox holy aura surrounded his body and 12 feathered wings slowly appeared behind him like a deity. Who told you I am one of the undead? I am the creator of all things, the master of gods, the controller of holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent holy lord of light. Have you heard of an ancient myth? The power of the undead is the most evil, the most sinister. And as the holy Lord of light, such evil power will never corrupt my heart. But this path is destined to be difficult and arduous. Will you help me? Jiang Yan vigorously spurred the holy aura, looking sincerely at the dwarves. This was the same speech he had previously used to coax Anna, hoping to easily pacify the little dwarves. Even to increase his persuasiveness, he had summoned a holy light skeleton using the plague. I think this should prove my words. We are willing. Serving the holy light is the supreme honor for our dwarf clan. Indeed, feeling the undiluted holy aura and these passionate words, the simple-minded dwarves became excited and believed in Jiang Yan's identity as the holy lord of light. After all, they already owed their lives to him, and now that there was no conflict of faith, there was no reason to refuse. Given your reputation meets the conditions, you have gained the loyalty of 37 dwarf survivors. Hearing this prompt, Jiang Yan's smile became more genuine. Originally, I should have first taken you back to Holy Spirit's city to experience a home filled with holy light, but now there's an urgent matter that perhaps only you can accomplish. Just give the order, Holy Lord, the dwarves clamored to say. I need to build a teleportation array, but this area is infested with monsters. Can you set up some outposts nearby? Of course, my lord. Several dwarves thumped their chests and said, this is our specialty, we'll start right away. Watching the dwarves immediately getting to work, Jiang Yan showed a satisfied expression. He really appreciated these little guys whose execution matched that of the angels and whose treatment was on par with the undead. He even considered that, should these guys die of overwork, he'd reward them with the baptism function of the Angel's Gate, turning them into angels. This way they could stay at their work posts forever, resting by simply closing their eyes to pray and provide faith, resuming work after their prayers, and even doing away with the need for beds. Simply perfect. How long will it take here? After a careful survey, Jiang Yan chose the spot and signaled the 2 accompanying spirit formation masters to start constructing the teleportation magic circle. After all, there was a considerable distance from the Holy Spirit's city to the Misty Valley. My lord, you requested a capacity to teleport at least 100 people at once, which qualifies as a medium-sized teleportation array. It would take at least a week with just the two of us, one spirit formation master calculated and said. I will leave some of the battle soil to protect you, and you can proceed to the next location once construction is completed. Jiang Yan sighed softly. He couldn't help but think of Li Miaolin, who was still in the Federation. He wondered how well she had mastered her professional skills holding the Federation's highest level support profession card. If she were here, the efficiency could be doubled at least. Unfortunately, the newly unlocked abyssal plane could not be entered or exited. For a year after activation, what are you thinking about, Emperor? A slightly enticing voice came and Jiang Yan looked up to see Hina approaching with a smile. Nothing much, by the way. How much more do you need to advance to demigod? Just a little bit more. Hina seemed slightly troubled. I've already mastered the laws. If it were the old days I could have become a main god directly, but this damn world's laws still require a repeated accumulation of quantity. Don't worry, the valley is full of monsters, just right for clearing them out. I also still need a bit more to advance. Jiang Yan laughed. The Lord's promotion is much more difficult than that of his kin. Since the last time the abyss erupted and he was upgraded to silver rank 9, she has been just a bit short of advancing to gold. Alright, talking about battle. Hina's crimson eyes lit up, exceptionally excited. Push through, leaving none. Let's first clear those large clusters. Jiang Yan shook his head. He planned to keep some of the magic beasts for when he recruited the angel army for leveling up later. Okay, then I'll go. Gather the troops. As soon as the words fell, her agile figure vanished into the night like a sprite. Wait. Jiang Yan watched her disappearing figure and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had originally thought about resting for the night and discussing it at dawn. Well, I'll join her madness this time. Jiang Yan began to diligently recall information about the Misty Valley. He remembered that the first half had 3 tricky opponents: the mountain ape tribe, the dream mist, and the demonized butterfly spirits. Among them, the dream mist was a plant life form capable of releasing a large amount of fog that eroded brain nerves and created illusions, a natural enemy to the brainless undead army. However, it provided low experience and didn't meet the requirements. The demonized butterfly spirits possessed flying abilities, and the undead army, primarily made up of basic skeleton soldiers, didn't have an advantage against them, leaving them better suited for later training for the angelic troops. So it was only the mountain apes left. These creatures with their gray-white exteriors were well-rounded in both offense and defense and always appeared in large numbers, swarming together with a strong penchant for plundering and a vengeful nature. In his past life, driven to desperation, Jiang Yan had resorted to a method he learned from a master: setting fire to the forest to break through. It had to be them. They were the right fit for the experience and would also provide Hina with a substantial increase in manpower. Most importantly, these creatures were vindictive by nature. They would come to him on their own. Half an hour later, under the pitch-black night, 2 endless rows of ghostly fires lined up. 5 10-meter-tall abominations led at the front, each step leaving huge footprints on the ground. The 100-meter-long bone dragon circled overhead as Jiang Yan and Hina stood one after the other on the dragon's eerie blue head. Along the way, Hina was exceptionally lively. Any wild beast or demon that came too close was precisely targeted by her and turned into a member of the skeleton army. The silent march continued for 3 hours until they reached a mountain forest. Both of them looked down as pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness, numerous and indistinct. By the moonlight, one could vaguely see the gray-white outlines and sharp, elongated claws. If it were a regular army, this sight might have scared them senseless, but the undead army only believed in one thing: charge. Hina, standing at the head of the dragon, repeatedly drew her bow. And in an instant, hundreds of black arrows plunged into the night, initiating the battle. Squeals echoed one after another, shattering the brief tranquility as countless gray-white figures suddenly rushed out screaming. The abominations, newly arrived on the battlefield, were instantly excited. The meteor hammers in their hands, made of spine bones, were fiercely swung, smashing 2 inattentive mountain apes and leaving them with gaping chest wounds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Smelling the blood, the 5 abominations became even more frenzied. They charged into the enemy ranks, abandoning their weapons to grab their foes with their thick-stitched arms and stuff them into their torn bellies, laughing madly. Their devouring skill, enhanced to the fullest, was playing out to its limits at that moment. The damage inflicted by the mountain apes could not even keep up with their healing rate. Meanwhile, the corroding aura was also slowly taking effect, and unknowingly, the mountain ape's gray-white skin began to rot, allowing even the ordinary skeleton soldiers' weapons to easily break through their defenses. Impressive, even more formidable than I imagined, comparable to the silver tier troops, Jiang Yan remarked. Hearing this, the icy blue sockets of the frost bone dragon beneath him flickered. Are you saying you're more formidable? Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, then called to Hina to fly up. Go on, but remember to save some corpses for me, I still have use for them. Satisfying the performance desires of his subordinates was also a skill a good lord needed to possess. The frostbone dragon swung its massive head towards the lower skies, casually flicking its huge tail, sending dozens of mountain apes flying. Mixed with the scent of death, the dragon's might terrified these lower-tier creatures into fleeing in panic. It opened its massive jaws and a soul-freezing cold stream burst forth, obliterating everything in its path, turning swaths of enemies into ice crystals, even freezing the air itself. These mountain apes, which had caused countless troubles for Jiang Yan in his previous life, now stood almost no chance against the coordinated attacks of the undead army, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the multi-dimensional information panel finally sent a prompt. You have been upgraded to Silver Tier 10, please use the Gold Advancement Order to upgrade as soon as possible. The encounter turned into a chase. Under the relentless pursuit of the tireless undead army, the battle continued from deep night into the next afternoon, turning the entire forest into a blood-red scene. You have gained 157,000 soul crystals and 83,000 death essences. Glancing at the corpses scattered around, Jiang Yan took out a golden token. He planned to initiate necromantic domination after his advancement, saving some soul crystals. Breakthrough, like the previous 2 times, the golden advancement order transformed into pure energy and merged into his body, the trickle of magical power growing continuously, turning into a torrential river raging wildly. Feeling the surge in magical power, Jiang Yan wielded the scourge, necromantic domination. Under the immense force of the death laws, over 80,000 mountain ape corpses suddenly opened their blood-red eyes and stiffly rose from the ground. They casually picked up scattered limbs next to them and reattached them to their bodies, silently gathering behind Jiang Yan and Hina. In just one night, the number of the undead army surged back over 100,000. Jiang Yan was secretly alarmed at the thought of reaching the mainland. It was known that the mainland, with its dense population and stable environment, was different from these monster-ridden corners. Their powerful empires stood despite the endless wars and the threat of the abyss, and there were countless ordinary people with low martial prowess. A powerful necromancer, if ruthless enough, could raise an army of millions in a single day. He only hoped that these forces would have the sense not to refuse the goodwill of the Holy Light. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to meet them in the capacity of a necromantic emperor. As he pondered, the source of magical power inside him gradually stabilized and the multi-dimensional prompt timely arrived. You have successfully advanced to Golden Tier 1, obtained the Lord Skill Military Order, obtained the Professional Skill Harvest Seed. The skills obtained are random and under different progressions and statuses. The Lord skills Jiang Yan obtained were different from his previous life. He closed his eyes, feeling curious. Lord Skill Military Order. In some reasonable way, force your subordinates to make a military pledge, during which all abilities increase by 20% until the task is completed. If the task fails, the subject will suffer a harsh punishment which the Lord can cancel at an additional cost of 100,000 soul crystals. Military orders are like mountains, violators must be punished. This is quite interesting. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, sneaking a glance at Hina, resting on the side. Why not try it? After all, the punishment can be cancelled. He then activated the power and the military order was set. Punishment setup completed. Go to the Holy Spirit City and publicly admit inferiority to the Seraphan Aliyah. Almost simultaneously, Hina, who was leaning against a tree resting, suddenly opened her eyes, catching a glimpse of Jiang Yan, awkwardly turning his head away. Why is the Emperor looking at me like that? Could it be that he thinks I'm being too lax? Yes, those bird people reportedly took only 17 days to help the Emperor consolidate the faith of the duchy, and yet I haven't even conquered half of the pathways in the Misty Valley. Damn it, how could I close my eyes? I absolutely cannot be outdone by those guys. A certain thought rose inexplicably in Hina's heart. She walked straight up to Jiang Yan, knelt down on one knee before him. My lord, please believe in me. I swear I will clear the entire valley within half a month. If I fail, I am willing to accept any punishment. Of course I believe you. Seeing Hina's unusually serious expression, Jiang Yan felt somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected this skill to take effect so quickly and simply went with the flow. Then I'll leave everything to you. The unused flesh and corpses can be transported back via the teleportation array. I will provide you with support. Saying this, he slightly raised his hand, handing a black shard to Hina. This was a professional skill he had acquired, capable of splitting the harvest seeds to others, allowing him to collect the essence of death even when he wasn't present. This would greatly accelerate the progress, and it wasn't long before he could summon the second heroic spirit from the necropolis. Yes, my lord, I will depart immediately. Hina took the shard, carefully put it away, and then immediately gathered the army to continue advancing. Jiang Yan did not accompany them this time. He had many other matters to handle, including dealing with a whopping 20 million units of faith power accumulated on his person, recruiting the daily output of skeletons from the graveyard, and supervising the dwarves to prevent them from slacking off. Jiang Yan sighed, gave a few words of encouragement to the spirit array masters hard at work, and then rode the pre-summoned Yaberlik back to the Holy Spirit City. 2 hours later, at the gates of heaven, Jiang Yan originally wanted to save up directly to 1 billion before leveling up, but then thought better of it. After all, just the 4,000 blindly faithful angels could provide him with over 100,000 faith daily. He recruited 4,000 two-winged angels and 8 four-winged angels. Under Jiang Yan's pain gaze, the gate of angels burst forth with an unprecedented brilliant light, countless orbs of light flying from within, neatly arranged above Holy Spirit City. The rich divine power even stirred the ever-present death energy in the undead area a bit, making the scattered limbs and bones on the ground seem to bury themselves deeper underground as if they had come to life. Lord, thank you for granting us rebirth. The crisp, neat voices came from above as over 4,000 angels, mostly battle angels, with the rest being 54 healing angels, 200 divine magic angels, and 12 preaching angels, gently landed before Jiang Yan. Among the 8 four-winged angels, 6 were dressed similarly to the battle angels, while the remaining 2 were particularly special, each holding a white feather pen and a blank book, and they were also noticeably taller than the two-winged angels, about 1.6 meters tall. Thinking of Anna, who was 1.7 meters tall, it seemed that the classification of the angelic race was not only related to wings but also significantly marked by height. An interesting discovery indeed. Jiang Yan chuckled as he looked up. 4-winged angel tier, unique, profession, 4-winged legacy angel, level 30, faith level, blind, skilled in light-based holy spells, chronicles of ages, overall rating 8,000. They are the recorders and beautifiers of the holy master's actions. What kind are they? Jiang Yan's expression was somewhat peculiar. As for the other 6, they were more normal, belonging to the commanding angels, specializing in large-scale battle formations and group buff spells, with a rating about 10 times that of the two-winged angels. What do you usually do? Jiang Yan curiously asked. Holy Master, we mainly record and beautify your every word and action during special moments to prevent any unnecessary blemishes in your glorious deeds. The 2 legacy angels excitedly said. Special moments? Yes, when the time comes to record, our passive abilities will naturally take effect, writing the appropriate records in the chronicles of holy light. For example, if you participated in a competition but for some reason dropped out or did not win, our abilities would activate and leave a record of you winning in the chronicles. Afterward, the skill effects would take effect in a very short time, and everyone will clearly remember you as the champion. Even if powerful deities rewind time, they won't be able to discover the truth. The other legacy angel added, but this ability is related to the strength of faith. The stronger the faith, the higher the level of effect. Currently, we can only tamper with the memories of demigods at most. Interesting, no wonder it's called the Chronicles of the Ages. Jiang Yan chuckled, ready to arrange for them to go to the Misty Valley to level up, when a prompt from the various realms resounded in his ear. Due to the large number of angels descending, the gates of heaven have prematurely shed a small part of their suppression, and now you can recruit a new 6-winged angel to descend. Jiang Yan was first stunned, then a wild joy appeared on his face. He remembered that previously, when the local devout followers exceeded 100,000, a prompt from the various realms said that the gates of heaven were experiencing reduced suppression and were trying to break free of some shackles, with the timing unknown. He had checked several times in between but found no changes, so he stopped paying attention, not expecting that this wave of recruitment directly facilitated the change. Snap! Jiang Yan couldn't help but smack his own head in annoyance. Calling himself a miser, holding on to more than 20 million in faith power, if he had recruited directly back then, not only could he have facilitated the gates of heaven's change earlier, but he could also have gathered hundreds of thousands more in faith. At this moment, the 2 standing legacy angels suddenly moved quickly, writing a sentence with a feather pen in the Chronicles of Holy Light. In the first year of the Holy Light, on the 5th day, the Holy Master did not inexplicably smack his own head. The moment the writing was finished, the script disappeared, and an invisible wave of law spread out. the watching angels, patrolling giant swords and passing dwarves only felt a slight dizziness in their minds, completely forgetting what they had just seen. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Jiang Yan quickly ran back in front of the gates of heaven, carefully examining it. Through the enhancement of the angel's heart, he could vaguely see that several of the numerous chains behind the dazzling gate had broken. An additional note appeared on the building panel. Through the arduous efforts of this building, it has finally broken through the suppression of the epic will. Now you can recruit one of the remaining 11 six-winged seraphs to descend. Moreover, since they legally enter, they are not suppressed by the epic will and only adhere to the rules of the various realms. Their initial strength will be synchronized with the strongest under your command. This isn't bad. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, Yatin, whom he had sent to guard the abyssal passage, had also pledged his loyalty. Did that mean the angels descending could reach demigod level? This old man finally became useful. Excited, Jiang Yan immediately chose to recruit. Ding. Since every angel longed to be by your side, they are now engaged in a fierce battle to secure a slot for descending. Please be patient. Can it even be like this? Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. So they had to fight it out first, huh? But looking on the bright side, those who could stand out from the 11 seraphs must be at least among the top 3. He couldn't help but feel excited. About 2/4 of an hour later, the gates of heaven suddenly flashed a bright light and a white figure tumbled out, rolling twice in the air before stabilizing. She quickly straightened her attire and her lively eyes scanned around, finally resting excitedly on Jiang Yan. Greetings to the Holy Lord. She gracefully landed on the ground, performing a salute with impeccable angelic etiquette, her slightly rounded face looking elegant and adorable. Lady Floria, the angels around her gathered their wings and saluted solemnly upon seeing her. Jiang Yan watched this scene and a thought struck him. When Analia was around, he hadn't seen other angels show her such respect. Could it be that she was the strongest among the seraphs? He immediately checked the dimensional panel. Floria tier, unique, profession, 6-winged ceremonial angel, level, demigod 3rd order, mastered laws, law of holy light, law of ceremony, faith level, blind, skilled in holy light-based divine spell, ceremonial judgment, overall rating 490000, ceremonial angel. A bad premonition suddenly flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. This divine position and these skills didn't seem like those of a powerhouse at all. Floria, what rank are you among the 12 seraphs? Oh holy lord, don't ask such tough questions. Floria blinked her eyes somewhat uncertainly. Anyway, I'm not the weakest. Alright then. Just as Jiang Yan was about to continue inquiring, suddenly a golden light swiftly descended from the sky. Holy Lord. The newcomer first saluted Jiang Yan, then spoke with a somewhat displeased expression. Floria, why is it you? Of course it's me. I overpowered the other seraphs to win this precious slot to serve the Holy Lord, Floria said with a proud lift of her small face. Nonsense, you who ranked second to last, what do you have to overpower the others? Analia retorted. Analia. Floria immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, somewhat defensively. You're only ranked 3rd to last. Yourself, what right do you have to talk about me? Besides, I'm now a demigod stronger than you. TCH, what of it? Being in the top 10 is still stronger than being 11th, Analia scoffed. Alright, Jiang Yan intervened helplessly. He hadn't expected the usually obedient Analia to argue with the newly descended angel. And he certainly hadn't expected that the so-called not the weakest actually ranked 2nd to last. Holy Lord, forgive me. It was Analia who lost her composure. Analia bowed in apology. Holy Lord, don't you like me? Floria asked, sounding a bit aggrieved. Floria looked pitifully at Jiang Yan. No, Jiang Yan chuckled wryly, but I'm curious, since you ranked 11th, how did you manage to descend before the others? Floria cautiously glanced at Jiang Yan's expression, and upon realizing there was no disdain, she breathed a sigh of relief and explained, the powerful ones didn't consider me and Dowie significant threats. So, while they were fiercely battling, the two of us sneaked towards the faith channel and seized the spots. I ran a bit faster than Dowie, so I was the one who came out. I see. Jiang Yan nodded. Holy Master, even though I'm ranked 11th, I'm not that weak, Floria added softly. Of course, I know. But none of that matters, Jiang Yan replied with a gentle smile, his expression sincere. Welcome to the Holy Spirit City to fight alongside us. Floria paused, then smiled joyfully, performing the most standard angelic salute. It is my honor. Holy Master. Good, you have the strength of a demigod and are quick. I have a task for you. Take this army of angels to Misty Valley to level up as quickly as possible. No problem, leave it to me. Florea bowed slightly, then briskly walked towards the arrayed army of angels. Jiang Yan watched her depart, then turned to another six-winged angel. As a man who had a childhood sweetheart, he could vaguely understand the reason behind her earlier distress, thus he had dismissed the newly arrived angel. Every angel longs for the Holy Master's attention and need, it's their highest purpose. The sudden appearance of another six-winged angel, initially weaker yet now surpassing her in strength, had unknowingly triggered a sense of crisis and loss in her. Taking care of subordinates' mental health is also a skill necessary for a good leader, Jiang Yan thought, sighing inwardly. He spoke softly, Anna, yes, Holy Master, I'm here. Don't worry, you will always be my most trusted angel. Really, Holy Master, but now I'm even less than Florea, who's second to last. Annalia's eyes suddenly sparkled and her pristine white wings involuntarily trembled slightly. Of course, I will always remember that when I needed it most, it was you who stood by my side, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Holy Light Year, Day 13, a sudden announcement disrupted all of Jiang Yan's plans. The 14th session of the Abyssal Trial was about to begin, and since he was ranked in the top 5 on the tier list, he was selected to participate in the rookie group competition. This trial's theme, survival. Those eliminated would return to their original world, not truly dying. The Lord who survives the longest earns higher rewards and survival points. Please strive to survive. How can it be this soon? Jiang Yan's pupils dilated sharply. He wasn't afraid of challenges, but it had been less than 2 months since the 13th Abyssal Trial. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life it wasn't until 8 years later that the trials began to accelerate. Until his death, in just 2 years, there were a total of 10 abyssal trials, with the difficulty escalating from non-lethal selective challenges to mandatory participation with no revival. Scholars have speculated that it is the abyss's erosion of the various realms that has deepened. Subsequently, the realms have also unlocked some new functions as a means of self-rescue. Damn it. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. On the bright side, at least the current trials are still reward-oriented, and with his strength, winning the championship in the trials should not be difficult, whether by coincidence or due to the abyss's invasion being expedited. As long as he became strong enough, everything would be resolved smoothly. Jiang Yan, having calmed himself, began to carefully examine the details of the trial. 14th trial. Survival, newcomer group, eligibility. Star domains numbered 071099, task description, within a confined space fend off the endless armies of the abyss and be the last survivor to win. Restrictions. The maximum number of troops allowed is 100 inch, and attacking others, including those in the same alliance, is permitted. Interesting. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. Combined with the previous announcement, this seemed to be a competition between different star domains. On the surface, it appeared that he was to collaborate with the other 4 ranked on the leaderboard to survive until the end. However, the task explicitly allowed attacking each other, including those in the same alliance. Moreover, the reward required surviving to the end, not just surviving for a long duration. This almost explicitly encouraged participants to attack each other. If they couldn't defeat the abyss, then kill all the assessors. Even if one only survived for 10 minutes, as long as all others were killed, that person would be first. This was indeed the style of the abyss, and fortunately the various realms still had strong protective measures in place. Otherwise, just one trial could lead to the annihilation of the top lords from dozens of star domains. As for the limit of 100 troops, Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and decided to bring Anna Floria Yaberlich, 2 large swordsmen, and 95 other angels. Hina would have been a good choice too, but considering she still had to conquer the Misty Valley, he decided against it. After all, having a demigod-level 6-winged angel was more than enough. After instructing Anna to gather everyone, Jiang Yan quietly awaited the start of the trial. At that moment, another prompt arrived. Ding! Since only 4 people are listed on the tier leaderboard, as the chosen lord of this realm, you have the privilege to decide whether to participate with 4 people or to select any one person to join the trial. Please make a decision within half an hour. Jiang Yan was slightly startled, only then noticing that there were only 4 names on the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Yan Gold Tier 1, second place, Luo Qianyu Silver Tier 1, third place, Zikaros Bronze Tier 10, fourth place, Luochen Bronze Tier 10. Jiang Yan suddenly realized it had only been a little over a month and most people were still outwitting ogres. After a brief moment of thought, he opened the inter-realm chat channel and sent a voice message. Jiang Yan, it's rare for you to contact me. A surprised male voice came through. Brother Yi, I have a good opportunity for you. Are you in? I'm in. Not going to ask what it is, afraid you'd harm me. I'll sync the task to you, just confirm after you've read it. Jiang Yan communicated across realms, sending the task details and qualifications over. About 5 minutes later a reply came, I'm not strong enough and I'll hold you back. No worries, I can handle 200 of them. After a 3-second pause, another message came through, then all I can say is, thank you foster father, this guy. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This trial wouldn't actually result in death, and participation came with rewards. Since he had the power, he would naturally prioritize his own people. He didn't know much about the other star regions and planned to first assess their quality. If they weren't up to par, he would conveniently eliminate them all, ensuring his people secured second place. Of course, if there were unexpectedly strong opponents, then he would focus on ensuring his own safety first. 3 hours later, having already assembled his troops, Jiang Yan finally received the notification that the mission was starting. The 14th Abyssal Trial officially began and participants were instructed to select their troop types. 5 minutes later, they would be transported to a temporary preparation space. After defining the area, Jiang Yan clicked confirm. In a state of semi-consciousness, 5 different forces appeared in the temporary space, clearly divided, each occupied a part of the area. Apart from Jiang Yan's central army of angels, in the eastern region a girl in a goose-yellow dress stood, backed by dozens of earth dragon riders and a few aerial dragon riders. At Jiang Yan's subtle glance, Ablik let out an excited howl, unfolding his wings and releasing the dragon's majesty inherent to the true dragon race without reservation. Instantly these earth dragons buried their heads one by one, their bodies shivering, and even the aerial dragons whimpered and fell to the ground, daring not to move. In the strict hierarchy of the dragon race, the aura of the holy dragons naturally suppressed these lesser dragon species. Big Boss Jiang, there's no need to show such a strong hand at the first meeting, right? We're allies now, after all, Luo Qianyu said helplessly, looking at her subordinates who didn't live up to expectations. She had initially planned to confront him about a certain issue, but she quickly sobered up. Ha ha ha, sister, your subordinates are too timid. On the other side, a young man with a crew cut couldn't help but burst into laughter. His clan consisted of a group of stone demon statuettes, which were among the stronger upper demon clans. Unfortunately, these creatures, which carried a hint of evil aura, caught the attention of 2 six-winged angels. They casually glanced over. Thump! The next second, the floating little demons shivered and plummeted to the ground, turning into motionless stone statues as if dead. Forget what I said, the young man's smile froze. Ablik, come back. Jiang Yan called out, adding apologetically, sorry, this dragon hasn't been out for a while and is a bit uncontrollable. It's alright, it's our fault for having weak subordinates. The siblings exchanged a glance and slightly smiled bitterly. After all, they were from the imperial family of the Xinguan Empire. They could tell that he was intentionally showing his strength, but since their power was inferior, they would still have to rely on him later. They knew to distinguish between superficial pride and practical benefits. Seeing the two behaving sensibly, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. He wasn't good at internal strife and didn't want to waste energy on it. A little intimidation could prevent a lot of trouble. Of course, some unstable elements still needed to be dealt with early on, otherwise misunderstandings could arise. He looked towards the other side. A man dressed in a black robe, somewhat effeminate, Zikaros. His kin are a group of 2-headed demon bears, belonging to the peak of the higher kinship, barely enough for Yaberlik to have a feast. So the question arises, is this entity secretly leading resistance against himself? How did you, an unranked ant, mix in here? Before Jiang Yan could speak, Zikaros, clad in a black robe, suddenly pointed at Yemo in the western corner and shouted, me. Yemo tilted his head, thought for a moment, and pulled out a student ID from his pocket, waving it in front of the other. See clearly, I'm a classmate of the big boss. In other words, I'm a connected party. Perhaps not expecting such a bold retort, Zikaros was momentarily stunned. It's my decision, any objections? Jiang Yan slightly narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. His background must have been thoroughly investigated by now. As a genius from a higher civilization, the other parties surely knew that Yemo and he were classmates. Since he still asked, it was clearly a challenge targeted at him. Jiang Yan, this is the Abyss trial, Zikaros said sternly. The few of us, at least in the top 5 of the rankings, bronze tier 10, agree to include someone unranked, which could easily drag us down. Oh, Jiang Yan said with a smirk. You call him an ant being just 1 tier apart, then what are you to me being 2 tiers apart? A tapeworm? Should I just kill you all to avoid being dragged down? Hearing this, Floria behind him slightly brightened her eyes, nodding in agreement. She disliked those who boasted about being slightly more powerful. You at least I've reached a level recognized by all realms. Zikaros suddenly calmed down, slowly speaking. This trial is a competition among star domains, not only about us winning rewards but also concerning the dignity of the entire star domain. As the strongest among us, you act impulsively, disregarding the big picture. I think you are not suitable to lead our team. Perhaps the 6th princess and the 9th prince also think so, he thought somewhat proudly. In his view, having just put the imperial siblings of Xinghuan Empire in their place, they must be feeling uncomfortable, and with Jiang Yan's comment about the tapeworm, he had also offended the 9th prince at the bronze tier 10. Now, by deliberately playing the villain against Jiang Yan, the two royals would surely take the opportunity to strike back. The three of them forming an alliance, even with Jiang Yan's strength, would have to consider the real-world consequences. At the very least, they could annoy him, edit this scene and send it back to the group chat, solidifying his position as the leader of the anti-Jiang alliance. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Time passed slowly and the expected voices of agreement did not arise. He couldn't help but turn his head. The 6th princess was earnestly wiping the shiny gem at the top of her staff with a scarf, as if there was endless dirt to clean. The 9th prince seemed to have turned into stone like his kin, motionless, not even blinking. The whole temporary space was silent. This eerie atmosphere made Zikaros's heart sink, slowly realizing he had recently been maneuvering alliances in the chat groups, gaining a lot of support and adoration, even overshadowing the 6th princess, which made him momentarily arrogant, forgetting that at a certain level of strength one could ignore the rules. Damn it, my foolish group members misled me. Sir Carlos, his eyes suddenly much clearer, struggled to squeeze out a smile. Boss Jiang, I was actually just joking. Oh, just a joke. Yi Jiang Yan nodded slightly, his voice soft. So leading the lords and opposing me was also a joke. As his words fell, Analea silently placed her hand on her golden sword. Misunderstanding. Sir Carlos' pupils shrank sharply and he hurriedly explained. It's all a deliberate framing by someone else, but I believed it. Jiang Yan spoke indifferently. Clang, dozens of golden swords were unsheathed as a host of angels coldly looked across, ready for Jiang Yan's command. Hundreds of two-headed demon bears, under the immense pressure of hierarchical disparity, whimpered and lay on the ground trembling. Feeling the unmistakable killing intent from the other side, Sir Carlos' face changed dramatically and he shouted, Jiang Yan, do you have any evidence? Killing a lord based on some rumors, aren't you afraid of being besieged by everyone? Although death in the trial meant only returning to the original world, it meant that he would miss out on the rewards of this trial, and he was unwilling to accept that evidence. What do you think this is, a world of great cultivation where logic must be followed? Jiang Yan said, almost amused, and waved his hand lightly. Floria and Analea, who had been ready, struck almost simultaneously, competing to unleash their full strength. Golden sword auras flooded the sky like a waterfall, pouring down for 3 full minutes before stopping. Abalik, ready to feast, stared dumbfounded at a group of bears that were now nothing but ash. The two 6-winged angels looked at each other and snorted at the same time. I launched 177 more sword auras than you. See that? Floria said somewhat proudly, lifting her head. Analea scoffed, so what if it's 70,000 more? After all, the Holy Lord said I'm his most trusted angel. Jiang Yan watched the scene, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He guessed that this group of two-headed demon bears might be traumatized for life. Brother Jiang, it's my fault, I've caused you trouble, Yi Mo said apologetically with a rueful smile. He thought it was his own trouble that Jiang Yan was trying to sort out for him. It has nothing to do with you, just clearing out some unstable elements in the team. Jiang Yan shook his head. That's right, my sister and I both saw it. It was that guy who offended Boss Jiang, the 9th prince, who had been trying to mimic a stone person, suddenly spoke righteously. My sister and I won't just stand by. Sister, what do you think? Towards the end, his voice suddenly dropped cautiously. Looking towards the young girl beside him, of course I will ask Brother Seven to warn the civilization he belongs to. Luo Qian said, her eyes slightly brightening, nodding in agreement. The higher-ups of the Xinghuan Empire generally aimed to ally with Jiang Yan, including the 7th prince, who had hinted at her to foster good relations with him, and this was indeed a good opportunity. Then I'll take your word for it. Jiang Yan looked at the two, slowly speaking. He dared to act because he had already thought through his strategies, but having these two from the royal family of the Xinghuan Empire intervene would indeed save him much effort. Besides, keeping them might also help him learn some information related to unusual activities of the empire. The siblings exchanged a glance and sighed in relief, especially Luo Qianyu. She felt a surge of relief in her heart. Thankfully, she had wisely declined to join the anti-Jiang Yan alliance during the group discussions. Otherwise, it might have been her meeting her demise today. Zikaros, that fool, thought that just because the group was vocally indignant, no one wanted to be the leader of the alliance. Everyone was being smart about it. After speaking up, the atmosphere in the temporary space became more relaxed. Luo Qianyu hesitated slightly, then took out a large scroll and handed it to Jiang Yan. This contains some intelligence on other star domains, as well as information about survival type. Abyss trials, while there's still some time, take a look. This was supposed to be top secret information of the Empire, but at this point, for the sake of performance, such considerations were put aside. Thank you, Jiang Yan said, taking the intelligence and quickly browsing through it. Despite his confidence, he never underestimated his opponents. One person passed the Hell level assessment, belonging to the legendary lineage of the Wolves of Origin. 17 passed the extreme level and 86 the hero level assessments. The one who passed the Hell level assessment is suspected to have received a true god's inheritance. The 14th Abyss trial officially begins. The first wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. Please strive to survive. As the announcement echoed, the temporary space quietly collapsed and lords from different star domains appeared in an area of less than 100 kilometers. A digital counter was suspended in the air. Remaining survivors, 97. Jiang Yan paused slightly. Out of 29 star domains, there should have been 145 contestants. It had just begun and already a third were dead. Truly a gathering of ruthless individuals. Ah, another scream came from afar, the violent magic elements palpable even across the distance. The number in the sky abruptly changed to 95. Be alert, Analia commanded in a low voice. 6 four-winged angels who had reached the silver rank flew up, hovering at the forefront, their power concentrated in their long swords, ready but not released. The remaining 89 two-winged angels, the first batch recruited and now at gold level, dispersed in specific formations, lines of holy light connected, forming a screen that soared into the sky, shielding everyone within. Such an unabashed display naturally attracted the attention of many around. What kind of creatures are those? They are too beautiful, remarked a lord from another star domain, eyes filled with envy. Beauty aside, their rank is also high. I just tried to command my kin to attack and they were so frightened they didn't dare move. Another lord looked disdainfully at his own group of trembling trolls, ugly and weaker in strength. I saw the princess and prince of Xinghuan Empire, those from star domain 079. Those troops must be Jiang Yan's, the ones who passed the dominator level. No wonder, they must be of mythical rank then. The rest of the people suddenly realized and quietly changed their direction. For a moment, a bizarre vacuum area appeared around the angels. While other lords were shouting and fighting, making a great commotion, they seemed blind to Jiang Yan and his allies, who occupied the largest area. What should we do? Clear the field? Luo Qianyu asked eagerly, ready for action. She even saw several lords more powerful than herself who could only slink away from here in defeat. So this is what it feels like to hitch a ride on someone's coattails. No, let's go directly to that person who passed the hellish assessment. Jiang Yan gave her a strange look, noticing her similarity to Xena in personality, always wanting to clear the field. The timing of killing the other lords didn't matter. But that suspected true god successor needed to be eliminated. He remembered the Archangel once saying that the gods would return 1 by 1 inch and the one who garnered the most faith would become the king of gods. Even though death in the trial wasn't real, at least it would prevent him from receiving high-ranking rewards and curb his growth rate. A direct confrontation between kings. Luo Qian's forehead, marked with a star-shaped imprint, flickered incessantly, her face breaking into an excited smile, a typical expression of the Xinghuan royal family when agitated. Eliminating such a powerful opponent early was just too cool. I don't like leaving threats till the end. Anna Floria, can you sense his location? Northwest direction, 37 kilometers away, at the rank of silver 10, 98 at the rank of golden 10 for the battle soil, +2 at the diamond rank, roughly equal in strength to Yaberlik. There are also 4 insignificant lordlings nearby, the strongest not surpassing silver 8, negligible. The two women exchanged glances, each unwilling to show weakness, volleying comments back and forth. Floria's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and she snorted coldly, "Did you sense it, Anna?" "Yes, it's the aura of a deity of time." Annalia's expression also turned cold. No longer competing, the two women spoke in unison. "Heretics to be purified, so he really is a true god successor." Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. He had once discussed with Anna that in past eras those immensely powerful deities, in order to escape the abyss, abandoned most of their followers and sealed themselves away, hoping to wait for a safer era to make a comeback. However, the will of different eras would reject them and they could only rely on the native life of this era to develop faith and gradually deepen their connections to be accepted, and those favored lives are the so-called true God successors who could gain some abilities bestowed by the deities. Of course, Analea held much disdain for these deities. In a sense, they were deserters, betraying the deities that resisted the abyss together as well as their followers. The deities of the Holy Order had fought valiantly as the main force in the original battle against the abyss, not betraying the glory of the Holy Light. Including the four monarchs, they had nearly fought to the total annihilation of their forces and their divine kingdom shattered. Ultimately, the Holy Lord, after slaying a top entity from the abyss, exhausted his own life force. Using the faith accumulated over endless years and his own life as a sacrifice, he reshaped the second heaven, nurturing the souls of the fallen angels within, hoping for their gradual recovery. This is also why the demigods who knew better said Jiang Yan was of true godly descent, not just a God's successor. The gods of the Holy Light had fallen. Having gained the recognition of the Holy Light, he was truly a god himself, only needing to reach a certain realm to automatically attain godhood, whereas the successors, although they might gain some benefits initially, ultimately the godhood still belonged to those deities, making them nothing more than high-level laborers. Possessing a divine position is what truly makes one a deity, while the rest, including other lords, are merely called gods by their realm. Let's go, we can't let him live any longer. Jiang Yan glanced at the survival count, which had dropped to 89, and flew onto the back of Yabarik, heading in the indicated direction. At this moment, endless temporary abyssal channels descended from the void, appearing almost every 10 meters. Abyssal demons, like countless raindrops, poured down in an instant, filling the battlefield. Lords engaged in battle were forced to tighten their defenses in order to protect themselves. Of course, the first wave was primarily composed of first-order abyssal demons that crawled, posing no threat to Jiang Yan. Those that struck the screen of light formed by the angels were instantly vaporized as if they had touched aqua regia. 6 four-winged angels wielding golden swords tens of meters long swept back and forth, clearing a wide path. The entire team even maintained their speed of advance. This was too exhilarating. A lord caught in peril accidentally witnessed this scene, his eyes turning red with envy. He even saw among them someone who wasn't even bronze ranked. Why are the big shots from their star domain so friendly, while the big shots from my own only know how to suppress others? If it weren't for my attachments back home, I'd have defected already. Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers away, a baby-faced young man leisurely sat on a giant wolf with silver fur. He continuously twirled 2 dice in his hand, occasionally glancing at passing lords. In the next instant, those lords would disappear from the space, eliminated from the competition. He suddenly looked up, seemingly sensing something. A lord who passed the Dominator level assessment. Killing you could prove that the true inheritors of the gods are indeed the foremost. Anticipation gleamed in the young man's eyes. Second-order abyssal demons will be deployed in 5 minutes. Please strive to survive. Just 10 minutes had passed and the announcement from the multiverses came again: accelerate. Watching the number in the sky drop to 73, Jiang Yan slightly furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the survival trial to be this challenging. With second-level demons being deployed just 15 minutes, and wouldn't 5th-level demons appear within an hour? Even he wouldn't last long against that. 2 6-winged angels exchanged glances and Analea took a step back, saying, "You go." For angels, the Lord's affairs are always the priority, and in urgent situations it was natural for a demigod to take action. "Thank you, Sister Anna." Fluorite turned her head and smiled sweetly, then delicately lifted her down and gracefully walked forward. Beneath her delicate feet, a pathway filled with the power of laws extended endlessly forward. She seemed like a different person, her demeanor aloof and her actions exuding elegance. In the name of propriety, it is improper to walk on 4 legs. Instantly, as if by divine decree, all the crawling demons on the golden pathway collapsed, losing the ability to walk. They frantically supported themselves on their 4 sturdy legs but couldn't move a step. Also lying on the ground were a group of earth dragons belonging to Luo Qianyu. What a disgraceful bunch! She couldn't help but pat her forehead quickly, using the Lord's skill war summoning to store all the troops within the troop card. Glancing over the subdued earth dragon, Floria spoke again. "In the public eye, those who are rude should be expelled." As soon as her words fell, those writhing demonic crawlers were all thrown out by the golden path. Holy Master, we can go now." Having done everything, Floria seemed to revert to her usual self, bouncing back to Jiang Yan with a smile, looking up for praise. "You did well." Jiang Yan looked at the empty golden path and the demonic crawlers trying to rush up but being repelled. showing a look of surprise. Is this the power of the etiquette rule? I thought it was one of those rules with no combat capability, but it seems even the second to last seraph should not be underestimated. Let's go. With no monsters to interfere, the group moved much faster. Yemo and the ninth prince even put away their families, feeling safe within the angelic light screen and content to be lazy. After several failed attempts by the demonic crawlers, they turned their attention to other targets, significantly increasing the pressure on the other lords, who cursed inwardly. 3 minutes later, at the end of the golden path, a baby-faced youth sat leisurely on a silver giant wolf, toying with a pair of dice. Around him, a group of smaller silver wolves deftly moved through the void, easily snapping the necks of the demonic crawlers. It seems you're quite confident in yourself. The youth jumped off the giant wolf, speaking first. Let's get started. Jiang Yan casually glanced at him and gave the order directly. This guy must have watched too much teenage anime. Fighting is fighting, why all the pointless talk? Two six-winged angels unobtrusively stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Jiang Yan. After all, the opponent was a successor of a time deity wielding divine arts, and even at the rank of Silver 10, they could not be careless. Behind them, of the more than 92 winged angels, half continued to maintain the light screen, while the rest did not hesitate to rush forward, drawing swords enveloped in holy light, holy judgment. Golden sword light tore through the void, instantly slicing an unswerving silver wolf into two. As the angels sought their next target, they suddenly felt a premonition and instinctively turned to block with their swords. Clang! A harsh clashing sound rang out, and the silver wolf, previously cut in two, appeared unharmed at its original spot. But as Golden 10 ranked angels, their strength was clearly far superior to the legendary level Trace Origin wolves. In previous battles, they faced either several times more enemies or much higher level adversaries. In this rare fair competition, they completely demonstrated their overwhelming strength. Swordlight crisscrossed and divine arts followed one after another. After just a few rounds of combat, the resurrected silver wolf was once again slain, turning to ash in the holy flames. Useless under the rule of time, my pets will resurrect indefinitely. The baby-faced youth spoke with considerable pride. Don't think that passing the dominion level makes you invincible. Ordinary people like you can never understand the strength of a true god, especially a time deity, you ignorant fools. Annalia's expression turned cold as a white holy tome appeared in her hands. A six-pointed array lit up the sky, and an ethereal halting voice echoed through the space. Under the holy light, all evil magic was nullified. Sever it. Great prophecy. Invisible ripples spread outwards as if glass was being shattered, with the constant sound of fine cracks breaking the silence. To the holy light magic, all other types, including time, were considered evil. The two-winged angels expressionlessly swung their swords again, slashing down the progenitor wolves for the third time. This time, they never rose again. The laws of time were broken. Impossible. How can holy magic achieve this? The baby-faced young man's expression changed drastically. Ever since he had been favored by the deity of time, he had been unstoppable. Moreover, he remembered the words spoken by that deity when he received the inheritance. Holy system, mere tricks of pretending to be gods. Undead system, thieves who shun the light. Fire system, brainless. Thunder system, good enough for massages. And the time system, presiding over the ancient and present, the past and the future, all in a single thought. The gods fall, yet it alone survives. Through the changing eras it remains eternal, the truly supreme law above all. True gods do not lie. It must be because the power gap is too great. The young man calmed himself, playing with the two dice. Stop. I admit your strength surpasses my imagination, but you should understand, as a true god's inheritor, I wield supreme divine arts and am not without a fighting chance. How about we finish off everyone else first, then have a supreme showdown? Jiang Yan did not pay him any heed. The painful lessons from the 10th level of the Tower of Inheritance were etched in his heart. He vowed not to waste words until he had full control of the situation. Naturally, the angels did not stop either. Under the leadership of 6 four-winged angels, the group formed an angelic battle array, besieging the 2 diamond-level progenitor wolves. They howled in frustration, unable to break the blockade, accumulating more and more wounds. Analia quietly flipped through the holy tome, keeping the great prophecy ready but uncast in case the opponent made a desperate move. Damn it! I said stop, don't push me, the young man shouted angrily. If his kin were all killed, even if he could defeat the opponent, he wouldn't be able to withstand the subsequent abyssal creatures, only making it easier for other lords. Bang! The 2 diamond-level giant wolves were slammed onto the ground, bloodied, struggling even to rise. You force this, you force this. He violently threw the dice in his hand. 2 bright red 6s appeared before his eyes. Ha ha, you're finished, you're Finished, the baby-faced young man burst into insane laughter. Watching the crazily laughing young man, Annaleia and Fluorite stood to the left and right of Jiang Yan. They hadn't taken action themselves because they feared unforeseen accidents. The laws of Shields 1 and 2 quietly settled on Jiang Yan. Useless, this is the top-tier time system divine art. Future. The young man's smile faded and the two dice in his hands glimmered with light. I'm not afraid to tell you, this is a divine technique that kills with potential futures unstoppable. The higher the number on the dice I throw, the more distant the future it represents, and these 12 points mean that I will exterminate you with my most powerful future. Ha, even fate is on my side. How can you win? So you mean this divine art will let the future you kill the future me? Jiang Yin suddenly asked. That's right, after the future you dies, the current you will have no future and naturally will die too, the youth said proudly. He clearly remembered the god saying that the time series was the strongest. If he rolled a 2 or 3 there might still be a chance to lose, but rolling a 12 meant that his cultivation was complete. How could he possibly lose? So it's a contest of potential after all. The entire place suddenly fell silent, the tense atmosphere completely gone. After a long while a burst of laughter came. I've tested it with the true magic detection and what he said is actually true, ha ha ha. Yablik laughed heartily, his body bending over. Where did he get the courage from? Luo Qianyu and the others looked at each other. Even if he was a true god's successor, Jiang Yan had also passed the Dominion level assessment, originally planning to try using the Great Prophecy art to cut off the magic. Annaleia paused, a hint of astonishment appearing on her cold face. She remembered the time series mice had such a spell during the divine wars at the peak of heaven. Many time series deities suddenly died. At first it was thought to be a trick, but later it was known it was this spell jokingly called the belief art. Floria, who had silently laid down 13 lines of defense using the power of the laws, couldn't hold back, and after reacting, she pressed down the corners of her mouth that curled up, but the trembling wings behind her still revealed her inner feelings. Didn't you understand this divine art? Looking at everyone's reaction, the youth was somewhat embarrassed and repeated the ability effects again. In his mind, this should have been a brilliant battle, a proof of a true god's successor killing a Dominion-level assessor. He even secretly turned on the recording tool, letting those in the star domains who were blind see the times have changed. The inheritance of the gods is more important than the assessment, but the reactions of these people made him very uncomfortable, as if he looked like a clown. He was the only true god's successor openly in these 29 star domains. Interesting. I also want to see how far I can go in this life. Jiang Yin smiled brilliantly, gently pushing aside the 2 six-winged angels and stepped forward. Annaleia and Floria didn't stop him. After all, they were both in the future of the Holy Master and were likely at their peak. That's right, this is like a duel. The youth's 2 dice burst into a brilliant light, enveloping the 2 of them and then disappearing. How about it, let's play a game, just bet on how long the master can solve the opponent. Yablik said enthusiastically. Sure. Luo Qianyu's eyes lit up, taking out a scroll glowing with golden light from her storage space and slapped it forward. It was a legendary level architectural blueprint. I'll give it a try too. The 9th prince drew an epic level architectural blueprint glowing with purple light. Yemo, originally reaching into his pocket to place a bet, withdrew his hand discreetly. The 2 great swordsmen casually turned their heads. Yablik's smile paused and he said, annoyed, forget it, let's not play anymore. What's going on? The brother and sister exchanged confused glances, unable to understand why everyone suddenly lost interest. Elsewhere, in a future on a temporary timeline, a young man with a baby face slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the immeasurable power of the laws within him, and quietly chuckled. Next, all he had to do was find his opponent and eliminate him. He manipulated the laws of time, searching for his opponent's location. Odd, why couldn't he find any trace of his existence in the timeline? The youth gradually furrowed his brows. Could it be that his opponent was already dead in the future? But that wasn't right either. If he were dead, victory should have been declared in his favor already. Hesitating for a moment, he squeezed the dice in his hand tightly. Are you there, great god of time? I have a question for you. I've told you not to disturb my slumber, replied a figure in white robes, his apparition slowly emerging, his expression somewhat displeased. And how many times have I told you, you mustn't misuse the divine art of the future? When dealing with those blessed by fate, sometimes you won't even know how they died. Don't worry, I understand. This is the last time, I promise. From now on, I'll only pick on those who pose no threat, like those who have been stripped of their bones, broken off engagements, or born as slaves. Is that okay? The young man promised earnestly. Hearing this, the god of time suddenly felt a surge of immense danger, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Just try to use it less, he said. Now tell me, what do you need? It's like this, I used the divine art to pull my opponent into the future, but I can't find any trace of his existence. That's impossible. The god of time frowned, his right hand slightly rotating, and a myriad of intertwining lines appeared above. Strange. Are you sure his name is Jiang Yan? How could he not exist? Oh no. Suddenly, the god of time's expression changed drastically, but at that moment a deep and majestic voice suddenly sounded. Are you looking for me? As if a curtain in the vast and endless starry sky was slowly drawn back, a sacred aura shining with dazzling golden light intermingled with the dark and profound aura of death at their merging point. A familiar man stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. Behind him on the left were 4 exquisitely beautiful angels, each with 12 wings fluttering lightly, with thousands of laws materializing into reality at their feet. On the right, a mass of black mist enveloped several strange silhouettes. Occasionally, as the mist shook, a glimpse of endless mountains of corpses and seas of bones could be seen hidden within. Even more terrifying were the heavens and the underworld, 2 vast divine kingdoms descending like abysses, where countless angels and undead were devoutly praising the man in the center. So it is quite an interesting little trick, the man in the center said, his eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement as he looked down at the two. What do you say, my lords? Oh my, if I know the crowned Roxy of the crowned, am I dreaming? The god of time looked incredulously at the sky, vigorously rubbing his eyes, and then rubbed them again. Snap! He even gave himself a slap. The baby-faced young man couldn't help but take a couple of steps back. Even though he had full trust in the god of time, he now felt a hint of unease and nervously swallowed, saying, Gods, I remember you said that the time system is the strongest. We can win, right? Ha, I beat you to nothing, you fool. Even the god of time used the power of the laws, producing a treatise on national essence tens of thousands of words long in just 0.1 seconds. Then he revealed a smile uglier than crying. Great new holy master of light, I say this is really a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? What do you think? Future Jiang Yan nonchalantly stepped back. Why not ask their opinions? Attempting to assassinate the holy master is an unforgivable crime, said an archangel indifferently as a strand of law's brilliance quietly condensed in his hand. How about leaving it to me? The soul of the time series still holds some value. Crushed to nourish the flower beds, it might produce an extra Holy Spirit flower, a gentle voice spoke, belonging to Afina, who governs life and salvation. Hey, I say you radicals just don't understand sustainable development. The black fog on the right suddenly dispersed a bit, revealing eyes flickering like ghostly fires and a chilly scythe visible behind. Such a fine soul, placed in a flesh vessel to cultivate a body, would make a divine-level skeleton and a divine-level stitched monster. Isn't it good to let it atone for its deeds in eternal time? Seconded. Several dull echoes responded from within the black fog. They were very angry. Clearly, being undead emperors, this weak god who only saw the superficial holy light was not even as good as the lowest-level skeletons without eyes. Gods, why fear them? Didn't you say that the holy light series are all just tricks and illusions, and the undead series are all thieves that shun the light? The baby-faced youth finally snapped out of his barrage of curses. Although he was furious, he still comforted. At worst I'll die. After all, you don't really die in the abyss trials. Let's fight them. Get lost. You won't die, but I will. You are the life of this era, protected by the rules of the realms and the will of the era, but they don't protect me. The time series deity said desperately, his face filled with despair. I just bragged. Who did I offend? Then can I still use the time series divine arts after you die? Upon hearing this, the baby-faced youth finally panicked. If he lost the identity of a true god's successor, his status in the star domains would greatly decline. First pass all the divine arts to me before you die. The time series god, no longer paying attention to this god-fooling successor, pleaded repeatedly. Great Lord of Holy Light, I am willing to switch to the Holy Light camp as long as you spare me, but I don't like traitors. Future Jiang Yan said with a light smile, commanding. Alright, it's time to send them on their way. Yes, Holy Master/Emperor. Upon hearing this, the 8 top powerhouses to the left and right cast their glances simultaneously. In an instant, the flow of laws stopped. The time god, with a mournful face, and the panicked youth's expressions froze, then cracked inch by inch, disintegrating into the tiniest particles, completely dissipating. Since the Holy Master said he does not like traitors, they do not even qualify to become fertilizer for flowers or battle soil for the undead. It seems I should also return. Future Jiang Yan looked back, his gaze sweeping over the people behind him, filled with a smile. Gentlemen, we shall meet again in the future. Farewell, Holy Master/Emperor. The planes began to blur. Meanwhile, within the abyssal trial space, Jiang Yan's figure slowly emerged while the baby-faced youth opposite him disappeared. He had been eliminated, and the divine being he inherited remained forever in the divine art he had once prided himself on. Saintly Lord, Analia and Froya looked on with concern, the process having taken far longer than they had anticipated. Jiang Yan chuckled, "Don't worry, I just took an extra look. I really should thank him, he's given me more confidence in the future, but let's not talk about that." He glanced at the numbers displayed above, his voice laced with a hint of killing intent. "Let's start clearing the field." "All right," Roxia exclaimed excitedly, quickly releasing her family members from their soldier badges. The ninth prince and Yemo exchanged glances, standing still. As the third-tier demons were almost upon them, their own troops struggled even to protect themselves, let alone attack others. "I'll protect the saintly Lord," Analia said, stepping back to shield Jiang Yan. "You, okay?" Froya pouted, remembering that the other party had also given way to her before, and chose not to argue further. "Then I'm off, saintly Lord." After requesting permission, Froya soared into the air, unleashing her demigod-level power without restraint. Countless golden rays of light extended endlessly from beneath her feet, connecting to every surviving individual nearby. Kill! Instantly, 6 four-winged angels, each accompanied by 10 two-winged angels, darted in different directions. Most lords, possessing only bronze to silver strength, were already in peril under the siege of abyssal monsters. When ambushed by the squad of angels, their defenses collapsed in an instant, eliminating them from the competition. Froya, strolling leisurely, unleashed waves of holy light spells, each strike precisely annihilating a lord. Even as a demigod-level seraph ranked second to last, she possessed strength far beyond ordinary lesser gods, making the second-tier demons no threat to her. 73, 65, 52. The numbers at the top continued to decrease, and some clever lords desperately fled away from Jiang Yan's direction as if he were the main boss of the trial. Fourth-tier demons will be deployed in 15 minutes, current deployment level 3. When the number dwindled to 43, new monsters emerged in the abyssal passage, third-tier fusion demons and shadow demons. The former needs no explanation, while the latter could appear directly within any shadow to launch an attack, making them a very troublesome type of demon on the battlefield. Under such a bug-level ability, it only took a moment for more than 10 lords to fall. Where faith resides, the holy light shines eternal. In Jiang Yan's vicinity, Analia flipped through the holy scripture, rapidly casting a spell. Infinite brilliance instantly illuminated every dark corner. Several shadow demons just sneaked into the shadows, tiptoeing ready to launch a sneak attack, only to look up and find dozens of angels staring emotionlessly at them, their holy light swords blocking all escape routes. Froya, in the midst of chasing lords, glanced back and immediately felt relieved, her hands casting holy light spells even faster. Thankfully, dead bodies in the trial space are instantly refreshed, otherwise dealing with so many fusion demons would really be troublesome. Jiang Yan, observing the dense swarm of demons, couldn't help but feel a tingle on his scalp. At this moment, the light barrier of the twin-winged angels could no longer instantly kill third-tier demons, and the pressure multiplied several times. "Send up those earth dragons under your command," Jiang Yan said without any courtesy after observing for a moment. Although these sub-dragon species were average in combat, their thick skin and flesh could barely withstand a few attacks, buying time for the angels to unleash their holy light judgment. "Understood," Luo Qinyu nodded. She had also passed the dire level assessments and could clearly see the situation without any hesitation. She immediately commanded her subordinates to press forward regardless of casualties. Just then, the angels, having regained their strength, went all out and once again stabilized the situation. "It's so cool to cling to powerful coattails. Hey Big Boss Jian, why don't you become my brother-in-law?" The ninth prince, who had been idly sheltered within the protective circle the whole time, excitedly spoke up. Several gazes silently swept over. "What are you babbling about?" Luo Qianyu's face turned slightly embarrassed and annoyed as she lifted her staff and knocked it against him. At that moment, for some unknown reason, a crawling demon flew towards them, its fangs and claws flailing in the air. Analia, who was in the midst of annihilating swaths of demons, seemed to have a slip of the hand. The weak crawling demon, by sheer coincidence, was thrown unharmed by the power of the fiery judgment, broke through the light barrier formed by the twin-winged angels, and headed straight for the ninth prince. Splash! Just as the ferocious maw was about to clamp down on the stunned ninth prince's head, it was bisected by Analia's long sword, which she had purposely extinguished of holy flames. A torrent of disgusting slime drenched him completely. My bad, I didn't say anything," The ninth prince managed a wry smile, understanding the situation all too well from such a coincidence. No worries. Jiang Yan, watching the rapidly decreasing numbers on the dome until it hit 4, then turned with a slight smile. It's time to hit the road. Thanks for the carry, but let's negotiate. How about not chopping off heads? The ninth prince, looking gratefully at the numbers in the sky, had never dreamed that doing nothing would get him into the top 4. The feeling of winning without effort was just too exhilarating. He couldn't help but covertly glance at Luo Qianyu, who was distracted and silently resolved to persuade his sister well when he returned. This brother-in-law position was set in stone. Angels can't stop me, he said. All right, Analia, go ahead. Jiang Yin nodded. Such a small request he could still satisfy. Yes, holy master. Analia turned around, her brows slightly furrowed. She fatally sensed that this man harbored great malice in his heart, which ought to be purified. She immediately sheathed her sword, and a blaze of burning holy flames rose from her palm. Go, maybe just chop my head off instead, don't, In the terrified gaze of the ninth prince, the raging holy flames completely engulfed him, burning him to ash without a trace. Why is Analia so irritable today? Could it be? Jiang Yin shook his head puzzledly but did not interfere. As long as she was happy, there was no need to dampen her spirits over an outsider. In 15 minutes, 5th-tier demons will be deployed. Current deployment tier 4. At this, the abyssal passageways in the sky once again expanded and numerous massive monsters struggled to squeeze out. These were the giant power demons, lower substitutes for the abyssal horrors possessing strength close to that of a 5th-tier gold level. The faces of the group changed. The epic Earth Dragon Knight was reduced to a pancake with a single punch. Even angels needed 2 consecutive holy light judgments to slay a giant demon. Aberlich had no choice but to reveal his 100-meter-long body and take over. It's my turn. Watching this scene, Yemo stepped forward, took out a dagger and aimed it at his heart. Snap! The dagger was knocked away and Jiang Yan intervened. What's the rush? It's not your turn yet. As he spoke, he swiftly turned to Roxanne, who was distracted, and said sharply, it's your turn, be aware. Aiming to Roxanne. Snapping back to reality and seeing Jiang Yan's urging gaze, widened her eyes. Otherwise, Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown, puzzled by her reaction. Lying in 3rd place isn't enough for you. Emo is from the Federation and he's a classmate. For both public and private reasons, the 2nd place is reserved for him. You. Roxanne couldn't help but grind her teeth. Doesn't this guy have any sense of chivalry at all? What a blockhead. Seeing the 6-winged angels eager to try their hand, Roxanne could only mutter resignedly, remember to unblock me. Saying this, her staff flickered slightly and a wisp of cold air appeared at her feet. Soon ice crystals spread and the girl in a goose yellow dress was encased in ice like Sleeping Beauty in a fairy tale devoid of life. The number in the sky changed to 2. No need for thanks, I'll mail you the tradable rewards I get from the ranking later. Seeing this, Yemo raised his dagger again and plunged it into his heart. This time Jiang Yan did not stop him. Most of the basic high-level demons he had seen in his past life were not worth dragging out for information. Even though they could be resurrected in the trial, he didn't want to watch the angel squad get wiped out. As the sky's number changed to 1, all the abyssal passages and demons in the entire trial space instantly disappeared and a series of prompts rang in his ears. The 14th session of the abyssal trials for the new elite group has ended. Due to your outstanding performance, you have qualified to participate in the Heavenly Origin Group trials. Would you like to join? Please note that if you choose to participate, rewards will be calculated after the trials are completed. Refuse, Jiang Yan said without hesitation. Are you kidding? The Heavenly Origin Group is a battlefield for divine-level lords with initial demons starting from tier 5. Even with a demigod like Freya, we wouldn't last a few rounds. I don't want to go up. They're just to be cannon fodder. You, being timid, have refused further challenges. Now beginning the reward calculation. Abyssal demons killed *10732 soul crystals *120000 experience *780000. Since you cruelly killed 61 lords, which is over a third of the total, you have unlocked the special title Infighting Expert. Surviving until the end, you receive a survival point reward of 120, a mythical level random treasure chest *1. Since you achieved 1st place in the trials, the abyss's hatred toward you has increased, the trust level of your native plane has risen, and your luck has increased by a barely perceptible margin. Infighting Expert. Jiang Yan looked somewhat amused. Infighting Expert. Since ancient times, infighting behavior has been despised by everyone. When you wear this title, the target you lock onto will immediately attack you. It seems to be a rule-based ability. Jiang Yan pondered thoughtfully. he put on the title and targeted Shield 1. The next moment, the great sword-wielding Earth God standing by his side changed expression and swung his stainless steel greatsword at Jiang Yan. Bang! The rule of shield in place, person in place activated, and he struck his own shield, staggering and falling to the ground. Stop, Anna! A holy light long sword halted at the Earth God's chest, and Analea, her expression cold and puzzled, said, Holy Master, I'm sorry, Lord, I don't know why, but it was as if I saw the enemy who destroyed our homeland and I couldn't control myself and attacked. Shield 1 hurriedly explained, It's okay, it's not your fault. I was testing a new ability I acquired, sorry for startling you. Jiang Yan apologized and helped him up. He hadn't expected the effect to be so powerful, he just didn't know if it would work on the angels. Since there was no real death in the trial space, why not try? Jiang Yan's gaze drifted to Anna, selecting her as the target. Ding! Skill activation failed. The target's faith and loyalty to you are infinitely great, thus completely defeating the effect of the rule. It could not activate, as expected of Anna, not even a rule skill can shake her in the slightest. Anna, Jiang Yan exclaimed with joy, unable to refrain from praising. You are truly amazing. Analea looked over somewhat blankly, but soon lowered her head, a slight blush spreading across her cool face, curving into a lovely arc, even forgetting to flap her wings. Why is Lady Anna blushing? I must be seeing things. A huge dragon head squeezed in. It was Yaberic, who had just rushed back from the perimeter, but he regretted it the next moment. Seeing the six-winged angel suddenly flip out a holy tome, a golden hexagram appeared behind her. This was the precursor to the launch of the great prophecy. Master, save me. Yaberic quickly rolled into a ball, tucking himself behind Jiang Yan. I can't help you here. Jiang Yan chuckled, stepping aside. Seeing no escape, Yaberic steeled himself and whipped his tail to fling himself away. Such a useless dragon. Analea muttered, dissipating the spell, then looking at Jiang Yan slightly smiling face, she shyly changed the subject. Holy Master, isn't there a mythic level treasure chest? Let's open it and see. I'll try my luck first. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, his hands seemingly traversing infinite space. At one moment he suddenly grasped hard, and a skeleton full of scars was dragged out. Ding! You have obtained a demigod level warrior's broken skeleton *1. It seems like my luck isn't bad. It was his first time using the hand of God to retrieve a demigod level skeleton. Casually putting it back into his storage space, he looked forward to the mythic level random treasure chest. Open. As the blinding red light dissipated, a compass-like object appeared in place. Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. How could it be this item? I clearly remember it appeared after the 20th abyssal trial. How could it be now? Jiang Yan incredulously examined the compass in his hand. This was a sealed world fragment which, once selected, could guide the user to a world preserved from a past epoch. You might obtain treasures left behind by powerful civilizations, or you might end up empty-handed. However, without exception, every world is teeming with countless abyssal demons. Suddenly an idea flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. Perhaps in his previous life these things had already appeared, but the news was sealed by those who found them. Even more so, the world fragments that were later sold were likely the leftovers they had explored. Indeed, the winner takes all. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Yan looked at the properties of the compass. The sealed world fragment, mythical, allowing selection from one of the following 4 world fragments: the Library of the Magic Era, the 7th Armory of the Silver Brilliance Empire, the Magma Hell of the Flame Apostles, and the Laboratory of the 3rd Undead Emperor. It was actually a choice. Jiang Yan examined the 4 options. The first and third were worlds he had never heard of, and by their names, they did not seem suitable. He remembered the second world. At the 10th floor of the Tower of Heritage, that special life form that used causality skills had mentioned it. It was a very powerful civilization where Shield 1 and Shield 2 came from an ordinary legion within the Silver Brilliance Empire. The 4th world, needless to say, the burial abyss that could steal dragon bones, came from the hands of the 3rd Undead Emperor, and the data value of his laboratory was immeasurable, possibly even containing legendary mythical blueprints. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yan ultimately chose the 4th world. After all, high-level troops are much more important than weapons. Ding! Selection successful, obtaining the sealed world fragment, Laboratory of the 3rd Undead Emperor. The pointer on the compass rapidly rotated countless world illusions flashed by and finally settled on a certain location. Jiang Yan carefully put away the compass. This level of world fragment might even contain high-level abyssal demons, and he would have to wait until he became a god before he could explore them. As for now, it was time to unify the entire continent first. He wondered how Xena's progress was. Thinking this, Jiang Yan no longer lingered, muttering in his heart, "Return, elsewhere Misty Valley." Time in the abyssal trials was different from that on the continent, while only an hour had passed. Their 10 days had gone by on the continent. At this moment, on a raised mound hidden in the night, Xena looked out over a vast swamp. Behind her, more than 200,000 silent undead troops stood in formation. In the relentless battles of the past 10 days, those made of fragile bones had been almost completely wiped out, leaving only the stout skeletons of the elite. The weakest among them were close to level 50 in strength. At the forefront of the army, dozens of abominations swayed, playing with the rotting flesh on their bodies, enveloping the surrounding area in a swath of yellow-green gas. Nearby, an ice-frost bone dragon disdainfully flapped its wings, blowing the airstream to the other side. Ever since the long-distance teleportation array was completed, Xena had specifically arranged 1,000 skeleton squad to transport unusable flesh back to the suture pit in Holy Spirit City. These dozens of abominations were the fruits of many days' work. Today they were facing the swamp poison frogs, the last powerful group on the main road leading out of Misty Valley to the outer world. With a demigod-level poison dragon at her command, Xena, as a member of the dragon race, naturally possessed an inherited resistance to powerful abnormal statuses, rendering her immune to curse marks. However, Xena was not at all flustered. 2 days earlier she had advanced to demigod status herself, mastering the power of laws, and with the addition of a 20% overall ability boost from the Skill Lord's command, her rating was now close to 400000, a mere epic level lower dragon race. Dared to show itself, she dared to obliterate it. Killing you completes the task. The Emperor will be pleased with my return, Xena murmured softly, her crimson eyes glowing brighter. A longbow quietly slid into place, the bow-bent arrow knocked. Twang! In the faint sound of the bowstring, 36 black arrows silently cut through the night, striking precisely into the lookout swamp poison frogs. From their corpses, 36 skeleton warriors arose, unhesitatingly smashing their fists into the dazed poison frogs beside them. It was only then that the frogs began to emit pitiful screams. Ribbit, 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 spooky, spare none. At Xena's command, 100-meter-long bone dragon soared into the sky, a massive cold stream descending from above, freezing the vast swamp inch by inch. After upgrading to permafrost breath, unless broken by a powerful force, these ice crystals would last indefinitely. The swamp poison frogs were dumbfounded. Normally not particularly strong, they relied on the natural defenses of the swamp spitting poison. And then, hiding within its depths, now seeing the cold spreading, they scrambled frantically to the shore. But the undead army wasn't idle. Led by several abominations, over 200,000 skeleton warriors charged forward under cover of darkness. A giant poison frog with a unique pattern was the first to spot the approaching army and was about to shout to organize a counterattack when an invisible curse mark descended upon it, timely cast by Xena. After advancing to demigod level and with the enhancement of the laws, she could clearly sense everything within a 10-kilometer radius, and her soul's capacity had also increased several times. She accurately targeted commanding poison frogs, continuously placing curse marks. Suddenly, the entire group of swamp poison frogs plunged into great chaos. Retreat, retreat, get ready for square dancing. Practice Koan fist, practice Koan fist. Various bizarre commands left many ordinary poison frogs unsure of what to do until the undead army was almost upon them. Then they reacted, frantically spewing streams of poison. The dark purple venom, highly corrosive, created gaping wounds on the abominations at the forefront, but as if painless, they charged even faster, plunging into the enemy ranks, their forearms grabbing several poison frogs and stuffing them directly into their bellies. Evolved to max level, their devouring madness transformed rapidly, visibly healing the corroded wounds. Simultaneously, the yellow corrosive mist spreading from the seams of their bodies, combined with several abominations that had evolved into corrosive halos, doubled the effect, rapidly rotting the surfaces of many surrounding poison frogs. Ribbit! Amidst the chaotic cries, they finally clashed with the skeleton army. A panicked poison frog in close quarters spewed venom that completely corroded the skull of a skeleton warrior, but the bone knife in its hand continued its trajectory, slicing open the decaying flesh of the opponent. To the bitter end, hidden in the back, the skeleton mage silently raised his staff, and 2 smaller skeletons climbed up from the corpse of the poison frog and rejoined the battle. The swamp poison frogs, already in disarray under chaotic command, saw this scene and their morale plummeted. They began to flee backwards, croaking loudly as they ran. Their cries unusually loud in the silent night. A powerful presence seemed to be slowly awakening with their calls. Under the moonlight, Xena leapt gracefully onto the back of the ice frost bone dragon. Her bright red eyes stared into the distance at a particularly vast and gloomy swamp. "Don't let it come out." The bone dragon nodded silently, flapping its wings and skimming low over the ground. A large number of swamp poison frogs were overturned by the air current, and the undead soldiers following behind took the opportunity to swiftly decapitate them, reaching their destination above the swamp. The bone dragon did not hesitate to unleash its perpetual frost breath again. A chilling current capable of freezing souls instantly formed a thick layer of ice crystals over the entire swamp. Thud, a dull impact sound came from below, faintly accompanied by a wail, but then, as if defiant, continuous impact sounds followed. Thud, thud, thud. Fine cracks spread across the ice crystals, and finally, on the 17th impact, they shattered completely. An ominous dragon head with dark purple markings emerged from the swamp, angrily roaring, "Who dares to offend the mighty poison dragon king?" In response, it was met with Xena's arrows. 36 black arrows formed a straight line, instantly striking the poison dragon's forehead. Despite the dragon's flesh being fortified by magical laws, the continuous pinpoint attacks toughly broke through its scales, and the last arrow deeply embedded in its head, the intense aura of death continuously ravaging the surrounding tissue, preventing self-healing. Meanwhile, under the powerful impact, the poison dragon that had just emerged was forced back deep into the swamp. Realizing it was back where it started, the poison dragon was utterly baffled. This wasn't how it had expected things to go. In its mind, having answered the call of its subordinates and awoken from its slumber, it was supposed to be in the spotlight, effortlessly turning the tides. It had never really considered the undead demigod a threat. After all, everyone knows that the undead typically prevail through sheer numbers, and while not exactly at the bottom of the power rankings among equals, they are certainly not outstanding. And itself, being a demigod of the dragon race, nearly invincible among its peers, how could it possibly lose to a mere undead? It was laughable. This must be a misconception. Under a bout of self-encouragement, the poison dragon, ignoring the energy arrow embedded in its forehead, charged forward again with renewed confidence. Swish, swish, swish. This time it was met with a whopping 72 arrows. As expected, the poison dragon was struck down again, now bearing several wounds imbued with the power of the laws of death. Is it stupid? Can't it come out somewhere else? A giant eagle, watching from a distance, couldn't help but comment. "Hey, didn't you hear it call itself the Poison Dragon King? Everyone who understands knows it's the bottom rung of the poison dragon race. How smart can it be?" On the back of the giant eagle, a golden mouse spoke disdainfully. Ever since Jiang Yan accidentally let slip the ultimate secret of the dragon race had become common knowledge, for which the golden mouse even specially renamed itself to Mouse God. "Ah, it seems it has finally realized." The giant eagle suddenly sharpened its gaze, perking up in spirit. On its fifth dash from the swamp, the poison dragon finally remembered its signature draconic move of the dragon breath. The moment it surfaced, it opened its mouth and spewed a deep purple breath, its potent corrosive effect dissolving the incoming arrows completely. "Ha ha ha, you lowly, despicable undead creatures, what other abilities do you have? Damn it, how dare you enslave the skeletons of our noble dragon race?" Just as the poison dragon was about to taunt loudly, having finally broken free from the swamp, it suddenly saw the frostbone dragon under Xena's feet, its eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, and it flew into a rage. "Cursed undead, you will bear the wrath of the dragon race." However, Xena barely gave it a second glance, merely instructing calmly, "Bring its body and soul back for the Emperor to deal with." As her words fell, the poison dragon in midair suddenly found its wounds festering rapidly, a rich force of death connecting into a mysterious array. Numerous energy arrows formed within it, frantically darting around, destroying all vitality. Finally, thousands of arrows burst through its body. It didn't even have time to scream before it grunted abruptly and plummeted down, falling onto the ice surface that the frostbone dragon had timely frozen motionless. This was a new ability she had mastered after advancing to demigod status. The ultimate magic of extreme magic arrow technique, the final spirit arrow formation. After causing 18 effective damages consecutively on the same life, the secret technique could be activated to inflict death-type damage 100 times within the enemy's body. Below, the swamp poison frogs, who had placed their hopes in their guardian deity, saw it being easily annihilated by the opponent, and their last line of psychological defense completely collapsed. "The god is dead, and we can't burrow into the swamp." Some didn't even bother to run anymore, simply stopping in their tracks, turning up their white bellies, and laying on their backs in a resigned fashion. But the undead army had no Principles of sparing those who surrendered. The skeletons in the front simply bypassed them to chase down the fleeing enemies, while the ones catching up quickly cleared up the swamp poison frogs one by one. Standing atop the frostbone dragon, Hezina crossed her arms and watched the scene coldly. This was her demand: leave no creatures alive wherever you go. Ever since she felt another strong divine power from the holy city more than 10 days ago, she had developed a significant sense of crisis. Dealing with a six-winged angel was already troublesome enough, constantly fluttering around the emperor, making a spectacle of itself. Now another one had appeared. If they truly managed to bewitch the emperor, the status of the undead realm would greatly diminish. She must quickly accumulate 10 million death essence forces to summon new undead realm heroes, one to earn merits on expedition and the other to guard the rear against the cunning angels. Hezina expressionlessly took out a black shard. She had already accumulated over 2 million units of death essence and more than 700,000 soul shards. The former was only provided by creatures of certain levels, while the latter mainly came from higher tier fighters, as souls below bronze were too fragile to preserve. I'm sorry, I didn't want to patch things up initially, but your ideas are too vast. Boiling ants with hot water is one thing, but now even microbes are involved. She gazed into the distant end of the misty valley, faintly sensing the vast sea-like life of the outside world. There was the place where the undead realm could truly demonstrate its power. Meanwhile, in the holy city, Jiang Yan, having returned to the mainland loaded with triumphs, was stunned by a series of notifications. Xena has slain a total of 2.67 million monsters, obtained 3.12 million soul crystals and 2.98 million experience points. Xena has slain the demigod-level poison dragon of Misty Valley. You have gained 200 prestige and 1 epic teleportation array blueprint. Please note, due to your outstanding performance, the Northern Balantis Alliance has taken notice of you. Lord Yema has mailed you an item, a demigod advancement contract allowing you to directly promote a diamond-level family member to demigod status. Lord's decree: military order completed. Enhancement effect has been withdrawn. Well done, Xena. Jiang Yan couldn't help but whisper in praise. He hadn't expected that during his short trip, the Misty Valley that had troubled him for half a year in his previous life was directly cleared, especially the demigod-level poison dragon which he had struggled to deal with at the time, resorting to another method: bribery. It wasn't until he later ascended to godhood that he avenged his earlier humiliation by successfully defeating his opponent, Northern Balantis Alliance, Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on that message, revealing a faint smile. Faith or death, surely they would know how to choose. The city of travelers, located within the territory of the main country of the Northern Balantis Alliance, was 10 times larger than the city of Hamank and was one of the most bustling cities in the Alliance. At that moment, a long-distance teleportation array outside the city suddenly lit up and a white-robed preacher appeared within it. Please show your identification, too. Guards approached him immediately. Good day, I am from a country outside of Northern Balantis, the Holy Light Nation. Here is my pass. The preacher handed over a document, explaining gently. Ah, hello, please wait a moment, I need to verify this. The guards exchanged looks, took out a circular magical device and tapped it hard, causing half a dog's head to pop out. Sir, please help us verify the authenticity. The dog head sniffed vigorously, its breath weak but primal, and confirmed, indeed, this is a duchy recognized by the world's laws. Hearing this, the guards relaxed immediately and returned the document, saying, welcome to the city of travelers. As long as you abide by the city's laws, you will have a pleasant experience. There is a book about the basics of the city at the city gate, priced at 20 soul crystals, but it's definitely worth more than its value, and it can save you a lot of detours. The other guard added, thank you both, may the holy light protect you. The preacher thanked them and walked towards the distant city gate. After he left, the 2 guards suddenly felt dazed. Strange, why was I so polite to him? Yes, I even forgot to ask for a tip. I felt as if he was as kind as my father, not to mention I felt the same kindness as from my grandfather. On the other side, Preacher 2 realized there was a long queue at the city gate only after he approached it. Stretched over 100 meters, several soldiers were distributing number tags, and entry was permitted only when one's number was called. He received number 263, which meant at least a 2-hour wait. Finding a clean stone, he sat down and began devoutly reciting the Holy Scriptures. The Lord created all things. Suddenly, a deliberately hushed voice interrupted him. Hey buddy, is this your first time here? Opening his eyes, Preacher 2 saw a small, somewhat sneaky-looking man. Without betraying his emotions, the man glanced at the number tag on Preacher 2's chest and said, just so you know, they usually stop checking in by 4 in the afternoon. With your number, you're likely going to miss the cutoff. I see. Thank you for letting me know, Preacher 2 said with a slight hint of regret. It looks like I'll have to enter the city tomorrow then. That might not be necessary, the small man said, his expression mysteriously profound as he tiptoed slightly. As you can see, I'm a person of considerable influence. I have some unusual ways to help. You seem dignified, not just anybody. Preacher 2 smiled amiably in response. How well said. The small man felt reassured by the preacher's pleasant talk and no longer played coy. He pulled out a stack of number tags from his pocket, which included numbers under 100. If you're willing to offer a small fee, I can arrange something for you. I apologize, but I have nothing of value with me, only this holy book, Preacher 2 said, bowing politely with a face full of apology. I'm afraid I'm wasting your time. He was so polite, even apologizing because he feared he couldn't afford my services. The small man suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and inexplicably a liking for the preacher. Looking again, the preacher was tall, handsome, courteous and charismatic, reminding him of a former boss who had once saved his life and was equally trustworthy. How could I even think of deceiving him? He thought, feeling ashamed. Quickly, he pulled out a number tag marked 76 and handed it over, saying gallantly, no need for that. I felt a special connection with you the moment I saw you. Please take this number and don't refuse. Thank you very much, Preacher 2 said with a slight smile, handing over his most prized possession, the holy book, as a return gift. This is my most important treasure. Let it be a token of our meeting. May we meet again if fate allows. What a good man, the small man thought as he watched him walk towards the city gate, feeling quite moved. He even gave me such a precious item. Wait, wasn't I here to make a profit? What am I doing? His eyes gradually cleared as he stared at the holy book in his hands. What is this worthless thing? The number 76 tag is worth at least 100 soul crystals. Quickly flipping to the last page, he saw it was the Holy Light Church's Scriptures, 1st edition Magic Reproduction Edition number 017, just mass-produced stuff. Annoyed, he wanted to tear it up but hesitated for a long time before shoving it back into his pocket, muttering as he looked for another customer. Meanwhile, Preacher 2 had already passed through the city gate and, following the soldier's advice, purchased a basic introduction book. This magical book only requires a quick skim for its contents to be permanently imprinted in one's mind. After politely declining a guide who approached offering a tour for 200 soul crystals, the preacher quickly headed towards his destination, the layout of the entire city clear in his mind. Following the book's instructions, he found a group of centaurs in a corner and picked the sturdiest one. This was the cheapest mode of transportation, just 10 soul crystals for a day's run around the city. Hey buddy, where to? Northern Belantis Faith Management Center. Alright, hold tight, wait. Without further ado, the powerful centaur scooped up the preacher in its arms and galloped away. Even with the preacher's composure, he couldn't help but be flustered by the situation, hastily pulling out a new holy book to cover his face only to put it down again. It didn't matter if he lost face, but he couldn't afford to lose the face of the Holy Lord. Fortunately, despite the twists and turns, the centaurs were indeed fast and they soon reached their destination. Hey buddy, need me to wait for you? Just an extra 2 soul crystals. This place isn't easy to find a ride at. No need. The preacher paid the fare without expression, daring not to make any superfluous movements, fearful of eliciting a sense of closeness from the centaur that might compel it to stay and wait for him. Well, that's too bad, the centaur sighed and turned away. Meanwhile, the preacher surveyed the magnificent building before him, emblazoned with 6 golden characters, Faith Management Center. Following the book's directions in his mind, he walked straight in and approached window number 11, where a young woman in a uniform was sitting. Hello, I'm here to apply for a license to propagate faith within the Northern Belantis Alliance. Hello, do you have a faith propagation permit from another region of duchy level or higher? If not, you will need to provide the following qualifications. The woman gently pressed a button beside her and a magical holographic screen appeared listing a dense array of conditions. I have one. The preacher took out a document stamped with the royal seal of the Hamank dynasty. That simplifies things, just fill out a registration form. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Her shift was nearly over and she didn't want to work overtime. Church name, Holy Light Church, Deity, Lord of Light. That will do. After a careful review, she stamped the form. Permission to propagate faith granted. This was how the events unfolded, my lord. Back in the Holy Spirit City, the preacher respectfully reported everything he observed to Jiang Yan. I understand you've done well. Jiang Yan looked somewhat emotional as he examined the faith propagation permit in his hand. Faith is one of the most important resources, equally so for these local powers. To obtain the privilege to propagate faith, one either needs The backing of a duchy-level power must complete extremely difficult and tedious contribution tasks. In his past life until his death he had never met these conditions, only able to recruit some minor wild powers, resulting in weak faith and ordinary strength easily crushed by a pure abyssal demon. Now, however, he had obtained it effortlessly, not in vain, as he had wholeheartedly helped the Hamank Duchy resist the abyss. From now on you will be the priest of the Holy Light Churches. Norland District, I will have Aliyah assign a portion of the church's deacons to assist you fully. Do not disappoint me. Jiang Yin smiled slightly, turning his gaze to Preacher 2. This is a special being transformed through the baptism function of the Heaven's Gate. Preacher 2 Human Angel Hybrid Rank. Rare Mythic, Occupation, Senior Faith Lecturer of the Holy Light, Faith Level, Blind, Skills, Affinity, Passive, Incarnation as an Angel. His passive skill affinity has reached its highest level, making every gesture endearing, reminding people of their most important and closest ones. I am willing to sacrifice everything to carry forth your radiance. Preacher 2 excitedly bowed and took his leave. The status of a priest, that is a distinction usually granted only to the archangels, signifying the Lord's approval, and even those violent disseminators of the holy light will have to address him as Lord upon seeing him. Watching the excited Preacher 2 depart, Jiang Yan held the broadcasting license in his hand and a faint smile appeared on his face. I have followed the rules. I hope you all will too otherwise. The Duchy of Hailank is the closest to the Holy City among the 17 duchies of the Norland Alliance, ranked 9th in strength. At this moment in Ironwall City within Hailank, the largest city near the Abyssal Channel, a large crowd was gathered around a majestic and solemn temple, whispering among themselves. How did an extra temple appear here? This place was just an empty lot yesterday. It looks somewhat different from the other temples, and those priests seem so approachable. And that broken arm sculpture, I wonder what creature it is, it's so beautiful. Yeah, just standing here makes me feel particularly peaceful and calm. Come on, I bet it's just another one charging a fee and then running off. Let's disperse. At that moment a white-robed Preacher 2 approached, his demeanor gentle and devout. Good morning everyone, I am a priest of the Holy Light Church. Today I will be leading the morning service. Saying this, he took out a holy text and began to read. The Lord created all things. The Lord is omnipotent. The onlookers looked at each other. What is he doing? Shouldn't he introduce the church's doctrine first? Yeah, why did he start reading the scriptures right away? Who would believe in this mysterious thing without understanding it? This priest isn't professional. But soon the murmurs gradually subsided. As the gentle voice continued, a healing angel hidden inside the church began chanting spells, and sparkling light points rained down from the sky, divine, warm and full of life. Every person touched felt as if they had been baptized, with old ailments and hidden injuries all being alleviated. More and more people, drawn by the miracle, gathered. When the holy text was completely read, there were already over 1,000 people in front of the temple. My goodness, is this miracle free? My cough is completely cured. Yes, in other temples such a widespread baptism would cost at least 10,000 soul crystals. There can't be any conspiracy, right? Amidst the crowd's discussions, Preacher 2 spoke with devout sincerity. Under the holy light there is no distinction of high or low. The Holy Lord will protect every devout believer. Father, do you mean that as long as we believe in the Holy Lord of Light we can receive the baptism of miracles without any extra cost? A man asked bravely. Of course, the existence of the divine should enrich the believers, not drain the little savings they already have. The preacher responded gently. Then what counts as devout? Everyone can go there and get a holy book for free. The preacher pointed and said, as long as you earnestly recite and agree with the concepts of the holy book, the holy light will sense your devotion. People were stunned. In this city there are many temples, and everything from medical care to learning combat skills requires offering faith to the temples, and the so-called faith usually means offering benefits to them. The larger the amount, the more devout your faith is considered. The concept of the Holy Light Church excited them but also seemed somewhat unbelievable. Seeing the expressions on people's faces, the preacher continued. As long as you are devout enough, healing, baptism, even resurrection and divine skills, you will receive all the blessings under the protection of the Holy Light. Time will prove the promises of the Holy Light. The preacher concluded with a smile, beginning to guide the people to receive the holy books. Whether it was the effect of his words or the presence of a large one-armed angel statue nearby, thousands of people miraculously did not scramble but lined up orderly to receive the holy books. Some who had benefited from the baptism even began to read them right away. In this peaceful atmosphere, some conspiratorial voices gradually disappeared amidst the recitations. Elsewhere in a luxurious building near the temple, a group of distinguished figures were enjoying exquisite morning tea. Through the windows and a simultaneous magical transmission device, they could clearly grasp everything happening in front of the Holy Light Church. These people from small places have crossed the line, a well-dressed young man remarked lightly as he sipped a wine worth thousands of soul crystals. Indeed, they don't understand how merciful we have already been, a corpulent middle-aged man said. Eyeing the scene outside playfully, this remark was met with agreement from most. Right, being alive is already a fortune. I heard many small nations have been destroyed under the attack of the Abyss. Speaking of the Abyss, that old guy from the 6th Legion has been asking me for pensions again. Why is it that your Starfire Temple is in charge of the finances? Did you give it to him? Of course not, just drag it out. Who knows when that old guy will die, and by the time someone else takes over, who will know? Indeed, they're all dead anyway, might as well spend the money on arming our temple knights. That's the real power that belongs to us. The group chatted idly as if the entire duchy was a toy in their hands. But speaking of which, a slightly younger priest asked, what should we do about this Holy Light Church? Send a few deacons tomorrow to warn them, and if they don't listen, just make them disappear, someone suggested. That statue was quite interesting, wonder where they got it from. I remember now, the young priest suddenly slapped his thigh. I thought it looked familiar. It was supposed to be a gift I was going to present to the Starfire God, and it was stolen by the Holy Light Church. I'll send someone to retrieve it tomorrow and deliver it to your residence, Bishop. The others sipped their wine and nodded slightly. Now they had both an excuse and a treasure.